Good morning from the heart of Hammertown at the 20th anniversary of the King of the Hammers in beautiful Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasselquist, and this is the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Battery. Today we find out who is going to be crowned for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge with 3 different classes. The Curry Enterprise 4600 stock class, the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class, and the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, all racing at the same time but scored within their own class. This will be a 2-lap race, making it 155 miles. It's about to go down.
Good morning and welcome to Hammertown. We are in Johnson Valley, California, and this is the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. What a beautiful day we have here in Hammertown. In fact, what a fantastic week of weather and action we've had here already. Yesterday, of course, was the Can-Am UTV Championships, but today it is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth, and none other than my good friends Ian Johnson and Miles Hasselquist. Guys, how are we doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. You know, this is going to be another great day of racing. I love to see the 4800 Everyman Challenge. 3 different classes out racing today. Miles, are you pumped?
Oh, I love today. It's just a great day to get everything started. Like you said, the 3 different classes. This is a true everyman challenge. And yet last year we almost saw the every woman challenge. We'll see if that gets shaken up a little bit.
Absolutely. Someone to watch out there is Randy Slauson. But I hear in my headset that Pam is down on the with our starting line racers to get a couple of notes.
Guys, down here with Ryan Webb. Ryan Webb at the start line right now. You are going to be having a strategy going in today because we've already seen the attrition from our race we had yesterday. So what is your plan going into today's race?
We're just going to hold it to the floor, run our race, see if we can hang with Randy. Hopefully stay with him, and when we get in the rocks there, we're gonna just kind of follow his lines. I'm sure he'll show us a few things and try to beat him to the finish line there at the end. Clean air is going to be king, definitely.
That's what I was getting ready to say about the clean air, because right now getting into those rock sections as well, you don't want to be the ones that are stuck behind the one that are plug up the trail. So good luck out there today on race day, and hopefully we see you back up here later on this evening.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Is on the start line. I have no doubt that Pam will be getting more interviews as we head towards the start at 8 a.m. PST. Now, Miles, this is a race that you and I absolutely love. We've got so many good friends that are racing out there, so much history. What are you looking forward to out on this track?
I just love the diversity of all the different classes, and it's going to be fun to keep up during the race because we have the 4600 Spider Track, 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Obviously, the 4800 class is it's an old 4400 car. A lot of them are specific built like the 2 on the front end of this thing, but it's a great place for this to kind of go and get the big cars. The technology's grown so fast. To see those cars still be competitive in the 4800 class.
Yeah, now, Ian, this is what we call a real builder's class, isn't it? There's so many guys that they build it, they make it, and they do it. But one of the best at innovating on these vehicles is Randy Slauson. And right now, Pam is down there talking to him.
Yeah, take it away, Pam. Let's hear what Randy's got to say.
Out here, and you are going to get out front hopefully and get that clean air. But Randy Slauson, you don't know what to do with your hands right now.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
But all in all, today's race, the attrition is strong out there. We've seen it. You're no stranger to hammers and coming out here and running the trails. I'm sure you've probably been on the trails that you guys were running today multiple times. So what's your strategy?
Man, I just want to go run safe and have a good day. Hopefully we can enjoy the clean air and the beautiful surroundings.
Well, good luck out there. Hopefully this #1 spot holds all day long, and hopefully we see you at the top of the box.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
And there we have it from Randy Slauson. Guys, back to you.
And what a great running. And let's go over who won this race last year. Cody Young, he's not here. And then Amber Slauson was so close. Cameron Steele, that's the 4,800 class. In the 4,500 class, it was Dan Wyrick up front, Steve Crawford, then Sean Rance. All three of those are here. In the 4,600 Curry Enterprise stock class, it was Brad Lovell, Bailey Cole, and John Williams, a Ford Racing Bronco Sweep. We'll see how this shakes out. Again, Cody Young not here. He took a little break. He's got some young kids. He sold his car. He said he will be back, but great to see him take family priority.
Yeah, as Miles was saying, there's 3 different classes that we're watching out here today. We got the 4,800 Legends class cars. That is the 4,800 4,800 Legends class cars. We have the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified cars, and then we have our stock class cars. As Miles was saying, stock class cars always have a great showing out here, but I hear Pam has someone else to talk to on our starting grid.
Thank you so much, Ian. Austin Thompson, you have a great starting position out here for the race today. You're a young one out here racing with these guys, and I mean, you have Randy Slauson, a multi-king up here in front of you, but Austin, going into today's race, I want you to give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I've had trouble making it to the rocks, so I'm just trying to get through the desert and get to the rocks, and then try and follow Randy through the rocks because he knows all the lines out here.
Well, you had, again, a great qualifying run the other day on today's race. Good luck out there. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
All right, back to the stage.
About that's Austin Thompson and that original UFO. That car's probably 12 or so years old, and it's still extremely competitive starting P3.
Yeah, rule change just this year that they now could have a rear engine car out there in the class. So that's the old Joe Thompson UFO solid axle car that his dad Brendan used to race. I want to know, I keep trying to find out. We had Brendan up here earlier this week, and he was talking about how the fact that Austin had spent so much time running that qualifying course in the simulator over and over and over and over again. And I want to know, did he get close to his simulator time when it came to the actual driving the car? Because in the past, Bailey Cole was able to hit it dead on the nose.
Isn't that crazy?
It'd be interesting to see if Austin was able to do the same, but it's amazing to see that old car up here. Well, we should say old, it's older. But I mean, as we said before, we have 3 different classes. So we have 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. So these are basically what you'd look when you find a trail rig. So these are limited to 2.5-inch shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, max 37-inch DOT tire. It has to be a forward-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower.
And then in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, like you said, Ian, front or rear-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner. That's the big one for this one, and 37-inch DOT tires, solid axles only.
Yeah, the one thing that we should specify there between those 2 classes is 4,800 can have full hydraulic steering. 4,500 still has to have some type of mechanical connection from the steering wheel down to the axle. And then, of course, we have our 4,600 Curry Enterprise stock class. Now, these are stock OEM frame. They got to keep the wheelbase within 3 inches. Factory engine, but it can be replaced with any engine available in the same make, model, and year. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, a single 2.5 shock per corner, unless it came from the factory with dual shock, but they are limited to 14 inches of travel. Must be factory style suspension. So whatever left the factory with, it's got to keep it. So leaf springs, coil springs, twin traction beams, stuff like that. Mechanical steering, and this is truly the grassroots racers in our sport.
And Jim, we keep hearing DOT tires, Department of Transportation. So these are the same tires I have on my Jeep, you have on your truck.
I'm going to, for Jim, that's MOT.
No, completely different.
Oh, darn it. I thought I was going to get some British in there.
But see, MOT is Ministry of Transport. But hey, let's not get worrying about that.
But let's talk about that, the tires, though.
No, the tires are massively important. So these aren't like race tires that we saw yesterday in the UTV race and what we're going to see tomorrow in the Race of Kings. These are DOT tires. These are the same tires that we're going to see on pickup trucks driving around in the desert. Same tires that we're going to see on streetcars making their way through the streets of LA. So these guys have got to box clever. They've got to be smart when they're going through these trails. However, this race has been going on for 20 years. And the best thing about this is companies like Yokohama, who are supporting this, are working on those DOT tires. And the development they do out here at Hammers goes directly into your street cars. And I love that.
Yeah, it's just a great place for these manufacturers to showcase their products. And where else can you test something a little better than King of the Hammers?
Yeah,
it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, this is definitely the place where we see a lot of factory brands testing their products. We also see a lot of the technology from these race cars come back down into our trail rigs. It is absolutely amazing. We are going to see a lot of action going on right now.
Okay, yeah. Now, just looking down here, we've got 118 cars going here. And we've got 118 cars running out. We've got 66 Legends class cars. We've got 20 modified cars and 32 stock class vehicles. This really is a well-balanced field.
Yeah, and I'm hearing in my headset that we have a little piece from Yokohama to talk about the building of Hammertown.
People jokingly call me the mayor of Hammertown and sometimes the governor. But essentially my job and role is to be the logistic planner. So we divide Hammertown into the build phase, the running phase, and then the packing away phase. See, once I get onto the lake bed, we're dealing with contractors who are supplying tentage and power needs and fencing and all the services we require.
Drive around the whole desert, put up a bunch of T-posts and snow fence, roughly 5 miles, and just have a good time doing it.
I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere and we've got 2 gigs of broadband connectivity and the capabilities of streaming to the world, so we're in good shape.
We're going to go out and mark some specific dangers.
Having the proper equipment, K&M, Yokohama tires, you can get a lot of things done real fast.
This will definitely cycle your suspension and most likely is on dart. Drivers, if you see that, kind of take a look, check down for me.
We survey the land so that we know that we get the correct structures in the correct place.
Everything comes from the ground. There's no dump trucks here, there's no loaders. Everything gets scraped and pushed and built.
This dirt's a little different. It's almost like pea gravel with mixed in rocks about the size of baseballs.
Driving the stakes out here in this dang lake bed, that's probably the biggest hurdle out here. This is like going through a rock.
It's not ideal, actually.
We've got manpower that come down and live on the lake bed. We obviously have to supply living quarters. We have to supply food.
During race week, we prepare about 1,000 meals a day.
To build the toughest one-day off-road race in the world, we demand the highest quality in our equipment. And that's why we choose Yokohama to build King of the Hammers.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Hammertown. This is it. Today is the race, the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
And just picking up off of that piece there, this event truly is an international affair. We have so many volunteers from all around the world. Chris Bowler from the UK, so many people from Australia, from New Zealand, and from out in Europe as well, who all come together for their passion of racing to make this happen. So thank you to every single one of them.
And they are watching from home all over the world as well. I know a lot of people over in Australia specific. It's 2 or 3 in the morning right now, and they're waking up right now to watch the start of the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. But right now, we're about to kick off the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Ryan Dunn and Shabs Piercy, who came out here yesterday in the Can-Am UTV Championships and posted both inside the top 20. Congratulations to those guys. That is no mean feat to come from a foreign country and to place well at this event.
Yeah, they were super happy to cross the line. Jim, we were up here when they did it, and they were super proud. And they were waving the flag for everyone in the crowd to see. It was fun to watch. As Miles was saying, when you're watching from home, don't forget, you have the option to subscribe to the KOH premium feed. That gets you access to all the cameras, and today is the day to do it because there's going to be some awesome action out on course. If this race unfolds anything like the UTV race unfolded yesterday, Miles, it's going to be a good show.
Oh, it's going to be wild. And to add to that, we have 4 helicopters, 6 long-range cameras, and 12 drones, plus how many on-cars. So you can literally build your own show. You can pick your favorite driver, like one right there, Brian Tripp, Cameron Steele, Kent Fultz. We got a stacked field. It's going to be an amazing day of racing. But yesterday, we proved the course was tough. So I suspect we're going to see only about, I'm going to say 35% finishers.
I think you're estimating high there, Miles.
All right.
This is going to be a long day for these guys. We have to remember what I think we're going to see exactly what happened yesterday happened today. When they get into Jackhammer, we're going to see just a trail parking lot.
We're going to have to start.
The problem is for these guys, the 4,400 guys, they have an alternate line up the middle. They can. I've seen it done. It's aggressive. It's crazy. It can happen. But if we get guys on the left and on the right of that trail, it's just we're going to see a parking lot all over again.
Do you think the BLM is going to get out there and start writing parking tickets?
They should. They absolutely should. Speaking of the BLM, let's just remind everybody when we're out here in Johnson Valley, this is public land. This is your land. Make sure you take care of it as well as, I'd say, I was gonna say as well as your house, but I don't pick up garbage at my house. I'm a mess. As well as your significant other takes care of your house at home. So go ahead. If you see garbage, pick it up. If you see someone throwing garbage, make them pick it up. Make sure that we leave this place as good as we found it, if not better.
And respect each other. We're all here to have fun, so let's keep this thing going.
I was going to say that, Miles. 2 rules. Rule number 2, when in doubt, refer to rule number 1.
I like it.
Okay, it's about to go down here. This is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators, King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. And today is all about the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Now, we normally only do this for the big cars, Jim, but let's talk a little bit about who. I know we're going to say who we're going to watch. Oh, we're going to keep our eye on Randy Slauson. I know. Who else? Who do you have a dark horse out there, Jim? Do you have somebody that you're like, man, I think this person's going to put on a show today like I didn't expect them to?
Well, there's always so many people, but I love this cast. I personally think Ryan Webb, he's been really pushing really hard. I know he's on the front row of the grid. He's not really a dark horse, but this man is really starting to shine.
And he's got a new car this year.
Exactly. He said the pace of this vehicle is absolutely unbelievable. Now, once he gets out in that desert, I think we're going to see him perhaps making a move on Randy. Let's see what happens there. But I know he was also saying that if he doesn't and he gets into the rocks, he's just going to pick his lines and follow him and get him on adjusted time.
I think somebody else that's probably due for if not a podium on one of the blocks is Dustin Sexton.
Yeah, he's been racing with us for a very long
2009, I think, or it's a lot. He's one of the early ones.
It's in the notes. We'll get to
I
him
haven't
later.
got there yet. But yeah, we were talking to him the other day when he came up on stage for the Yukon Gear and Axle 20th anniversary party.
Which was awesome.
It was great. Yeah, Dustin is a good friend of mine. We go four-wheeling all the time during the year. He's an OG Bronco guy. He's an early Bronco fan, builds a lot of early Broncos. But he's somebody who's always been out here racing, always just sort of nipping at the heels of everybody. And he's got a great starting spot today as I'm looking down my list right now. I'm seeing him going to leave the line fairly early, which is actually really good for them.
Well, actually, we're talking about dark horses. And again, this one isn't really a dark horse, but this is a car that we all need to be watching. We saw Chris Hicks qualify earlier this week in 69th position. Now, Chris Hicks is driving a Miller chassis. Now, what's the best thing if you've got a Miller chassis to have?
Eric Miller in the driver's seat.
Exactly. So Chris Hicks has jumped out the driving seat. He's put Eric Miller, the mastermind behind the Miller chassis himself, and he's going to be running from 69th position. That's a car to watch.
I was going to say Mike Kim because then he got really good shots.
Yeah, there you go. But also, speaking about dark horses, Michael Ariesman's actually going to be co-driving for Eric Miller. So I think that's going to be a great team up.
I'm going to say this because I've been in this race before. I went from 85th to 20th in the first lap. I think we're going to see Eric Miller arriving in the rocks in the top 10.
Was that the year you ran out of gas?
It is. Yes.
Yeah, I was hoping he'd bring that up. Yes. I was going to say you probably would have finished better if you didn't run out of gas, right?
Well,
Jim?
that's actually, do you know what? It's amazing. The internal combustion engine, it still needs gas.
Or is it petrol? Is it petrol?
Ain't got no gas.
It is petrol.
It needs petrol, yes.
For all the people in the rest of the world.
And there's another one, Jeff Martin. Keep an eye on him.
And then you said it earlier, we almost had a queen of the hammers last year. We got a good mix of female drivers in these classes, 4,800, 4,500. How awesome would it be to finally be able to have a queen of the hammers, Miles?
That would be pretty wild. There's Brian Trimp as well. So a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah,
Jim?
Let's talk about the young guns out there. So we've got Brent Harrell and, of course, Woody Rose. These guys really shine hard. Now, it was interesting to me. We were expecting them to come out the blocks and really lay down hard in qualifying. And let me say, they weren't what I expected. Now, I'm wondering if that is all about a tactical game and they just want to be back down that order a little bit.
Strategy a little, yeah. And back to Brent Harrell, that's probably the most advanced car that's going to be out on the course today. Brent Harrell has a Horschel-built machine.
I think you'll find that Dan Wyrick is going to sit there and say, hold on a minute there, Miles.
Different classes. I can back that on
yeah.
that. 4,800 for Brent Harrell, 4,500 for Dan Wyrick in that UFO.
Yeah, well, let's just talk a little bit about the 4,500 class. So in ninth position is Shad Kennedy in the 4,500, and he's our lead car in that class. So fantastic showing. And let's be honest, there's always bragging rights between 4,800 and 4,500 who can get to the line first.
Dan Fresh has done it in the past for sure.
And I believe Jesse Combs has as well and Brandon Curry, and of course, John Curry.
Yeah, the Currys ran away with it for a while.
Yeah, they did, yes.
And we'll see Casey Curry tomorrow. He'll have Orrin Anderson riding with him.
Sounds like a Friday night out in Birmingham, all these Currys.
That's
a UK joke.
Okay.
UK joke.
Yeah, that's a UK joke.
I know what he's talking about, but it's not funny. All right, so here we are up on stage once again. This is the 20th anniversary. This year is the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima. We've been out here for 20 years, Miles. It's been a long time in the dirt.
I've only been here for 18 of them, but it just keeps getting bigger and better every single year.
Okay, so here we are at the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. But before we get going on this race, we've got a few things that we need to do.
So we're going to throw it down for our invocation with Chappie Steve to keep everybody safe on and off the course. So what do you have for us, buddy?
All right, before we light these fires and kick these tires, let's pray. Father, we are just so blessed we get to come out here to Johnson Valley and just be friends and family and just an excuse to enjoy your creation, enjoy each other's company, and just get deep with Mother Nature, your nature. And we just ask that you just be upon each and every one of us, whether it's a spectator, a photographer, the rescue guys, or the racers themselves out there in the desert, that you would bless each and every one of them and you keep them safe. And we also just pray for the men and women that keep our country safe, that make it the greatest country in the world. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Okay, thank you very much there, Steve. But there's one more thing we need to do, and I can't introduce this. Miles, go.
I got you there, buddy. Now it's time for the greatest song in the world, for the greatest country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and remove cap. Here is the United States of America's national anthem. Thank you to Cat Cheeks.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much to Cat Cheek there. And it's nearly go time here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Look at all these incredible vehicles, nearly 120 runners and riders today in 3 different classes, 66 in the 4800 Legends class, 20 in the modified class, and 32 in the stock class. What a lineup, gentlemen.
I can't wait. And again, if that doesn't give you chills, man, I absolutely love it. What a great way to start out the day for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
I've got to say, as an Englishman sitting here in America, it makes me incredibly happy to see that. Your national pride is a wonderful thing. Always keep it.
That's right. So here we are ready. We're, as Miles was saying, we are racing in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have, as Jim has broken down, our different classes, different racers. So all day today, we're going to be bringing you different positions while they're on course. I certainly would assume that our leaders should get a good stretch right out of the gate, and the majority of the first cars off the line are our 4800 Legends class cars until we get to Shad Kennedy in that 4500 modified class car. So we're bringing you updates all day long live from the lake bed here in Johnson Valley. We have all of our cars out, as you can see, lined up, ready to tackle this course. Let's talk a little bit about this course that these guys are going to be headed out to. Exact same course as yesterday, right, Miles?
Exact same course. It's going to be wild. So quite a bit of desert, and then they get in the rocks, and then lap 2, rocks, and then desert. So it's going to be very interesting. Again, I love it. Absolutely love it.
And I think we saw it play out yesterday. You know, we talked about it a little bit as we got ready into this months ago, or I guess it'd be about a month ago when Dave unveiled the course down at the ranch, and we saw that it was going to have that long desert loop. I think that came into play yesterday.
Oh, for sure.
We saw Brock was able to fix that UTV, and I think he was able to reel in at least some time, maybe not some positions, but definitely time in that desert. So if you have a fast desert car out there and you come out of the rocks, you are still in good shape as long as the car is in good shape.
Yeah, well, only one way to find out. And then don't forget, we still have the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, and first off the line is going to be Brexton Glines. And speaking about Everyman Challenge, Kendall, I know you're tuned in back at home fighting cancer, so our thoughts and prayers are with you, as well as Cody Addington, who is my original Everyman Challenge. He started in the black Toyota.
And we're doing a fundraiser for them, right?
Yep, that's tonight at 5 p.m. at the Nitto trailer.
Well, and then everyone should still be here because I don't expect all the cars to be back by 5.
Exactly.
So everyone should be. So 5 p.m. tonight at the Nitto trailer, auctioning off. What are they doing, Miles? Just stuff, right?
Yeah, they got swag. They've got products from the sponsors, body panels from some of the racers come over there, and it's just going to be a fun little auction to raise money. And then also Anthony St. Clair, Cody's dad, is fighting the same battle as well. So again, don't want to dwell on it, but you're definitely in our thoughts and prayers.
Sad to hear, but we're glad that you're still on this side of the plane with us. So we'll be hoping for you and hoping for the best. And as Mal said tonight, 5 o'clock at the Nitto Tires booth. Where is that in Hammertown?
Just over there, behind Le Bouffador. You know where that's at.
I know where that Bouffador taco truck is. I could find that and with my eyes closed. All right, so over behind the Bouffador taco truck tomorrow night at auction. It's going to be a great time. But we're watching our drivers line up right now. So let's see. Off the line first, Randy Slauson and Ryan Webb.
It's going to be a drag race. Ryan Webb in that brand new Liberty Mountain Fab versus Randy Slauson, a 3-time King of the Hammers champion in that brand new bomber. So fairly new cars both up front. Well, Randy's is brand new. Ryan Webb has about 3 races under his belt in that one.
But being a Liberty Mountain Fab car, once again, we'll have nice shocks.
Oh, yeah.
Very well-tuned shocks.
Phil Licciardi.
We always talk about Randy Slauson, those bomber cars being built specifically for this race years ago. It's good to see them obviously still competitive. There really hasn't been. I think that's the next generation, which is a little bit longer wheelbase, tires flattened out a little bit in the back. So I think that's the next generation bomber. Obviously very, very competitive. And then later on down the line, we're going to see another bomber driven by Randy's wife, Amber.
Yeah, and speaking about bombing through the desert, we'll see those King shocks put to work. I promise you that.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute great day. They've got a big, long desert loop to start, and then they'll be back through Hammertown, and they'll be headed out into the rocks. So we are on pace to have a good 8 a.m. start. I think we're going to have our first few cars off the line.
And the green flag goes right here. Off the line first is the number 4848 of Randy Slauson and Chris Ray out of Gardnerville, Nevada with Bomber Fabrication.
Right behind him is the 717 of Ryan Webb with Chris Branton. with Kryptonite Racing out of Beaujour City, Louisiana.
Yeah, of course, Christopher Branton is sitting next to him. Will be racing in the 4400 Race of Kings tomorrow. So this is a great chance for him to see the course as they first two cars power out into the desert right now.
And it is Randy Slauson with the early lead. Off the line next is Derek Summers and Jason out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing in that Jimmy's chassis.
And right behind him is Mr. Austin Thompson. We've been talking about him before in that UFO FAB OG vehicle out of Nevada City, California, Bam Bam Racing.
Indeed. So Austin Thompson, of course, the son of Brendan Thompson, who we will see racing tomorrow in 4400, and also the nephew of the genius that is, of course, Joe Thompson, that makes all those incredible UFO cars. And just look at this as Austin flies out into the desert.
And off the line next is Kent Foltz and Kevin Wilson, number 381 out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express.
Right beside him is Dylan Summers and Guy Miller. Summers Racing out of Santa Cruz, California.
Ken Foltz, of course, been racing with us for many years. And it's good to see him back on track. And Dylan Summers, of course, we're going to see his Derek Summers leading off the line very soon.
Off the line next is Mitch Hoover and Nico, number 1997 out of Hemet, California with Send It Racing and that Trick Toy Fab straight axle machine.
And beside them, Cameron Steele and Brian Wood out of San Clemente, California, number 16, the Desert Assassins.
Cameron Steele, of course, is trying to race in every single race this weekend. He's a consummate professional. He was in the desert race. He was in the UTV race. He's here again in the EMC. And guess what? He's racing again tomorrow. Great to see Cameron out here. And he's already laying it down in that Trent Fab car.
And off the line next should be Shad Kennedy, our first 4,500 competitor with Jeff riding shotgun, number 29 out of Prescott, Arizona with Uncharted Off-Road.
And right beside him is Brian Trempe, 896, another 4,800 Legends class car.
Shad Kennedy leading out the 4,500 class vehicles, and he'll be very proud to do so. Bragging rights on the line here as he battles with these 4,800 cars, but he's got to stay aware. He's actually racing for the championship in 4,500 and not get tangled up with those 48s.
Off the line here is Brent the Iceman Harrell with Waylon Campbell riding shotgun, number 56 out of Almsville, Oregon with Team Change Order and that Horschel Fab built machine.
Beside him in the 1470 is Jeff Martin and Brant Irwin out of Martinsville, Indiana, Martin Racing, number 1470.
Brent Harrell, of course, driving in one of the Horschel-built vehicles, and this car is absolutely incredible. What can he do? He didn't qualify as high as we were expecting, but I'm expecting amazing things out on track. And Jeff Martin, of course, in that famous Miller chassis. And watch out for Eric Miller later in this race.
Off the line, I just heard him take off, is Woody Rose and JP riding shotgun, number 22 out of Sparks, Nevada with Trent Fabrication and that Trent Fab top shelf chassis.
And right beside him is Jacob Pacheco. Jacob Pacheco riding with Mike Murphy out of San Martin, California with BP Racing, number 4812.
Woody Rose, of course, the son of the man who builds all these incredible Trent Fab cars. What can he do on this track? He's been on the podium before. Is this his time to shine? Can he put it on the podium again?
And winning the 4,500 class last year is Dan Wyrick and Jason Sears out of Gardnerville, Nevada, number 218 with DW Racing with that UFO Toyota Tacoma, trying to get some of that contingency money.
Right beside him is Greg Neff and Eric Risco out of Denver, Colorado. Neff Motorsports, number 73.
Now check this bet out, ladies and gentlemen. Wheel to wheel, Greg Neff and, of course, Dan Warwick as we cut back into the desert right now. But Dan Warwick, that car is now 2 years old. The bugs are gone. What can he do on this track?
And taking off, there's the number 44 of Caleb Bocci and Gordon Martin out of Orangevale, California with Havoc Racing.
And right beside him is Tony Howard in the 4805. Tony Howard riding with Michael Vanesteroto. I hope I got that right. Bad Prep Racing.
Oh, look at that. We've got contact in the infield. These guys have got to be careful. It's still a long, long race, but you can't help yourself. As you leave this short course, you want to get into that guy next year.
And there goes Justin Barth and Paul Geisenhagen, number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing and that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And beside him is Christian Bassi, number 489 out of Hurricane, Utah with Brandon Purdue in the other seat, Boss E Racing.
Yeah, both those cars pushing hard as they make their way out, but check this out. It's a beautiful day here for racing, but apart from one thing, there is not a breath of wind. So all of these cars are going to be walking into a wall of dust, apart from our current race leader, Randy Slauson.
There goes the 4840 of Ryan Peretti and Doug Check out of Phoenix, Arizona with Viking Hauling Race Team and that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
Beside them, 4832, George Pronesti and that 4800 Legends class car.
Yeah, they're making their way out onto the short course, and they'll be going over the Yukon launch and off into the desert towards Baldwin's Leap.
And taking off now, the number 1717 of Johnny Valadez and Ranger Steinberger with PCI out of Algoduce, California with Telemetry Motorsports and that bomber car.
Beside them is Chad Jesse Maverick Keith Clappin out of New River, Arizona, Slang and Audio Motorsports.
See him working the wheel there. I love these in-car images. Just check this out. We're going to be seeing lots more of this, particularly in the rock trails. As he works that car hard, working his way through the Monster Energy short course.
And off the line here is the 4824 of Scott Farley and Kevin riding shotgun out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing and that Tribe 16 machine.
Right beside him is the 1504 of Josh Sowell with Martin Castro in the passenger seat out of Ensenada, California, SoCal X Motorsports.
Yeah, and that Scott Farley car is packing over 700 horsepower. Be interesting to see what he can do. But off the line now
is Eric Weichel, but it's actually Joe Gatlin driving for him with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun number 406 out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing and that Jimmy's 4x4 car.
Beside them, Joe Craig and John Moore, Cypress, Texas, Cypress Off-Road Racing number 117.
And we've got cars exiting our Monster Energy short course now as more runners and riders. We're not even halfway through this starting lineup.
And there goes Brandon Goodwin with his son Sean riding shotgun number 5169 out of Belfair, Washington with Goodwood Race Team and that Goodwin chassis.
Beside him in the Let's Roll Off-Road Racing rig out of Mesa, Arizona is Jose Grijalva and Marizo Turbo Mo Pena.
Let's Roll Off-Road have been racing out here for what feels like absolutely forever. And we will be seeing Andrew McLaughlin racing in 4400 tomorrow as we cut back to in-car.
Next off the line is Daniel Guttenberg and Joel Swanson, number 4850 out of Orangevale, California with Guttenberg Racing.
Beside them is Amber Slauson and Tom Liu, number 70 at Gardnerville, Nevada, Two Stone Racing. Amber used to race in the Little Samurai. Now she stepped up into that Bomber Fab car.
And almost won this race
almost won this race last year, absolutely.
Yeah, so Amber Slauson, can she become queen of the desert? We saw Jesse Coombs do it a few years ago, 2014, 2015 as well, I believe. Could Amber this be this year for Amber?
Off the line next, the 4874 of Gavin Ravioli Andrioni and Hayden Sparks riding shotgun out of Martinez, California with TWC Racing and that Bomber chassis.
And beside them is Taryn Hallowich in that 4584 in the 4500 modified class.
And there was the car of Eric Weichel there making his way out towards the desert. And look at that dust already hanging.
Off the line right now is Dustin Eisenhower and Dave Scott, number 4472 out of Northton, Colorado with Eisenhower Motorsports and that Jimmy's 4x4.
Beside them, Scott Foley and Leo Simeone out of Norco, California, West Coast Racing, number 75.
So only one car going off the line there, just trying to work out. I think that might be Dustin. Just trying to see.
Yes, well, maybe it's Dustin.
Now, I know,
No,
wasn't
that
it
is
Scott
not
Foley
Dustin.
who had that big crash in qualifying where he hit the rock?
Could have been. So we may have not let Dustin off.
Okay,
That's Dustin Sexton right there.
And that's the number 17 of Jesse Oliver and Randy Cole out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing, that Miller Motorsports chassis.
And beside him is Dustin Sexton out of Sexton Off-Road out of Camas, Utah. He's got Mark DeLorenzo in the passenger seat, Trent Fab chassis with a Ford 351 Windsor screaming underneath the hood.
And they make their way out across into the short course, but still there are more runners and riders.
And that's the third place in the 4,500 class last year, Sean Rance and Chuck Richardson out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mudnut Racing and that 1976 Ford Bronco.
Beside him is Ben Ertel in that 4,500 class. Now, it says that he has got a different co-dog. His co-dog is actually Rob Young, Off-Road Addiction Motorsports out of Oklahoma City.
So both of these 4,400 class cars making their way across the Yukon launch.
And that is the number 1950 of Todd Miller and Ken Goodall out of New River, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that old Stearns chassis.
And beside them should be Megan Miller and Derek Miller out of Shingle Springs, California, MDM Motorsports.
Oh, no. That looks like Megan Miller's having some problems there. I was chatting to her last night. She was so confident. Come on, get that car running again. Here we go.
We're not sure what happened there, but hopefully she can get it back in action.
Just need to be cleaned out. It's got to clean it out. It's got to
like
rev it up. All right, back to the
There's the number 353 of Peter Doolin and Jeff Perkins out of Dublin, Ireland with Hibernin Racing and that Gin Wright Jimmy's 4x4, and he is racing for cystic fibrosis.
Beside him is Luke Campman in the 4854 and that 4800 Legends class car.
And we're back out into the desert now. Just look at that. That dust is hanging. And this is part of the racing game. This is what you have to deal with.
Off the line here should be the 628 of Corey Allison and Brian Kaplan out of Carson City, Nevada with Don't Be Like Corey Racing in that bomber car.
And beside them, out of Paso Robles, California, should be Steve Crawford and Jimmy Haragi in the 4532 SC Firestorm Racing.
Both these cars looking fantastic as they make their way around turn 19 and over the Yukon launch.
Taking off here is Mark Duval and Matt Guthrie, number 4810 out of Smith, Nevada with Duval Racing and that Trent Fab top shelf machine.
Beside them, Jeff Haudamaki and Joey Weber out of Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada, number 951, Team Angst Racing.
Is that one of your old neighbors?
It's close. It's like being a neighbor to someone in California when you live in Massachusetts, but it's close. Yes, yes.
Hey, don't let a good story get in the way of the truth.
Off the line here is number 1494 of Ryan Hawkins and Patrick McCarthy out of Peoria, Arizona with Hawkins Racing and that Trent Fab machine.
Beside them is the 4533 of Jesse Balter in that 4500 modified class car.
So Jesse Bolter, of course, been racing with us quite a few years. That's a real piece of ironwork there. Big car to be throwing around these trails, but we love seeing him here.
But I hear some horsepower. That must be the 4500 of Diesel Krentz and Eric Spindler out of Lincolnton, North Carolina with Team Stack Racing.
And right beside him is Sheldon Haynes and Jason Pertland out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, Canada, Team True North Racing with their Timmies secured and their ketchup chips in tow, Miles.
Perfect.
Right, I'm just looking on our tracker right now, and if you want to follow that, you can go to racingtracks.com, and our current race leader is still Randy Slawson, and just behind him is Ryan Webb.
Off the line there is the 4558 of Billy McAllister out of Bray, California with No Pit Lizard Racing, that Jeep YJ.
And right beside him is Chris Brown of the 4858 in that 4800 Legends class car.
Both making their way around turn 19. They'll be going up and over the Yukon launch.
Taking off here is Ryan Bell, number 4899 with Jonathan riding shotgun out of Weatherford, Texas with Throttled Out Racing, that Jimmy's 4x4.
And beside them is Austin Pyatt and Tyler Pyatt. That's their brother. Box Elder, South Dakota, 8008 PT Racing in that 98 Jeep TJ.
And taking off the line now is the 1728 of Kevin Bates and Mark out of Gig Harbor, Washington in that TMR machine.
Right beside them is Josh Hacker and Tom Biddle out of Austin, Texas in the 1313 SNS Racing with another TMR chassis.
And so still they keep going off the line. I'm watching my tracker right now. I can see that we've got a real battle going on between Randy Slawson and Ryan Webb out in front. We have got a car stopped on course already, though. It's the 4812 of Jacob Petaccio.
And there's the 4877 of Rob Graham and Jeremy Husky out of Austin, Texas with Graham Racing in that Jimmy's Podium chassis.
All right, and we also have Brody Zink, number 555 in the 4800 Legends class car out of Gardnerville, Nevada.
And don't forget, race mile 5 yesterday got interesting early. So taking off the line here should be the 1018 of Anthony Ice Cream Taylor and James riding shotgun out of Lake Bay, Washington with Redhead Racing in that old Jeep TJ.
And right beside him should be Bobby Humanchuk, Bobby in that 4500 modified class car. Richmond Heights, Ohio, Nocturnal Motorsports, Bob Humanchuk and Kyle Dersch beside them.
Taking off the line next is the number 96, stepping from the stock class up to the Legends class is Sean and Brian McNamara out of Ridgecrest, California with McNamara Motorsports in that trim fab car, and the crowd loves it.
And the person that we have seen racing out here for years, Mr. Michael Henn, all the way from Israel, M&H Racing, number 770 in that Jeep YJ and that 4500 class.
Yeah, we keep saying it. This kind of racing is all about being internationals, having people coming here from across the world. So it's great to see Michael Henn from Israel racing with us one more time.
Off the line next should be the 4802 of Ross Glaive out of Redding, California with Nexon Tires and that Liberty Mountain Fab car.
And speaking of Liberty Mountain Fab, I believe that is Ryan Webb we can see there on our screens as we cut back to the infield.
And beside him should be the 4829 of Justin Dulac. Justin Dulac in that 4800 class, number 4829 out of Springfield, Oregon with Caleb Dubell in the passenger seat.
As they make their way over the Yukon launch and more runners and riders off the line.
That is the 4701 of Nathan Churchill and Stuart Hanna out of Martinez, California with TWC Racing and that Jimmy's FJ Cruiser.
Beside them is the number 187 of Ken Hale. Ken Hale out of Woodlands, Texas with Jordan Cole in the passenger seat, Team 187 Racing and a TMR Customs solid axle chassis.
And off the line here is supposed to be Chris Hicks, but Eric Miller's behind the wheel with Michael Arisman riding shotgun, the number 4880 out of Garysville, California with Adrac Racing, that Miller Pro chassis.
And beside him is Josh Alger out of Medford, Oregon with Dennis Hickey in the co-driver's seat. C2C Racing BD Fab chassis with an LS 6.2 liter engine.
And Josh can only watch as a king himself, Eric Miller, just checks out and works his way into the desert in that Miller chassis.
Off the line next is Josh Connor and David Fiola, number 533 out of Auburn, Washington with Josh Connor Motorsports and that JC Motorsports chassis.
And that's Dan Warwick. We can see him pitching now in that Toyota Tacoma, putting it to work. Look at this, having to drive into the sun and fighting dust.
And right beside him would be none other than Holly Fowler, Miss Mischief Maker, JKU with Justin Joseph in the passenger seat, Seat Time Syndicate Racing. Jim, you should be cheering for her. She's Scotland, so I know there's issues there, but we're originally from Scotland, but currently based out of Hurricane, Utah.
It's called a United Kingdom for a reason, but hey, I'm with you.
Sometimes I don't feel that united when I'm over there, Jim.
And next off the line should be Robert Shepard and Jesse out of Colorado Springs, number 4822 with RLS Racing and that Toyota, again, racing for that contingency money.
And then beside them is Kyle McIver, number 4546.
Kyle McIver, of course, also in that 4500 class.
MCI Racing out of Loveland, Colorado with Patrick Kirby as the navigator.
Making their way around, coming on to turn 19 as they make their way out the Monster Energy short course and round onto the Yukon launch.
Off the line next is King of the Hammers rookie Michael NG and Carlos riding shotgun, number 4567 out of Miami, Florida with NG Racing.
And beside them should be the 4811 of Trent Roberts and Delaney Nolan out of Clarksburg, California with TWC Racing and that goat-built Ibex chassis.
That's actually the 4818 of Brian Moore going out there.
Maybe getting a little bit of
out of order there. That certainly wasn't Michael NG, that's for sure.
Oh, that looks like Randall Holmes as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. So a little bit out of order here, but no worries, we will sort this out.
I think we jumped down. That would be 4818 of Brian Moore and 4820 of Randall Holmes, maybe. All right, we're out of order here. We got to get back into what we're doing. Let's figure out who we are.
So that's a bomber chassis going out there now. Just trying to get a number on there for you.
John Carneville, number 1422.
It looks like we might have a few non-starters here, as there are a few holes appearing in the back end of our grid for the 4800s and 4500s, and we'll be very soon getting into our Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class.
Yeah, apologies for the mistake up here. We obviously just, yes, we are. That is all of our
So we missed
4800.
a few of them.
We missed a few starters. We were just reading through our list as we went, but obviously, as Jim was saying, we missed a few of our competitors did not make it to the starting line this morning, and that's unfortunate. But right now, we have all of our 4800 and all of our 4500 modified class cars out on the course.
We do. Now, let's not forget that if these guys arrive late to the start line, they can line up at the back of the grid and still take a start. So there is hope for those
'cause
vehicles.
Their time started when their time was supposed to be. So you
Exactly.
can start here in 15 minutes. You just have an extra 15 minutes on your side.
Yes, you'll be given your original starting time when you left the line. But right now, I believe that is our physical race leader. It should be as Randy Slauson out leading our race right now as he heads out on this long first lap desert loop.
Yeah, he's making his way towards Aftershock. In fact, he's just about to drop into it. So let's see what he can do there. We saw so much action there yesterday morning as we watch the first of our Curry Enterprises stock class cars. And look at this. It's Alex Fleming lining up next door to Brad Lovell.
And RPT, Tiffany Stone's out there. Randy just drove through remote pit, did not stop.
Well, that's what we would have expected. His strategy will be to blow through. I'll be expecting him to come back in at the end of lap one, but let's see what he does. Brad Lovell, of course, he has won absolutely everything.
Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer as well.
How cool was it to see Adam?
I loved it.
That's good.
I mean,
so
'cause
awesome.
The Bronco that'll be racing tomorrow that Brad raced back in 2008 is racing again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome to see Adam racing with his dad.
And look at that dust starting to hang. It's going to be a long day for these guys and gals. This is the Hammers. Well, it's the toughest one-day off-road race in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And just where did those 20 years go, Miles? They just seem to have gone in the blink of an eye.
My knees know that it's been 20 years.
Yeah, no doubt. I was walking around catching up with my buddies last night, and a lot of walking, and yeah, my knees are a little tired this morning.
Indeed, and there's our current race leader, Randy Slauson, making his way down through Aftershock. Now, I'll tell you another driver that's not on the starting list this year, and that's Justin Hall. We hope to see him back racing with us next year, as off the line now is none other than Brad Lovell alongside Alex Fleming.
Brad Lovell and his son Adam Lovell, who won the 4600 class last year out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with Lovell Racing in that Ford Racing Bronco.
And beside him is Alex Fleming. Alex Fleming racing out here for years out in that Toyota-based vehicle with that IFS solid axle. It's going to be awesome to see him out there. And then next off the line, I can hear that they have left.
That's the 4613 of Bailey Cole and Jeremy Kimpton, who got second last year in class out of Temecula, California, with Bailey Cole Racing in that Ford Bronco called Tigger.
And could you make this any more difficult? Right beside Bailey Cole is Bailey Campbell. And another one of the Ford
at least if you get them confused today, nobody's going to notice.
We'll just say Bailey, yes. Bailey, unfortunately, had a huge issue with that car. They literally just got it running
Bailey
again.
Cole.
Sorry, Bailey Cole. That's a Bailey. Anyway, Bailey had a huge problem with the car. But now we have Lauren Healy and John Williams off the line in another set of our stock class Broncos.
So John Williams and Nate Williams out of Logan, Utah, with Crossfire Off-Road.
So Lauren Healy, of course, a two-time king here at King of the Hammers. What can he do in the stock class? Can he lay this down? Now he'll be using this as pre-running for the Race of Kings tomorrow. Smart move there from Lauren Healy as he makes his way into the desert.
And I can hear it's 4695 of Jesse Bennett out of Reno, Nevada, with JBM Racing, with Eric riding shotgun in that old Cherokee.
And next to him is Sergio Penilios, of course, straight out of Warren Factory Racing. This is a man with so much experience. He's raced Dakar in the vintage classes. Oh, getting a little bit Western there, as Ian would say. And Sergio will be looking to split those Broncos up and slot that Jeep onto the podium if he can.
And there's the 431 of John Rance and Drew Anderson out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mudnut Racing in that Ford Bronco.
And beside them is Albert Contreras and Tristan Contreras in that 4605 out of Compton, California, Jeep Thrills Off-Road Racing.
Yeah, Albert has been racing with us for so many years. Always a smile, no matter what happens. He battles to the end.
He drove back to Compton just a couple days ago after qualifying and replaced his engine. And off the line next is Mark Buzz Bachman and Elena out of Canada with K5 Racing.
And beside them, Brexton Glines, and with co-driver just Chris in the 4691 American Fork, Utah, Glines Motorsports.
Yeah, and they're racing today for Kendall Glines, who will be watching, who's fighting the Big C right now. Kendall, we wish you well, and we hope to see you back here next year.
And making their King of the Hammers debut is Jack Farrow and Bobby McGrath out of Chattanooga, Tennessee with White Horse Racing in that 1975 Visionary Motorsports Spec 5 Bronco. Absolutely beautiful build.
And beside them in the 4663 out of Paradise, California, Mean Street Racing with Chris Meneely and Eric Jensen.
There's Todd Miller on screen, cruising through the desert. Oh, and there's Ryan Webb already stopped on course. Looks like they're out of the car. So off the line next is Roger King and Jaron Brown, number 624 out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby, who's been racing the EMC since 2012.
And beside them should be the 4676 of Chris Herrick and Patrick Hoskins out of Oroville, California, Herrick Racing.
Yeah, we're getting some real movers and shakers at the top end of this race. I can tell you that Cameron Steele is on an absolute charge and right up with our race leaders.
So taking off the line next should be the 4674 of Mark Hill and Joe out of Yucca Valley, California with Hill Built Racing in that old Jeep.
Beside him, Corey Day and Jonathan Terhune out of Uniondale, Indiana in the number 326 Day Racing.
Part of Team Indiana.
And if you go to racingtracks.com, you'll be able to pick up the tracker for this race. It's the Everyman Challenge. Lock into that and you'll be able to find out all the action and see where your favorite cars are on course.
And there's the 4608 of Danielle Matthews.
That's Danny Matthews, Miles, and this is the Yukon
Oh,
Everyman.
that's
This
the
is the
rookie.
rookie. This is the
Love it.
Ultimate Rookie Challenge winners from the Yukon Gear and Axle competition. So Danny Matthews out there right now for lap 1, and then Wendy Nichols going to step in for the rock lap. So these are two people who have watched King of the Hammers for years, and Yukon Gear and Axle said, hey, we're going to give someone a chance to race this race, supply you with a car, a team, prep, everything. All you got to do is show up and race this thing.
Neil Hollingsworth
He raced that car last year.
Yeah.
And then he said,
With
I'm done
Team
racing
Yukon.
it. He said, I've done it. Check mark, I'm done. All right, off the line right now is Oscar Medina, 4612, and Ruby Kunch.
So Ruby out of St. George, Utah with Send It Nation, that old Jeep TJ with Bryce riding shotgun.
So off the line now, we've got Bo Nealon and Jim Nursel.
Bo
making their
Nealon
way.
out of Bahia, Mississippi with 2HF Racing and that Toyota. Again, Toyota contingency money's on the line.
All right, I'm getting some updates from Remote Pit Tiff, as we like to call her when she's out there. So it looks like Randy Slauson has driven through Remote Pit, but it looks like Dan Wyrick had to stop with a flat tire.
Well, at least it's better in the pits than out in the middle of the field. So there's the 4611 of Jacob Hunsinger and Jake Russo out of San Marcos, California with Bent Motorsports. We're definitely missing a few cars off the line.
Yeah, we're trying to shake out our list here, so we'll see. Trying to see who that is that the next gen Samurai there, 4584,
4564 it looked like. Yep.
So that might have been one of our ones that should have taken off earlier, Miles.
So that is TJ McLeod out of Elk, Washington with 2-1 Racing in that 1985 Toyota 4Runner in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. That may be the last car off the line.
Oh, I'm seeing another one, Miles.
Oh.
That might be our last stock class car. That was definitely a good old Toyota, but I didn't get a number off of it.
That could be Beijing Zhang. If that it is, that's one of our, that is a Chinese entry, which will be absolutely.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. That's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Oh, it's just pinged again. I was just about to say, it looks like Brian Tremper's actually overtaken Randy Slawson, but it was just a tracker ping. Now, if you go to your trackers and you hover over the car that you're looking at, you'll be able to see when it pinged. So there's a time attached to that. If you then look at another car, you can get an idea as to where these trackers are pinging against each other.
That was Diesel Krentz in the middle of your screen in that 4500 machine. As they're in the Spooners area. So let's, Ian, where can we see the live timing?
So you can head over to
home?
Ultra4 Racing Live Motorsports.com or ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and then you can sort it from the tab at the top. Now these will it'll automatically sort for you, basically adjusted time. So it'll tell you, like right now to look at it, Randy Slawson is in first, Cameron Steele is at adjusted time second, Ryan Webb is in third. It will not tell you where they are physically on course. And then if you look through the screen to your right, those are all the timing loops that are out in the desert. And so you can see where it's pinging, but lots of action in this section. This is exactly what we were talking about before. It looks like we have the 4840 moving through there right now and the 417. You can see they took that long way around through that pinch rock because they're still stuck on that rock. I'm surprised they haven't been able to get off that yet, Miles.
And on your timing sheet, it also will tell you what class they're in overall and what class they are in the race. Because remember, we do have 3 different races going on all at the same time. We have the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, as we watch Justin Barth make his way around that stopped vehicle on course out in that rock trail, basically the very first sort of official rock trail that they hit, even though they're going down it here on the race course. That's just part of that big desert loop first lap. Oh, and here's some awesome in-car footage, as we've been saying all week long. Make sure that you subscribe to this KOH premium feed because this is going to give you access to all of these in-car cameras, and you're going to be able to see some amazing racing all day long.
And then, Jim, where will we find the tracking at, and where are our leaders at?
Okay, so on the tracking, we're going to be going to racingtracks.com, which is racing and then tracks, T-R-A-X. If we pop onto there, then you'll be able to pick up the Everyman Challenge trackers, pop onto that, open it up, open up the correct tabs for your races, and away you go. And looking at it right now, I can see that Randy Slauson is moving out into our desert, and he's beyond the Emerson Ridge. And second car on track right now is none other than Desert Assassin himself, Cameron Steele.
So what race mile does that put him at?
That's a very good question.
How long until you expect him to get in here?
At the moment, I'm guessing that they're coming up and around sort of about, I'm going to come back to you with the race mile question in a moment. Just looking at what they're going to do coming back in here. This is about a loop of around about an hour. So I'm guessing we're going to be seeing them sort of just around that sort of 9 o'clock, just after 9 o'clock.
I'll hang out for another about 10 or 15 minutes before I hop in the pits and get sorted and get ready to hopefully have a quick chat with Randy Slauson. I assume he'll stop here on main pit. And look at that. I mean, that is a postcard if you've ever seen one. Look how beautiful Johnson Valley is for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers.
Shut the door on him a little
Optima
early there.
batteries.
I think he got a ping that he needed a push to pass, and he thought he was only letting one by. He didn't know he was letting two. But obviously, we got lots of action out there in this two-track section.
Now, what we need to look out for is a green car with some black on it, and that's going to be Eric Miller, starting in 69th position today. And you can expect that he will be making moves through this field. Lots of action in Aftershock right now. Looking at the track, there are so many vehicles sitting in there.
And speaking of Eric Miller, he took a pretty good tumble riding with Paul Wolf yesterday. So glad to see he's still okay and ready to fight for another day.
Yeah, Miles, that happened just about 5 miles outside of town. So that, if you're also remember, if you're looking at the racing tracks map, we are running this course backwards. So it's just like yesterday when we were watching the UTV race. When they're coming at race mile 45, they're headed, as we just saw Randy Slauson move up on RM 45. He's now going to head to race mile 44. So we're running.
I'm pretty sure that's him on screen because look, there's no dust in front of him.
Based on my tracker, yes, Miles, that is exactly who that is. And as it is right now, he'll ping a few trackers here, or a few timing loops out in the desert. But he's got a good stretch right now. But behind him is Cameron Steele.
Yes, which is the Desert Assassin. So
he's going to assassinate that desert.
He's going to try to keep up with him. But, man, just Randy Slauson with a pretty good lead already. And we did see Ryan Webb stopped earlier, who was P2, so tough break on him. This race is going to be interesting to say the least. I mean, yesterday we saw lead change after lead change after lead change.
So right now on corrected time, Randy has about a 1 minute lead. 1 minute, 20 second on corrected time. Now, where did Cameron start? Well, that's what uncorrected time. So, but that is the last time they went through a timing loop. I have Randy Slauson. He's 1 minute, 25 seconds ahead of Cameron Steele. Cameron Steele, a physical second on course and on corrected time. He is in second place.
So Cameron Steele took off in 8th position. So that's 2 minutes behind. So Randy Slauson has to beat Cameron Steele by 2 minutes at the finish line. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Now, here is a prediction, and we can assume this, Miles, because we do this. We sit in the booth, we assume things. So I'm going to assume that Randy being so far out in front, with his knowledge of these rock trails, he should have absolutely no issues in these rock trails whatsoever. So I don't think we'll see Randy. If Randy's this far ahead, this early in the race, I don't think we'll see him being held up like we saw our leader yesterday in the UTV
for sure.
class.
No. Yeah, he's way out front. He is a rock legend for sure. So he's got a great shot. It looks like Tiffany Sohn said Diesel Krentz has a left. I'm going to assume that means rear flat tire. It says ear. But yeah, left rear flat tire for Diesel Krentz. He'll get that switched in the remote pits and rocking and rolling.
Okay, so as we look at on our track right now, we are running with who is that?
That's the color looks like Chris Hicks' car, but that doesn't look like a Miller Hood.
Yeah, no, it's not a Miller Hood. I can tell you that for nothing. Wrong shape. But I'm just looking here. So our top runners right now, it is at the moment current or three-time king Randy Slauson being chased down by Cameron Steele. Then behind them, it is Derek Summers. And that is followed by, so I'm just waiting for it to ping. We've also got Brent Harrell up there in the mix as well as
and look how
Christian
big those rocks are.
I'm being told by our production feed that this is Cypress Off-Road Racing. So Miles, do you know what? No, that's going to take a while to find on that sheet. I don't know. Here, 4,400 drivers, here's a tip for tomorrow. Take a quick look at where your in-car cameras are pointed and throw a number up there for us. That would be great. We'd thoroughly appreciate that.
Oh, that's Joe Craig then.
Joe
Okay.
Craig, Cypress Off-Road Racing. There we go. And he's obviously following through the rocks. This is, as we said before, the big desert lap. But know that the desert lap does include one or two rock trails that they have to get through before they head back to Hamilton. But they're only going downhill.
Yeah.
There's no real hard.
But at least gravity helps.
Yeah, and we don't really expect any issues. We saw a little bit of an issue earlier today at that same turn where we saw some UTVs plugged up. Oh, what's going on? I think, you know what this might be?
Are they chasing an RCP possibly?
Yeah,
up in there?
RCP or VCP. I believe this is second place, Miles.
And let's explain RCP versus VCP.
Yeah, so a VCP virtual checkpoint in the desert.
It's 150 feet wide.
There's a pin in the desert, and you have to be within 150 feet of that pin in order to ping. And they'll have a tracker in the car that will tell them this is off.
No. This guy, they've got a problem there. That front wheel was pulling really badly. So I think you'll find that
that's Cameron Steele. I can tell by the car. Yeah, they have a flap. All right, so Cameron Steele, your current second place car. It looks like they're getting out of the car. I believe that right front tire might be flat. Looks like they're trying to rack the spare.
Yeah, but now, really interesting here, and it's something that other people should be paying attention to. Look at the way he's pulled right off the racing line, got out of the dust, so that he's not going to be a danger to anybody else on course. Pro touch here from Cameron Steele.
So let's finish our thought on VCP. So virtual checkpoint, 150 feet wide. It's a 5-minute penalty if you don't ping it.
Yeah, and there's a tracker in the car, so you know when you hit that VCP. It'll be counting you down in the car, and so the co-driver will keep an eye on that, and when you ping it, you get it. Now, RCPs, these I love.
Oh, yeah.
RCPs, 50 feet. So 25 foot radius from the pin. But the cool thing is the course markers went out and they basically put those pins in very specific spots.
And sometimes they put it off the track just a little bit to keep you in that exact hard obstacle.
Yeah,
so
because
stay in the rocks.
Yeah, because 25 feet is pretty far. So you could be in a rock section where you could snag a bypass and still get that RCP, but they move the pin maybe over to the far left-hand side of the course where you wouldn't be able to drive around on the right. So we saw it yesterday where these guys, and there it is. There's a pass right there.
It looks like a Summers car.
Yeah, that's Dylan Summers. That's Dylan Summers taking the physical second place from Cameron Steele.
So, but the bigger point here, Jim, is that Ryan Webb on our last timing loop is still ahead of him on corrective time, but only by 10 seconds.
Yeah, now.
So the question is, where is Ryan? I don't think Ryan Webb went by already, did he? Or is that still in Summers on screen?
That's Dylan Summers on screen right now. That is our physical second place vehicle.
But according to my tracker, at the last time they pinged one of our timing loops, Ryan Webb was still ahead on corrected time. Now, we do have timing loops in the desert that these guys have to drive through, but as Jim said, that right there, that is physical second on course. Randy Slauson still in first.
And I've actually made a mistake there. That is Derek Summers, the 10:06.
Oh, that's Derek Summers?
That's one pinging.
There's Ben Ertl in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
Hold on. No, it's actually the reason it is actually Dylan Summers who's in second place, but Derek Summers is about to go into third place and pass Trey.
So Summers, father, son. Wow.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, if that happens, Dylan Summers, he has made some moves because on corrected time, he was way down the list the last time they hit a timing loop. So he has made some moves. So we are watching this race unfold, and we're looking at two different things on the race course. We're looking at physical place on the race course as well as corrected time. Now, Miles, let's talk a little bit about corrected time. What does that mean for these guys out there on the race course?
So they took off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. So when row 1 takes off now, and then row 2 takes off 30 seconds, 30 seconds back, 30 seconds back. So if you move your way back 10th row, what's that, 2.5 minutes after?
Let's do some easy math. So let's just play a game. So Randy Slauson is the first across the line. Amber Slauson, his wife, started 30th. She told me she wanted to start 30th.
All right.
So then she sneaks up and comes in, let's say 5th across the line, but she's 10 minutes behind Randy. So what happens?
So if she takes off 30th, that's going to be 15 minutes back. So
So if she's only 10 minutes behind Randy,
She
guess
gets
what?
him on adjusted
She gets him
time.
on adjusted time, and she said that's exactly what she wanted to do today. So yeah, so adjusted time is going to come into play, but we're jumping right now. This is some of our stock class cars.
Is that Vaughn Gittin Jr. or Lauren Healy?
Well, you just say Voren and you're covered.
There you go. RTR off-road team. How about that?
That's probably more PC. If
Well,
I prefer that.
That is definitely Lauren's car.
And I did lose track of time. Today's Friday, right? So they did the Nitto auction last.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
We're hearing from Tiffany up in remote pit. We're seeing a lot of cars come in with flat tires.
Yeah, we are indeed. Now, I can tell you we're starting to go across our timing loops now. We've got Derek Summers, who's crossed in at 48.33. Dylan Summers in second with a 46.55. But the man on a charge right now is three-time king Randy Slauson with a 41.13. This race is really starting to unfold. And good news as well for Desert Assassin fans. Cameron Steele is back up and running.
Yeah, Cameron Steele back moving again, but he has not clipped that second, or I should say in this case, third timing loop out there in the desert. So he's a little bit behind, but yes, on corrected time, as Jim just said, Randy Slauson still in first. A minute behind him on corrected time is Dylan Summers, and then 30 seconds behind him is Cameron Summers. So this is all corrected time. So right now I'm hearing we have an update from Tiffany Stone out in remote pit 2, so let's see what she's got.
Down here at remote pit. Now we've seen a handful and majority of our competitors drive through remote pit, but I did get some updates from some teams. Now the 4812 of Jacob Pacheco, he is currently pulled over to the side. Not sure if he's got a radiator leak or what's happening, but they're looking at that. 218 and 4500 did pull into the pits for flat tires. They were able to change that and head back out. We also did see a handful of competitors stop in. Majority of them are just getting some splashes of fuel, checking over their steering components. But other than that, it's pretty calm right now. All the competitors are just making their way through remote pit. I'll be here all day long with some more information for you guys throughout the race, and back up to you.
Always good to see you out there in the pits. Now, did you see that? That was Lauren Healy rolling into the pits there, and another Bronco just in front. But the action right now is at the front end of this race. Randy Slauson has the lead. And just behind him is the father and son duo of Dylan Summers and Derek Summers. What a day they are having. Fantastic to see.
Yeah, but I think the bigger story, Jim, as we see these timing loops trip right now, I'm watching it. I was expecting to see Cameron Steele grab that, but I saw Brett Harrell jump in front of Cameron Steele, as well as Greg Neff, at least on adjusted time. Now I'm waiting to see Cameron clip that timing loop to see where he reshakes in the pack, because he's got to be in that mix.
Yeah, now Brent Harrell has just moved up into fourth place with a 49 minutes. So he's around about a minute and a bit behind Derek Summers. And then just behind him is Greg Neff. Now, Greg Neff and Brent Harrell are doing very well there indeed. So Brent Harrell, of course, started in the 11th position.
Yeah, so I do expect to see Cameron hit this timing loop soon, and I'll bet you we'll see this whole thing readjust on our side. But the bigger story here right now, Jim, look what we're looking at on screen. This is in-car camera. So what's more important here is it's an RTR Bronco shooting out the front, but what's happening inside?
Yeah, no, there's a problem here for sure. But is this the RTR car? Yes, it is. It's got that on the bonnet.
It's one of the, it's either Vaughn or, I think based on the light blue, I think that might be Vaughn Gitten's car, I believe.
Well, it's saying it's the 67. I did see the 60. Yeah, I did see the 67 of Lauren rolling in past Tiffany Stone.
Yeah,
but
I'm trying to base it just off the color. I don't know if Lauren has blue. I think Vaughn leans more towards the blue. I think Lauren is. That might be. This might be Vaughn right here.
Okie dokie, as the action continues here at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Miles, the man with the mic himself, is down in the pits. Miles, what have you got for us?
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, it's been a very special start to the day. I absolutely love the Everyman Challenge. And speaking of the Everyman Challenge, I've got Tyler here, and you want to do a little tribute to your friend Bodie Miller, who used to race with us here at the Yokohama EMC.
That is correct, Miles. I just wanted to speak in memory of Bodie Miller. He was from a small town in Sterling City, California. He passed away at the age of 28 last month. He was an amazing friend, father, brother, and all-around great family man. He was a former racer in the Everyman Challenge in the 4816 car. His brother, Braden Miller, was his co-driver. He started his own business, Miller Mountain Motorsports, with a passion of building insane rock crawlers with his best friend, Gabe, out of Paradise, California. Bodie, I know you're up there rock crawling, wheeling, and racing. I just want to let you know we all love you, buddy, and we miss you.
Well, thank you, Tyler. I mean, it really, truly is an Everyman Challenge. He wasn't a race car driver until he came here, and he checked something off the bucket list. I mean, it's just something very special, isn't it?
That is correct. Thank you very much, Miles. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, again, the Everyman Challenge. If you're at home, you think you can do it, you want to do it, come out and do it, just like Bodie Miller did a few years back. Tyler, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming in and tracking me down. And, man, something very special.
Thank you very much, buddy.
All right, perfect. Well, I did just run down to Randy Slosson's pits. He will be stopping here in Hammertown here in just a little bit, so I'm going to get reset and head on down. So, Jim, Ian, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. So many stories, so many memories all around this race and in the pits, of course. As we're back with the action here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Now, joining me in the booth is none other than Ben Napier, our race director. Ben, how you doing?
Good, Jim. Good. It's great to be out racing again. This Everyman Challenge. It's a favourite of mine. I've competed in it, and
you've won in this class, if I'm not mistaken, in the bomber.
Yes, in the original bomber. So yeah, it's a special race for me. I love watching it every year.
Fantastic. Now, we had a wonderful race yesterday in the Can-Am UTV Championships, but I know there's some updates. What have you got for us?
Absolutely. The USAC and the scoring team have worked through the night. We now have official results for podiums. We will be doing awards at 5 p.m. tonight before the EMC awards, and we're going to celebrate our winners, but I wanted to update you on some positions. So the winner of the Sportsman Stock UTV and the only finisher is Hubert Rowland. So well done to him. In the Pro Stock NA, Jeremy McGrath took the win and Caden McCachran came second. In the Pro Stock Turbo, we had Kurt Mackey in first, Brian Deegan in second, and Aidan Gilbert in third. And then in the 4900 Pro Mod, we had Scott Lesage in first, Tommy Thompson in second, and Ryan Dunn in third.
Oh, wow. Big moves there for the Welshman.
And then in the open and overall, third was Brock Hager. Second, and this is a change from what we talked about yesterday, is Cole Clark. And first, with the overall win, is Jeffro Martin.
Wow. That's absolutely fantastic news. Do you know what I find really special about that race yesterday is we have so many professional full-time racers out there, and yet you can come out here as a semi-pro team and still put it on the top of the box. I love that.
Jeffro fought all day. We actually had some issues with his tracker, and we actually went and downloaded his GPS unit, reviewed it, and corrected the VCPs. It went through a significant process. We also have the backup tracker as well that feeds into the Dirt Hub system. So we were able to look at that as well, and the team worked all night to make sure everything was fair for everyone.
Thank you very much. It's the fact that you take the time to make sure that these results are 100% correct, and that means the world to these races. We don't just second guess. We don't go out there and go, oh yeah, this is what it's going to be. We actually work it. Now, you do 3 levels of verification for every single tracker, don't you, on these cars?
Absolutely. They go through a big process. We've got some automated alerting, but then we also work through the track deviations and VCPs, RCPs. Someone is hammering on something there.
Yeah, now this looks like this is Lauren Healy. It looks like a flat tire to me.
So if that's Lauren, that wasn't Lauren in the pits.
Exactly. I'm not sure that is that. That's not 67. That's 20. Yeah, no, because that's the class number. So
then, Jim, something else I wanted to talk about while I'm up here. We actually had a pretty special meeting yesterday. There's the EMC rules is specific about how a tire is accepted into the class. Okay, and the wording is quite detailed, but there's requirements around it being a DOT approved tire, it being of a certain durometer, so you can't run a sticky soft compound tire, and then availability rules and a few other things like that.
now that's caught me out in the past. First time I raced here, it said in the rules at the time it was a DOT tire, and in Europe we can have a DOT sticky, which, you know, we came out here, didn't know that the difference was that you're not supposed to have one that fails the durometer test, basically. So there's been a lot of work to make sure that that rule is rectified.
Yes, and sometimes we come up against something that's not as clear cut in the rules as we would like, okay? And the spirit of the EMC actually dates back to a partnership with several OEM vehicle manufacturers, tire companies, suspension manufacturers who came together with Hammer King Productions to design these three classes to allow all of these manufacturers of different parts and products to showcase their products in a racing situation, but use parts that an everyman would use on their vehicle, okay? And back then, Jeep was heavily involved, Ford are very, very heavily involved. We see all the tire manufacturers out on the lake bed here, heavily involved. So what we did is actually convene a meeting of all the tire manufacturers that are represented in this race. And yesterday we met with them, Hammer King Productions and Ultra 4 USA met, and we discussed the eligibility of the new BF Goodrich KR3 Blue Label DOT tire that they've released. And all the tire manufacturers voted to allow the tire to run and to be part of the class, and that it would meet the rules and be accepted for racing. So that's great that they all came together. We had a unanimous decision, and you know, it's great to see those manufacturers supporting our sport, whether they sponsor the event or whether they just sponsor races, however they're involved. It was great to get them all together and get that answer. So there are competitors out there using that tire today.
Oh, that's great news. I love the fact that the competitors, we keep saying this, competitors on the track, but they're friends in the pits. But I still love the fact that they're still battling to produce better and better tires each year for our competitors. And the difference between the tires that we were using 20 years ago in EMC and the tires that we're using now and the tires that we're seeing on our street cars is night and day.
Yeah, and the whole idea of EMC is to use tires that people can use on their street tires or get for their own use.
Just going to cut in there, Ben. I think that might be the pass for the lead in the 4600 class as there Alex Fleming goes past Lauren Healy. Now, I'm not 100%, but I'm just going to call that.
I believe you are right, Jim. I've been watching that while Ben's been talking about that new rule change. Is that we've been looking at this, and yes, I believe you are right. I think that's Lauren Healy stopped on course. It looked like they were just changing a tire, but I think they're actually working on something a little bit more serious because they're both out of the car. But I believe we have Miles down in the main pit. Oh, actually, Jim, I think you might be wrong because I'm seeing a whole bunch of stock class cars stacked up right in front of them there. But anyway,
you
yes,
are right.
I believe we have Miles down in the pits with something. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, we're down here in the pits, and I've got Scott Foley, who during qualifying, he's the one that hit that huge rock and obviously did a little bit more damage than you thought. You were able to take the start, but we only made it 100 yards, buddy.
Yeah, we spent 2 days, long hours to get this thing back together. Came to the start line, that first turn, lost steering, went over the berm, got out, we noticed that we threw the belt off, we put it back on, did it again, so we came over here to see what was going on. We ended up finding out that the balancer, or the crank pulley, is bent from hitting that rock.
I don't doubt that one bit. So it sounds like you're looking for a crank pulley for an LS3, I'd guess?
Yeah, we ran to Randy's tent, and he didn't have one, so we just got the word out. We just got to get this thing back together to get out of these pit guys' way and get back up to our pit box up top.
Yeah, so if you can get it back together and going, you're still going out to race, right? You came all the way here. Might as well give it an effort, right?
Yeah, it's been one hell of a week, so we might as well just keep adding it to the story.
I love it. All right, well, if anybody has an LS3 pulley for a crank pulley, come find you, huh?
Yep, come find me. I appreciate it.
All right, again, LS3 crank pulley. Come find Scott Foley. He blew up the internet during qualifying. It was a great show. You made the highlight reel, I promise you that. But tough luck, and I love the never quit attitude, so good job on it, and hopefully you can get it figured out and back out on course.
Yes, sir. Thank you, buddy.
All righty, well, Scott Foley's looking for some parts. I'm going to be heading over to Randy Sloss's pit right now. He should be coming in here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So, Ian, Jim, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. That, as going off what Ben said, this class is all about that everyman challenge. There's a perfect example of an everyman just wants to race and is looking for some parts out there. So as Miles said, if you have a crank pulley for an LS3 that you're willing to throw down there, go down and see them in the main pits. It's really shouldn't be that hard to swap. I've swapped those before, just easy on and off. But yeah, he needs a crank pulley to get back out in the race, and he wants one.
Yeah, so the racing continues here. This is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radio King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And right now it's all about the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. As we watch now, that is either going to be second or third position.
That's
right.
Randy.
No, that's Randy. Sorry, I do apologize.
I was going to say, Jim, how can you not spot a bomber? You got Ben right beside you. He spots a bomber a mile away. So do I.
I'm going to change my glasses.
That is absolutely your current race leader right now. So that is Randy Slauson, left on the pole today, physically first, and according to the last timing loop trip, he's also got this race so far on adjusted time. So that is Randy. He just made that big turn out there on that desert loop. Ben, you know this course very, very well. That puts him about how far from getting back into town?
That's Bessemer Mine, where we had the remote pit for the desert race last weekend. And it's all very fast through there until he gets to Melville Lakebed and he climbs up into the hill and starts running some of the hills and then the cross grain back into town. The brutal cross grain, it's really torn up now.
It's tore up out there pretty bad. We saw that yesterday in our UTV race. Now, Ben, Miles and I talked a little bit about the RCP and the VCP, and you just came in and basically the results from yesterday were posted and then shooken up and then shooken up again. Let's talk a little bit about how many RCPs do we have out there? Do you know the number? And let's talk a little bit about how important that is for this race.
I think there's about 120 all up between VCPs and RCPs, but I have to check with my team on that one. And they are important. They ensure the race is fair. We have to hit all the VCPs. There's penalties, 5 minutes for a VCP. VCPs are in the desert. RCPs are in the rocks. The RCP penalty is 15 minutes or 5 times the gain. So if you really cut a corner and it's way more than 5 minutes sort of gain, or actually it's a minute is what we work off because 5 times 1 is 5. So if you gain more than a minute by missing a VCP, we'll assess a bigger penalty, which the guys did yesterday on a couple of competitors as well.
And we saw that really play out yesterday. We saw, especially, we could actually physically see it live on camera. We would watch a car stop, possibly look like they were going to pull out of the rocks and up onto the, the little bypass that we normally see in the past, but they would stop and turn back into the rocks knowing that they had to clip those RCPs. So they've really definitely changed the race, specifically on the rock lap, as far as I can tell.
This is Brad Lovell. I'm not sure on your tracker if it shows that he's leading the stock class, but I imagine he's well and truly near the front of it. He's out in the desert there.
Yeah, no, he's actually charging hard right now. But the one I do want to notice, if we look at our scoring, as we can see on our screen there, look at this. In 5th position is Chris Hicks. Now, the person driving that car is actually Eric Miller, and he's on a charge. He started in 69th position this morning and has made his way up to 5th position. So Randy Slauson needs to be looking in his mirrors, that's for sure.
So this year we have a bunch of timing loops buried around the desert that gives you these way more up-to-date time updates on our leaderboard. And the guys have done a lot of work to get both the physical loops in. We've had teams out there burying them, carting them around, moving batteries, and then on the back end as well, the production team have worked wonders to get all this data up on a screen in a viewable form. So I hope everyone's enjoying getting better split times and keeping it more accurate.
Now, this is fantastic. These split times that you're adding to this race. I mean, it started the other day with the Desert Challenge, and it was a really cool way of being able to keep up with the action out there on the track. Let's not forget, we've become so used to this incredible footage. We are in a desert in the middle of absolutely nowhere. So to bring this imagery to you, to bring this live scoring to you is a feat in itself.
It's really cool to be able to bring that to everyone at home and help them get the best out of watching this. And it's really cool what's happening here.
Speaking of the stock class, I'm seeing a little bit of we got a little action in the stock class here. It looks like we've got somebody sideways on course. They might be changing a tire or fixing something, but we got a lot of stock classes stock class cars packed up behind them as we watch more of these cars make their way through this small little rock trail section.
Yeah, I'm just looking out now on my tracker and seeing what we've got runners and riders. So in first position is Randy Slauson. In second, it is Dylan Summers. In third is Brent Harrell, sorry. And in fourth, it's Derek Summers. And in fifth, it is the man flying himself, Mr. Eric Miller, racing for Chris Hicks.
Now that is all just so that is on adjusted time. So that might not be physically where they are on course, but that's based on, as Ben was saying, those timing loops that we have buried out in the desert. And we can clip those off and bring those on. So this is on car with Joe Craig right now as he makes his way through this big desert loop. But we're also waiting to see Randy come back into town, our current physical first place vehicle on course in that 4800 Bomber.
Yeah, fantastic images here from the desert as they make their way back towards the pits. And as you said a moment ago, Miles is down there and he'll be waiting for our current race leader, who is none other than Randy Slauson, to make his way into Hammertown. Now, what's fuel strategy going to be here? I guess he's going to come in, he's going to shake down, he's going to have a little bit of fuel put into the vehicle and then shoot back out on track again.
Yeah, I don't know, Jim. We kind of speculated on that last year. We saw a lot of these racers actually utilizing remote pit 2 instead of the main pit. So I don't know if Randy will do that. I don't know about on this generation of Bomber how much fuel he actually carries on this one versus the previous generation.
I think this one has about a 30-gallon fuel cell on it, so a little bit more than some of the original ones, but he's had some pretty big cells on them for a while.
Yeah, so he's been stretched out. So I don't know. We'll find out shortly here, Jim, as he pulls back in. They may be splitting it up because there is a lot of members of his team as well. You know, you got Amber out there as well racing, so they may split the pit up. But I'm sure, you know, realistically, we can assume that he might stop here in main pit, at least for a quick inspection before he heads out. But based on the pace that he's holding right now, if he leaves out of Hammertown with a clean car, which we're assuming it is, and he can head into those rock trails, I think he'll have a very good day on those rock trails. He knows those trails like the back of his hand, and that car does so well in them.
Absolutely. Now, I did see someone come across the stage here a minute ago. Scott Foley should be getting ready because I just saw a pulley going out that way.
I as well saw a balancer going out, or a crank pulley rather, headed out as well. So that is great to see. That is awesome to see competitors out here willing to help each other out. So Miles, if you're down in the main pits, I did see a crank pulley coming your way for Scott Foley, which is good news for him.
Yeah, so this is one of the Summers cars here passing through. This is the 170. So that will be Dylan Summers, who I believe is our physical second place on course, and will be second place on adjusted time as well. So great run from this young man.
Okay, as they round Bessemer there, I'm going to head back into ops and going to leave you guys to have a great show.
Ben, thank you so much for joining us up here. It's always great getting that updates from you. Come back whenever you got any more info for us. I'm hearing that we have Tiffany Stone up in remote pit 2 with an update for us as well. Tiffany, what do you got?
Here with Bailey Cole. Now, Bailey, what's going on? You know, I'm getting a chance to talk to you. The car is turned off. You're seated right now. Explain to everybody that's watching what's happening to the 13 right now.
Yeah, we just did a bit of a rebuild last night on the car, and boost hose is rubbing on the steering pump, so just a little small nick in the boost hose, but took away some of our power. The guys are getting it swapped out, and we'll be back on the road.
Did hear that Bailey will be back out in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to let him get situated and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Tiffany Stone. All right, so as we see one of our Ford Broncos being worked on, we can see that there's another one with its hood up out on course.
So here we go, looking at plenty of action here. That's Jesse Bolter we see sitting down there.
Oh, we got it. Look at this stock class pile up here, right here. We've got 2 or 3 vehicles, one sideways on course, blocking the trail. Another one looked like it got up, tried to go around it, got stuck up on a rock at the top of your screen. That is none other than our ultimate rookie competitors. And then we have another Bronco coming down the far side. This is a traffic jam that we did not see yesterday, Jim, but we're seeing it today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got 431 there at John Rance. And there's so many vehicles parked up in here right now. Jesse Bolter is in with our 4800 class.
Yeah, at the top of the screen, that is Danny Matthews piloting that Yukon Gear and Axle Ultimate Rookie car. So it looks like they do have an alternate line working their way around. They just got to get through everybody. And there's that classic Willys pickup truck that I always love to see, but I don't like to see it on the side of the trail like it is right now. That's one of, I believe it's a 4800 Legends car, but it looks like maybe they got some co-drivers out. Looks like everyone is out trying to help everybody through this section of rocks.
Yeah, we just saw Brixton Glines making his way through with new livery on that vehicle. So good to see he's still up and running and moving fast. Now, these are one of the smaller of the rock trails out here at Hammers, but they still have problems. They're still big rocks.
Well, you know, the reality is these rock trails, Jim, when you get out there, you have the line that you know is perfect for your stock class car. And then when somebody parks a car sideways in that line while they are broke or trying to fix it, it does sort of put a dampener on your day out there in the desert.
We're here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte Henri came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long way and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
Built without limits. Dyna Pro. Hanguk Tire.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built Onyx Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts Onyx Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend, and we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think. I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
Checking all the tires. They're doing a quick fuel, maybe a quick little drink, but other than that, this thing is ready to rip, heading out for lap number 2, the more difficult lap before they hit the desert. Looks like he's already fueled up with the first one, gonna hit the second one, seeing if he needs any more water. So Chris Ray's in that passenger seat, putting some fuel in. Everything looking good out there, Randy? You doing good, buddy? Thumbs up's all we got because it looks like they're getting ready to head out, so don't want to slow them up any time because remember this race is on adjusted time and he does not have any of that. He did have the steering wheel off for just a minute, but he popped her back on, and Randy Slauson is heading out of the pits. So I think I'm going to try to grab Checkpoint Dolly here for just a minute to have a quick chat with her to see how the day is going. But she's over there dancing. We'll have to get her over here. So, Dolly, your son-in-law, Randy Slauson's out there. Are you having fun?
Yeah, he's so excited.
And then your daughter, Amber Slauson, is still looking good too, right?
She's looking great, yes. And her plan, she has a plan. So we're going to just watch that plan unfold.
And I assume Amber's pitting here as well, correct?
Yes, she will.
And speaking about the Everyman Challenge, you've been volunteering for us for such a long time. That's where Amber started, and then you've worked your way up. So it truly is an everyman. If you want to come out here and race King of the Hammers, start as a volunteer. Work your way up. Start racing.
It's the best seat in the whole house. Be a volunteer.
I love it. Well, it's always a pleasure. I know you're excited, but good times, and always a good time.
You know what Amber says? New Year's Day is the day after race day.
I like it. Yeah. All right. Well, very high emotions here. Randy Slauson, it's his race to lose. With all this clean air, clean rock sections, we saw Jack is probably going to turn into a parking lot here after a bit, but not with Randy Slauson out front. If he has an issue, you never know, but it's looking good for Randy Slauson. Man, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. So it's getting exciting. So I'm going to try to figure out where Summers and everybody else is pitting, and we'll wait for the next one to come through. Brent Harrell, I think they're down the way. So I'm going to throw it back to Jim and Ian at the Griffin Radiators main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mars. Always great to get your view from in the pits. Now, Ian, this is quite an incredible display here from Randy Slauson. Now, we expect him to be amazing. We expect him to be great, but this is dominating.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the bomber cars, Jim, we say it all the time. If you're going to build a car and you're going to come in and you're going to race Legends class, we've seen multiple people come out here, pick up a bomber car and build it specifically for the Legends class. This car was originally designed for one of the very few early King of the Hammers races when we only ever ran maybe a single shock per corner. Maybe we could eventually get bypasses, but we didn't have them out of the gate. I could tell you
Exactly.
that much.
And our event director, Ben Napier, of course, won this event in the OG bomber only a few years ago. I say only a few years ago. I think it was like 2018.
I was going to say that was a long time ago, Jim. Ben's been out of that bomber for a while. But yeah, so I think if you were going to pick a car that you were going to get behind the wheel of and head out into the rocks in the lead in lap 2, you know, you can't go wrong with one of these bomber cars. And the fact that Randy's behind the wheel, he's got Ultra 4X escort Chris Ray in the passenger seat. So he basically has a hired gun, hot shot Kodog. Is going to absolutely kill it out there. Hopefully Chris never has to get out of the car, but the fact that Chris goes out and makes such meticulous rock notes in these rock trails, it's absolutely stunning to see them out there. So yes, Randy right now, this definitely, as Miles said, I hate to put the announcer curse on him, but it's his race to lose as he heads into the rocks.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well indeed. Now, do be aware, this is a race on adjusted time. So I'm getting some people saying to me, hey, what's happened to Chris Hicks? He was right away up into 4th position, and he's dropped back down again into 13th. That's because they're running further back in the pack. They're not hitting the timing loops at the same time as the cars in front. Once they hit those timing loops, you'll suddenly see them jump back up the leaderboard or jump down accordingly, depending on what's happened to them on their race course. But I am noticing that Amber Slauson has moved into 19th position. So we do need to keep an eye on that young lady because we know she is super fast.
And she has a pile of adjusted time in her back pocket. Her and I talked the other night. She told me before they qualified, her plan all along was to land in that 20 to 30 spot to have all that adjusted time in her pocket, and she has it. So she essentially has 15 minutes worth of adjusted times because she started 30th. As right now, we are watching Dylan Summers. This is exactly where we just saw our race leader. That's the qualifying course that they went up the other day. So this is Dylan Summers now coming up over this qualifying course. So he is close to our current race leader, but we'll know exactly how close when he trips that timing loop as he comes through our Griffin Radiator start-finish arch. That's our next main timing loop, and that'll be essentially the end of their lap 1 race.
Yeah, so Dylan Summers just picking his way down through here. You'll see it's a very different pace to the pace they come through here while they're qualifying. Just taking it easy. He's very aware of the fact that he's in 2nd position. He'll be in contact with his pits.
All right, so Dylan is now coming through this MBRP straight away as he heads over to our Ford Racing Arch. This will be our next driver into town. So this is Dylan Summers, currently 2nd on course. As he comes through our Ford Racing Arch, he will be coming down into Hammertown. He's going to drop down into our MBRP straight, he's already done the MBRP straight. He's now into the Monster Energy short course. He has to go over 2 of our Yukon launch jumps, and then he'll be crossing the start-finish line, and then we'll see where he lands on adjusted time.
Now, this is interesting. Do they blow through this pit? Has he got the fuel capability to get out to the next remote pit? If he has, he can keep that track position, and that's all important here. But I think he has quite a substantial lead over the 3rd place, who is Brent Harrell. And we'll wait and see as he crosses the line. What's he going to do? Does he pit or does he fly straight back out into the desert? Looks to me like he's making his way around, and he will be going straight back out into the desert and refueling in remote pit. Now, this is cool strategy because this means that he's possibly picking up 1 or 2 minutes on Randy Slauson right now. He will have to pit at some point.
Yeah, he's going to have to head at it. We saw this play out a few years ago in this race where some teams would actually set their race team up. No, Jim, he just has pits not in town. So he's pulling off the race course right here, and he's going to head into his pit. You don't have to pit in town right off the short course. You can see all these guys are set up out here. But he did come through the timing loop, so now I can give you some adjusted time. So Randy Slauson completed lap 1 with a 1 hour 1:22:01. Dylan Summers, second place, 1:27.24. So Randy does still have him on adjusted time of about
5.5
minutes. So that's a lot of time. So the next car that we should expect to see into town is going to be Brett Harrell in that Horschel built car.
Yeah, and here is Brent Harrell right now making his way across the cross grain. Now, Brent Harrell started in 11th position, so he does have adjusted time on Randy Slauson and on Dylan Summers.
Yeah, this is that Horschel.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
In this race, they still have all of the big rock laps to do, including Spooner's Outer Limits and so many other iconic trails.
I am trying to see if I can pull up some data from yesterday, and I may have to actually.
So as we're looking here right now, this is Brent Harrell making his way down the rocks on the what was the qualifying course. You can see that big rock. Oh, look at this. There's a car just behind him. I believe that is Derek Summers just behind Brent Harrell there. So here we go. Brent Harrell making his way around. He'll be coming around the MBRP straightaway and coming up through the Ford Racing Arch and dropping on down into Hammertown.
Thank you, Ian and Jim. Yes, I am in here in the Monster Energy Short Course, and we are down here in Brent Harrell's pits, and he is coming into. I've got another fun little update for you. Scott Foley got some help from Team Indiana. They found some parts, brought it over here. He just fired up. Everybody high-fived and got excited. So Scott Foley is back out on course, getting ready to take off. Thanks to Team Indiana, and I've got a visual on Brent Harrell as he's coming at me at 15 miles an hour. He's going to come through, do a little bit of fuel. He's turning left. He's turning right. Hopefully they can address, they're just checking for any steering situations. And then Derek Summers is going to actually pass him because he's pitting on the outside. So it's going to be a battle in the pits right now. I assume Derek's going to stop, but right here. Okay, he's backing in towards the fuel tower. So Brent Harrell's backing up to get some fuel. bit of issues. So he's trying to back in to get towards the fuel tower. So it cost him probably 10 or 15 seconds there. But now he's up there. They're going to try to do a quick fuel. And now I see Scott Foley, who is taking off as well. Again, love the Everyman Challenge. Scott Foley heading back out as Brent Harrell. He's got an N in his name because he's the nice Harrell, is what I've been told. But the car looks like it's great. This Horschel machine is ready to rip. I've got trying to keep an eye out on Summers. I'm not sure if he stopped or not. I missed that one. But Brent Harrell, the car's in here. It's looking good. He's ready to take on. I got Waylon Campbell in there. Thumbs up from Harrell. Big smile from the big mustache of Waylon Campbell, who'll be racing yesterday. Just a great camaraderie with all our fellow racers down here. Brett wanted a little bit of help in the passenger seat, so now Waylon Campbell gets a first row view of the course that he'll be racing tomorrow morning for the Race of Kings. Okay, thank you, Ian. It does sound like Derek Summers did stop. It looks like Brent Harrell's about to take off. Giving him the green light, so he's going to hop out on course. So now it's going to be a drag race through the Monster Energy short course, and I think I see Summers taking off first. So Brent Harrell does lose a position in the pits. He'll have to make it up in the desert before he goes into the rocks. But a pretty smooth run. Had a little bit of hiccup backing into the fuel tower. But hey, the car looks good. Man, the top ones are having some fun out there. This is turning into a great race. I can't wait to see. I think the next one that I'm probably going to try to catch up with is Cameron Seeley's right down the way. And then we'll start moving to the 4,500 class and then the 4,600 Current Enterprise stock class. So it's just going to keep getting better and better for the 2026 Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Right now, it's a Yokohama Everyman Challenge. I'm having a blast. I hope you guys are too. So I'm going to send it back to Ian Giem at the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mars. Now, wow, what action we've seen. And it's so important. Oh, we can see the Starlink there. Is that Starlink or just his toolbox flapping around on the back there? But it's so important, these pit stops. Everyone underestimates what you have to do to get in there and out again in such fast time. The Summers team absolutely nailed it and have got track position over Brent Harrell. So we've got action all over this track, but right now it's all about Randy Slauson, the 48 of the three-time king here in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. He's made his way out onto lap 2 and he's making his way towards those infamous rock trails.
Yeah, as they head out onto lap 2. Now, we said this before. This is the exact same race course that the UTVs were racing yesterday. So I pinged our good friend Fish over at Fishgistics, just curious about what the time split was between Randy and our race leader yesterday when the UTVs came through with Brock. So Brock came through in his UTV 14 minutes quicker than Randy did in that bomber. But 14 minutes, it's a long time. But actually, when you think about it, the two different vehicles, that's very fast for Randy Slauson to rock a single shock, solid axle, full-size two-seat car through the desert and come back within 14 minutes of Brock from yesterday. But right now we're watching another one of our competitors come up onto the qualifying course, headed over onto Ways, and then he's going to head on up through this section of race course and back into town. I heard Miles is going to run down and get us another pit report when he can. He's kind of shaking up who we've got.
Now this is looking like Mitch Hoover here. Now Mitch Hoover was stopped in aftershock and his co-driver out the car. I'm fairly confident that is Mitch Hoover. So he's right, really made some moves there and coming through that desert section.
Yeah, he's done very, very well. So as of right now, on corrected time, based on our live scoring, we now have Randy Slauson has come through, finished first last, Dylan Summers, Brett Harrell, Derek Summers. On corrected time, Brent Harrell has moved up into that third place spot. So Dylan Summers ahead of him in second. Randy Slauson still leading this race as they head out into the rocks. As Mitch Hoover makes his way up over and through our Ford Racing Arch.
Yeah, so here we go. Mitch Hoover is making his way down into the Monster Energy short course, and he'll be making his way round. Now, will he pit? What's his strategy? My guess is that pretty much all of these teams are going to be pitting inside of Hammertown.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is what's going to play out all day, Jim. I think there's really no reason to not pit here in the main pit. You know, that is a long desert loop. Woo! Got a little air on that Yukon launch, but there's no reason not to pit here in main pits. I don't think this race is going to be won or lost here in main pit. I think tomorrow we might see some different strategies based on fuel capacity in some of the 4400 cars. But yes, as we're watching Mitch Hoover come back into town, we are seeing him pull off that Monster Energy short course, and he's pitting. But right now we are dropped right back out onto our current race leader. This is Mr. Randy Slauson leading this race into our rock trails.
Yeah, and he's already working his way into Spooners, and he's got clear traffic ahead of him. Just look at in fact, there is no traffic ahead of him. It's just remarkable. He's taking this race by the horns and taking it out there.
Yeah, we're watching a left front. Oh, my goodness. Cameron Steele with another flat. And the problem with that is, Jim, we saw him already rack a flat on this car. So he's going to have to limp that left front flat all the way back into Hammertown. He's got to limp that car all the way back into Hammertown with that left front flat.
Now, the difficulty with that is, of course, he's coming in through that cross grain. It's full of football-sized rocks. He's got to try and keep that wheel together. Now, he's got a double whammy. Does he just keep pushing on, or does he swap that wheel across to the rear, put a good one back on the front in hope that he can get it back across the line, or does he just keep pushing and hoping and praying that he doesn't damage that wheel and tear off a caliper?
That is the bigger issue, because running with that left front flat, there's a greater chance that something is going to go wrong with the car than a dead flat on the rear. A dead flat on the rear is you're going to lose a little bit of power, a little bit of time, but there's less chance of basically additional damage to the car, as we're seeing action here in our qualifying course as our next few lap one finishers come up through this soft cross grain across the top. Are we going to see a pass up here, Jim?
It's looking that way. He's all
like
over the back of that car.
He wants to pass.
But there is absolutely no room there. He would be better just to hold back, hold fire, and wait until he gets to the bottom of this hill.
Now, who is that, Jim? Is that Greg Neff?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I don't think that's Greg Neff, because Greg's in a bomber. That there, mate, is Ryan Webb.
Yeah, I was going to say that could be Ryan Webb.
Now, that's great to see, because we've lost him off our tracker up until this moment now. So that's good to see there. That is Ryan Webb. I'm absolutely sure of it. 717 we're looking for. So he was our second off the grid today. I'm just trying to get confirmation of that. Is that? No. That is not Ryan Webb.
That is Tony Howard in the 48.
That is Tony Howard.
48.05. So, yeah, so that's Tony Howard. That might be Ryan Perrette behind Tony. So, yeah, that's Tony Howard as he comes through that Ford Racing arch. And then behind him is that... Trying to get a number off that car. I apologize.
That's the 4040, I believe.
4840 maybe of Ryan Perrette?
Yeah, I think that is the 4840
All right,
of Brian
so
Perrette.
I think we're seeing Ryan Perrette. Now, Ryan Perrette is into the short course. Now, as you can see here, he's in the short course. We saw Tony Howard pull off, but they were pulling off because they are pitting before the start-finish line. So we're going to see, Ryan Perrette come through the Monster Energy short course. They're going to go into our Griffin Radiator start-finish arch, clip the timing loop, and obviously finish their lap one. But Tony Howard is off in their pit as we jump back out to our current race leader right now, Randy Slauson.
Now, this is the incredible thing about Randy Slauson. It's his pace through medium-sized rocks. There are very few drivers out here who can maintain the same pace as Randy through these kind of tracks.
It'll be very interesting to see him get up. So as we watched yesterday, the real only issue spot or trouble spot that we saw play out in this race course was up in Jackhammer. As we said yesterday, there are really only two lines through Jackhammer. There's a left line and a right line. I don't foresee any of our leaders having any problems through there. We knew that the UTVs would have a little bit difficulty in that rock section. You know, John, Mr. UTV Crowley, called it all during qualifying. He kept telling everyone, go out, check Jack, plan to winch there. I don't think we'll see any winching out of any of our leaders in that particular spot unless something happens to the car. So we're expecting Randy to have a pretty clean rock lap as he makes his way through Spooners.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Randy Slauson. This is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge here at the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And is there anything more iconic than watching a bomber in these rook trails leading a race? And we're just watching him now as he makes his way down through. Fantastic images from our Hammer King production crew. We have drones all over this course.
All right, so there's another one of our finishers. So now another one of our lap 1 finishers, I should say. So this is the next car. And in front of him is Cameron Steele. So Cameron Steele is now making his way up to that qualifying.
They got to get past Cameron, otherwise Cameron is going to become a trail tampon as he tries to make his way up that trail.
Well, I think he'll be fine, but look at the action we got going on in here. So yes, Cameron Steele is struggling because he's got that left front flat as he tries to make his way up through this section of qualifying course. We have lots of traffic behind him, a couple passes, but there we go. Pass going up to the rocks right there.
And this is going to be the difficulty for Cameron here. Now he's actually stopped on that hill to try and get going again in 3-wheel drive is going to be virtually impossible.
Yeah, with that left front flat, that's absolutely killing him. Obviously, we saw him earlier. The reason they're not getting out and changing that tire is we saw him earlier on this lap getting out of the car and changing I think it was a right front flat before. Now he has a left front. Whoa, blowing that corner, coming down. I'm trying to get a number off this car. I apologize. We're going to see who it is. They come back into Hammertown. Making their way across that section of desert floor, and then they're going to head up into our Ford Racing Arch. That should be...
That is George Prenesti, I believe.
4822.
4822. I thought it was 4832.
Could be 4832. It should be George Prenesti, yes. No, it says 4822, Rob.
Yep, maybe I misread the number.
Nope, it's 4832 of George Prenesti. Sorry, we
both did get it right.
Even production and I thought it was 4822, but 4832 of George Prenesti back into town. We should also see Caleb Abaski out in there in the 44 somewhere in that mix.
And here comes a Miller car coming into town right now. So that, I believe, is Jeff Martin, the 1470. As we watch George Prenesti coming off and coming into the pits. Meanwhile, our lead vehicles are making their way up through Spooners into outer limits.
Coming through that Ford Racing Arch as Cameron Steele is trying to get that car back into town. There is absolutely nothing left of the tire on that left front corner on that car. Oh, Cameron, that's just got to be absolutely hell to drive that car right now.
He's doing incredibly well. He's just got to make it a few more 100 meters to get that car back into town. It's going to be such a blast. But Miles is down in the pits. Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I'm down here in the pits. I just see Jeff Martin cruise on by and Brian Trimp's in here. Greg Neff just came through. Tony Howard. It's been a wild, wild ride, but so far so good. Cameron Steele is in the Monster Energy short course, but that tire is completely gone, so he is limping through here. 15 miles an hour doesn't start till you exit the track, get in the pits. But Cameron, that's about all he's doing out on course. I do see Eric Weichel's car coming in, so that means Joe Gatlin will be hopping in the pits here in just a minute. So we'll wait on Cameron to come in here and change the left front tire, re-rack the rear, the spare tire, and then put some fuel in and hopefully keep on going. But that Monster Energy back number 16 Trent Fab manufacturing car is looking good. But that tire is completely gone. But look at this, race line wheel held together with absolutely nothing else on here. That is absolutely insane. It looks like Brian Wood. Oh, it looks like we're getting a little hot. The overflow's starting to piss a little bit, so we'll see what's going on with that. So I got Cameron Steele over here. How you doing, buddy?
I've had better days, but, you know, Brian's doing a good job navigating.
Oh, we're going to get him out of the car because, like I said, it's definitely warm. So they are changing the tire up front. They're going to re-rack the spare. And they're going to shut her down. It looks like you had to push a little hard. It's a little warm, isn't it?
It might be a little bit warm. I think all that steam coming out of it is actually officially confirming that it's warm, Miles. It's a good aftertation.
Yeah, well, you know, I take those simple advices, So you did have a couple tires out on course. Obviously, we saw you changing a tire earlier on, and then you caught another one, had to limp it in on a race line wheel. That was wild.
It's pretty amazing, actually. What happened was we had a little smash into a sidewall, and the tire ran great for a while, and then once we changed it, we were going really mellow, but I lost another tire. So I can only equate it to operator error. It's always my fault, and I'm a big boy. We had something else going on that we were managing, a breaker, and it looks like we lost one of our fans, and that's why it's running so hot right here at the end. Not to mention that we're pushing a race line up and over the top of the hill.
Yeah, but you're getting a couple fresh Yokohama tires on this thing. I see Brian Wood up there with checking some fuses and stuff because it sounds like you don't have any fans, so that's why it's overheating. So hopefully you guys can make quick work of that, get back out there, and try to hunt them down.
Yeah, we were trying to manage the temperature. We were off the side of the race course, and that's where we got that second flat. So not the tire's fault, it's all our fault. And once we get her together, we'll go out and have a fun second lap because fun is the name of the game.
Absolutely, and it's perfect to have a practice run at race pace for the Race of Kings tomorrow that you have led this race before.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We saw Randy going for it, and we just slowed down. We decided we didn't want to race with him, and still driver error costs a little bit of trouble here. So we'll see if we can get her going. I'm not sure what's up with the temperatures. Maybe something happened to one of the fans. We've been fighting it a little bit the whole time, so I'm not sure. The car was perfect when we started and just started going downhill, but like I said, I can only blame myself.
Oh, all good. Well, Cameron, I'll let you kind of get in the zone. Always a pleasure. Good luck today and tomorrow. The great Cameron Steele, and here is Eric Miller driving for Chris Hicks. He did a little loopy-loop in the pits trying to find out where he's actually going. So I'm actually going to run down here. It looks like Team Indiana will be checking out Eric Miller, and I know Jeff Martin was down there. Looks like the pits are staying pretty busy. Let's see, is that Johnny Valadez in and out? And Eric Miller's trying to find out where his pits are, I think. He's talking to Team Indiana. Trying to figure out where he's going to go. That's just a tough break for Eric Miller. Bummer we're not going to see him out here racing tomorrow, but it's great to see him. He rode with Paul Wolf yesterday till they took that bad tumble, so he was out early. Now he's out there racing. He's top 15 or so, but can't find his pits, so that's just terrible luck. Oh, and I missed Amber Slauson. I wish I would have done that. So Amber Slauson and Tom Liu heading out for their second lap. So she started in what? I'm going to guess 30th or so. She's picked up probably 10 plus spots or so. So Eric Miller hopping back in. Hopefully he can get it figured out. Looks like we got a couple more cars coming in. It's getting busy. It's getting wild. Again, so much fun down here in the hot pits. The race is really coming together. I'm going to kind of catch up and figure out where to go next, so I'll send it back up to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Ian, Jim, back to you guys.
So much action happening in the pits, and my word, what's happening to poor old Eric Miller? Can't find his pits.
Yeah, unfortunately, pre-run the whole course and possibly forget to pre-run where you parked your pit. That's kind of a bummer, and it's tricky because you don't want to end up going backwards on race course by mistake trying to find your pit. So, but right now we are following. This should be physical second on course, I believe, Jim, as we're watching I believe that should be Derek or Dylan Summers.
No, I think that's actually Randy making his way up through outer limits there.
I think I may have pulled a Jim.
That's all right, mate. They're blue and white cars. They look very, very similar indeed. So if you're just joining us, our current top 10 at the moment is Tony Howard, is Jesse, then it is Mitchell Hoover, then it is Peretti, then it's Greg Neef, then we've got Chris Hicks, which is actually Eric Miller, then we've got Derek Summers, then we've got Brent Harrell, then we've got Dylan Summers, and right now it's Randy Slauson who's leading out in front. And as you said earlier, he knows these rock trails so well. It is his race to lose right now.
I think the big story, to be honest with you, Jim, now this is on corrected time though, but if we look at our if we look at our lap time between Amber and Randy, so Randy came through the 122, and then I scrolled down here. Amber came back with a 143. So the reality is she actually ran the race, the first lap, slower, but she also has a lot of corrected time on her plate. Now, we're looking at corrected time right now as they go through that main timing loop. So Randy is still well ahead of the pack based on corrected time. Dylan Summers physically second and currently second on course, and second on corrected time, I should say, and then Brent Harrell behind that. But we have a lot of really great timing loops out there in
racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this, we got hoodies for days, we've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
It's one of the early things that I really started realizing when I started the business, and Brandon coming along with me, and then eventually my grandsons, and showing some interest in what we do in the racing end of it, showing interest in being here. They're still in high school and young, and want to let them do whatever they want to do, but it has given us a lot of opportunities to grow our business beyond us and to our family. I feel like the guys that work for me are part of our family too. I really, in today's world where it's really hard to find the labor and the skill that we need to perform, that when we do find somebody, we sure don't want to lose them, and want to make sure that I take care of them in a substantial way, that they can take pride in this place just like we can. That's evolved into selling product on all the continents except Antarctica, but we have sold quite a bit all over the world, and we still do that to this day. A big customer base in England, Germany, Indonesia, Australia, all of Europe, South America, and I believe nearly all 50 states. So we have grown to be a pretty substantial business in the world of off-road racing, off-road motorsports, and general recreational four-wheel drive type sports.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Shad Kennedy come through our 4,500 liter, but here comes Brad Level. Roger, how awesome is this from taking a rear start, and now he's just on fire.
You know, it's incredible to be out here, one, just to be part of this, but to come out here, watch your brother and your nephew racing a Bronco that you've been dreaming to race of all your life. It doesn't get any better than this, and we're trying to keep Brad consistent, and we got a lot of rocks left.
And speaking about the Everman Challenge, tomorrow they're going to switch Broncos, switch seats, and the OG Ranger, actually, that you guys raced back in 2008, will be racing again in the Unlimited class tomorrow with Adam behind the wheel. How cool is that for the family to keep growing and stepping up?
You know, that's why I'm out here, really, honestly. That Ranger, we debuted in 2008, and now we're back out here. Brad and I had a whole lot of success in that. Tomorrow, Brad will jump in the co-driver's seat, Adam will drive, and we're starting to turn over the reins now, and it's everything that's happened out here. I'd love to have our mom here watching this. She'd be proud.
Absolutely. But yeah, so I was just getting some info from Ian that you guys came out here and did an AMSOIL ride a few months back, and Ford called Brad, said, we want that car to race again, and it came to fruition. How cool is that?
It sure did. And when Adam heard that, he's like, I'm on it.
Why wouldn't you be? But you and your brother have raced side by side a lot. So obviously the brother, the brother love you guys have, but to have his son follow the footsteps, obviously you would love to be in the car, but I'm sure you're proud of your nephew.
Yeah, this is a big step for me. It's the first King of the Hammers that I haven't been in the car. So it's an adjustment for me. It's a learning curve for me. But watching the younger kids take this over, and you see it across the whole sport. You know, you got all these names that you recognize, but the first name's different.
Exactly. I love it. The Lovell family runs deep, and the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Brad Lovell, first in class, and he's the second. There's only one 4500 U-car gear and axle modified class ahead of him. That's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, the rocks will be a challenge, but that Bronco does phenomenal in the rocks, and Brad's really good in the rocks too. So we'll see what happens.
And here comes Dan Wyrick, our second place 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. So he's coming into town, but man, what a great day it's been, and it's only going to get better, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only going to get better. The weather's great. Everything's perfect.
All right, well, Roger, always a pleasure, buddy. Good luck, and I hope to see you guys here at the finish line in a little bit.
We want to be here as quick as we can.
All right, well, Roger Lovell rooting on his brother Brad for Ford Racing. It's going to be a great showing, and again, I can't believe a 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class car is this far out front so early. What a great race with the 4500 starting to come. The 48s are out there and running strong. And yeah, it sounds like I got a little info through my ear. I missed it, so I'm going to throw it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Ian, Jim, what do you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, Miles. The update that we got was actually from Tiffany Stone. She's out in remote pit. We were watching in that wide shot our race leader pull into remote pit, and we were speculating as to what it was, but she went down and asked the pit crew, and they said they were just getting the drivers a little bit of extra fuel before they head out into the rocks, some water and some electrolytes. So nothing with the car, just the people driving it. They're just a little thirsty.
Yeah, you've got to keep an eye on all the engines. That doesn't just mean the engine in the car, but also your personal engine, as we watch Brent Harrell making his way out on track right now. Now, we saw Brent Harrell come in his physical third into the main pit, but he got overtaken by Derek Summers as Summers Racing did a fantastic pit stop. Oh, he's just coming to a stop here.
Well, he's probably just, I think this is one of those situations where in the past they may have picked through these rocks a little bit quicker. Looks like he was basically trying to catch that RCP on that far left-hand side. Yep. We saw a lot of the UTVs in there yesterday. As when Ben was in here talking about that, they went in and they dropped a lot of rock checkpoints, RCPs, in this race course. And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a little bit of a burned-in line that works a little bit faster. I think they dropped an RCP down into the bottom of that little rock section to keep these guys in the rocks.
Absolutely. This is the toughest rock race in the world for a reason. And these RCPs keep these guys pinned into these rock trails. And that's Tony Howard there. Now, Tony Howard, he's got no rear-wheel drive. Now, has the transfer case popped out?
Yeah, we can only speculate, Jim. It definitely does have no rear-wheel drive, and honestly, based on how hard they're beating on it, I don't think they know that it has no rear-wheel drive. Anyway, I hear Miles has a couple hits from us down in the pit, so I'm going to throw it down to him as we watch these guys try to work their way through these rocks, hopefully to get it off course and get it fixed.
Right in front of Rufus Racing, and I've got Brian Trimp and Tad Dowker down here. They're got the welder out. You never want to have a welder out during the race, do you, Brian?
No, this isn't ideal, but we got a heck of a crew. We just got a little crack in the frame right there. We took a heck of a hit, soaring through the air, flying like a bald eagle. But
you were looking good up front. Your live camera was on quite a bit today. It was looking great. So I'll let you guys get to it, but always a pleasure catching up with Trimpy Racing Services.
Thanks, Brady.
All right, and then I'm going to run on down because we have Dan Wyrick, our second place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and he is out of the car, no helmet on. Brother, what's going on?
And we can't keep the motor going. It just keeps stalling out on us, and yeah, we're trying to figure it out. Hopefully it's just a coil wire or coil or spark plug, but it was doing this before we had Josh get us out of the situation, and it's back. So it could be just bad fuel. Fuel rails might be full of lead or something. I can't really tell at this point.
Well, I hate hearing that for you because this is one of my favorite cars in the race. Joe Thompson built you a beautiful Toyota UFO, and best of luck. You got a great team. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, buddy. Always a pleasure seeing you. Not in the pits, though, I'll be honest. But he's still in good spirits. They're trying to get this car figured out. But physical second place in the 4500 Yukon geared axle modified class in the pits, having some drivability issues. Brian Trimp, we just saw him welding on the frame because they took a hard hit. And here we got another one here. Proud from Texas, the number 117 with John Moore in the shotgun seat. Oh, that's Joe Craig with Cypress Off-Road Racing, one of our King of the Hammers rookies of 2026. So this Yokohama Everyman Challenge is turning in to be a great story. So thanks again for everybody tuning in to the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. I'm going to try to get caught up with a few things. Back to you guys. Ian, Jim, take it away.
All right, thank you, Miles. Always great having you down in the pits. We're seeing tons of action down there as a bunch of our cars are rolling through here. I'm going to scroll through right now and check, see who's come through, completed their first lap in our different classes. So based on timing right now, our 4,800 liters are, Jim, based on corrected timing, my timer shows Greg Neff has passed Randy Slauson.
No. I'm going to pick you up on this one. I've just been watching. Greg Neff has actually made a navigational error. He is actually back in aftershock. He did not wear those there's two tracks as you come off the desert. He's supposed to go left into Spooners because he's on second loop.
Yeah.
And what he's actually done is he's gone back into aftershock. So a big navigational error there from Greg Neff.
So he has clipped the wrong timing loop. That's why he's messing up our tracker. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for keeping me honest on that one, Jim. I appreciate that. That's the coolest part of being able to watch these trackers. So Greg Neff is not ahead of Randy Slauson. We could only assume. We'll let Racing Ops worry about that right now. So we're going to say right now, first place on track, 4,800 is Randy Slauson, followed by Dylan Summers, and then Brent Harrell. Now I'm going to scroll down here and grab our 4,500s, but ahead of our 4,500s is Brad Lovell is currently leading our stock class, but I think he's the only stock class car to get back through Hammertown. First place 4,500 modified class is Peter Doolin. Second place, Ben Ertel. Third place, Billy McAllister.
Yeah, there is so much action all over this course. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2026 and the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Today is all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and just check this out. I believe this is in Tremp Services.
So everything
Pits.
else okay?
We've got the old stick welder out there.
Oh, shit.
Trying to glue that frame back together so they can get back on course.
Yeah, I heard them say that there was a split in it, so they were going to jump out and try to weld it back together to get it back out there. But yes, lots of action out on course right now as we jump back out into the rocks. Now, this is 48-32.
Yeah, this is the 48-32 here of George Prenesti. And it sounds like we're getting news from Miles down in the pits that Dan Warwick is getting ready to go back out onto race course. So that's great news for Dan Warwick.
Yeah, that was George Prenesti in the rocks. Now we're jumping out here into the desert. Oh, here's another one of our stock class Broncos back into town. All right, I think Miles is going to jump in there and see what's going on with that stock class Bronco because that's big. So, Miles, what do you got?
Thank you. Yeah, I got John Williams in my sights. I thought he was coming over here to the Ford Racing side. No, he's going over to BFG pits, so I'm going to miss this one. But let's go back to the stock class. Brad Lovell came through here smooth and consistent. He's going to stop for fuel at remote pit 2 out where Tiffany Stone is. But I will have Lauren Healy hopping in for Vaughn Gittin Jr. here at Fun Haver at RTR Off-Road. So the Ford Broncos out front looking good. But I'm just watching John Williams, and it just looks like they're John Williams is over there just getting fuel, it looks like. So far, so good for them. And again, Dan Wyrick, I heard him fire the car back up. He's in the car getting ready to take off. Brian Trimp is over here patiently awaiting. He's got Tad Dowker, who'll be racing tomorrow. physically welding his shaft, or is physically welding, getting him back out on course. And it's so great to see that all of our competitors all in. He's like, he started welding. He's like, I need a glove. My hand is burning. And obviously, you know, the chassis is not perfect. It's got dirt, it's got oil on it, but yeah, the old stick welder's making it work. The never quit attitude by our drivers is absolutely amazing. Love the action in the pits. So much fun. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Back to the Griffin Radiator main stage.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always great to get your insight from down in the pits. And I do love that. When we're out racing on the track, we're the best of NEs. We keep saying it. When we're in the pits, we're the best of friends. And seeing other teams mixing in and helping to get cars back on track is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, on screen right now is our physical second car on course. So that should be the 170 of Dylan Summers. But the bigger story here is the fact that it looks like he's driving through clean air. So that means that Randy was through that section quite some time ago. So he's going to have a lot of time to make up if he plans to reel in our current race leader, Mr. Randy Slauson, who is obviously well into our rock trails as we watch Dylan Summers make his way up over this section of trail.
Yeah, and it just looks like Randy Slauson is pulling away from the rest of the field right now. I'm looking on my tracker, and he's heading out down towards Jack Hammer.
Jack Hammer is where we saw all that action yesterday, so hopefully we'll see him soon. All right, Johnny Valdez pulling over to let a competitor by.
Yeah, that is Scott Farley there from Rufus Racing.
All right, tons of action out here on this race course. We've got multiple competitors in our classes out on this race course onto our second lap. Now, our second lap is essentially what we always refer to as the rock lap, because they have to go in and run a bunch of rock trails. If today plays out anything like yesterday, the only spot that we expect to see any action is going to be in Jackhammer.
Yeah, now watching Scott Farley here. Now, Scott Farley's really picked up his game in the last 12 months. Look at the pace of this young man. He is really pushing hard, moving those Maxxis tires, getting them spinning and moving as he works his way down through these trails. This is really good pace here from Scott Farley.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great on-camera shot. You can actually see him pulling away from Valadez in this rock trail, which is what can happen when you're in the rocks. It's a fine line of going fast enough to keep that forward momentum, get over those rocks, get a good race pace going, but also you don't want to get going so fast that you can damage a tire, cut a tire, damage a suspension component. Remember, we've been talking all day about the fact that these guys are running DOT tires. So these are not race tires on these cars.
And they're 37-inch. But what we're looking for when we're driving through these rocks is what we call flow. So what we're doing is we're left foot braking and then we're right foot accelerating, and we're balancing the two so the car almost jumps as she's moving forwards, and we're using the peaks of those rocks to launch the car from rock to rock to rock. When we get in tune with that, we call it flow. And when you get that flow right, well, the magic can happen. So we've got plenty of action coming here from this Yokohama Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley, California.
Yeah,
the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
And I believe what we're watching right now is our race leader, Jim. Oh, there's another stock class car coming through the Ford Racing Arch.
Yeah, that is the 4695.
Coming up through that Ford Racing Arch, and then back. That's Jesse Bennett.
That is Jesse Bennett.
In that Grand Cherokee coming back into town. We've seen a huge resurgence in the stock class in the past few years. It kind of got taken over by the Ford Broncos for a bit, and then we've seen a lot more competitors come back out and start playing in that race as well. But today, saying Ford Bronco, it's all about Brad Lovell and that Ford Bronco putting on an absolute clinic out there with his son, Adam. And look who it is. Mr. Raceline Wheel himself. Just go ahead and sit down, Greg. You don't need to wait for anyone to talk to you. Grab a headset and sit down. We're going to talk about how strong that wheel is on Mr. Cameron Steele's. Do you give Mr. Cameron Steele like super special wheels that he uses that can handle that kind of damage? Greg Mulkey, Mr. Greg Mulkey Raceline Wheels, the official wheel of of King of the Hammers.
Hey, man, welcome to our King of the Hammers, the 20th anniversary. This is crazy.
Isn't it wild? It's absolutely wild.
First year I was here, I slept in my van and froze my butt off out there by a cell phone tree. Remember the place?
Cell phone bush. Yeah. Was that the year that we were updating it via text messages
Everybody,
to Pirate?
Yeah, we had to wait for people to leave so we could get some cell phone service. Long time in coming, buddy. It's crazy where we've evolved.
Absolutely. So, Greg, let's talk a little bit about the evolution of the wheel that can handle the abuse that we just saw on the front of Cameron Steele's
Wasn't
car.
that crazy, Cameron? Now that happens a lot with us. You know, the tires, we outlast the tires sometimes.
So let's talk a little
It's a
bit
good
about
thing.
what does it take to make a wheel that strong?
A lot of years out here at King of the Hammers, 20 years. When we first came out here, we were just getting out of steel wheels and getting into aluminum wheels and forming race line. And we learned a lot the very first time. And luckily, we got to work with some of the engineers that helped with Walker's wheels and stuff like that. So I got to learn a lot of things.
Oh, got action on course there. That looks like we got ourselves a rock turtle.
I didn't see who that was either, but I think that was them choosing the wrong spot to get back in to get an RCP.
I've got a
That
feeling,
is our leader. That's Randy
I'm hearing
Slauson.
that is our leader. Now, that can't be. Surely not. He's one of the most, if not the most experienced guy in the rocks. I'm actually wondering if that...
I'm being told that's Randy, but I don't know if that is.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
that
we're
might
actually
that might
looking-
be our second place car.
No, they got
Yeah, I'm thinking... No, that's Chris Ray. That's a red and white suit.
Oh, that's Chris Ray getting out. So yeah, they are unfortunately took a bad bounce coming down back into that rock trail, probably trying to catch an RCP in there, and unfortunately they are now on their lid. This is going to be this is going to give Chris Ray is going to be putting on an absolute winching clinic here with his Warren winch and his Factor 55. So let's see how he could pull off this recovery out here on this trail, because this is not going to be an easy self-recover.
I'm going to tell you this. In 20 years of watching this race and 20 years of competing in this race, I don't think I've ever seen Randy Slauson roll.
No, this is not a good spot for him to be in. All right, so Jim, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to let Jim talk for a little bit, because when it comes to winching, Jim just
No.
Jim, I want to know. No, we talk about it all the time.
Where's he gonna winch? I mean,
how's he gonna get this over, Jim? What's Jim Marsden's pro winching suggestions?
Okay, if it was me, in all honesty, what I'll be doing is I'll be taking that winch line up to the A pillar on the cage. I'll be putting a soft shackle on that area there, or what we call a cage link. I'll then be taking that winch line across and then trying to pick up a rock. The problem that he's got here, as Greg was just saying, what's he going to winch to? Now, if Chris is the guy I think he is, he'll be carrying in there an 8 or a 9 meter or a 10, oh, sorry. Should we go 30-foot strap?
Yeah, 30-foot strap. Let's just say a 30-foot
He'll be carrying
strap.
a 30-foot strap, and that will allow him to be able to choke those big rocks and hopefully find a line. But looking there, that was a really tough place to roll. Now, there are other cars coming down. Does he beg and plead a favor? Are these guys going to help him? This looks like this could be one of the Summers cars. And let's not forget, Dylan Summers and Derek Summers are going to be honing in right now on Randy Slauson.
Yeah,
and the best bit is they're going to have Starlink. If they've got Starlink, they've got comms. And if they've got comms, they probably know that Randy is right now on his roof.
Yeah, so these two drivers will be reeling him in. So the question will be, as Jim said, I certainly don't think we're going to see any of the Summers brothers stop and help. Maybe if Amber gets there quick enough, she might. No, she won't stop.
You got to be joking.
You're here to win.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if I was Amber, I wouldn't stop. That's just how that works.
God, that'll get Frosty in the bed tonight, won't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. All right, so while we watch Derek Summers make his way up this rock trail, we're waiting to see what happens with Randy in the self-recover. There he is right there. So while we're waiting for this self-recovery to happen, Greg, let's talk a little bit more about the wheels. So what did the evolution of the aluminum wheel go through? So I know we probably started with, we went from cast, forge, flow forge.
Right.
Where are we at now?
And, you know, in the old days, cast wheels were gravity fed, and that's where the material was heated above it, and it fell down in the mold. And you could break those apart, and it looked like 80 grit sandpaper. Now, today's with the low vacuum forming, it brings the material underneath up into the matrix of the wheel, and it goes to like 180 grit sandpaper. So the modulus is so much more down that even a forged wheel is like 220. So we come a long ways in the casting business.
Okay, now this is the problem, because that's Tony Howard. He's broken in the center of this track. We saw him earlier without rear wheel drive. We can only speculate he's broken a transfer case, done a rear differential, but whatever way, he has just become the ultimate trail tampon.
I think we saw him pull over those rocks, Jim, and I saw the rear drive shaft still connected, And I think based on what I can speculate, I think he blew a rear ring and pinion.
Yeah.
So based on where they're still
if
sitting.
only he had Yukon gear and axle.
If only he had. Oh, no, I take that. Well, they are pulling. It looks like they're pulling up out of the way, Jim. But we saw no.
This is Amber Slauson making a move. So Amber Slauson, she's taking no prisoners there. She finds another alternative line, then makes the pass. Actually, is that?
That's not Amber right
no,
there.
that's not Amber. It looked like Amber for a second. That is a
no,
bomber.
that's Amber. Yeah, that's Amber in the
Amber.
bomber. Yeah,
Yes.
Freight Factory bomber. So that's Amber. So she's got to hurry up and get up there to help Randy, and then pass him, and then.
Do you think he's on the radio? Wife, darling wife,
wife, happy wife.
I asked her what her plan was, qualifying and everything, and she said my plan was to qualify back and beat Randy on corrected time. So I'm quite certain that if Randy's rolled over, she's just going to drive on by. I mean, that's
okay. Well, this is going to be second or third. This is either Derek or Dylan Summers.
Oh!
He's just caught a rock. That's all.
Yeah,
he's just taking it back up, and he's on his way
I
again.
think you're right, Jim. I think I was worried he was looking for an RCP out there.
Yeah, let's not forget about those RCP. So rock checkpoints. Now, Greg, let's talk about that because when we first came out,
wait, Jim. Sorry, we got to talk about. Look at that. What do you?
He's got his winch.
How do you feel about this particular winch setup right here, Jim?
Okay, well, look. Okay, we've got to look at that rock. If that rock is not the same weight as this car, he's just going to pull that rock towards him.
That rock's
the
not
But
moving.
what I'm doing is I'm loving where he's got the line. So he's coming off of the winch, he's going up to that A-pillar, and then he's going back to the rock. That is actually going to right the vehicle. So what Chris is doing here is technically correct.
Well, Chris is he's pretty good at winching. So the question is, what's he doing? Oh, now it looks like someone's coming up because he's going down to wave someone down.
Yeah, he's going to try and get a
setting
winch
up
pull.
another. Or
yep, this could be. Is he going for another? Yeah, look at that. He's got the bigger strap. He's doing exactly what we're talking about.
So
you've
Jim,
got to find a rock
Jim,
that's
I'm
equal
gonna
to the car.
I'm going to throw a questionable. If Dave Cole was up here, he'd slap my hand for saying this. This is going to be my question. Is he throwing that winch line up there, that other rope and that other line together, different pull? Or is he pulling it up there to block the course so you can't drive over it?
He wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't do that. He's hey, look. Now these
You're
guys,
bad,
these
man. You're bad.
That's why I was saying if
do it
Dave
that
Cole
way.
was up here, he'd slap my hand.
But now in Europe, we actually see that happen quite a lot. And I've got to say that there's no quarter given. So you can make your own mind up as what happened. Oh, look at this. Derek Summers doing a U-turn here. Now, has he gone the wrong way on course or has he missed an RCP or a VCP?
He's missed something. So here's the question. This is Derek Summers. I think he was going in the wrong trail, Jim. I think he was headed up into the wrong trail, so he had to drop back down and head back over.
And people will be sitting at home and they're going, well, how does he miss that? He's got a GPS. Sometimes these GPSs are the older systems and they take a long time for the pings to actually hit the GPS. The more modern systems that are using a digitally based system, so maybe using something like an iPad, etc., they're much faster reacting. But if you're using something like the old fish finder style GPSs, then they can be quite slow to ping.
I wonder,
So this is physical
this-
second coming into course. This is physical second on screen right now.
So with all this Starlink out here, do you think that they have excellent communication through all those cars? And
Yes,
all that
so
stuff
I've talked to a bunch of race teams, so they'll still run a VHF radio as a backup.
Yeah.
A lot of them will do a Starlink. They have an app on their phone where they can still do a Starlink. We watched last year during the 4400 race. We jumped into the in-car camera. They were watching the live stream in the car just for the audio, just to keep up with where people are on the course, because you can't hide it anymore. You used to be able to hide it, say where you were, and keep it quiet, but now they don't. But all right, so I believe this is physical second on course right now.
Yes, I believe this should be Dylan Summers.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly where he is based on where Randy rolled because I couldn't see where Randy rolled. Can you see him
I'm looking
on the
at my tracker right now, and he's going to be coming right up on Randy any
I
moment.
was going to say, I think he's close.
Now, the interesting thing is, if Randy's sitting on top of that RCP, how's he going to get to that RCP?
Well, I think based on what I saw before, I think Randy was getting back into the rock trails. So I don't know if maybe he'll get into if Dylan will get in the rock trail earlier, and then if he is, he can just drive around Randy. So right now we're looking to see where Dylan is in compared to Randy because he should be coming up on him fairly soon. But right now we're watching Dylan Summers make his way down through the rock trails. We saw our race leader, Randy Slauson, on his roof with both him and Chris Rea outside of the car, setting up multiple winch lines to see if they can get that car back on its tires and wheels.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can get back to Randy Slauson. The problem with all of this, of course, is that the drones have...
and here we have
here we go.
more action. So
that is the 747 there, Chad Jesse. And it looks like he's mixed up with another car there. And they're winching. You can see he's high centered by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like he just got turned sideways on the course. Looks like they're trying to get that car either up out of the way. Obviously, you can see that it's definitely essentially shut the door for anyone to get around them, as we see Chad Jesse and George Pernesti just stuck on that rock trail.
Yeah, they'll be working hard here. Now, when they're doing this kind of winching, you're going to have to do what we call choking. Choking is essentially where we come back round and we have to put the hook through the strap and come up back round to use a slightly shorter strap than we'd needed.
That was Peter Doolin, and up at the top of your screen, I believe that is Brad Lovell.
Wow.
I wonder what they're going to think when they drive by
Okay, I
Randy
think
there.
we may have had a pass happen on the race course. I think this is after where Randy rolled, Jim. Yeah, this is Randy's on his lid on the other side of that.
You're not
that
wrong.
mountain.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, here we go. We have a new leader in.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
He knows how to drive it. He was huge in the development of them, and yeah, it'll be fun to watch Lauren try to chase him down. I think, you know, I'm always optimistic. I got the rosy red glasses on. I feel like there's a chance we're going to catch him.
I love it. Well, always a pleasure, Vaughn. Good seeing you. Best of luck today and tomorrow, and we'll see how it plays out. If Brad Lovell can back up his win, and I've got my good buddy Jeremy Dickinson here. How you doing, dude?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Oh, just hanging out. I didn't realize you were getting in today. I thought you were only racing tomorrow.
Well, we raced the desert race, took a second there, and then jumped in today. Try to give Lauren a clean car, and that's what we did. So
awesome. So what's your game plan tonight going into tomorrow's big race?
Make sure my lead nav notes are spot on, and then get ready to rip tomorrow.
All right. Well, I saw everyone come say hey, but always a good time, and man, this is fun, isn't it?
It's awesome. Great day. Great day.
All right. Well, so far so good for Ford Racing over here. They are making some great moves in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. Again, I'm having a blast down here. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hammer King Productions is doing an amazing job out there covering this course. Man, it just can't get any better. So I'll send it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you. Now, we're watching here. This is our physical race leader and race leader on adjusted time. This is Dylan Summers making his way through. And just look at how big these rocks are. Joining us in the booth right now is Greg from Raceline Wheels. Now, Greg, these products, we've been speaking about it. We've been speaking about the wheels and the evolution of the wheels. Where do you think things moving on? I mean, obviously, we're not going to change to a square wheel, but what's the technology? Where are we going to go next?
Well, I mean, I have a history of building injection molded plastic wheels, but we'll see. No, but seriously, everybody wants it lighter now. But, you know, there's just a certain amount of recipe and weight on the material that holds up out here. And if you try to adjust that weight very much, you go through wheels. Like there's guys out here that run qualifying wheels that are several pounds lighter, but they wouldn't be able to last the race. They just talk on them. But that extra 4 or 5 pounds, you know, on a race car, it's 10 pounds for every pound of weight you take off the axle. So 20 pounds make the car think you got one less person.
Exactly. It's all a matter of mathematics and working through this science. Well, we want to say thank you very much, and thank you to Raceline for 20 years of innovation, and we look forward to the next 20 years. Little Birdie tells me that you're going to be retiring in May.
I am. It'll be 50 years in the racing industry and 26 at Raceline.
Well, we'd like to say a personal thank you to you for what you've been done for the industry throughout the years, and thank you to Raceline for what they continue to do. So we're going to cut back to the action here, and I hope to catch up with you at the fire pit later on.
You guys have a good time, and everybody enjoy KOH because it's the biggest race there is.
Thank you very much, Greg from Raceline.
Thanks, Greg. Thank you so much for jumping back in here. Now, on my side of the booth, I have Mr. Mark Crumey from iBox Springs. Now, Mark is here. We're talking about spring. Like, it's probably one of the second most important parts of the car, right? Well, you can say it. It's all right.
I would argue to say
There you go.
I would argue to say it's actually the most important.
Oh, okay.
Of course, the
I'm just going to cut in here,
Oh.
gentlemen, because this is actually Derek Summers making his way down, and we should be coming up onto Randy Slauson at any moment.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Derek stop either. But yeah, so now we're looking at Dylan in first and Derek in second. But as we watch this play out, Mark, let's talk a little bit more about springs. I know you guys are here set up on the lake bed. You got all kinds of springs.
Here we go. This is actually the pass. That is Randy Slauson still on his side. And this is Derek Summers, who's going to be making the pass to go from third to second place in this race, following his son.
Yeah, and that's the RCP that he missed, Jim. So you can see that he didn't come in at the top of that rock trail. He tried to take that shortcut and drop it at the bottom, and that's where he missed that. So there must be an RCP right down in there that he missed.
And there's going to be people going wild right now as Derek Summers passes, and that is Randy Slauson taking his helmet off.
Yeah, that's not a good sight to see. Hopefully there's nothing too serious wrong with the car, but I don't see a winch line anymore, Jim.
Yeah, now that is the difficulty. If they damage the winch, or if they've lost batteries, then that will be the end, unless Amber Slauson can, of course, rescue them when she arrives.
Or somebody else. There's lots of other drivers out there. All right, so back
Anyway,
to springs.
back
Let's
to
talk
springs.
about springs. Okay, so we're back talking about springs. So you're set up here in the lake bed. You guys are out here, and we're talking about just basically springs in general on the car.
Right. So springs, a lot of people immediately think springs are just a secondary part, like you said, which is totally okay. But the spring's job is to actually hold up the weight of the vehicle and control everything on the vehicle. And then the damper's job is to stop the oscillation or keep that from being too out of control, right? So it's kind of a marriage of both. And if you ask Mr. Eibach, he would say the spring is the most important
Well,
part.
I guess it does hold the car up. So
Yeah.
I guess I'll give you that.
Yes,
Yes.
it's a
So
big
yes. So we definitely have a spring in place that obviously holds the car up. So you're out here at King of the Hammers. Are you guys doing racer support, help and shock tuning, or what's the end goal for Eibach out here on the lake bed?
So we've been in the off-road industry for decades
Oh,
now.
yes.
You know,
Yeah,
we've been building giant 4-inch, off-road springs, race springs for since kind of the beginning. And we had the opportunity to be on the lake bed and start bringing parts out and help teams out. And so that's what we're doing. This is our third year now as the Spring of the Hammers. So we thought that was a fitting name.
Yep.
And so we're out here showing off what we got going on and helping out racers.
So as you spend time with racers and recreational wheelers and all this kind of stuff, what's the number one mistake you'd see people make on their recreational vehicles when it comes to springs?
Ooh.
I know what I think the number one mistake is, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
So it depends on what type of recreational vehicle is. Because if you're going to go, let's say you've got a Toyota truck and you're going overland or something. A lot of these people end up going super high spring rates, and then all of a sudden you can't actually get the full articulation of everything to go. So it's finding that sweet spot of compression and extension on what usable spring travel.
See, I think I completely agree with you. The number one thing that I see whenever, especially on custom builds like a buggy or even a custom Jeep, is overspringing the car.
Yeah.
They overspring the car, or it's kind of either or. Overspringing the car where the spring is so heavy the axle doesn't even work, or underspringing the car and rolling in, or I should say underspringing, not choosing the correct length of spring,
Right.
and then rolling in about 6 inches of preload to get their ride height correct.
Right. That is definitely not going to work optimally. So, and then you also have the stroke of the shock too,
Yes.
right? So if you have a super light spring rate and it's preloaded so much, then you're out of stroke, compression stroke. So it's like, it's not going to work well. Right?
Yeah, it gets into coil bind too soon.
Exactly.
So, all right, so we could geek out all day. I'm up here talking about springs. I apologize. People at home are probably like, enough about springs. But man, I love
I say more springs.
I love talking about springs all day long. We could sit here and talk about the correct way to choose your vehicle weight by starting with a 100-pound spring and installing the coil. No, anyway.
Yeah, right.
All right, so we're not going to go into that because I know everyone's here to watch a race and not listen to me talk about springs, even though I love talking about shocks and springs and suspension. But Mark, I appreciate you coming here. Anything else you want to share with the crowd while you got up on stage?
Now, thank you for the opportunity. You know, we're making everything in Corona, California, and appreciate this being in our backyard and being part of the program. So.
Absolutely. We definitely appreciate you being here. It's great to have you on the lake bed. It's great to have your knowledge here to also basically set up everyone so they can share your knowledge about basically springs in general, whether it's racing or recreational wheeling. And thank you for supporting King of the Hammers. We love having you out here. And I'll let you get back to your booth so everyone can come over and ask what I was talking about with starting with
springs,
4
shocks,
100-pound
we do it
springs.
all. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Thank you
Thanks.
very much.
Okay, right, back to the action here. This is the
Thanks,
Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And right now we are watching our current race leader. It is Dylan Summers. And he's being chased down right now by Derek Summers. It's a Summers lockout out the front of this race, Ian. So here we go. We're just watching this down through.
Jim, as I'm watching this, I kind of had to look away from the screen. We were talking about springs, which I honestly could talk about all day. But have we seen Brent Harrell?
I haven't seen Brent Harrell for a little while now. So this is Brent Harrell is going to be coming in behind these guys, but that is one of the Summers vehicles for certain. That is either Derek or Dylan.
That is, you're absolutely right, Jim. That is. I'm trying to get the sun's blocking the number. They were smart enough to put the numbers on the roof, but we're looking at, I think that's Derek based on the number on the roof as he's coming down that trail. They should be heading into Jack here, I believe, shortly.
I think we've seen Dylan already going through Jack, so I think this might be Jarek.
Okay, so but we're still wondering. We should see soon because we've had that drone up over Randy, watching where it roll over. We should see Brent Harrell come through there soon as well, because that is our physical second on course right now. But the bigger news, Jim, is if I'm looking at my tracker correctly, Amber has on corrected time, has jumped up a spot again into 5th place as she's tripped the timing loop. I believe this is our current race leader on screen right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm just trying to get in on my tracker.
And this is him. That is 170. Dylan Summers, current race leader, trying to get up through this rock section, and he's just digging. He's just bellying out. I don't think there's an issue with the car. I think he's just got tire placement in here, trying to get a line up through this section. So have Jim, did you say we have seen them go through Jack yet?
I'm sure that we've seen Dylan Summers go through, but I might be mistaken. I've been wrong in the past. We're just watching Dylan Summers here. Now, this is what you might be wondering. Why is he up there?
No,
he's up here,
I think this is the bottom of Jack right here.
This is the bottom of Jack, yeah.
Yeah.
And you might be wondering why he's in that area. It's because he got to get the RCPs. So it's a perfect drive here.
So he should be pulling up soon to the area where I don't think he's hit the waterfall on Jack. So that was the bottom of Jack because he's coming up through as we come. Yeah. If you recognize this rock, it's because we spent a lot of time here yesterday. So this is the area yesterday, right here where he's heading. This is where we saw Brent Harrell get into a lot of trouble in his UTV. And we're seeing Dylan Summers trying to get set up for this climb. Now, the question would be, does he try to hit it or does he try to winch it now that he's in the lead? I mean, he's got corrected time on his side, Jim.
I have to say,
I would say, what would you do? But I know the answer would be I'd winch it, so I'm not even going to ask you.
No, but what I'd be doing right now is he must know that his dad's behind him. So what I would actually be doing is going, okay, let's box clever here. Let's winch me through. I know my dad's only 5 minutes behind me. I'll winch through, I'll hang on, and I'll winch him through at the same time. And then take both those cars through safely and then head on up the trail together. That's what I would do.
There we go. That's a good hit. There we are. Okay, yeah.
Beautifully driven.
So that's the way to get up over that climb with that solid axle car. Now the question here is, Jim, you were saying, I don't understand. He seems to be running over to the right, which I don't understand why. Normally you would just stay left in that section of trail.
Yeah.
I think
you have to remember, when you're in a vehicle like this, you've got that hood stretching out in front of you. Your vision is actually massively impaired by that. And so maybe he just couldn't see that rock sitting in front of him.
Yeah, possibly. So there we go. So now he has made it through the tough section in that trail that we saw yesterday, and he's made it up now. So now he's gone through the tough section of Jack. So no holdups there, which is awesome to see. So now he's going to come up through Jack. We should see Derek, his dad, right behind him. Now, at the rest of this trail, it's not incredibly difficult. There is a lot of nuisance rocks and just short little climbs, so we shouldn't expect him to be held up anymore. I'm expecting to see Derek at the top of that screen pretty soon. And then the other question that we're wondering is, we saw Randy Slauson on his roof in the trail, and we saw both Dylan and Derek pass. But what we haven't seen past that area is Brent Harrell, which we assume he will be there very, very soon.
The thing about King of the Hammers is we've been doing this for 20 years and we get to meet so many incredible legends. Now I've got a legend joining us in the booth right now. It's none other than Kurt LeDuc. Kurt, how you doing, mate?
Great to be here, man. I can't believe that. I love watching the canyons, the leaders especially.
They're incredible, aren't they? And these vehicles just keep on giving. But what are you doing out here in Hammers? You come and join us every single year, helping out teams and, you know, giving them advice and giving them help in the pits.
Well, especially this today. Brad Lovell's out there, Von Getten, Lauren, Williams brothers, you know, Bailey Cole. I mean, it's just the Ford Broncos have been a big part of it. And to see the Broncos spinning up here is amazing. So, you know, and I just like to share that, you know, I put on a big off-road swap meet for you guys to come and sell your used stuff and buy stuff for your new projects. And it's coming up in March. And we've got flyers around the town, and just take a picture of it and come on out. And I can't believe this is the best weather I've ever seen at KOH.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard rumors that Ian even packed his bikini.
Yeah, I know he has one.
It's a flannel shirt. That's a Canadian bikini.
But challenging. There's been a lot of challenges, even in pre-running. So, you know, and Bailey Campbell's out there and her new Bronco from RTR. So, yeah, we're pulling for the Fords, the blue oval.
Yeah, they're doing incredibly well, but we love the fact that we're getting all these factory teams come behind us, you know, and to see Ford racing out here and putting so much energy and love into King of the Hammers is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's nonstop talking. We had dinner last night for 70 people, and so many Ford executives are here just enthralled with the sport and what it's helping with sales and setting records, and you guys buying pickup trucks and Broncos. It's just a great time.
But these Broncos, you know, they're inspired by Hammers. I mean, they literally took the rule book and said, what do we need to build to come out here and race in stock class? And that's where the new generation of Bronco was built. But just check this out. This is Brian Trempy here. We saw him having his chassis welded earlier on, but what fantastic pace. But then we check out behind him, and there's a Bronco. That is Brad Lovell.
No, I don't think that's Brad Lovell. No, that's not Brad Lovell.
Or is that's going to be John Williams then?
Yeah, that's John Williams. Brad Lovell's already been through this section a while ago, so he's well ahead of this pack. So that's John Williams following Brian Tremp into this section of this is that first rock trail they go down before the beginning of lap 2.
Correct. But it amazes me that these Broncos on 35-inch tires are sitting out here doing battle with 4,800 and 4,500 class cars.
Yeah, no, it's all about saving the car, get it to the finish. The Williams, you know, they're trying to win their first King of the Hammers, and it's just great. The challenges and the work as a group, as a team, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and we got Megan Miller going out of track, and it looks like she's just heading out, just trying to see where that is.
Yeah, that's Megan Miller, and that's one of those early. That's the early Bronco buggy that she's had, or she's out there racing in.
Yeah, you notice the GPS above her is covered. They don't even want her looking at it. Leave that for the co-dog. Yeah, the fearless co-dogs.
Absolutely. And she's putting together some great pace there. Now, we've seen drama out on course already today. Do you see Randy Slauson's rolled his car?
Yeah, but it's just going to happen. You know, I've wrecked every race
Speaking of
car
Randy,
I ever owned.
speaking of Randy Slauson, we're back on this. So here we are right now. So we're still with Randy Slauson on this car, rolled over. We see some course marshals down there. Now, originally, we had thought, Jim, that maybe they were done trying to get it set, but it looks like Chris Ray is still working on some possible winch points.
Never surrender, never give up. You have to keep working. Now, I'd like to think that they've got a snatch block on that vehicle, and what they can do is they can use the snatch block to double line. By double lining, they can halve the load on the winch and double their pulling power.
Yeah, I think, Jim, what they've got right now is basically it's coming off the winch, through that A pillar, like you said, around the rock, down through a snatch block, and then he's gone back to the back, essentially B pillar or B pillar 2 from the looks of it, and they're going to try and pull the car that way. I'm sure Chris has probably one of the Factor 55 loops. They did come out with a race-specific recovery pack this year with Factory 55, or Factor 55, I should say, and it does come with just everything you need as on a race car. So not a bunch of extra stuff, just what you need on a race. And I think it does come with that little billet aluminum Factor 55 basically donut is what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I have a different name for them that I can't use on the air, but it's something we use in trail rig terms. But no, it's great to see. Let's see if these guys can get it over. Now, what they must remember to do is put this car in park. Nothing worse than winching your car back onto its wheels and seeing it disappear down the hill on its own. So that was Randy Slauson, but we're back with one of the Broncos now, and this is Vaughn Gittin Jr., or did he swap out with Lauren at the end of the first lap?
I think they swapped out at the end of first lap, so I think this is now Lauren Healy behind the wheel of this Bronco headed into the rocks, yes.
Yep.
And this Bronco platform, Kurt, has been so successful, hasn't it?
Absolutely. You know, I've spent 7 years out here trying to break them and try to make it Kurt-proof, and, you know, the amount of testing that goes into these things is amazing. From the DR to the race trucks, the trucks that just won the Ball 1000, like we just try to break them here, and Hammers is really good at it.
And Ford Racing is really moving into off-road right now. We saw a huge presence at Dakar this year.
Oh, the unbelievable presence in Dakar. And, you know, they have the first prototype is here in the States, and yeah, they're 100% behind it. You know, there's some stories about when Ford versus Ferrari, and that we're going to see Ford versus the desert. Like they're going to war.
Wow, this is what we love to hear that. To hear that we're hearing a powerhouse like Ford coming into off-road racing and bringing all their technology. Can't wait, cannot wait. But look at this. This is
Jim,
action right now.
I believe this is our race leader. I believe this is 170. I believe this is Dylan Summers. And it looks like they have gotten off track, or not off track, but basically into a bad spot. They're having to set up a winch line themselves to winch themselves. They're probably just high centered from the looks of it. They just took a bad bounce, probably picked up the skid plate on that rock, but they're trying to winch themselves around this section. You can see they got to get that winch line on the other side of the rock. And they're going to try and pull themselves up and over.
Now, I don't think that rock's going to be big enough, but we'll see.
No,
it's not.
He's just bringing it with him.
Yeah, he's taking it for a drive.
Say it, Jim. Say it. I know you want to say it.
No, not saying it.
Oh,
No, he needs to start looking further ahead. Okay, we're talking too short here. So he needs to be looking at a big rock to his side, but using that rock he stood next to actually change his angle. Okay, very important indeed. Or he could come over the top of the rock, which will give him a lifting benefit, which means that will help to bring that car off of the rock that they're high centered on right now.
Yeah, from my sport, I was never familiar with winching.
No, you didn't do a lot of winching in short course, did you?
No, but also desert. Wow.
No, desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kurt. I Jim busts my chops all the time because I believe the winch is to put it on the trailer at the end of the day as well. And that's when you've completely given it the beat down to end all life.
It should be mounted on the trailer, is what you're saying.
That's where mine is.
But we were just watching. It did actually look like Dylan Summers. I mean, in those situations, they only need to move the car literally
just
a few
bit.
feet.
Yep.
And it looks like he managed to do that. So it doesn't actually matter if it's technically not correct. If he gets what he needs out of it, then fair play. Let's get it back on the trail and let's keep at the pointy end of this race.
Now, Jim, I couldn't see. All right, so it looks like, all right, so he's been able to get past that section right there. So you're right. He was able to get high centered up over there. He's just clipped the rock that he tried to drag down the hill there. So now he's moving back up. Looks like the co-driver is staying out of the car until they get through this section.
And another important thing here is a lot of these drivers don't have Bluetooth comms, so they can't actually communicate when they're out the car. That's something that we've had in Europe for many, many years, and it's starting to something that is starting to filter across into the sports over here now. And there's a few companies that are really developing great products.
Well, with the Starlink and Bluetooth, they all Fords are communicating. When you're out, you're talking directly.
It's incredible how in just a couple of years, communication has changed entirely.
Well, just like these shots, the world's changed since I started.
Yeah. Yeah, we've moved on from two paper cups and a bit of string, that's for sure. Now, is this Jeff Martin I see here? Been watching this car for a little while now. Certainly it looks like some kind of Miller possibly.
Yeah, this is basically the bottom of Sledge. You can see they can come down here. They've just come past the plaque line at the top of your screen. They're going to come down here. That might be Amber Slauson at the top of your screen. And if it is, then you are absolutely right. That could be Jeff Martin at the bottom. Jim, I'm just trying to get a number on it, but I think you're right. I think that's Jim. So they're going to come out of Sledge. They're going to sling around, and they're going to go up Jack.
Yeah, so they should be coming. Now we're going to be see.
There's Randy. Yeah, there's Randy flopped. He flopped at the bottom of Sledge, just that nuisance rock. You can see there's obviously an RCP in there. So now, I do believe that should be Amber Slauson at the top of the screen.
Okay, so this does look like, I believe that is Jeff Martin making his way down through here.
Yeah, so that should be physical third now on course right now as we head out. All right, so right now we can see, we're going to try and get that shot back if we can. We're going to try and get back to see because that is physical third on course, just left that section. We're going to see
So as we continue here with the action here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, we're going to say thank you very much, Kurt LeDuc, for joining us up on stage. Thank you for what you do for the sport. And I'm hoping to get to one of your meetings one day.
Yeah, you should.
It's a long way to come, but it'll be a whole blast.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Kurt. I hate to cut you off, but we're about to watch Amber just wave at Randy.
That's going to be an uncomfortable moment in the bedroom tonight.
You know what? Knowing Randy, I don't think so at all. I bet you Randy gave her a thumbs up and told her probably to keep going. So they were watching, and I believe that's Amber.
That does look. No, that's not Jeff Martin. That is Amber Slauson.
No, that's
look at the air filters on the front there. That is the FR8 machine.
Yep, that's Amber Slauson passing Randy on course, physical fourth right now.
Wow.
So Amber, and she's moved. She started 30th. So
She
Jim,
did.
I'm going to make you be like fish. I'm going to make you be a fish, and I know you don't want to be
Really?
fish, but
I could be fish.
if Amber Slauson started third, she has a lot of corrected time on her hand. So where
30th.
did 30th? Sorry,
Jeff
where
Martin
did
started in
Dylan-
12th.
Where did Dylan start? Where
Okay,
did
so
Derek
let's
start?
go right through this. So we had Derek Summers, who started in third position. He's currently lying third on course. We have Dylan Summers, who's leading right now, who started sixth on course. Then we have Jeff Martin, who I believe we saw pass through, who in that Miller class, in the Miller car, who it started in 12th. Then we've got Amber Slauson, who started in 30th position. Now, that means on adjusted time, she is definitely ahead of Jeff Martin. But is she actually ahead of the Summers? I'm not so sure.
Well,
but it looks
she
like
might-
Dylan is having some troubles in these trails.
She might not be ahead of ahead of our leaders right now, but will she be able to reel them in through the rock laps, and will she be able to reel them in through the desert? Because based on the pace that we saw Randy be able to put that bomber through the desert at the beginning, this is a very similar car. And so will she be able to reel them in as we get a little bit further on? And once again, Amber, very familiar with these rock trails, although it might have been in a Samurai. But now she's spent a few years in this car, and she almost won it in this car. I don't know if it was this car, but similar style car last year.
Can you imagine jumping from a Samurai and making a Samurai workout here, and then jumping into what could be considered the queen of the rocks, the bomber?
It's definitely a push. But
Exactly. So she's got all of those skills, and she's bringing them to play right now. So the Summers have got to be careful. They've got to keep those wheels rolling. We were talking about flow earlier. And if you watch Amber at the moment, she's got a beautiful flow through the rocks. She's really pushing that car to work. Dylan seems to be a little bit more hesitant now. And again, getting high centered.
Yeah, I don't want to be the announcer that picks these guys apart while they're rocking, but as they're working, but as we're watching Dylan and Derek work their way through the trails, you can definitely see a different pace between the two. We've seen Dylan's co-driver out of the car pulling winch cable. We've seen Derek tagging a rock with the front end, getting high centered, having to reset on the trail, where at the same time as we're literally watching Amber Slauson, just as Jim likes to say, flow through these rocks. It's just a nice, good, steady pace. So she is working very, very hard here to basically keep up a lot of time, and she's got a pile of corrected time in her pocket. 15 minutes off of first place, probably a good 10 minutes off of the leader. And look, there's dust right in front of her at the top of the screen. So that is
Jeff Martin.
That's Jeff Martin. As we cut to our leader, just look at the difference between these two cars in the rocks, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Dylan Summers, I don't know much about Dylan, if I'm completely honest.
I'm going to look it up on Miles' notes.
I don't know what his experience levels are. He's just trying to find a route through here. And he's doing it. He's making it work. And most importantly, he's leading this race right now. And that's impressive. Oh, now look at this. This is Scott Farley. This guy is on a charge.
He absolutely is. He's chasing down Amber. Amber is moving away, and she's chasing up. This is an absolute beautiful race. But you know what, Jim, I looked it up. So Dylan Summers, Santa Cruz, California, Jimmy's Chassis, first Ultra 4 race, 2025.
Ah, well, now that's all we need to know.
There we are. Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Now watch Scott Farley here and watch Amber Slauson. Boom, straight into the back. Morning, Amber. Just to let you know I'm here.
Well, this is that bottom of Jack where we saw a lot of action yesterday. Now, the important thing about this section of trail, we watched it play out yesterday, is essentially a right line and a left line. And to set up correctly for the right or left side, you kind of got to make your decision right where Amber is right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to get across this trail right and left. So she may be sitting back right now to start to say, hey, do I sit back here? Do I set myself up for the right line to go around him because maybe he's going to take left? That might be why she's being hesitant right now. She wants to see where he commits, and then she might take the opposite to try to get a pass on this rock trail.
Now, I don't know where the RCP's in here because I haven't actually seen where they're placed. There might be that you could, if you were to take that right-hand line, you're going to miss an RCP, and if you take that RCP, but you also know that could gain you 50. That could gain you 50. You're going to get a 15-minute penalty, but it's going to give you track position.
I don't think there's an RCP in front of Amber in here. I think the RCP is more up by the waterfall to make sure that they run this waterfall section up at the top, either the right or left. But I think what she's doing is what I'm saying. If she was to get up behind him and see now he's heading over to the right, she may now go up and try to pass him on the left and take that left line. She wants to see him over on the right-hand side of this course before she commits to which one of these waterfalls she's going to climb.
Very patient and calculated here from Amber Slauson. I'm really liking this as we watch.
Yeah, see, look at this. Now, let's see if Amber goes to the left-hand side of this waterfall, or if she follows him up and tries to take that loose right-hand line. It's a little bit tricky.
Jeff Martin actually missed the waterfall there, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
to the
he's
right.
still below it. So there's two lines here. So there's a left-hand side where we saw Brent Harrell break two axles yesterday, and that's where we just saw Summers basically take those two bumps and get up. So that's a very rocky, very steep waterfall line. The right line on camera and when you're sitting in your car actually looks easier because it's really soft and dusty, but there are big holes in there, and you can see he hit one right there. When you see that dirt fly up from a tire like that, that means the suspension's completely unloaded, the axle's basically hanging in the air, and it's just basically working like a water wheel in reverse. It's just whipping dirt up in the air. This side of this trail is not as easy as it might look on camera. The left side is more rocky. There's more traction, but you do have that steep climb that we saw Brent Harrell break two axles on, or sorry, Brock Hager break two axles on yesterday.
Yeah, and people have got to make a decision here. Which way are they going to go as they make their way up towards the waterfall? And you were right. When he got lost in that dust, I thought he'd gone all the way up onto that right-hand side. I didn't realize he had come to a stop. But this is our current race leader in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and leading right now, and not only overall, but also in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class. It is the 170 of Dylan Summers.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get our stock class cars as well as our 4500 cars. We haven't had any of our 4500 cars through this section of trail yet.
No, I think it's going to be a little while before we see that 4,500s coming in.
Now, on lap 2, now also we do need to remember something very important here, Jim, is the fact that when they get to the top of I think it's the top of Jack, they have 2 optional tracks that they can go on. They can take bombs away, or they can keep going all the way up Jack, which I think that's what Dylan did. I think he went all the way up Jack. I talked to a couple other drivers. They sort of thought that might be the best way to go instead of peeling off and going down bombs away.
But right now, it's all about Dylan Summers, and Dylan Summers is starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. His dad, Derek Summers, is somewhere behind him, but he's not worried about that. Okay, look at this. This is Jeff Martin now pulling winch.
Oh, and it looks like Amber's co-driver is out as well, and she has, yeah, all 3 co-drivers are out right now. It looks like Amber is looking to try to get over to her left, our right-hand side of the screen into this waterfall, and maybe just got a little bit offline. So it looks like they're going to try and pull her around that Jeep. That Jeep is not blocking her. She can make that corner and get up in front of that Jeep fairly easily.
That looks to me like, yes, it is. Jeff's co-driver's got his helmet off.
Yeah, that's
now
interesting.
You can see he's really
Jim,
struggling with that free spool. Oh, look at this.
And here we go. Here's where we get into some traffic out in outer limits. So this is our lap 2 sort of first rock trail section.
Yeah, isn't this this is the entrance to Spooners, isn't it? Or is this further up into outer limits?
I think this might be further up into outer limits. I can't tell from this vantage point. That's that UFO Fab stock, modified.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this, we got hoodies for days, we've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
early things that I really started realizing when I started the business, and Brandon coming along with me, and then eventually my grandsons, and showing some interest in what we do in the racing end of it, showing interest in being here. They're still in high school and young, and want to let them do whatever they want to do, but it has given us a lot of opportunities to grow our business beyond us and to our family. I feel like the guys that work for me are part of our family too. I really, in today's world where it's really hard to find the labor and the skill that we need to perform, that when we do find somebody, we sure don't want to lose them, and want to make sure that I take care of them in a substantial way, that they can take pride in this place just like we can. That's evolved into selling product on all the continents except Antarctica, but we have sold quite a bit all over the world, and we still do that to this day. A big customer base in England, Germany, Indonesia, Australia, all of Europe, South America, and I believe nearly all 50 states. So we have grown to be a pretty substantial business in the world of off-road racing, off-road motorsports, and general recreational four-wheel drive type sports.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Dead on track. No movement at all on the tracker.
Now, maybe he's got other problems, because it seems strange to me that he'd allow Amber just to drive by when a 2-second winch pull would actually pull him back over and see him back on track. So I am wondering if there is another problem. So we're watching Jeff Martin here. We've just seen him making his way up through Jackhammer. But as you said before, it does look like he might have a problem. There doesn't seem to be any kind of urgency or much going on at all.
Yeah, I have him on the tracker, has not moved through 3 different pings. So just so you know, if you're at home looking at this racing tracker, if you see the yellow bubble, the yellow pin at the very bottom of it, if it's red, that means that the vehicle hasn't moved at least through a few consecutive pings. Now, sometimes that just means they're stopped, maybe they're winching, they're checking a few things out. It might not mean that there's something wrong, but we're assuming, based on what we saw with Jeff Martin earlier, that there may be an issue with the car because they were out, co-driver helmet off. That's never a good sign, never at all. But right now we are watching the 4584. That's one of our modified cars. So here we go. This is physical second place right now. This is Derek Summers.
Oh, this is absolutely superb to see, isn't it? Dylan out in front, his father Derek behind him, although you know this for certain. Derek is going to be wanting to beat him.
Yeah, so this is him coming down Wrecking Ball. Then they got to get on that little dirt road, go up beside Jack North. They're going to have to turn around and go down Jack North Trail. I can see that according to the tracker, I have, Dylan is right out near Tumbleweed. That's an area, of course, that was added a few years ago. It was made somewhat famous when Dave Cole dropped his bomber off of it while pre-running. Not the exact spot where they drove off, but apparently this is where they took that tumble in that trail bomber right after Miles got out of it. So he got to film it for all of us. And then his next spot, the next spot we'll see our race leader will be going through Laser Nut Alley, her problem, idle issues, and then taking that right at Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, so Derek Summers, he's been racing with us since 2010. So, I mean, been out on these courses for a very long time. He's just coming to a stop. I'm guessing he's going to be changing or just making a navigational change.
Well, this part of the course, honestly, Jim, it's a little tricky because we were saying before, you're going to go up a little dirt road and then come down through the trail. So it can get a little confusing sometimes when you're at the bottom of these canyons, figuring out exactly where you need to go. But yes, so we have Derek Summers on camera. That is physical second on course. Right behind him, I believe, should be Scott Foley, which, if the tracker is honest, he is. And then Amber Slauson after that.
Oh, no, now that is Brexton Glines.
Oh, one of our stock class Broncos took a little tumble there.
Oh, no, so now he'll have to get out of the car, get it back up on track again. And I'm just looking. It doesn't look like there's many things to winch to, does there? So this is in Spooners.
All right, so while we wait for this car to get recovered, I hear we got some updates from Tiffany Stone up in remote pit. Let's see what she's got.
All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm here with Eric Miller. Now, Eric, you are actually driving Chris Hicks' vehicle. You are the driver of record for the 4880. Tell me exactly kind of what happened.
Yeah, so it's been an awesome day. We started pretty far back. I think we were 77th, and the boys, we right out of the gate, like, we didn't have comms. My co-driver's helmet was screwing up, and we just made do with what we can. I pretty much, like, a couple years ago in the desert, we started back. I think we got to like physical 13 or something, start of lap 2. So we were picking them off exactly to plan, trying to get into the jackhammer predicament before the plug, and coming down Spooners halfway down. I think the piston seal in the ram is failing, and the wheel just will free spin. It's full hydraulic steering, so it's not completely dead. I was able to nurse it back here, but like if it gets bound, you can't move it. So we were hung up there for a bit. It caused us to get a rear flat, so we ended up with 2 rear flats, just trying to get it out, beating the car, and it's just unfortunate because it's such an amazing machine. It's one of our pro chassis. Cody Young won in it last year, and I know why, because it's wicked. I mean, to do what it does in the desert, and guess what? It's not a desert car, it's a rock crawler, and that's where it shines. So hopefully we can get this thing fixed, go see what kind of time we can put down and where we can end up. Chris gave me the go ahead to finish this race. I was okay to let him in, but he's running 44 tomorrow on another pro chassis, so it'll be a good day overall. I'll be honest, the parts are all awesome. We had a little bit of a vibration on lap 1 due to a bent drive line, smelling some gear oil, and getting temps hot. We saw the transfer case that runs 250 weight severe gear from AMSOIL getting up there, but that's no concern because that oil's rated over 300 degrees. So pretty awesome. You can push it even when the car is not 100%, and we'll see if we can get it fixed and get out there.
Well, best of luck to you. It was really good to see Chris come over and give you a hug and said, I've got nothing to do tomorrow except get into that race, but I've got all day Sunday after that, so let's talk about it. Very best of luck to you, Eric Miller.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is, just to recap it, any race, there's so much to take away from. I've got a notebook full in my head already of stuff we can make changes on, make improvements, and push his race program forward. They have a great crew and a great team. And Hammers is an animal unlike anything else. And if you don't have a perfect day, not going to happen for you. So we'll get it done and get it finished. But, we're going to learn from this one and move forward for the rest of the season next year.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric Miller. Hopefully him and the team can be able to get back out there. Back up to you guys.
Good news what I'm seeing on camera right now, because this is 1006. This is Derek Summers. This is our current second place car on course. Now, the reason I say it's good news that I see it on course moving is because when I was just checking the tracker to see where our leader was, I was showing him at 0 miles an hour, and I was concerned that he might be stopped in that rock trail. But right now, we can physically see him moving on screen, so we know he's still moving. I do see our current race leader is all the way over into Laser Nut Alley. So we should see him on screen shortly as they make their way through that little rock section at the bottom of Laser Nut. Speak of the devil, there he is. So he's going to make the turn right here into this rock section. Now, we put some RCPs up in these rocks to keep these guys and girls up in this rock section. So they're going to come through that little sandy wash thing there at the bottom. They got to turn up into this little section. So this is Laser Nut Alley and Her Problem. You kind of skip along the bottom of the mountain just to give you an idea of where you are in Hammertown. This is on the bottom side of the rock formation that makes up the right-hand side of Chocolate Thunder. So if you can imagine, if you've been watching the internet lately, you know where Chocolate Thunder is. It's right over there. So Chocolate Thunder is on the opposite side of the lake bed. You can actually see it from here in Hammertown. But right now, our race leader is in Laser Nut Alley, going to make his way over through Her Problem into Idle Issues. Then they're going to turn right and go up through Chocolate Thunder. So right now, this is second. This is 1006. This is Dylan's dad, Derek. So right now we have Dylan leading the race, his father, Derek, right behind him. And this is coming down Jack North. And they're right back. This is going to get confusing because these cars look the exact same. But 170 is our current leader. He's now working his way through Laser Nut Alley. 1066 is our second place car right behind him. And then behind them, making their way through the rock trails, should be Scott Farley, followed by Amber Slauson. And then right behind Amber now is Jeff Martin, and we are showing him possibly moving. But here's the bigger news. We see Brad Lovell right behind Jeff Martin. So that means if that's the case, Brad has now moved into physical sixth on course in a stock class Bronco. So right now we're watching our current race leader make his way through Idle Issues Her Problem on his way over to Idle Issues. We are looking for, at some point in time soon, we should see Brad Lovell coming through Jack, where we saw all that action yesterday with our UTVs. This is the bottom of Sledge. This isn't Jack. This is the bottom. At the top of your screen says Sledge, but it's not. This is the very bottom of Sledge. This is where you come out. This is essentially where we would be starting the trail if we're driving up into Sledge. So there's just a bunch of nuisance rocks here. Oh, look at this. It looks like Randy's gotten the car 3/4 of the way over. So this is some big news for Randy. Good for him. At least the car is no longer completely upside down. I'm trying to get a number off this car that's passing it. That looks like it may have been, trying to pull up on the tracker here. 1 second. Maybe Daniel Gutenberg, or it may, yeah. Or Dustin Eisenhower. I apologize. I could not get a. Welcome back, Jim. Can you see a number on that car?
I'm just trying to see. I can see it's sponsored by Threat Wheels and Dometic, and I recognize the car.
4472. So that is Dustin Eisenhower.
That is Dustin Eisenhower.
Yeah, so that's Dustin Eisenhower. So that's Dustin Eisenhower. He just went past where Randy was. We saw Randy starting to turn back over. So Randy was starting to make a little bit of a move there. We are still watching our current leader make their way through Laser Nut Alley, her problem, idle issues, over to Chocolate Thunder. And his dad right behind him. He is now out of Jack. Oh, bad news for, looks like Holly Fowler, one of our 4,500 cars. Bad news for her. It looks like they're winching her possibly off course. I see co-driver out, helmet off. That's unfortunate for her.
Yeah, so as we continue here with the action at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and what a day of action it's been already. We saw, oh, hello, no, this is Brad Lovell.
Yeah, I was watching him earlier. I was trying to get see if we get a camera over there. We show him as 0. He should be in Jack at some point in time today. But yeah, it looks like they're
Looks like he's having to winch.
I think he may be above that. I apologize to you at home. I don't know if this. I'm assuming the stock vehicles get a bypass through that area of the trail where we saw all the action yesterday with the UTVs. But Jim, I'm going to step out for a quick break. I'm going to hand my headset off to Matt Holt's going to come over here, and then we're going to let him play it out for a little bit. I'll be back shortly, and we'll see how much this race has changed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ian. Been a wonderful morning with you. And the action continues here at the 20th anniversary and the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. It is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge today. 3 classes out on track. We have the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class. We have the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class, and of course the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. And it's all about this young man right now. This is Dylan Summers. It was his first KOH last year racing, and who can believe that he's leading this race not only in 4800 but also the whole thing. Joining me in the booth now is Matt Holt. Matt, how we doing?
What is up? Again, watching all the action. It's been very fun. Interesting to see. Obviously, Randy Slauson over there on his side. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get back up. At first, I thought that was going to be a real quick recovery, and it did not go as quick as I thought. So that's definitely something to watch about. And again, like we saw with the UTVs yesterday, this is literally anybody's game.
It is indeed. This is Dustin Eisenhower making his way up through now. He's got a nice flow making his way through. Taking it nice and easy. That'll be interesting to see where Brad Lovell is. We saw he was winching a little bit earlier. Let's hope he's not broken and that he's just high centered up on a rock. And this looks like he's just coming up into the bottom of Jack here. We're back with Brad Lovell now. So that means he's moving again. That's fantastic news for our Off-Road Hall of Famer. Brad Lovell and Hammers, so synonymous. Kind of like peas in a pod, they go together as he makes his way through these trails. And it's incredible to believe that this car, okay, there are some stock bypasses, and there are a few trials that these cars don't do that the 4500s and the 48s do, but to be so fast through these rocks on 35-inch DOT tires is quite remarkable.
As it looks like we have quite a few cars spread out. I know we got a great dash cam there at Brad. Trying to see where everybody's at. Also, the tracker this year, I love. They added a whole lot more tracking loops, which gives us a lot more update picture, and we can use that. And again, it turns out really awesome to put the tracker and the timing both in. It's really convenient, gives a much better picture. It gives us up here talking about it also a lot more accurate picture, so we appreciate all that.
And here is Dylan Summers, our race leader right now. Oh, fantastic images here. As he makes his way across the track with Hammertown in the background, makes the turn, drops back in. I'm just trying to see where he is on course right now. And if you want to follow the tracker, you can go to racingtracks.com. See our recovery teams.
Yeah, I was just trying to catch you. The black and white, the red and white Bronco there in the bottom of the screen looks like it was getting towed off course by some of our officials.
Now, it does look like our leader has already made his way through Chocolate Thunder. As we wait to get a number on this vehicle here as it crosses by. And that is the 4820. And we're back with.
Looks like a shot here at Jackhammer again. It looks like we've had pretty smooth sailing so far today. I know we had Eric Miller talking about that earlier, saying how he didn't want to get caught in that traffic jam like we saw a handful of UTVs yesterday. They had a plan to get there quick. Looks like we got the Dustin Eisenhower, 44.72, trying to make his way through there.
Now, this was the dusty line that Ian was talking about earlier. When you actually look at these lines, you look to the left line, you look to the right line, you automatically assume that that right-hand line, as we look at it, is the easier line. Now, this is interesting. There's a young man who disappeared off our vision for a while. Just ahead of Dustin Eisenhower there was Brent Harrell. We hadn't seen much of him as we watched more cars making their way past Randy Slauson. Randy Slauson, though, is back on his wheels. And we see Chris Ray there just picking up the winch. Now, is he going to put the winch away and they're going to get going again? The body attitude looks pretty negative right now, but let's see what happens as more cars pick their way past. Three-time king, Randy Slauson. But it amazes me. If Randy Slauson can roll in these trails, a man who's driven these trails a gazillion times, who's won here so many times, has done so incredible things, it just proves how tricky it is.
It is, and that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, Jim. If Randy Slauson, the guy's a legend, if he can roll over and have issues, like a guy like me is not going to have a chance, and I really think that kind of shows.
No, but that's the thing with hammers. Everybody has a chance. And this is one of the good old cars making.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Long shot.
And he's kind of set to do one. He's had a couple bad breaks in the past here, a couple weird mechanical failures, so hopefully he can get out there and make some nice dust. I know he qualified pretty well there, so we're excited to see that.
I think that's a mild understatement saying he qualified pretty well.
Yeah, I like to. Paul Walker's a good buddy of mine. He's the other Illinois boy. I said we're both from Illinois, so I always try to give him a little boost. He's a great guy and does a lot for the off-road community in general as well.
Yeah, from rowdy rock bouncer to civilized rock racer, I like to think of it.
Civilized. I like that. I like that.
Although there was nothing civilized about his qualifying run the other day. It was absolutely tantalizing as he crossed the line in that incredible 1:50, blowing us all away. And he left 4 seconds out on the course.
Yeah, again, when he bobbled over that berm, I really thought, well, this will be top 3, top 5. And then he came in with that fast time. And then it stuck through the entire power hour, which is just absolutely incredible.
It was, yes, absolutely. Right, here we go. This is Derek Summers in that fantastic Jimmy's frame. Jimmy's 4x4, of course, another icon here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah. Sharp rig too. I like the wraps. I think the graphics this year I've really seen stand out for almost all the cars, having great looking wraps, a lot of them. I know we have a bunch of new guys as well as some older cars that are new to them. And so very, very cool to see some of the wraps and the icons that guys have done a great job with.
So Derek Summers, he's hunting down his son right now, Dylan, who's out in front. Derek been racing with us since 2010, 16 years here at Hammers. And he's doing great right now. Now, who is this? Is this our race leader? Yes, this is Dylan Summers, making his way through. Putting that car to work. Now, I think that's a change into high box there, potentially.
Again, just ripping through that desert floor. And again, such awesome shots. So we got to see that that fading shot last night of Nick Reich out there riding that ridge line with the sun setting behind it. And I'm like, that's something you put like a movie poster almost, you know? Just beautiful shot of the desert floor. And it doesn't look like there's a ton of dust down the valley, but I know we had a lot of dust kind of hanging around here. Not tons of wind. We had a little bit kick up yesterday afternoon. I know the 4,400 guys are hoping for at least 10, 15 mile an hour wind, maybe 20, just to kind of get it out so they can get fresh, clean air.
Yeah, Dylan Summers got to be careful here. He's running out in front. He's got a really good pace going about him, but he is being hunted down by Amber Slauson and by Scott Farley. And Scott Farley, I'm going to say this, is on a far stronger pace right now, but that is Scott Farley.
Ooh.
So did he just take a wrong turn there?
Yeah, it looks like he was backing up to make sure he picked the right line again.
Now, we just saw, I believe we saw Derek Summers coming through here around about 2 or 3 minutes ago. So what can Scott do? Now, we saw Derek, he went through here very smoothly indeed. Yeah, Scott putting it to work.
Wow.
Oh, fantastic.
I love that view because it just shows tons of rocks and sky, which is kind of an accurate picture of what some of these drivers are seeing. You have just a mountain of rocks and then sky.
I have a wonderful story from the first time that Robbie Gordon came out here. They took him out to Spooners and Outer Limits, and they went, there it is. And he went, where? And they went, there. And he went, that's not a trail. And I went, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. And coming from desert racing where it's wide open, you know, he's kind of the same way. He brings rock guys out. Where to go? Just go there. Well, all I see is a nice, big, long, flat desert. Yeah, you just go for 100 miles, then turn.
Yeah, now this is Scott Farley putting it to, oh, look at that. Little bit of well-planned aggression just to punch him through the rocks. I love that. That is a man who's in complete control of his machine. Did you see it? It's just that lovely little punch.
Yeah, kind of bumping it. Sometimes you got a ledge. You got to kind of bump it over that ledge, back up, kind of give it a little gas just to get to that next lip or whatever.
Yeah, this is the man who's flying on course right now.
Yeah, he's
this is the
making
man
really
who's
good time
really
for these
making
rocks.
moves. The Summers have got to be looking over their shoulder right now.
Yeah, he actually, I mean, again, he's thrashing through these rocks right now.
He is indeed. He's putting those Maxxis tires to work. Maxxis Trepidor is a massive favorite of most teams in Europe. And again, here we go, picking his way through these rocks. And let's not forget, these are a 37-inch DOT tire.
Yeah. And again, the stock class running a 35-inch DOT tires. That's why I was very impressed. He was making a really quick time through those rock section there.
So he's doing good here, making his way through. So he's running currently third place on track. This is Derek Summers. It looks like he's just come up through Chocolate Thunder. And I believe that where we saw Scott Farley was sort of around that sort of her problem area.
Yeah. Again, he was flying through those rocks. People do not realize how fast that is and how rough that section is.
Yeah, I reckon he was coming through her problem, idle issues, that kind of area, before he makes the turn up into Chocolate Thunder. Right. And this is what we were saying earlier about navigation. You've got to be so careful.
Yeah. And again, we talked a lot about those RCPs that you guys were talking about this morning.
Well, let's talk about those RCPs again. So we've got VCPs out there in the desert, and we've got RCPs. So VCPs are virtual checkpoints. You have to be within 150 feet with them, and they're to keep you honest in the desert to make sure that you're going in the right direction. Then we have RCPs, which are rock checkpoints. Again, these are virtuals, and they actually are in the rock trails themselves, and they're to make sure that you hug the correct trail so you don't go off course by accident.
Yeah, and again, those rock checkpoints, they put a lot of them in that trail, and they're very tight. So you see a couple drivers yesterday kind of back up, kind of pause, maybe go on the right side of a rock. And again, Ben came up last night, and he said, just because you have a trail that's 100 foot wide does not mean the middle of that is where the VCP is at or the RCP is at. It could be on one side or the other because they really want to force you to take those kind of harder lines. You know, this is not a bypass.
This is the hardest rock race in the world. This isn't turn up and drive around the rocks.
Yeah.
So I'm loving what these guys are doing, and I'm loving what Justin Marquand and Dave Cole are doing by bringing that technology into our sport and making sure that we get to see the best rock racing action anywhere in the world.
And I think most of the drivers we've talked to, whether it be UTV or a big car, most of them have said, we don't mind doing rocks as long as everyone's doing the rocks. But if some guys are doing rocks and some guys are doing bypass, well, that's not necessarily fair.
Well,
we
it's
don't
king
mind.
of the hammers, not king of the bypasses.
Yes.
I mean, anyone can drive a dusty trail, but it takes passion and it takes time and commitment to be able to drive the big rocks here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing from our lead drivers right now, and that is our race leader, Dylan Summers. And he'll know that Scott Farley is on a charge. He will know that his dad is chasing him down, but that's okay. And here we are. More awesome drone shots from our Hammer Kings production team. $118 cars started this morning in 3 different classes.
How many cars?
118.
Wow. That
Still blows my mind that we had over 130 cars start yesterday.
Yeah, that's insane. 118 cars. That's awesome.
Yeah, and how many finished yesterday? I think it was only around about 30, wasn't it?
23, I
Was
think.
it 23? Good grief. And some of the biggest and baddest names in off-road motorsport. You know, it's like a who's who who's racing. You know, Brock Hager, who's arguably the #1 off-road racer in the world right now, along with so many other people. So here we go. We're on board with another car now. I think that was the 3105 of Megan Miller.
Yeah.
So great to see Megan out here racing.
Again, shout out to the production crew. I know they do a great job with all the drone footage as well as the in-car. Again, as they cut to Megan's in-car here, it shows you. I love the picture-in-picture even in the in-car. You can see back and forward, which is super cool. If you see somebody trying to chase down, it's very, very neat. And these in-cars have provided us with just such an awesome view of how big some of these rocks are and how hard this course is.
The only negative is that she can't see that view. So, but that's okay. We keep talking about it. But technology is changing the way we race out here as we watch Megan Miller picking her way through. She's doing a great job. Looks like she's got a stock class car in front of her at the moment. And the ability for these cars to have internet via Starlink on the tops of these cars is really a game changer. It can bring us all these wonderful pictures, but it also means they can communicate, and that's exactly what they're doing. And again, I think this is our race leader, Dylan Summers. It is indeed. And if you're thinking about buying a race car, be like Dylan Summers here and put a big number on your roof.
Yeah, that really helps us, especially when it gets dusty and later at night. That's a huge, huge advantage. Brian Tempe I seen him welding on that car earlier in the booth. Did he get back going?
Yeah,
again?
Brian Tempe's absolutely smoking hot right now. He's out there on course. He's inside our top 10. Last time I saw him, I was gutted for Eric Miller to see that he's pulled out. He was making big moves. He'd moved up from 69th position right the way up into, I think he got as high as 8th place.
Jeez, 60 some to top 10.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredible.
leave it to Eric Miller to be able to do that.
Now, is that Brent? I think that is Brent Harrell we're looking at there. That definitely is. So this is in Jackhammer. Now, I did wonder if Brent's had a problem because Brent's usually one of our hard chargers. He's usually at the front of the group. And he was charging hard in that top 3. And now he's fallen back from the leaders. So is he wounded? Is he carrying a problem? Has he had to stop to repair?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know the Herald name in general has been out here racing for quite some time. They have raced several classes and several cars. One year we had to do podiums, and we had Brent and Brett both racing. So we had to keep, for tracking, it was like, wait, which one is it? And again, those names sound very similar. You have to be very clear on the pronunciation.
I've fallen foul of it so many times. It's not even funny. And I'm looking forward to seeing Brett Harrell racing tomorrow. Let's not forget, Brett Harrell, of course, came second in Race of Kings a couple of years ago. He took that big tumble when Justin Marquand was his co-driver, but he sorted it out, got back on track, and finished in second position. And that's the whole point with this race. It's a never-surrender race. Doesn't matter how badly you're doing, you can guarantee there's somebody doing worse. You've got to give it 100% every single time. And that's what Derek Summers is doing right now. Oh, nice line there from Derek. I love that.
Yeah.
Committed, couldn't quite make it. Came back, looked at it, changed the line slightly, boom, straight through.
Yeah, those orange cars from the Herald's race is very iconic. Wraps have been very clear. We see several of those in tomorrow as well in the 4,400 race of Kings.
Yeah, most notably, of course, the genius himself, Paul Herschel.
Yeah.
And Paul Herschel earned himself a place on the, I think it's the third row of the grid by entering the Desert Challenge.
His car is just, when it comes by, you can like feel the earth rattling with that monster big block engine.
Yeah, Greta would not be proud.
I love it.
So here we go. And this is, we're back to another Summers. It's like a Summers Racing Grand Prix out here. We've got Dylan Summers leading, and just behind him is Derek Summers, his dad.
Yeah, you got to wonder if they're like giving updates like, hey, you better push a little faster. Dad's right on your heels.
Do you think they're going to be doing the Gomez brothers and going to be telling each other the wrong mile markers?
I could see that happening. Yeah.
I don't think they are. Right now, I think they've got sweaty palms, wide eyes, and they are just hunting down this finish line. What a fantastic day here for racing. The sun is shining. We've got blue skies, a few wispy clouds, and more importantly, we've got wind that's keeping the dust away, making this ideal conditions for racing here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, right here in Hammertown, we have a bunch of flags on a lot of the merch trailers, and I kind of every once in a while kind of glance out and see how much those flags are blowing to let these guys know how much dust is actually moving in the desert.
Okay, now check this out. This is Scott Farley, and he can smell blood.
Ooh.
Just in front of him is Derek Summers. Scott Farley, we keep saying it, but he's on a charge right now. He can see that dust only a short way ahead. Powers down, brings it backwards. The car control Scott has learned in the last few years is absolutely remarkable. Really in tune with his vehicle. And this is not a small car. She is a big beast.
Yeah, and he was making really quick time through those rocks. Again, that car was just absolutely thrashing through there.
Yeah. Now he's just getting tucked down in the dust here. He's just got to be a bit careful. Those Max's tires digging in there. All the time he can go backwards, he won't be too worried. And I know that sounds dumb, but it means you can get a new line, and that's exactly what he's done. Fantastic driving here from Scott Farley. And oh, look at this. We're on board with Scott right now.
Yeah.
And look, now, you can see all the dusty parts of this trail. Now, the dust pulls away from the rocks, exposing the big rocks, which makes the rocks very difficult to drive. You're losing traction all the time you're on this dust. So you're trying to feel it through the driver's seat. You're trying to feel where it's going. As you're turning the wheels, you can feel the wheels scrabbling and changing. As you then turn it back on, put the wheel on the rock, you feel the traction, you work away again. Up you go, pulling forward, just using that brake pedal, just tapping it in while accelerating. Just so you can feel that flow.
He is driving really hard here. Again, he is definitely going to catch up to Dylan very quickly with this kind of pace.
No, I don't think he wanted just to push too hard. He knows he's got him. He knows he's got him on adjusted time. So right now, although Scott Farley is behind Derek Summers, he has him on adjusted time. Just looking now, Scott Farley started in 25th position and Derek Summers started in 3rd. So if he can see him, he's already passed him on adjusted time. Great stuff.
Yeah.
And this looks like Lauren Healy to me.
Yeah. Lauren Healy in that Ford Bronco. I saw Vaughn doing an interview earlier. Is he still in or is he out?
I know. So Vaughn did the rock lap, handed it off to Lauren, and Lauren's into the rock lap. Now, this is very clever by these guys because it means that they get a pre-run for tomorrow's Race of Kings. You know, they're not stupid. They're very clever indeed. And they're putting their Ford Bronco through its paces here and showing us what it can do. But also they're aligning themselves so that when they bring their big boy 4400 race Broncos to the party, they're going to know what they're facing.
Yeah, and again, that's a great point, Jim. Being able to get out there and get a little high-speed pre-running during race pace is just absolutely incredible. A lot of fun and very, very cool. I'm sure those guys really appreciate that, and it gives you a little more feel. Now, obviously, pre-running something and then doing it in a big car, the cars are different. But the muscle memory of learning which way to go. Oh, we turn right here. Oh, that transition's a little faster, go a little slower. That is super important from that pre-running, and you see that a lot more on the big teams.
Okay, and this looks like it is our race leader. Okay, I think we're going to see a changing from low to high.
Yeah.
And you might be wondering, these vehicles have... No, that's Scott Farley. That is Scott Farley. So Scott Farley's come out of the top, and he's made that change from low box to high box. And this is the battle now. Now, I'm just looking here at the moment of what we've got, but I'm hearing that we've got Miles Hasselquist in the pits, and he's with Bailey Cole. So we'll be cutting back down to that in a minute as we stay here with the action. I'm watching Scott Farley. Now, as I say, Scott's going to play this. Oh, hello. Right. Just got slightly off course there. Be back on. There he goes.
Again, you can see how much we've been talking about dust. You can see how much dust just between the drone and the vehicle we're watching. At some points when that, get a back up there, you can see the vehicle almost disappear in that dust.
Oh, look at that. You can see there's second place. That is Derek Summers.
You know he can see that out of his peripheral vision.
Too right he can. Also, the Rufus Racing team will be watching. So as we continue with the action here, and I'm just watching this, we're going to stay with this a minute because this is fantastic. This is the physical battle for second and third position right now. So Derek Summers wandering down the bottom. And look at this, Scott Farley picking his way down there. He won't quite be able to see Derek Summers from where he is, but I bet he's got comms on, and I bet he knows that he's not far away.
Oh, yeah. If he cannot see him, I guarantee you his crew is screaming that radio, like, the right part of the owl.
But he doesn't need to pass him. He's got him on adjusted time. He's got to drive his own race here. As I say, he started in 25th position. Derek Summers started in third position. And looking down my list here, Dylan Summers started in 6th. So Scott Foley, as my good friend Ian would say, he's got adjusted time in his pocket.
Yeah, but to me, that is so hard to do. I feel like that's just a bull to a red flag. I mean, seeing that competitor
Or a
in front
red
of
flag
you,
to a bull, yeah?
Yeah. seeing that competitor in front of you, knowing, hey, I can go past that guy, I would want to push so bad. It would take so much self-control to just be like, you know what? It's okay. We got him on adjusted time. I would just want to chase him down so bad.
He's going to chase him down. He's got great pace. But look at this. This is the young lady herself. This is none other than Amber Slauson. She checked out on her husband earlier today. She said, adios. You've stuck it on your side. I don't need to see that. I'm out of here.
She's making quick time again through the rocks. Those bomber chassis do very, very well. Again, we've seen Randy set some crazy times through the rocks. Definitely making quick work of that.
Yeah, and Amber Slauson left the line in 32nd position. So she was 7 places behind Scott Farley. Just remember that when we get towards the pokey end of this, the pointy end of this race. And I'm just watching here. I think that is that our race leader or is that Derek? That is Derek Summers that we're watching right there. Oh, and this is the physical battle here for third and second place.
Again, when you can see both of them on the screen, it kind of gives you an idea of like how intense this race can be. Seeing first place and second place, both on screen, both in the same picture.
So here we go. We've got Scott Farley here right now, and he's just picking his way through these rocks. Derek's already been through here. Got to be careful. It's so easy to tag a tire going through these rocks.
Yeah.
And we keep saying it. These are DOT tires. They're not racing tires.
Yeah.
Although the technology that these tire companies are bringing into this, the way we can beat on these DOT tires compared to what we could do 10 years ago is night and day.
Yeah, and again, that's a great point. These are DOT tires. They're going through rough rocks and bashing that hard. Farley was just absolutely thrashing through there. Slicing a tire this far out would definitely be a huge disadvantage, sitting in second place right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for these cars to actually change a tire, they're going to lose at least 3, possibly even 5 minutes. And that would be considered a fast change.
Yeah.
These aren't like desert trucks where they're set up for it. And one of the biggest problems that they actually have with it is that the dust actually compacts around the wheel centers. So when they actually take the wheels off, there's dust all over the wheel nuts. You go to put the wheel nuts back on, and what happens is that dust and that sand gets caught in the wheel nuts and can cause galling and can cause issues. But you know what? I think that gap is closing between Scott Farley and Derek Summers.
Not to mention, again, since you brought up desert racing, those guys have auto jacks. They have all the tools right there. A 4600 car, a stock car, more of a budget type car. They're not going to have 4 auto jacks on all 4 corners where you can jump out, jack a corner up. Again, so you're going to have to get out. You're going to have unscrew your jack, may have to use it a little bit. Takes a lot more time in that 3-minute window, now maybe closer to a 5-minute window.
Yeah, now here we go. Off-Road Hall of Famer, it's Brad Lovell in that Ford Racing Bronco. Has anybody told him he's in the stock class? Because I don't think he knows it.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks to me like we're up in the top here of sort of idle issues and her problem. Making his way round. He'll be dropping back down into the wash and in towards Chocolate Thunder. So this is the 4621 of Brad Lovell. And let's be honest, if we had a podium up here without Brad Lovell, it would feel a bit weird.
Yeah. Again, if timing is correct, again, unofficial, it looks like he's sitting in 8th place overall right now, first in class.
That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Has anyone told Brad he's not actually racing in the 4800s? Because he doesn't seem to have noticed.
Yeah, those are some monster rocks. Again, Brad Lovell, no stranger to this place, but just absolutely gnarly rocks he's in there right now.
He is indeed. And the thing I'm looking forward to tomorrow is they're bringing back out the old Ford Ranger. I am so looking forward to that. Yeah, his son Adam's going to be driving that.
That's like a serious throwback car right there.
Oh, it is. I remember racing that car right the way back in 2013 and 14. It's going to be so cool to see it out here. Okie dokie. Right, we're with our leader. Is that our leader or is that Derek? It's hard to say from here. One of them is a 170. That'll be Dylan. If it's the 1004, that is Derek. But as he makes his way down through the course, we got Miles Hasselquist in the pits, and he's got multiple people to talk to. So, Miles, what you got going on?
Thank you, Jim. I'm down here with Bailey Cole. That's out of the race car. What's going on, buddy?
We're just doing a bit of repair stuff that we probably messed up the other night. But the team got it back together, and we're just in limp mode right now. So we were cruising around the desert lap, but we'll get back out for the rock lap.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit more because you're saying the crew got the car together. I swung by a couple nights ago, and you had the engine out of it, swapping stuff. I mean, that's incredible, doing it in the dirt and still making it here to race day.
Yeah, no. Last night at 6 p.m., we didn't have a motor, trans, fuel cell wasn't in, and the team got it all together. So couldn't thank them. Ford, they actually lent us a totally stock donor car that's still in our pits. We tore all the parts out of it, put it in this car, and now we're on the track.
I love it. Yeah, you coming out here. I just saw one of your other teammates, John Rance, came through. He's looking good, but I do see Bailey Campbell. She's been here for a bit, so I'll bring her in just a minute. But I don't want to take too much of your time, but still go out there pushing. Love watching your race, and today's not going to go exactly how you want it, but you're still racing, and tomorrow is the big day.
Yeah, we're not quitting today either, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, always a pleasure, my man. And do you see Bailey? Let's Bailey. Yeah. So we're going to get Bailey Campbell over here now. Have a quick chat with her. Her car's been in the pits for a little bit. What's going on with you?
Yeah, so we finished we're almost to lap one as soon as we cross that arch right there. But the motor mount bolts kind of sheared off in the block, and then it dropped the motor down onto the steering rack bolt, which caused our steering belt to pop off. So we limped it back into pit, and the guys are fixing it up.
Well, I hate to hear that for you, but I love seeing the Ford Racing team all jump in. You got, the RTR team, you got Bailey Cole's team, and then the entire Ford engineers are here trying to keep you guys going, and then your teammate Brad Lovell out front killing it.
I know. I'm so happy to see them keep going, especially Lauren and Vaughn and all them. All these cars, they're meant for this stuff, so I'm just so happy to see them up there.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. A lot of us are disappointed you're not racing tomorrow, but we love seeing you out here in the Bronco.
I know. I'm missing it right now. I'm missing some 40-inch tires as well.
I'll bet that's right. What did you think about during qualifying when you saw your car take that tumble?
The car, I went and saw the car after Cameron took that tumble, and it looks like it did its job. He's safe, and that's all that matters. So hopefully they get the car back together, get it through tech today, and they finish the race tomorrow.
All right. Well, again, I just want to have a quick chat, get everybody caught up at home, but you guys are fierce competitors. Best of luck.
Thanks, Miles.
All right. Always a pleasure. Bailey Campbell, Bailey Cole. Usually I get their names swapped back around. I did right this time. Again, the race is out on the course, but there's still a race here in the pits. They still have a lot of time. We don't close this finish line here till 6 p.m. So if they can get the cars fixed up and back out on course, they're still going to go have some fun. So, Jim, back to you at the Griffin Radiator main stage.
Thank you very much, Miles. It's always great to get your insights from down in the pits. And that's what I love about this race. You've got Bailey Campbell down there and Bailey Cole, and they're fighting to keep those vehicles in the race. They're factory back drivers. They could turn around and go, well, we'll just wait for our team to put that back together. But they don't do that. They get in there, they get dirty, they get with it, and they work all night if that's what it takes. And that's what it does take to be a winner here. So great never die attitude from them. Oh, this is wonderful to see. That's Brexton Glines. He's back on all four wheels again.
Yeah, and I was kind of laughing at that cause and effect they were running through of what broke that affected what else, and kind of listening to that cause and effect of what broke, causing what else to repair. So it sounds like they've had a bit of trouble there trying to get everything kind of back where it was supposed to be, but I'm sure they'll get it taken care of really quick, and that Ford Racing team does a great job.
Yeah, they do indeed. So Brexton and his co-driver, they got their helmets off, they got the race suits down, and they're just making sure that everything's all okay. Sometimes it's worth just taking a few extra seconds to make sure that the car is right and ready. Also, it doesn't hurt if you've had a rollover, just to let all those fluids go back to where they should be rather than where they shouldn't be. What a great looking car this is, though. And a big shout out to Kendall Glines, who's sitting at home watching this right now, currently fighting the Big C. We miss you, Kendall. We hope you're joining us again next year. And you see he's got his tool bag out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it looks like they're just trying to secure everything back to where it's supposed to go. I don't know if they had to.
Here's a top tip. When you fit your fire extinguishers, fit them inside of your cage line. So when you do roll over, you don't leave your fire extinguishers in the dirt.
Strapping jacks and who knows what else, jack handles, everything else back on. It looks like they had either a high lift jack there or maybe a floor jack handle they were putting back together.
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier today, about changing tires. And there are so many different options out there, and so many new jack technology items that have come out in the last few years as a direct result of this type of racing.
Yeah, and it's neat to see that the off-road racing industry is now driving products, and people at home are going, "Hey, that's a really good idea. Why didn't I think of that?" Oh, well, we did, but it was in the desert, so it's a great product.
Now, you see, I always take my dog for a walk, but this guy just wants to take his car. Hey, come on there, Fido. Now, is that Scott Farley? That is Scott Farley. You can tell there's a certain type of driving, but look at this. Oh,
right
talk
there.
about closing up on you. I'm guessing that was a change there from Scott, going from high to low.
Yeah.
Now, these vehicles, most of them are going to be running 2-speed transfer cases, or transfer boxes, as some of us like to say. And they're going to be using a high-low and a low, and a high and a low ratio. Significant differences between the two. A lot of these transfer cases will have a 1-to-1 high box, and then in the low box, they'll be running either a 2-to-1 or a 1.5 of the normal options. Obviously, there are other transfer. Oh, here we go. Is this a chase for the second place physically?
Right there. Looks like
look
he might
at
be moving past him right now on screen.
Now, did he actually pull over and let him go? Do you know what? I think we just saw him let him pass. What a gentleman.
Jim, I think you're 100% correct there. I think he did kind of pull over, let him pass. And enduros racing, what you used to do in four-wheelers and dirt bikes, the kind of rule was, if I'm fast enough to catch you, I'm probably fast enough to pass you.
Well,
so
let's be honest, that is the rule here as well. However, they are racing for track position. They are racing for podium places right now. This isn't first lap. This isn't I started in 30th and I caught you. This is second lap racing for podium position. So what a gentleman Derek Summers is there. As Scott Foley, I mean, look at the pace of the man. He is just checking out. If you're just joining us, this is the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and this race just became red hot as Scott Farley goes off in hot pursuit of our current race leader, Dylan Summers.
And he is thrashing through those rocks.
Yeah, he's really putting a schooling on those rocks.
Yeah, I mean, just doing an absolutely great job there, putting on the pace. And again, I do think you're 100% correct. I think we did see him pull over, Dylan just pull over and say, hey, you know what, go ahead, Scott, I'll let you go by. Scott was obviously pushing very hard.
Now, what you can't hear is the actual vehicles. So these vehicles have sirens in them. They also have a very basic push to pass as well. So Scott Farley here, he's got to work his way up this line, and he's got to be careful. He'll be mindful that Derek is behind him, but equally he mustn't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
He's got to keep that car underneath him, and he's got to keep it in one piece. Nice driving here. And just look at the size of these rocks. They're the height of the hood of this car.
Really massive rocks. Again, it looks like that left line there might be a little bit more worn in.
Yeah. Love the fact that you can see those tires going to work. And when you're driving a car like this with a big hood, it's very difficult to actually see anything that's close. So at the moment, as he's watching, he's not watching the front of the hood here. He's watching sort of around about 100 feet in front of the vehicle, and then he's muscle memorying everything else as it comes towards him. Very important. So as he just pops back into the rock trails here, and these nuisance rocks are a real pain. There's a lot of them, very, very sharp edges. Be so careful. And as a rock driver, you are constantly looking for the line. You're constantly making those changes, trying to keep it going so you can keep that car moving, that constant momentum, that constant flow. That's what gives you speed. So this is Scott Farley, our physical second place on track. Now, he started in 25th position, and he's hunting down Dylan Summers, who started in 6th position. So a little bit of quick math there. And Scott Farley has around about 11 to 12 minutes of adjusted time. And he's going to need all of that if he's going to catch Dylan Summers. Now, I'm just going to take a look on my tracker here, see if I can see where those lead cars are. And I can see that the gap has definitely closed between Scott Farley and our race leader, Dylan Summers.
Getting that Rufus Racing wrap looks a little different this year. Very cool. Again, we talked a little bit this morning about different graphics you'll see on cars, and it's very, very neat. I appreciate all the awesome work that goes into guys helping wrap those cars and show love to sponsors.
Yeah, so Rufus Racing, they're going to be super happy about this. Pip, Angie, Chip, and all the crew, they are going to be sitting there, literally.
I've been trying to shift there. You look like you're trying to get it back in low gear or get it back in high gear.
No, that'll be the change from low to high.
Yeah, go
now,
on.
Interesting, you can usually do that change on the fly, but what you have to do is you have to knock the gearbox back into neutral. Now, sometimes to do that, a lot of these cars are running what's called a reverse pattern shifter. So what you've got is park, reverse, neutral, okay? And then instead of drive, it'll be first gear, second gear, third gear, sometimes fourth if you're running a 4L80. So what they've actually got to do is actually get to neutral to be able to make that shift. So they have to come to a stop to do that. If they're running a standard pattern box, they can actually do it on the fly. Oh, look at this, though. You know who that is, don't you? That's Brad Lovell.
Yeah, it looks like his Bronco might be hung up a little bit there.
Yeah, this is a rare sight. Although we did see him earlier. He was out in the vehicle and they were pulling winch line. And sometimes it's just the safest and best thing to do. Don't take chances. Protect your vehicle. Get out there, do a bit of winching. The difficulty with these canyons, and this is such a wonderful shot, is lots of people in Europe, they look at this and they go, oh man, you know, the winching here is so bad. It's actually really difficult to find something to winch to. These cars weigh something around about, I don't know, 5,000 pounds, which is 2.5 ton to people watching on the other side of the pond. And what happens is you've got to find a rock to pull against that is equal or greater to that mass and the mass that needs to be moved. So it's not just 2.5 ton, it's 2.5 ton plus also the friction that you've created by being stuck. And that's the difficulty. And if you look there, it's really hard to find something to winch against. Johnson Valley has many things, but big trees it is definitely lacking.
Yeah.
Right, we're back in Jackhammer here.
Brad looked very high-centered there.
He did indeed,
Those 35s, I think, were just spinning in the air. Again, he is right now sitting first in our stock class. But again, I know there's some guys that are definitely going to try to close that gap.
Well, let's not forget that Bailey Campbell and Bailey Cole, they're running wounded right now. So there's going to be a significant gap. We saw John Williams earlier on while Mars was doing his pit talk. He had an issue and was out of the car. So Alex Fleming, where's he? I haven't seen him for an age. So, you know, there are things happening behind him.
We got some old school Toyotas. What I was just going to mention, we have some old school Toyotas out there thrashing around.
Oh, yes.
So speak of the devil, we got Chris Bentley on the screen at 46.63 and one of those old school Toyotas out there thrashing through. I've seen some of these guys just give 100% effort in these cars, the old 22R, 22RE, depending on what you're running. You know, most of them are 5-speed. Some guys have twins transfer cases, just, again, out there just thrashing on these rigs.
I don't think it's actually possible to kill these cars. I've got a theory, right, that goes something along the lines of this, that if there is a nuclear holocaust, and let's hope there's not, but if there is, there'll be 3 things left in the world: cockroaches, Toyotas, and Miller chassis.
Well, Twinkies as well. Twinkies, too. You know, you can't forget the Twinkies.
Okay, this is Jeff Martin, speaking of Miller Chassis. Good to see him up and running again. We saw him having some problems in Jack earlier on, but he's making good progress here. Checking on my tracker right now. I think he's lying in around about 5th position, and we saw Scott Farley and Derek Summers crossing through this area just earlier on. I think he is behind Amber Slauson.
So we haven't seen Randy Slauson here in a little bit. I wonder if he's gotten moving again.
I'm trying to look at my tracker at the moment, see if I can see Randy Slauson. And not seeing him right now, but I will, as soon as I find him, I will let you know. But that's Jeff Martin picking his way out.
That looks almost like that left front driver is flat.
I can tell you this for now. If it is, you'll know about it very soon.
Again, I know a lot of guys are running tire liners or tire splines. There's a handful of different things that they run out there. Try to keep the tire. Even if you do lose the tire, you still have something inside to keep at least a little bit of on there. I know a lot of our UTV guys definitely were enjoying that.
Now, this is one of the Summers cars. Is this Dylan or is this Derek? I'm going to guess that that is Derek by the looks of it. Just look how loose this terrain is. It's interesting you mentioned tire liners. So they're not allowed to have secondary air devices inside the tire. That of significant size. There is actually a side regulation on that. I think it's 27 inches. I might be wrong, but I believe it is. But there are new devices. Oh, look, you can see dust in the distance. I'm guessing if this is Derek Summers, in fact, that's not. No, that's the 628. So I'm completely wrong there. I do apologize. So that is Corey Allenson making his way through. So Corey doing a good job there. I'm just going to have a look at our scoring. So it does look like at the moment it is Dylan Summers ahead of Scott Farley, then Derek Summers, Amber Slauson, and then Jeff Martin.
Wow, got a little bit of air open up here in Jack North. Got a couple cars on screen. Again, I was trying to check the chat, see if we had any updates. I know a lot of time we'll get updates from the live chat. Appreciate everybody tuning in and letting us know where you're from.
So this is Peter Doolan making his way through the line here. Now, this is Brent Harrell. Now, Brent's been quite quiet here for a little while. And but so interesting to see what's going on here.
Yeah. I'll say again, I guarantee you there's some rock checkpoints in there that they're definitely going to have to make sure they hit. So Brent's definitely being smart here, not making any crazy decisions. Don't want to get broke in those rocks because that would definitely end a significant tolerance to your day.
Yes, we're watching Peter Doolan here, who races in the Legends class, and then just behind him we've also got Brent Harrell. But a man who's synonymous with the 4500 modified class is Justin Hall, and he's joining us right now in the booth. Justin, what are you doing here? Were you supposed to be out there racing? Why aren't you racing? I mean, last year it was I'm building a new car. The year before, I'm building a new car. Where's the new car?
The new car showed up at Vegas to Reno last year, but I decided to take a year off racing. At the time when I was building the new car and testing and tuning it, I have my 2-year-old. I was gone so much he didn't start recognizing me, and now that he's 3, I thought it might be a good idea to step back and be a dad for a while and take a year off and kind of reset. But car's still together. I picked up transmission for it from Chris at Maximum Transmission. He built me a really sweet 4L80. So I picked that up today or last night. And when I get back after this, I'll come back.
Fantastic. Now, this is good news because that's Tony Howard. And Tony Howard, we saw broken earlier. He either had lost a rear drive shaft, lost a differential, or his transfer box had jumped out of gear. Either way, he was definitively not running with rear-wheel drive. But he is now So great to see him out there on track. Now, you've been keeping up with all the action today. I mean, Dylan Summers, he's killing it.
Dylan's on a mission, man. He's a wheel man. That kid's an operator. I'm really proud of him and seeing how far he's come in the short amount of time with that Jimmy's car that he has. And yeah, kid's fast. I watched him come through the short course and start finish line corner. He set it perfect, just railed right around, and yeah, can't beat that. And then got another youngster, Austin Thompson. He's a wheel man too.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin Thompson, Bam Bam himself. He laid down a superb qualifying time earlier this week. Great to see that he's still going. We'll see his dad, Brendan Thompson, and running tomorrow. And of course, so many of his uncle's creations. So Joe Thompson there with who built all those UFOs.
Absolutely beautiful cars.
Incredible cars. Incredible cars.
Yep.
Now, we're looking at this race. Now, one of the things that really strikes is obviously Randy Slauson making a mistake. That doesn't happen too often.
No, I'm not exactly sure how he rolled or why he rolled, but that was for Randy to make that big of a mistake. That was.
But what I like
insane.
about that, I mean, I don't want to see obviously anyone make a mistake, at least of all a good friend like Randy.
Yep.
But it also shows to us that how tough these rock trails are. Even if you've been, I mean, and this is Randy's 20th King of the Hammers.
Yeah.
Get your head around that.
He's not a beginner at this.
No,
that's for
exactly.
Sure. He's a seasoned veteran.
Exactly.
And he's got a seasoned veteran co-driver too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for him to make a mistake just shows how tough these trails are.
Yeah. And I'm sure he was pushing hard too.
Now, this is Claw Valley that we're coming into. Is that our race leader there, or was that Derek?
I'm not sure. We had a couple cars on camera there. We had a couple early Broncos, and then there was a Cherokee we were watching.
How about Scott Farley, though?
Yeah.
He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and again, pushing super hard. Again, it looks like he just came into first place a little bit, waiting for our live timing to update. But, I mean, definitely pushing hard. Watch him have a pass on the rocks. I'm pretty sure.
We're here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte already came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long way and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us.
without limits. Dyna Pro, Hanguk Tire.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend, and we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think. I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
On one of these infamous trails, and Dylan Summers is doing a great job here holding on, but he's got to be careful because Scott Farley is coming from behind. Scott Farley started 19 places behind him and has adjusted time in his back pocket, and he's on a charge right now.
Yeah, Dylan's a heck of a wheel man, and if you watch him sitting here being meticulous about
Yeah.
picking through these rocks, and I know he grew up wheeling, like trail wheeling. He's had little Samurais, Toyotas, I
Yeah.
believe, and like he just grew up doing it, and it's showing right now. His skill set's shining right now.
Yeah, and again, the thing is, you want to go fast, but you also have to be very articulate in those rocks, very careful, very methodical, because the last thing you want to do is be blasting through and break a knuckle or a C or a drive shaft, and now we got a 30-minute or 40-minute trail repair.
He's also got to be very careful at all. Now, I'm going to say this. This is a young man that probably hasn't been leading many races in the past.
No.
And understanding what race pace is when you're at the front of the race and how to control a race is a skill that in itself. So what he's got to be very careful of here is actually to keep this car working at a race pace.
Yeah, not
because
getting comfortable and slowing down.
Exactly.
And,
Because once you actually lose that, once Dylan comes into him, Dylan's not going to let him go. Sorry, once Scott gets up close to him, he's not going to let him go.
Yeah.
So if he gets inside of that adjusted time boundary, Dylan's going to be in real trouble to try and stretch it away from Scott. And Scott's just going to hang on to his back bumper, stick him in his back pocket and say, mate, you are mine.
What's
and
the
so
corrected
Dylan's
time
got
difference?
The corrected time difference is going to be something around about that 10-minute mark.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Okay, so he's got to be so careful. And I'm just watching this pace net right now, and I'm thinking he just needs to speed this up a bit.
Turn it up just a
Oh,
bit,
yeah,
but-
just a notch.
But so he should be coming down aftershock then, or just getting into it right here. And
again,
yeah.
Like you said, I would be so hard for me to kind of be again, knowing I'm leading the entire race. Again, if your crew's with you, hey, by the way, you're leading the entire thing.
Yeah.
To not want to get out and just pour on the speed.
It's stressful
Oh.
coming from somebody who's led like 4,500 class a couple times, and it's stressful to know, like, am I overdriving it? Am I underdriving it?
Yeah. And again, to have that kind of self-control, I don't know if I have that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Justin, we're going to say thank you very much and goodbye
Thank
to
you
you
very
right
much
now.
for having
We
me.
very much look forward to
Yep.
seeing you racing here next year.
Definitely look forward
and
to it.
good luck with the car.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, jumping in with us now is Mr. Chip from Rufus Racing. He's been racing for a while. He's done a few things.
Yeah, I've done a few things, and was coming into Hammertown to get some parts and saw y'all, and our boy Foley, our boy, he's up there.
And we have a Rufus team racing right now. We had him on the screen a little bit ago.
Yeah, he's if I did my math right, and Jim always does it better, I think he's got to make up like 4.5 minutes.
Okay.
I think it's a 9-minute corrected time behind him, but he's wheeling it.
What was he off the line?
I think 25th.
Okay.
Somewhere
Yeah,
in
went
there.
off the line in 25th position, and of course Dylan went off the line in 6th position.
Correct. So that is that 9 minutes is
yeah, about 9 minutes.
about
mate.
9 minutes,
Yeah.
but
A little bit of a gap there to make up.
Scott's been working on his car every day. He's got a new wrap on it for his sister who been battling cancer. She's here watching. They're over in the tent.
Awesome.
But they're glued to the TV, and this is Scott's forte in these rocks.
Oh, well, earlier watching him, and he was just thrashing through those rocks. I mean, again, coming from a rock background, it was insane how quick, what kind of pace he was. And what was really awesome, he had just nice, good, kind of fluid movement through them. It wasn't like he was gassing it, launching it, gassing it, launching it. It was just a nice, good kind of bobble through. It was very quick. And again, right now he's sitting in second, it looks like, and we'll see if he can close that door in that first race.
So that's what I saw about 9 minutes. I don't know where the timing loops are.
Yeah, we were kind of had our timing loops and our trackers both. Again, thanks to Hammer King Productions for giving us these awesome tools, as well as you have your leaderboard on the screen there.
Yeah, the Starstream and the Starlink have been amazing out here this week, and getting to see where they're all going. But yeah, he's going to keep that car together. He's had some battles he's had to deal with when he's gotten here this week, and I wish I had his energy.
Yeah, so that's Diesel Krantz there. So tough break there. It looks like he's
Yeah.
parking up out of the way.
Looks like they got a right rear flat. Looks like, I'm not sure, but sure. Might have to winch out of the way to change that tire too. Got the U-Call axle gear car right beneath him on screen. Again, that's what, in the 4600 cars, you have a 35-inch tire. So maneuvering around on a trail when you have somebody that's kind of blocking a trail becomes so much more difficult.
Or heck, even with a 40-inch sticky tire, it gets difficult sometimes as well.
We got Brett Harrell on the screen there.
Yeah, so Brent's going well there. Now, Chip, we've been watching Scott Farley, and one of the things we've been saying is how he's matured in his driving in the last sort of 18 months, 2 years. It's been remarkable. He's picked up quite a few podiums. Is it time for him to take a win?
Oh, I think this is. I honestly think he can get the pit 2, get the car. I don't know if they're fueling there or not, what he's doing there, but he's been learning in the desert, and he's been getting faster. He's been driving the heck out of the car. If you remember at Crossbar, he lost the front drive shaft, 2 miles in, did the whole race in 2-wheel drive at Crossbar.
Wow.
And, he figured it out, and he got second or a podium or something. It was a podium, but it was a second or a first in 2-wheel drive in Oklahoma.
Just sending it everywhere he went.
We kept changing the rear tires every lap because they were bald when he got there.
He was probably just literally peeling the tread off of those 37s.
Okay, right. We just saw Dylan Summers there. He's making his way through aftershock, which means he will be dropping down back soon and into the desert. So he is clear of or nearly clear of the rock trails as we watch, of course, Off-Road Hall of Famer Brad Lovell making his way through the rocks.
Again, making quick work of that rocks. Again, he'll be racing also tomorrow as well. And it sounds like in that OG Ranger. I'm excited.
Yeah, now, Chip, talk us through. Obviously, yourself and Pip are going to be racing tomorrow. 2 very different cars out of the Rufus stable.
Mm-hmm.
What are your game plan?
I just want to try to get to Jack as quick as possible and get through that before there's a jam. I think I'm around 40th or 41st starting. Pip had an issue where he had a circuit breaker pop at the last turn, and he had a killer run going. So I know he's going to be in a charge, and he's a wheel man through the rocks. And Donkey's old OG car. That thing just loves going in the rocks, and so he keeps telling me I better watch for him in his mirror. But yeah, it's just keep consistent and get through these rocks. The rocks are gnarly this year. I say that every year, but the rocks are gnarly, and I got a peek at lap 3 when they got the map going through tech. It'll be interesting, I believe. And then with this whole back door, which I like, I can't one-shot it because I'm too long. But the backdoor strategies is always fun too.
We just had a pass on screen, the 628 car, again just thrashing through those rocks. Again, we had several cars on camera there.
Yes, that's Corey Allison, and that is Dustin Eisenhower making their way through the rock trails. So look at the paces, and this is what I was talking about earlier. We saw Dylan Summers. Dylan Summers isn't running that pace right now, so he's got to be very, very careful. But it's easy to say that sitting up here in a chair with a microphone with multiple ways of watching this race, and he's doing a great job because he's winning this race and we're not.
So I just saw Scott's name highlight. Does that mean he just passed one of the timing loops?
Yes, it looks like he did.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
On correct time, so he moved over and didn't hold him up, and Scott kept going.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of little strategy there goes into play. If you have someone on corrected time, there's no sense in battling rocks and both of you braking or one person braking and holding the other guy up. If you have them on corrected time, it makes sense just to go ahead and let it pass. And if somebody's fast enough to catch you in the rocks, chances are they're fast enough to pass you in the rocks. So
it's never been good to be a jackrabbit. That's what we call it. Or in other words too.
They make you take you for a ride. So you want to just you can let them pass on your own terms versus maybe on theirs. So no. Is that Lauren Healy?
Yeah, that does look like Lauren.
I see that
that's an
neon orange hood or the neon yellow hood there. Dang it.
So with the wind not going very fast today, I'm happy to see if he can catch up to Dylan, at least he'll be in clean air. I know some of these the dust out here and some of these G outs and the cross trap. When I was pre-running, some of them can take you for a ride. Paul Wolf found that out yesterday.
Yeah.
But another tip to some of these new drivers out there, if you see people standing there by the track, There's a reason.
Yeah.
They're not just sitting there to take a picture. There's something there that they're going to get a picture, and it's not for what you want it to be.
Yeah, you hate to see that, but I talked to Paul Wolf's crew last night, and they said that car is pretty trashed.
Yeah, he's pitted over by us, and thankfully he's okay. The car did what it did, and they walked away.
Yeah, safety first at all times. And this is on board now. This is your man. This is Scott Farley. So this is a 48-24. Scott Farley, teammates, of course, with Chip McLaughlin, who's joining us on the stage right now. He'll be racing tomorrow in his IFS car, an IFS Tribe car, and that car there was a solid axle Tribe car as we watch Dustin Eisenhower. What an iconic scene that is. Look at that, Hammertown in the background.
Yeah, so Kevin's riding with Scott. Kevin's also the Daisy's, they're dating, and so it's always an interesting dynamic. But they've been working on those cars, or that car, almost, I'd say 22 hours a day. 3 weeks ago, it was completely taken apart. Scott was working on his crawler so we could go do a crawl event for his sister on New Year's. And from where he's come 3 weeks ago to now, even on the lake bed, it's impressive. And he was part of the FAB school back, I think about 5 years ago. He came out here and did that for a number of years. And I see a good future for him in rock racing or in any racing.
And we talked about that wrap a little bit this morning about how we have seen a lot of cars out here with a really sharp wrap. It's also very exciting to see that he did that to, kind of honor his sister, which is even more cool.
And then his little brother, we won't let him get behind the wheel, but he won the Sim Championship.
Oh.
So if Scott comes in with a first place on here, and then Michael, who's over there in the pits, probably playing the Sim, we won't hear the end of any of it.
Yeah.
So this is aftershock. Yeah.
Yeah, so as he's just coming around into him, just looking at the moment, our race leader at the moment has around about a 10-minute lead on adjusted time. He's making his way down towards Highway 19 and 20. Then he will be working his way out into the desert. Did you get to see the race yesterday, the Can-Am UTV Championships, Chip?
I saw some of it. We were prepping the cars, but I was listening to it and watching it, and I saw the bottleneck at Jackhammer, and some of it I just try to ignore because I'm hoping that doesn't happen tomorrow. And I guess there's another line. I didn't know about it. I haven't been on it around Jack. I forget what the name of it is, but I wanted to, not that I can go pre-run anymore, but did many people take that today or yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah,
Bombs Away, that's the name of it.
It was a serious bottleneck, and again, it was very frustrating, I'm sure, to a lot of people sitting in there. And then we had multiple cars that were tipped on the side or rolled over in there. So added a whole another level of a pain in the butt.
So this is Scott Farley making his way down through the tracks right now. He's about 10 minutes behind our current race leader, Dylan Summers, and he's been pushing really hard. It's a fantastic race. Putting those Maxxis tires to work as he comes on down through here. At the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
So is he gone through remote pit 2 yet? Or he's coming to it? I forget where that is.
I believe he's already been through there.
Okay.
As he picks his way down through this trail, nice and steady. The imagery that we get these days, normally we would have to have it to get adventure cams footage like this. We'd have to wait to the end of the race. We'd have to download the footage. We'd have to edit the footage, but not anymore. And here we go. We're back into, this is the remote pits. This is outside, and this is Derek Summers. So this is our physical third place car. Now look at this. This says to me that they're putting engine oil in here, possibly.
Yeah, I was watching to see what they're pulling the hood off for there. Maybe just checking fluids?
Don't know. It looks like they're actually putting oil into the engine. Perhaps he's got a flickering oil light.
Yeah, that or transmission fluid again.
Or is that transmission fluid, possibly?
Yeah.
Looks a long way forward.
Well, you never know the way that we have to run the, tubes and stuff, and to get around all these cages. You never really know.
Now, this is interesting, okay? So I hope everyone's watching this at home. All of this crew have fire safety suits on and fire safety hats, goggles, the whole 9 yards. That's why they were able to be able to work on the car and fuel at the same time. So fantastic safety prep. Everyone's got gloves on. Perfect pit stop here from Derek Summers and the crew. Guys, give yourselves a pat on the back. That was absolutely brilliant. 15 mile an hour into the pits, 15 mile an hour out of the pits. And the Summers team there giving us a masterclass on how to do a pits here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, you were saying about the broadcast. I remember when Pirate 4x4 was out here with the van down there by the back door.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what they were trying to do, radar. I forgot how they were trying to do some kind of live feed, and everybody thought they were crazy. And look at us here.
Oh, yeah. Pirate 4x4. There's a name that people don't even know. Yeah.
Now, what,
Pirate 4x4.
One of the things that absolutely blows my mind with all of this is that, you know, 3 of the biggest off-road races and 3 of the biggest motorsports events in the world are Dakar, the Baja 1000, and King of the Hammers. Oh, look at this. This is our race leader. This is number 170.
That's an Aftershock. And then Scott was in Aftershock.
Now, this is very interesting indeed. So when you see the live scoring and the timing, it's only based on the positions that we can see them at the timing loops. It does not give us what's actually happening live on course. Now, I'm just looking here to see where we're at. I'm actually showing Derek Summers has obviously made that turn through.
That looks like the Pentrock.
Well, this is interesting because it's showing actually Derek ahead of Scott. We know that's not the case. So the track is a little bit out there, so we have to going to be working on physically what we can see.
It looks like they have a winch point set up right there.
Oh, my
I
word.
wouldn't go forward there.
Wow. Yeah, that's...
That's getting into Wee Rock territory.
I was about to say, that's like some hardcore bouncer stuff.
I was going to say,
Wee Rock might be a better example.
Yeah, Jesse Haynes is sitting at home going, hit the line, hit the line.
Yeah, sitting there in his little moon buggy with portals going, I could do that. No,
yeah, but not in this one.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of our competition winners, I believe. So this is the Yukon car, and I might be mistaken. I'm going to need Ian to keep me honest on that. But I do believe that that's a competition winner, and they won an opportunity to come and race at King of the Hammers here in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. How cool's that? Oh, he's going to need some polish on that hood.
Yeah. Yeah, the fender looks like it's waving hi to everybody.
So is it Lauren driving now? Or
I believe it is Lauren.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Vaughn did the rock lap, passed it off to Lauren. And the thing that blows my mind with this is when you watch this and then you see Brad Lovell come through here and then you understand just how talented Brad Lovell is.
He's been racing a long time.
He has, and he understands these cars incredibly well. Right, this is the 170 here. And this is our current race leader. This is Dylan Summers. And now, I've got to ask you this, Chip. Obviously, Scott Farley is part of your team, and you might not want to tell me the answer to this. Are you communicating with Scott? Are you able to tell him what's happening when you see it on the live show?
So, yeah, we can, and that's actually why I am in town to come get some of the parts for this Zello deal. But they've got the whole communications going. I think they're telling him when he wants to know. I know before remote pit 2, he had a rear flat. He did probably 3 or 4 miles on a rear flat, and that was communicated. You know, and if you deal with Scott, either he's going to just go insane and try to track that 9 minutes down, or you know, keep it clean. Once he gets in that desert, I hope he just drives his race because you know, sometimes you really can't win in the desert, but you can sure lose it.
Again, JT used to say all the time, he's like, hey, you can't necessarily win on the first lap.
Okay,
but
but look at this. Look at this. Dylan
Summers
Summers is still stationary. Now, obviously, his co-driver is going to have to get back into the vehicle.
Can you see where each of them are on the live track? I don't have internet up here, but on the live tracker.
So, okay, Dylan Summers is back up and running again.
He's got to wait for his co-driver, if that was his co-driver.
Yeah, he's waiting for his co-driver to get back in. So Dylan Summers is back on track again. Now, we were talking about it earlier, Chip. I don't know if you agree with me. He looked off pace. He didn't look quite as aggressive as he was before, but it's quite different leading a race to actually chasing in a race.
Yeah, I don't like being, if I was in this situation and I was in Scott's seat, I'd like to come in right behind him because I like being, I like chasing better than being chased. And the nerves are completely different. If he gets them on 9 minute correct time, you know, you can sit there and toy with them a little bit. And
yet again, that's something else that we got to keep kind of mentioning throughout the day. Just because someone is leading the race
doesn't mean they're winning the race.
Correct.
Again, with corrected time at the end, we always showcase a lot of stuff, and we show things on how that positioning is going. So just because you see someone right now, we got a great Shack and Jock camera. It looks like we have a few cars stopped in there, nothing too bad, but just because someone is physically leading a race doesn't mean they're winning because of that corrected time we talk so much about. So a lot of times we'll have guys back there having little scratch pads doing monkey math where they have stopwatches on there. If we get Clay Gilstrap finished one time and his mom stand there, Mama Gilstrap.
Oh, Mama Gilstrap,
and immediately click both two timers. And she's like, this is Bailey Campbell. And she said this was somebody else.
Yeah.
And she was, like panning those stopwatches until they could, and then she finally clicked one off and then they finished. He got third overall for the day, which she was happy about.
Yeah, that was before we had all this fancy, tracking system and all that. And yeah, shout out to Gilstraps. That's I started racing against Clay and Shelby, and we love, Mama Gilstrap was always like our mama hen in there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So we just saw Sean Rance there making his way up and through, and this is Oscar's Medina. Oh, good. Be careful there, Oscar. You do not want to be stamping on the brakes right at that point. Keep her pointed downhill and just keep the momentum nice and gentle. And this is coming back down the qualifying course back towards Hammertown. And this will be for Oscar to complete his first lap.
Yeah,
Running in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. Brings it down nice and gently. Be making his way down onto the MBRP straightaway and up into the Ford Racing Arch.
Yeah, again, you can see a couple of those Cherokees, Grand Cherokees, and early Broncos were out there. Those are some old, big metal. The guys are actually thrashing around down there. So not going to be as quick maybe as one of those new Broncos. But, again, especially that Toyota we saw earlier on the side. So some of the older, big metal cars aren't going to be able to put down as fast time. The power-to-weight ratio is just not what it is maybe in some new twin-turbo Bronco. So
Right. They also, the body size on some of these, it makes a difference, especially in some of these pinch rocks. I mean, even in the 4400 class, the difference between like Pip's car and my car, they tell me I'm driving a couch and, he's driving like a little stool.
Yeah.
He can fit through those rocks a lot quicker than I can, and then I'm a lot quicker in the desert.
Yeah, so this is Albert Contreras making his way back in.
Something's wrong with that front end.
Yeah.
Yes, well, Albert's been in the desert for quite a long time, so there's clearly something wrong, because normally he'd be at the pointy end of the 4600 race, but he's not right now. In the bottom part of your corner, that is 431. That is Sean Rance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's like a knuckle or a seat that's bad, or if it's just a hub, maybe.
Well, that's a solid axle. He's still going, so drive it till the wheels fall off, as they say.
Yeah, so John Rance down the bottom there. Now, that is Chris Menley up in the front there. Wasn't it Chris that we saw on his roof earlier? Or am I mistaken? It was certainly one of the Toyotas, but I'm not sure which one. So I think that was him. So it's good to see him back up and running again. Okie dokie, here we go. Is this one of our lead cars?
I think so, only because I see the chopper right next to him.
I think this might be Dylan Summers.
That's always an interesting time when you can see the helicopter. And Brad always tells me, don't do something stupid.
Yeah, it's so great to be able to interview guys on the stage, because you talk to them and go, hey, and they almost all will say that. Well, we saw the helicopter, and then we start going a little faster. Usually the co-driver will be like, it's okay, slow back a little bit, And I'm sure that's intense pressure, knowing you're ripping across the desert floor to see a helicopter next to you, like knowing you're getting great footage or knowing you're on the live show. You want to just give it the best show
Or you're going to
possible.
make the highlight reel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
you definitely don't want to make the highlight reel in a bad way. So I'm sure that self-control is very good.
So this is back in Jackhammer, back at the waterfall. So we got a car on the left-hand line. We saw so much action here yesterday, of course.
Well, guys, I'm going to go get my parts and get in here and see Scott and the family. But shout out to all the, Rufus team at home and everybody that's helped Scott. The guys that are going to help us tomorrow, Maxis, EcoStaff, all those guys. We appreciate y'all. So
Heck yeah.
Thank you very much, Chip McLaughlin. We
see
look
ya.
forward to seeing Rufus racing on the track later on tomorrow. And fingers crossed for Scott Farley, who's racing right now.
He's coming. So we'll see him shortly, hopefully.
Thank you, buddy. Again, that was Chip McLaughlin from Rufus Racing, and those guys coming out of Texas. We do a rock bouncing event in Bridgeport, and they always come out in droves and hang out with us down in Texas. So a lot of fun to see and hang out with those guys. Again, he's a very ornery guy, so if you ever hang out in the pits, there's lots of shenanigans happen in their camp. We have several battles, it looks like, on camera.
Oh, there's always battles all over this race course. Let's not forget, that's Cameron Steele. That's fantastic to see. Now, Cameron had a shocking first lap. He had a double puncture, came back in with literally no tyre left on his wheel. He got it changed, got back in, and it's a never surrender attitude.
Yeah.
He'll be racing here tomorrow as well. He was racing earlier in the week as well. Just doesn't know when to say no. Just loves this place so much.
And it was funny that he came in with literally just this bare wheel shining in there. And then Greg happened to be stepping in the booth from Raceline. So huge shout out to Raceline Wheels. They do a great job. And the official wheel of the 2026 King of Hammers.
Yeah, I've been racing race lines. In fact, we worked it out. My first set of race lines was actually in 2007.
Wow.
Yeah, I was actually racing in Africa the same, literally a month after the very first King of the Hammers. How crazy is that?
That's awesome.
But right now, we're back to the action. And this is Cameron Steele, the dirt assassin himself. And he's assassinating some rocks right now in this Trent Fab car. Fantastic looking vehicle. He's putting those Yokohama tires to work.
Yeah, it's a sharp car.
It's very nice. And here we
All
go.
right.
It's Mr. Lauren Healy himself from RTR.
Get back there moving at speed, it looks like. Co-driver inside, strapped down. I say after he rolled over, he was going through some treacherous rocks. They got that car uprighted really quickly.
Yeah, they did. These guys are professionals. It's what they do. They wheel cars. They win races. And they do it with consummate ease. And it's back to Cameron Steele. Just putting that car to work. Such a different vehicle to the other vehicles that he drives here. But he just doesn't seem to mind. He just seems to put a car on over his shoulders, and out he goes to battle. Do love a Trent Fab car. They just look so fantastic. Low, mean, and ready for business. Now, somebody we haven't seen today, so I'm assuming that he's got problems, and that would be Woody Rose.
Yeah.
You know, we're expecting him to be at the front end of this group, and we haven't seen him at all. So hope Woody's okay as we make our way back into these infamous rock trails at the 2026 EMC. And this is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And look at this. This is Scott Farley. This is the same place that we saw Dylan Summers stopped earlier on.
Yeah. And it looks like they stopped now. Co-driver looks like getting out, probably do winching again. Making a smart decision here could save you
Well,
so
we
much
haven't.
time.
Yeah, now, Scott drives in a certain manner. I would suggest that he would normally be beating on that car. The only thing I would say that would go against that is there's no dust in the air.
Yeah.
Okay. The dust, in fact, the whole sky looks really clear. So you might be right here. He might be just reaching for the winch line.
Yeah, we talked to several UTV guys that get there qualifying. A handful of us did, and some guys had plans going. Hey, when you get to this point here, we're going to winch. When we get to this point over here, we're going to winch. And I think that is just to save the car. You don't want to be out there trashing this car and abusing it too much. You do have miles and miles to go, so I think this may be one of those points where they had a plan going in and ahead of time to do some winching, because it looked like he pulled up and immediately the co-driver hopped out.
Yeah, again, there was no dust hanging in the air like he'd been thrashing on it hard. And it looks, we got action there. And this is back down in Jack, I think. Oh, my word.
Come on.
Not a chance.
It looked like he was doing everything he could to get that back on all four tires, but man, that stings.
That's one of those, yeah, man, I've got it.
Yeah,
No, I haven't.
I think you can see the tires still spinning, dust flinging. It looked like he was doing everything he could to get back on all four tires.
Yeah, look at all these cars sitting down there at the
Yeah.
moment. And that is Ryan Hawkins. So he's got lots of friends down there.
Yeah.
And look at that, just a handy marshal just happens to be there.
Yeah, what a convenience factor there.
If you're going to roll your car, line it up. In fact, I don't think he could have positioned his car any better.
Yeah. All right, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me. I see Ian is back from his fish tacos, so I'm going to let my good buddy Ian hop back in here. Jim, I'll see you later today. Thanks as always.
Thank you, Matt. Always a pleasure to have you up here. As the racing action continues. Now, is this Dylan Summers or is this his dad? This is his dad. This is Derek Summers. Now we saw, or have I got that right or have I got that wrong? Just waiting to see there. I'm going to say that he's Derek Summers. Now, we just saw him coming into remote pits, taking on some probably what was transmission fluid as the engine didn't shut down. And it was a superb stop. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them.
All right, Jim, it's great to be back in the booth. You and Matt did a great job calling the race so far, and I understand we have a little bit of some shakeups at the top while I was gone.
We do indeed. Scott Farley has made a pass on Derek Summers and is currently sitting in second place overall right now, but it's all about Dylan Summers, who's checking out. I was wondering if his pace was a little bit off, but you know what? He's proven me wrong. He's still holding that strong 10-minute gap between him and Scott Foley. And it doesn't matter if you win by an hour or if you win by a second, it's still a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see down here, Amber Slauson has slid up into 3rd place. But once again, this is on corrected time. And then behind Amber, Jeff Martin. And as we scroll down, let's check out some of our other I see Peter Doolin's made some moves up in the, and Lauren Healy's made a move in stock class.
Yeah, he has indeed. Don't forget they're doing a slightly different course to 4,500 and 4,800, but he's still putting it up in there, that's for sure. Now, the one person I'm seeing missing from that list, I don't know if you've noticed, who would you expect to be up there ahead of Lauren Healy?
Well, I was about to ask where Brad Lovell went.
Now, Brad Lovell's still running, but I don't see him on our list, so don't worry about it. I expect he'll pop up somewhere because Brad is still moving because we've seen him on the camera footage.
Yeah, let me see if I can find him on the tracker for us, Jim.
So it looks like our lead cars are now picking their way out and towards and probably through Highway 19 and 20. But as you said before, Amber Slauson, we haven't seen her on camera recently. Oh, now look at this. This is Scott Farley. This is physically 2nd place, and this is at the pinch point. That car's not, okay, that would look like a winch coming tight, but the winch is going back inside the cab, or there's a winch cable moving. I do hope they're not leaving the winch cable inside the car. This is a real personal hate of mine. Yes, they are. Please don't do this. But anyway, it is what it is. On we go. So Scott Farley is making his way through the rocks, and he is physically 2nd at the moment. He's running around about 10 minutes behind. Well, physically, it's about 20 minutes behind our race leader, Dylan Summers, but on adjusted time, it's around about 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, Dylan's definitely checking out on this crowd. He's making a quick work of this course.
So there we go. This is right back with the action here. Look, we've got winch ropes going in all directions.
Oh, that's not fun. There's supposed to be a drive shaft somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I can see it on the other side. It's still there, sort of. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there is a drive shaft there, but there's a significantly sized rocks in the wrong places. So this is the Gutenberg Racing. Oh, man. That's real tough. 1 rock's bad. 2 rocks. Oh, dear. Now, this is Scott Farley. This is our physical 2nd place and 2nd place on adjusted time. But he's being hunted down as much as he is hunting Dylan Summers. He is being chased and hunted by Amber Slauson. And she's killing it out there. She started in 32nd position today. Scott Farley, of course, started in 25th. And Dylan Summers started in 6th. So much action to work out there.
Yeah, I'm watching on the tracker, Jim, and right now, even though Amber's still in the mix, she's still deep in the rock trails. She has to do 2-ish rock trails, Highway 1920, not really that hard much work. As I'm watching on the tracker, as Dylan Summers is about to pull out of all of our rock trails and head out onto that 50-mile desert loop to get all the way back into town. So there's still a good bit of a gap between 1, 2, and 3 when we factor in how many rock trails they're going to have to run.
Yeah, just thinking about the desert out there, all of these cars are running a solid axle configuration, and it's hard to make time in the desert. It's very difficult indeed. These cars are very well paced, and you can see Scott Farley here trying to get ahead of his dust.
Yeah, you can see that soft climb. That is him. He's coming up the backside to check me out. He's got to make one little quick turn, get down into Highway 19 and 20. Like we said, those are not real crazy rock trails, but unfortunately they do have a little bit of nuisance rocks that can slow you down. As I am right now currently watching our race leader on the tracker just make the turn. We should be able to see him out on Emerson Ridge, heading out to the dry lake bed very, very shortly. So I'm sure we'll pick him up on camera there. On tracker, I have him outside of the rock trail.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. And I believe
Scott Foley making the turn down into Highway 1920.
Going to correct you there, Scott Farley. We have got a Scott Foley racing, just to confuse us all. But this happens to be Scott Farley.
I'll just start saying Scott. Problem solved. Full of miles.
Okay, right. This is Lauren Healy by the looks of it.
Yeah, Lauren Healy in here. And I did get confirmation from Ben. We were asking earlier, do they get a stock bypass, or is there a stock bypass? There is. They get around Sledge, they get around Jack, but it's a real sandy, soft hill climb.
Oh, no.
But there's good news. Bailey Cole back out.
Indeed, and I'm going to let you say this. Who's he sponsored by?
Jigs.
Oh, now look at this. This is Scott Farley.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Now, right, please tell me he's making a change. He's changing gear.
I would expect him to be. Yeah, this
would be like usually a split second thing.
There we go. Yeah, no. Okay, so thank goodness we saw him stop, but it looks like he's still moving.
Yeah, so Scott Farley picking up the pace one more time. And we were chatting to his teammate Chip McLaughlin earlier. He was saying literally they've only put this car together in the last few days.
Very impressive. You know, it's amazing to see these cars get out there and tackle these trails. As we said before, we have 2 laps going on today. We are just finishing up our second lap. This is our second rock lap that's going on.
Yeah, it really does blow my mind, the difficulties that these guys have to go through. And we're in cab right now. This looks like this is one of the Broncos.
So that's in car with Bailey Cole in the Jigs Bronco.
You can see his hula girl going nuts at the front of him.
Really bad luck for him earlier in the week. They had a little bit of a crash with this car. They had to completely rebuild it, replace the entire front end, put a new engine in it. They were basically just bolting the skid plate on this morning right before the start. So good to see him out there racing.
Yeah, he's a full-time professional racer, and he's doing great work out there as we cut back. And this will be one of our 4600 Currys Enterprises stock class vehicles. I think that is the 4629 there.
Oh, you can't
That
go wrong
is
with
Joe Dulac.
in a nice little Samurai making his way through the rocks.
Do you know what? I do love what they're doing with these Samurais now. They're putting these on top of an X3. They look fantastic and drive fantastic.
You're talking about the guys who do the body swaps onto the UTVs.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
Brilliant. So Joel Dulac there making his way through. Oh, okay, right, we're back into Jack North. Now, we've seen some problems here for some of the cars, and I think that's Cameron Steele coming up behind Lauren Healy. Now, this is going to get frustrating for Cameron, although I don't think Cameron actually ever gets frustrated. Coming up behind a stock class vehicle, so they would have taken the bypass on a certain point that allowed them to get past Cameron. And as I say that, Lauren just says, yeah, see you later, adios, and checks on out.
There we go. Now, Cameron seems to be a little bit off pace here, Jim.
Yeah, he does. Let's just see what he does here. Has he got a problem? Or is he just making a change from low to high? Seems an odd place to change from low to high.
Yeah, but it looks like he's found his skiddy pedal there as he makes his way up that soft climb. Unfortunate for him, we saw him come in with that dead tire. It looks like the front, is it digging? Yeah, it's digging. Okay, it looked like for a second I was kind of just assuming that we may have a lost front drive there. It might be why he wasn't climbing so fast. But here we go. He's up and over the top of that ridge. He's going to drop in behind Lauren. Looks like Lauren's going to let him by.
Yeah, Lauren will step out of the way. He's a consummate professional. He knows what it's like to get stuck behind other cars. He wouldn't want that for anybody. Just pulls out of the way. They're not racing the same race. Cameron Steele is in the Brannick Motorsports 4400 Legends class. And of course, Lauren Healy is racing in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class.
Yeah, you can see Cameron just made a quick little change there. I'm going to assume that it might be an RCP up in there that he's got to ping before he can get out of the rocks. He's making his way up through the very, very top of that trail. But yeah, right now, Jim, the big news is I am seeing our current race leader, Dylan Summers. I believe we should see him coming across the lake bed very, very soon. Not our lake bed, Emerson lake bed. Very, very soon, because I see him clear of almost all of the rock trails very, very soon based on my tracker. So I'm sure we'll pick a camera up there with him. But right now, this is none other than Scott Foley.
I'm just actually looking at the trackers here. And Derek Summers pinged at 13:01, and Scott Farley pinged in at 13:02, and it looked to me like Derek Summers was ahead of Scott Farley.
Yeah, my tracker's saying the same thing, Jim, but when they get in those rock trails, I've been watching them. They've kind of been bouncing back and forth all over the place. Because I'm seeing right now is now we've got, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, you see, it's saying to me that Scott Farley stopped, but we are actually watching Scott Farley right now.
Yeah, so he was stopped the last time his tracker pinged, but we are watching on camera with him. But Jim, I think you're right. If the tracker's being honest with me, Derek Summers might be out in front of him because Derek Summers, according to the tracker, should be clear of this section of the trail. So as it is right now, according to the tracker, is I have Dylan Summers out on front, physical first on the course, pretty much should be onto the lake bed very, very soon. And then Derek Summers right behind him, because I'm just going to, let me see what kind of speed I can pull off of Dylan Summers.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
He's doing 81.4 mile an hour, so he is definitely out of the rocks at this point in time.
Yeah, agreed. I'm just looking here at the trackers and just waiting for them to ping so we can see what's happening. As you say, there's still a lot of miles in this race. There's still a lot to go on. So much can happen. They've got to be so careful. One flat tire, and we know that this desert loop can take out tires. We saw it take out 2 tires on Cameron Steele, and that's a man who's used to racing in deserts.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got this huge desert loop to come out. We've got over 50 miles of desert for these guys to run through before they get back into Hammertown. So there's still a lot of racing to do. But right now, I have our current race leader, Dylan Summers. Last time his tracker pinged, he's still at 81.
Yeah, so it looks like now we've got Dylan Summers, and this looks like Dylan Summers that is coming through right now.
Yeah, this, according to, if the tracker's being honest with the Jim, yes, this should be Dylan Summers. He's going to make this corner here, and then that will get him out onto that big, nice sort of like flat wash system that we normally get to see from the from one of these cameras. So we believe this is Dylan Summers, and it should be, if our, as I said, is our tracker's being honest.
Yeah, this is the area where we saw Cameron Steele stopped for his first flat tire.
First flat tire, so you can see how early it was in the race that he had that flat tire. So there we are right now. That is physical race leader first on course. Right now, Dylan Summers in that first place position coming around. He will go follow this little 2-track around, and he'll head up to that nice, soft, smooth lake bed at the top of your screen where you'll see him stretch that car out, and he'll stretch that lead out even further. Now, the tracker, his tracker hasn't pinged in a bit, Jim, because it doesn't even show him turning that turn yet.
Yep.
But yeah, now it has. So it pinged at the turn, and then Derek Summers. But we should see Derek Summers in this section. If what the tracker is telling us is true, the next car we see through here should be Derek Summers.
Yeah, no, I'm still showing Scott Farley as in Highway 19 and 20, and his tracker is definitely pinging. So it does look like Scott Farley has been stopped for whatever reason, and like Derek Summers has actually got past him. Now, we do have camera assets out there on course, as you just saw, so we're going to have to stay with those camera assets, and hopefully we will see who's physically second place. But right now, it's all about this young man. It is Dylan Summers. I questioned his pace in the rocks, and he's proven me wrong. He looks absolutely fantastic as he puts the hammer down and heads towards Hammertown.
Yeah, he is still a good distance away. He has to do that entire desert lap. So probably 35 to 40 minutes if he has a clean run and nothing goes wrong. It's still a ways out. But yes, Jim, we should be able to get up that in-car camera of Scott to find out what he's doing, because yes, you had him pinged at 0 miles an hour, but I have him moving at 6.5. So we can't assume that he's still moving. But the question is it, yep, there he is right there. So that's our on-car camera with Scott Foley.
So he's still in the rock trails.
Yeah, and Derek Summers would be the next car that we expect to see out on that 2-track that makes that corner. So let's take a look.
But this is really interesting, because I thought that I'd also seen Jeff Martin go past, but I must have been mistaken, because I thought that Jeff Martin was also homing in on Derek Summers, but I was obviously mistaken.
Well, Jeff Martin, according to the tracker, is still in Check Me Out, hasn't made the turn over to Highway 1920. So you weren't wrong. He was in the mix, Jim. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 cars in that canyon, kind of making that run up Check Me Out, down around through Highway 1920. But that group that's behind Scott Foley that you're watching on camera right now has not cleared the rock trails, whereas our race leader, Summers, is gone. Dylan's out and he's into the desert. We saw that. But the car that we haven't seen, but if the tracker's being honest with you, we should see next is Dylan Summers.
Derek Summers.
Sorry, Derek Summers.
That's all right.
Apologize.
I knew what you meant.
Yep. So when we get back to that camera that's going to track them up across that section of lake bed where we saw Cameron get that flat earlier, we are expecting to see Derek Summers in that section very, very soon, as we're watching Scott Foley navigate through these. They're kind of rock trails. It's still kind of it's just nuisance rocks, really, really nuisance rocks. This is where these sections of trail is where the IFS cars really shine, because the nuisance rocks, even just the stock class Broncos, you get them out into these type of rocks, that front end is so nice to get in there to those rocks that you can just sort of rip through the nuisance stuff. Whereas the solid axle car, they transmit a lot of that energy into the chassis and you feel it.
Yeah, I'm just looking back now, right now, just see what the first 4,500 class car is, and I think that is Peter Doolan.
So here we go. This should be Derek Summers, which we're assuming it is if the tracker is being honest with us. And we just jumped off the on camera. So yes, this is physical second on track right now, Jim. This should be Derek Summers, 1006.
So we're just waiting there to get. So who are we going to see?
Yeah, so if the tracker is correct, which we assume it is, this is Derek Summers. Derek Summers has now made the turn past the little turn that we had before. Basically, he has gone through the dry lake bed, and he's heading out onto the big wash right here. So that should be Derek Summers right there.
Wow, this is fantastic stuff. This is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And we are here right now for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And we're getting to the pointy end of this race.
Yeah, we are waiting for our leaders to come back into town. As Jim was saying, we pretty much have 1, 2, and 3 out of the rock trails. I've got 48-24. Scott Farley is out of the rock trails. Behind him, I have Jeff Martin still in the rocks. I have Jeff Martin stopped, but that doesn't mean anything. Oh, good news, Jim. I have Brad Levels popped up on my tracker. Fantastic. Even though he wasn't showing up a few seconds ago, but I have him showing up. He is literally right behind Scott Farley. Well, not right behind, but one rock trail behind Scott Farley. Amber Slauson behind that. I'm kind of chasing backwards to see if I can find out where we're sitting for maybe some of our 4,500 cars.
Yeah, no, I've just been looking at that. It looks like Peter Doolan is our highest placed, and he's making his way around the rock trails right now. He's doing okay. He's a fair way behind our leaders. But it does look like Peter Doolan is leading in 4,500.
Yeah, I'm jumping through the tracker right now, Jim, to see if I can actually find exactly where he is.
Last time I saw him was coming up sort of around about Thor's Hammer, Big Johnson sort of area.
Okay, let's see what I can find here.
Certainly,
the problem when we get into these rock trails is we end up with everyone's tracker pinged right on top of each other.
Okay, I've got news. I can tell you now that Scott Farley has made his way out the rock trails and now is into the desert. The chase is on. What's going to happen now?
Yeah, so I have Dylan Summers right now, 57 miles an hour around race mile 40. Right behind him is Derek Summers with a speed of 66.5 across that lake bed. And then behind him is Scott Farley with 32.5 miles an hour. So that would be him dropping down.
Yeah, so that's Jack Farrow that is, we can see there in our 4,600 Curry Enterprises class. And you can see he should have 2 tires in the rack, but he only has 1, so he's obviously had a flat somewhere.
Now I have Amber Slauson. She's still in Check Me Out, and now I have the red little tip of death on her tracker, which means it has pinged at 0 miles an hour at least twice. So she is not moving at this point.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried about that. She's in one of those rock trails that can often happen. Keep an eye on it, and let's see if it comes live again.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the minute that I said that, she started moving again. So now, but she's still in Check Me Out. She hasn't made the turn yet down to Highway 1920. So that puts her in 4th position, and she still has to get out of those rock trails. Right now, Dylan Summers.
She does have a bucket load of adjusted time over Derek and Dylan Summers. However, she only has a couple of minutes over Scott Farley. So she really needs to put the hammer down if she wants to get on that podium today.
Yeah, the question would be, how much adjusted time does Scott Farley have over Dylan Summers?
9 minutes.
Okay, so 9 minutes. So right now, I have Dylan Summers has now tripped one of our timing loops out on the power line, but Scott Farley has not. So we may see some action here soon. I don't think so. I think Dylan's still got a good stretch out in front of him. But what I'm reading when I look at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com live scoring, I can see all of these rundowns. And what I'm looking at right now is Dylan Summers still has Scott Farley on adjusted time.
Yeah, no, I think the battle here, sorry, I'll start again. If Dylan Summers can hold this pace and stay out in front, I think he can wrap this up quite comfortably. I think the battle is now off for second place because of the adjusted time. Derek Summers started in third. Scott Farley started right the way back in 25th position. So there's going to be at least, I think it's about 10 and a half minutes there of adjusted time.
Yep.
And
But
so
Amber-
that is the battle for second place.
But Amber doesn't have a lot of adjusted time on him, and she tripped the last timing loop. But speaking of Amber Slauson, I think that's her right there pulling winch line.
Yes, that is right. You are absolutely correct there. And that is Jeff Martin just behind them. And just behind them is Brad Lovell.
Lovell, yeah.
What is
So-
Brad Lovell doing up inside the top 10 in a stock class vehicle?
Well,
Insane.
He did get a couple bypasses around Sledge and Jack, but still, neither less, he's still up there. He's in that mess right now, which is awesome. It's absolutely. I'm shocked to see Amber having to pull winch line here. We would not expect to see this.
Every single car has been pulling winch line at this obstacle. Scott Farley pulled winch line.
for the win tomorrow.
We've just been raided on stage by one of the Gomez brothers. Thank you very much, Raul.
I got worried when I saw him run up here for a second, but it's all good.
One second.
All right, sit down for a second. All
Okay,
right.
so we're going to parental guidance is being advised as Raul Gomez joins us in the booth. So Raul, great to see you, my friend. How you doing?
Doing great, guys. Doing great. We're going through contingency. Cars are ready to go. Ready to go and get that scepter back.
Fantastic.
I was going to say, so which one of you is going to get it this year? Are you going to share? Are you finally going to, or are you going for more?
There'll be a hint. It's going to start with a G, so we'll see from there.
You're pulling a Miles on me. I
God.
said, pick who's going to win. He was like, Gomez.
Yeah, we'll see.
Safe win, right?
For sure. How's it going today?
It is going great. We're having a great day racing. So I'm sure.
Did you hear about Randy?
Yeah, I heard he had a little tumble like
He's
I did.
upside down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is he still there?
I think he may have righted himself, but he's way out.
Okay.
He's way
Anybody
out.
finished yet?
No finishers yet.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
What time is it?
It's at the moment it's 1:15, but we're expecting our
45
first.
minutes.
Yeah, our first
45
finishers
minutes.
should be coming in around about 30 minutes
Oh,
time.
awesome.
But
Well, cool.
so go on, talk to us very, very quickly. We got you in the booth. Now you're going to be, so obviously you're racing yourself. JP's racing, Marcus is Gomez, and you, of course, your son Darian is racing, who we saw put in the absolute flyer.
Yeah, he
on
told us in the
qualifying.
morning he was going to put on a heater, and I guess he did. So.
He did. It was
Oh,
absolutely
yeah.
amazing. Yeah, it was a good clinic out there. He
Yeah.
did great.
It's his time. He's been racing in the 4400 car for about 6 years now, so I think he's finally getting with it and getting the program together.
So he's your choice to win then, right?
I think so. I want to make sure he gets across that finish line this year.
I said win.
We'll get across that finish line. Heck yeah. I stopped in for a second, you guys. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you. Production is awesome, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rob.
All
Good
right.
luck.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Raul Gomez. Always good to see the Gomez brothers here. So, of course, 2 years ago, we saw JP Gomez win, and Raul Gomez is only one of two kings that have won back-to-back Kings of the Hammers here, as we watch John Williams picking his way through in this awesome-looking Ford Bronco.
Yeah, he's still working on pace there to get through. I'm going to scroll back through our timing loops here, Jim, to see if I can find Peter Doolin, 4,500, currently based on our timing loop right now is sitting in first place in 4,500. Let's keep going down and see if we can find another 4,500.
Well, while you're doing that, I can tell you that Derek Summers has tripped our timing loop out in the desert, and he is currently running at the moment. Dylan Summers with a 5:09, and Derek Summers is running at a 5:13.
All right, so he's reeled him in a little bit, but Dan Wyrick would be our second 4,500 car right now on based on timing.
And let's not forget, Dan Warwick had all those problems on lap one. He had to come back in. They had running issues. So fantastic that they got that working again and back out on track. Now, I'm going to guess that on our screen right now is Scott Farley.
Yeah, it should be, because he should be coming off that lake bed and coming back down into the track. Let me see if I can pull him up on the tracker. Derek Summers, Dylan Summers on the tracker. So yes, that should be Scott Farley coming through. And that's, as we said before, that's that spot that we saw first thing in the morning where we saw Cameron Steele pulling off to change tire. They're going to come around this rock that this camera's floating around. They're going to come up around here and then drop back out. So good pace, but yes, currently third on track. But what's more telling, Jim, is no dust in front of him. So there's some space there.
Yeah, he's got some space. He's got some space to go chasing. Now, let's see how far Scott can go in this desert. We saw Dylan earlier, and Dylan was really checking out. He looked very fast indeed as he made his way across that desert, as did his dad, Derek. Now, we saw Scott actually make the pass on Derek earlier on, so something's happened. He must have had a flat tire. Something of significance took place on the course that we didn't see. So we can only guess, and the fact that he's still up and running would suggest to me that it was probably a flat tire.
Yep, and there's another one. There's, I believe that would be, is that Lauren out in that one? Yes?
Yeah, that's is Lauren right now.
Oh, yep. But yeah, I have Dylan Summers on the top of the, our desert loop right now doing 85 miles an hour. All right, so now here you go. Jim, we're going to see what possibly happened with
yeah, let's
Scott
have a look.
Farley.
As Scott Farley comes past us, we might be able to see if he's got a flat tire on the back of that car. That might tell us a little bit about what's been going on. It's very hard to tell if that's a used tire or not. Can you see a flat bit?
Well, usually what they'll do, Jim, is they'll tape the tire. So when you'll see a lot of competitors will have tape on the tire so they can tell easily if just by watching the live stream if they're going to need to rack it. But not so much in these classes. And we see that more in the 4400 cars because of the fact that what they're going to get is multiple times to stop in the pits. Whereas, we basically had these cars come into the main pit. He's well past remote pit, so he's not going to be stopping in there.
No, the next thing he's going to see is the checkered flag.
Yep.
If everything goes to plan, and Scott Farley is putting it together here. He's now hunting down Dylan and Derek Summers. Now, if you'd said to those guys at the beginning of this day, you're going to be heading out the back end of lap 2 and you're going to be running first and second, then they said, yeah, we'll take that. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely an amazing race that we've had today. It's kind of playing out very similar to what we saw with our UTV race. We saw our, crowd favorite heading into the rocks, our leader going into the rocks, expecting to see him basically run away with this thing. And then the next thing you know, problems in the rocks. Then we had lead changes over and over and over again.
Now, I think he's missed a VCP. I think he's trying to find, they need to verify the VCP. And I think he's either missed it, checked it. He's got to be careful of his own dust here. Oh, so much frustration. I've been this guy. It is so frustrating when this happens.
All right, good news is I do believe that we have Amber Slauson moving again inside that rock trail because I'm showing her moving and it's at 0.5 mile an hour, but at least that's better than not moving. So I think when we caught her before, Brad Lovell moving as well. And then behind them, we have Jeff Martin. Now, Jeff Martin is also moving in that rock trail. So those three are moving together through that rock trail section. As Jim said, as we're on board with Scott Farley as he heads out through this dry lake bed.
Okay, I'm just getting news on Brexton Glines at the moment. They've broken a Prittman arm and they're working to get a welder out there to try and get it fixed. So tough break there, literally a tough break there for Brexton Glines. Thank you very much, Kendall Glines, for sending me that information. Oh, look at this. This can only be one place. It's got to be Jackhammer.
Yeah, we assumed that this was what was going to happen today as we got into this mess. We said over and over and over again that the UTV race yesterday was a snapshot of what we expected to see today, and it is exactly what we're seeing. We have two different lines through these trails. There's the soft sort of loose climb on the right. There is the big heavy climb on the left. And we saw competitors earlier today, a couple drive it, a couple winch it. But at the end of the day, this is obviously just a parking lot at this point.
It is indeed. There's movement at the front end, though. We can see cars moving off into the distance.
Yeah, I think the tricky part is, Jim, if you ever driven this, well, you've driven this trail.
Yeah, I've driven this trail.
You've kind of got to commit early at the bottom as to whether you're going to take that left line or right line, just because you end up in so much nuisance boulders in there. And so I think that's why we have these cars just sort of hanging back a little bit. They're just trying to decide where I'm going to go. I believe that's is that
Austin Thompson?
Austin Thompson,
yep.
Yeah. So Austin Thompson on the right-hand side of your screen in that 4800 car. I can't see who's in front of him, but is that would that be Cameron Steele maybe?
No. Cameron's way past this.
Okay, so Cameron's past this section. I'm trying to base off the color of the car, Jim.
Well, I can tell you that one down there is American because he's got a flag on the roof. Does that help?
Yeah, well, It kind of does. I'm wondering if Ben Ertel is mixed into that mix, and he's one of our 4,500 drivers. Kind of looked like that might have been his Jeep in there. All right, so now we're jumping out. This is Lauren Healy out in the stock class Bronco.
Yeah, lifting wheels off the ground there as he puts this car to work. People often say to me, "Oh, well, the stock class, it's an easy set of rock trials." I'm telling you, it is not an easy set of rock trials. Just look at this, big rocks all the way as he fights his way across them with those 35-inch DOT tires.
Yeah, the rocks get bigger the smaller your tires get. I can give you that for 100% truth right there. Now, they do get to bypass all that traffic in Jack and Sledge. Oh, this right front tire is not looking good.
That's Albert Contreras from Jeep Thrills Off-Road.
So we are going to assume that is a broken lower ball joint or kingpin or uniball, depending what axle he's got in the front of that car.
It's looking rather second-hand. So he'll be coming back in, but I think that's going to be an early retirement there for Albert Contreras. I would be very surprised if he goes back out again.
I believe this is another one of our stock class. I believe this is our Toyota.
That is Alex Fleming.
Yeah, so that's Alex Fleming in that Toyota.
I've got to put a shout out to Alex Fleming. I mean, this is an IFS car he's got running down through here. And it's a V8. It's all the things you want. But he put down an absolutely fantastic qualifying run, only to be beaten by Brad Lovell.
Yeah, did a very, very good job. This is a great platform for stock class. It's not one that people think about very often, but when you think about it, if you look at the Toyota, the V8, that engine is absolutely amazing, builds lots of power, very, very reliable. You got the IFS the front, solid axle in the rear. It's a great package for someone who wants to build a car. It's not one they might think about, but the nice thing is the aftermarket's really stepped up in this place and this car as well. As we jump out, this is Williams up on the ridge.
It's a fantastic image as he makes his way down, makes the turn and drops back down in towards the rocks.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
We're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this, we got hoodies for days, we've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
really things that I really started realizing when I started the business, and Brandon coming along with me, and then eventually my grandsons, and showing some interest in what we do in the racing end of it, showing interest in being here. They're still in high school and young, and want to let them do whatever they want to do, but it has given us a lot of opportunities to grow our business beyond us and to our family. I feel like the guys that work for me are part of our family too. I really, in today's world where it's really hard to find the labor and the skill that we need to perform, that when we do find somebody, we sure don't want to lose them, and want to make sure that I take care of them in a substantial way, that they can take pride in this place just like we can. That's evolved into selling product on all the continents except Antarctica, but we have sold quite a bit all over the world, and we still do that to this day.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
I believe he actually went down, followed the lap 1 track down aftershock out of pit 2. So we had to go all the way back to pit 2.
Oh, we saw that happen last year when they came out of pit 2. It was Eric Miller made that mistake as well. And the problem is they got to drive all the way around 2 or 3 trails to get back down onto basically the dirt floor or the desert floor, and then they can jump out of the race course and drive around. It's a very, very costly mistake. That's absolutely gutted for that to happen to him.
Yeah, absolutely gutted. But that's racing. That's part of it. You've got to be able to navigate. You've got to be able to make sure you're in the right place on this course. And it's not easy to do. And the blood's up. You're racing hard. You're pumping, and you really want to move along. Now, is that 2 cars I can see? No, it's not. It's a dusty print on my monitor.
Well, I am seeing a little bit of dust on the far left side, but it shouldn't be any dust there. That should be our physical race leader. I'm wondering if it's just possibly somebody out there. No, it is. We have 2 cars on screen right here, Jim.
We do. Now, this is interesting.
It might be lap traffic. Yeah, it might be lap traffic. Yeah. So this is our current race leader coming up on a little bit of lap traffic. Looks like he's going to throw the push to pass out there and get around him. Okay, so this is current race leader right now coming across. This is the top side of the desert loop that they have to go out. They'll come across this you'll see them drop back into that cross grain where they were going during the qualifying course. And then you'll see them go up and down the qualifying course and then back into our Monster Energy short course. So he still has a little bit of ways to go, but he's making very, very good speed.
Yeah, look at the pace. He's absolutely flying here, really hauling the mail. This is incredible to see, but I am getting some news about Megan Miller. Her ECU has died a couple of times. She's got transfer case problems as well, so hopefully they can get that fixed and get back out on track.
I feel like a proud dad moment right now, Jim, that I was finally, after 9 years of doing this, getting you to call that a transfer case. So happy now. All right, as we watch Scott Farley. Now, Scott Farley should be, this is obviously, he's also out in the desert. This should be currently third on course.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure that Scott can actually catch the two Summers cars. I did wonder if we were going to have a Summers Farley's Summers sandwich, but that does not look like it's going to happen. It looks like we've got a Summers lockout at the top of this race right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jim. It's going to be very, very hard for him to make a push to get up, and put any time between him and Derek and Dylan, who are kind of sitting 1 and 2 right now, and that looks like how we might get them back into Hammertown.
Now, let's not forget, we actually saw Derek Summers coming into the remote pit, and he took oil on. We can only guess, because he didn't shut down the motor, that must be transmission fluid. So is he running wounded? Is he going to have to lose some of that pace in the desert? Is that going to give Scott Farley a chance?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to speculate at this point in time, Jim, but according to the tracker, if the tracker is keeping me honest, I have him almost 10 miles apart on the tracker. Yeah, so I don't think that there's anything that could happen, unless, of course, we have seen a transmission go south 1 mile outside of Hammertown. So that could happen.
Yeah, we saw that with Lauren Healy a few years ago. So anything can happen here, but right now it is all about Dylan Summers as he makes his way back towards Hammertown, but this is a fantastic shot. This is Scott Farley, who's currently sitting in 3rd place overall and 3rd on adjusted time. He started in 25th position this morning. But something happened to him out there. We won't find out what, but we'll find out at the end of this race. Now, is that the 48-48 I see?
That could very well be that where we would expect it to possibly see him. And
no, that's a 28 something. 46-28 is that?
It's definitely a bomber.
No, that's the 6-28 there. $6.28. That's Corey Allenson. If it's the 46-28, it's Alex Fleming, but I thought it was the 6-28 of Corey Allenson.
I think you're right. I think it is the 6-28 of Corey Allison.
Making his way through the trails.
Yeah, I haven't seen, obviously we saw Randy flip back over. Let me see if I can find him on the tracker. This is going to be so hard with all these little yellow
Actually, I can
dots
give you a
in
top
here.
tip on that. If you open, and this works for everybody working at home, and I'm going to say thank you to Paul Bayliss for this top tip. If you open up to a new tab in your tracker, what you can do is you can then just put in one name, and then you can pick that up and find them. And I can still see that Randy Slauson is still sitting stationary at Sledgehammer.
There we go.
So thank you very much for the top tip there, Paul Bayliss, who's in race ops. Another one of the foreign crew that are out here helping to make this race happen. Usually he's driving a Unimog at races around Europe, helping with recovery. And this looks like the top of it. This looks like going into Chocolate Thunder.
This is the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. Yeah, that is whenever you come down into that section of Chocolate Thunder, everyone sees the sand and they slow down, but you have to basically throw down, and if you're in that sand, and give it all the horsepower you've got to get through that section. We see this every single year. It's almost faster to try to get back into that little rocks on your right.
Yeah. And do you remember, I mean, going back 13 years, the rocks that he's going over right now were the size of cars. They've been swallowed up by the sand over the years, completely changed. Oh, it's a sinking feeling, quite literally. And this little sand wash is so difficult to get through. It looks so simple, and it really isn't. As Ian said, you need to carry all of the momentum through here. And it starts probably 200 yards before this. You've got to come through this almost in a full throttle assault. And then when you get to the rocks that you can just see in the right of your screen, it just suddenly starts to get a little bit harder. That is not Jeff Martin. Ignore that.
Yeah, I can't see who that is, Jim. That might.
No, I can't see who it is, but it's definitely not Jeff Martin. Jeff Martin is one of our leader vehicles at the moment. He's also driving a Miller frame.
Might be able to tell you who it is if I can head over to where that is. That might be Ken Foltz, which it could no, because that's not a Liberty Mountain. Or it could be a Liberty Mountain fab car.
I wouldn't expect this to be Ken unless he's got a problem. Okay, right now, who is this? This is the Bessemer Mine Road. So I would guess that this is our current race leader looking at the pace.
Yeah,
I believe that this is car
leader.
170. I think that is Dylan Summers.
Yeah, that should be Dylan Summers coming through the top.
Oh, no, that is second. That is Derek Summers.
Oh, that's his dad. Okay. Yeah, that's the turn that we just saw Dylan go around. This is Derek coming around. This is just above where we saw Dylan hitting lap traffic before.
Do you know when we get them up on stage and we've got Pam down there and she's talking to them and everything, one thing I'm going to request is, can they paint one of their cars a different color next year?
No, I think they did that on purpose, Jim, just to keep us talking. And now we're on board with Scott Foley. I have Scott Foley right now doing 60 miles an hour up through this section, according to the tracker, and that looks about on course with his on-car speed.
Yeah,
on-car camera.
I've got him something sort of 4.5 to 5 miles back behind Derek Summers at the moment.
Yeah, I've got, right now on tracker, I have 10 miles outside of Hammertown right now is Dylan Summons. So we should see Dylan get into town soon. We'll see him come across the bottom of our cross grain section and then up into the backpack of the qualifying course.
And that is Jim Nursel making his way, but he was completing at the end of his first lap. And that is now the 381. This is the car we saw a minute ago at Chocolate Thunder.
Yep, that is the 381 of Jim. You're going to tell me I was wrong before, but I know I was right.
No, it's Ken Foltz. You were
I told you it was
right.
Ken Foltz.
Good
the
grief.
Tracker wasn't lying to me. Yeah, so that was Ken Foltz. That is a Liberty Mountain Fab car. So he's already made it through that sandy section that we were watching, made it up through Chocolate Thunder. So this is on the back side of that.
I bow to your superior knowledge, sir.
It's not me. It's the computer and these amazing notes that Miles gives us. I just wish Miles knew how to increase this font size slightly.
Do you know, I think he does it on purpose just so he can laugh at us. So Ken Foltz there making his way across the top. And you can see out across the desert there back towards Hammertown. And these Liberty Mountain Fab frames keep doing great things here at King of the Hammers. And the wonderful thing about this sport, it has bred so much in this industry. We've got so many frame builders, so many axle builders, shock absorber companies, tire companies, engine builders, transmission builders. It goes on and on and on. This really has built an industry in the last 20 years.
Oh, I would agree completely. All right, so this should be third or fourth place coming across.
It's got to be fourth place because we've seen 3 go through.
Yeah, so the question is, let's see. This might be Lovell.
That's Brad Lovell.
Yeah, that looks like Brad Lovell in a stock class Bronco to me.
Can somebody tell him he's not supposed to be at this point in the race right now?
No, don't tell him that. Tell him to race faster next year. Yeah, so this is definitely one of our stock class Broncos. Absolutely amazing pace that he's been putting on here. So this is Brad Lovell, 46-21. Adam, I believe, is Adam riding with him, we think?
I think he is, yes, because Roger's in the pits.
Okay, so son Adam riding shotgun with him. Adam racing tomorrow in the OG good old-fashioned 4400 Ford Ranger. Yeah, we should see Dylan close to our qualifying course section based on, I'm just kind of zooming in on my tracker here to see if I can see him. Yep, I now have Dylan on the tracker, Jim. So we should, according to the tracker, he should be coming up on this cross grain section pretty quickly here. So we'll expect to see him.
Yeah, looking for him right now. Expecting to see him coming around through and heading towards the finish line here at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. What a race this has been so far. Absolutely incredible. Let's not forget, we saw Randy Slauson this morning leaving the line. It looked like he was in complete control until he wasn't, rolled near to Sledgehammer.
Yeah, as we watch Brad, he has now made the turn out onto that lake bed section. So that is absolutely amazing for him to push that Bronco up so far into this field.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff, but there is a reason that he's in the Off-Road Hall of Fame. There is a reason that he has so many podiums, and there is a reason that he has so many wins. And it looks like he's going to go back-to-back here at the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries, here at the Everyman Challenge, brought to us by Yokohama Tires, of course. But I'm just waiting to see. I reckon that our race leader is going to be less than a mile from Hammertown.
If the tracker is being honest with me, Jim, he is 3 miles from Hammertown because it just pinged. So if the tracker is right, he has just made the turn into the cross grain, and he should be heading up into that section of our qualifying course very, very soon. And when I say very soon, I mean within 2 minutes of heading over there. So we should see him on camera shortly.
We should indeed. And his father, Derek, is not far behind him.
No, he is right. He's less than 3 miles behind him.
He's doing great things. And here we go. We're back with Dan Wyrick now.
Yeah, Dan Wyrick out in that 4500 modified Yukon Gear and Axle modified class car. So he's still out in the rock sections.
And these are tough rocks out there. This course is no joke.
No, and with all the inclusion of all these RCPs or rock checkpoints, as we call them, it really has shaken up this race. And I think we've seen the future of what we can expect on this race every single year. So I think we're in great spots right now.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There is Hammertown in the distance, and that is none other than Dylan Summers, the KOH26. Left the grid this morning in 6th position as he makes his way through the cross grain. What do you think of this, Ian?
You know, it's absolutely amazing to see him make this push this far. You got to remember, we have now been racing for almost 6 hours. He's at the 5-hour 47 mark. He has to get that car up through this cross grain, up and down the qualifying course, and then over into our Ford Racing Arch. But this is it, Hammertown. Right now, you are looking at your current race leader, physically first on course. And if the trackers are honest with us, from what we're looking at, physically leading on corrected time as well.
Yeah, he is absolutely. He's got this race on a real tear now. And here we go. We've got Dylan Summers making his way into the short course right now. Here he comes. He's in through the cross grain. He's going to be coming around the back of the short course at any moment.
Yeah, we'll see him drop into that short course section that we watched. He'll go up and over that ledge, and then he will be heading down through the MVRP straight and then into our Monster Energy short course to finish this up. But at this point right now, he is so close to town. All he has to do is keep his head on him. Looks like he's just bucking. You can see how tore up that section of the race course is. Very, very tore up out there. Lots of racing all week long. You can only imagine how much more tore up it's going to get for tomorrow for our 4,400 race.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic drive from this young man. He started as 6th on the grid this morning, and he had some power hitters in front of him. He had Kent Foltz, he had Austin Thompson, he had Derek Summers, his dad, Ryan Webb, and of course, no less, the 3-time king, Randy Slauson. And we saw Randy running away with this race early on. He got out onto lap 2. He had a commanding lead, but a small mistake from the king himself. Saw him flip his car onto its lid, and up comes Dylan Summers to take the lead. It's a lead that he's held since that time. He's driven with absolute perfection as he makes his way into Hammertown and into our short course.
Yes, here we go. He's going to make this turn, come across this section of the desert, and then he's going to head over into this up and down section that we were racing all week long as part of our qualifying course.
So here we go. He's going to be going up Ways, the country road. Wouldn't you laugh if you went up the rock run now? Do you know, I'd give him a massive high five if he did.
I would as well. I would think that'd be amazing.
But he's not going to do that. He can smell victory. Right now, he's thinking about what he's going to say on stage as he makes his way up to the top of the mountain.
All right, up over the top of this section. He's got one little downhill section to come down.
So he's coming down through the gates gate.
We saw a little bit of action here yesterday, but hopefully he'll come down and clean. It looks like he's just going to take his time, pick the right line, and come down through the bottom. Good job. One little drop through the gates gate.
And now he'll make his way onto the MBRP straight away, and he'll be coming round towards the Ford Arch. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Be on your feet, because any moment now, Dylan Summers is going to be joining us here in Hammertown. He comes up to the Ford Arch. He'll be turning left and dropping into town at any moment, and onto the Monster Energy short course, and then across the Griffin Radiator start finish. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2026 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators, King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And he makes his turn as he comes on round onto the short course. This is Dylan Summers. Spins it round, comes on round. What a day of racing it's been. He's going to be going over the Yukon launches. One more bend as Dylan Summers comes on in, and he will be crowned king here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Dylan Summers crosses the line in physical first place here at the 2026 Griffin Radiators, King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. What an amazing drive by that young man who just started racing just about a year ago with us. Did some great things. So it is the 170 of Dylan Summers and Guy Miller out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing. In that Jimmy's chassis with a Jeff Ginter LS 427 with 650 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Nitto, Ag and Fab, Vision X lights, Maxim oils, and Ultra wheel. His first Ultra 4 race was in 2025. 3 podiums with Ultra 4 USA. Rookie season second in the Western Championship. What a great run by Dylan Summers. He's going to be super stoked. And how cool is it going to be if his dad can finish behind him? This is going to be something very special. And Dave Cole is going to catch up with him first and give that young man a super high five. How cool is this? I hope you guys are all loving it here in Hammertown. So Dave's going to send him on down our way. I see that Jimmy's car looking good. What a great run. He is super stoked. Guy Miller, big smiles. Dylan Summers, big thumbs up from him and Guy Miller. The car is looking good. It looks like the left rear shock did start leaking on him, so he was beating it as hard as he could. But these King shocks kept it together. Chassis looks like it's in great shape thus far. What a great looking chassis. What a great drive by this young man. And I'm going to get, thank you, Ian. I'm going to ask him if he thinks he knows. Hey, do you know your dad's right behind you? Oh, he did know, so that even made him even more excited. I love it. So it's going to be father-son 1-2, very possible. What a great, great run. This young man is extremely, extremely stoked. Ben Napier handed him those 20th anniversary finishing necklaces. Man, this guy's going to be excited. Ooh, I do see a rear sway bar link that's broke off the car, so he was beating this thing as absolutely hard as he could. And I can't wait for you guys to see the smile on his face, dust in his eyes, and this young man just made history. And again, if it can be Summers Racing 1 and 2, this is going to be a lifelong memory for the Summers family. What a great job they had. And Guy Miller used to race with us, but he wanted to get in some of the action, and he picked the right guy to ride with here. So I think Derek Summers may be getting a little closer, so I don't want to take up anything away from him. So Jim, Ian, take it away just in case he's right behind us.
Actually should be real close based on the tracker. Miles, thanks for throwing it back up here. I'm just basically watching his dot move through the desert. He should be coming into that cross grain probably. As a matter of fact, there he is right there. So yeah, so there it is. And there's his dad. Derek Summers coming across through that cross grain, still has a little bit ways to go through the desert, but he can see Hammertown through the front window of his car across his hood there, Jim. That's his hood out the front of that car. So he can make it back into Hammertown, and then we'll have him right behind his son finishing. How amazing is that? 1-2 finish. That's got to be a beautiful thing.
Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. I love racing here in Hammers. I love watching racing here in Hammers. I love the stories, and they don't get much better than this, do they? Have we ever had? Yes, we have. We've had Wayland and Shannon, but I think they got separated between first and second. Have we ever had a foot 1 and 2?
No, Wayland and Shannon came in 1 and 2, but then I think what happened was Shannon got him on corrected time. I'm pretty sure that's
something
what happened
like that.
that year.
But
Yeah.
I'm not sure we've ever had it before in EMC. So the Summers will be making history right here in Hammertown. Oh, this is so cool. So Derek Summers making his way towards the finish line here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
Yes, he's made that turn. He's going to come across through this rough cross grain section. We were just watching his son come through this section as well. It looks like, Miles was looking at the car. He could see that leaking shock and the broken sway bar. But obviously, I don't think the dad's car has the same problem because he seems to be eating up that desert just a little bit smoother as he comes through the section. He's going to take the turn and head on over into our qualifying course.
So here we go. Derek Summers making his way towards the finish. This is the 20th anniversary, and what an anniversary present this will be for Derek Summers to see his son taking the checkered flag here in the first place. And yeah, okay, he'll be peeved that he's not getting first, but he won't be taking anything away from his son. He'll be so happy. Oh no! No, Derek, don't do that.
No, he's going the right way.
No, he's not. Is he?
Yes,
Yes, he is. Sorry, I thought he'd missed a part of the trail.
Don't be getting him all excited like that, Jim. Jim, we've only been looking at this one section of trail for a week. It's pretty obvious he was going the right way. All right, so now he's made the turn on to his way. He's gone up over the top of the rocks. So do not worry, Derek. Hopefully he doesn't have the live stream.
I was going to say, I've just worried him. He could have been coming to a blinding hole.
Yeah, so now he's come around the top of our qualified course. He's about to drop down through this rock section right here. This is it. This is the very last turn that he's got to make into the MBRP straight and then up through our Ford Racing Arch.
So Derek Summers doing a fantastic job here and is far better at navigation than I am as he makes his way down through the MBR straightaway. And as you said, he'll be coming through our Ford Racing Arch at any moment to make history. This is the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. And today it's all about the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And right now we're watching Derek Summers racing in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class. His son, Dylan, has just crossed the line into first place. And Derek makes his way down now. Only a couple more to one more turn. As he spins on round, he will be going over the Yukon launches to take the checkered flag here in Hammertown. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Derek Summers as he crosses the line in second physical place, unofficially here at the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries.
Absolutely amazing race there by father-son team on Summers Racing. This is going to be absolutely great. So we'll throw it down to Miles as we get the other Summers brother racing car lined up down there. We'll let Miles just give it a quick once over. Miles, what do you see?
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, I'm down here, and the stoke coming from young Dylan Summers is very high, and it's it's unofficial, but it's looking like Dylan Summers 1 and Derek Summers number 2 in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He's got Jason riding shotgun out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing in that Jimmy's chassis with a Jeff Ginter LS 427, 650 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Nitto tires, Ag and Fab. He's been racing with us at Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers since 2010. Father-son, but it's actually son-father physically through here, first and second, and they are so stoked. I had a quick little chat with Dylan off air, and he said during qualifying, Derek beat him, so Dylan had to buy him some ice cream. Well, guess what? I bet you they're going to be repaying the favor. Ice cream for days in the Summers Racing camp tonight, I'll bet you. And Dave Cole's up there, stopped him first. Big old high fives, big hugs. Everybody is excited right now. What a great race it was. We saw attrition bite time and time again, but this Jimmy's cars just didn't quit moving forward. Again, this is the true economy of what Ultra 4 racing really is. Racing with us for the past 16 years, Derek has been doing it. His son Dylan is probably 5 or 6 when he started racing. To see them both rise to the top for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries is super, super exciting. And he's going to nerf him one last time. Derek's here having fun, laughing. Again, these cars are identical, so they trick us on who's who, but you can always get it right. It's Summers Racing. What a great run by these two father-son combo. These tires are completely chewed to death on the back of this car, but those King shocks are looking good, and I don't see much. Dylan had a leaky shock and a broken rear trailing arm, but Derek's car looks like it's good. And again, I just love them coming through at the end and just gave him one last little love bump. These two cars look like they're in great, great shape. I don't remember, well, I guess Shannon Campbell and Waylon Campbell years ago came through father-son with a great run. So to see this in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, Dylan Summers physically first, Derek Summers physically second, and on adjusted time, we'll see how it all plays out. But I think it's going to stick. Again, these cars just look like they could go out for that third lap. And speaking of that third lap, they really could go out tomorrow as the start of lap number 3 closes for 4,400. The UTVs or the EMC cars can nominate themselves to go out for that third lap to see if they can make some history and have some fun. So we'll see, but it's just great seeing father and son telling war stories already. The stoke is high here for Summers Racing. I'm out of breath. I'm going to send it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Jim, Ian, what a race.
Absolutely, Miles, and we still have so much more racing going on out there because remember, this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have 3 teams or 3 different classes racing, and right now we're jumping on board with, I believe, 3rd place, which is Scott Farley in our Yokohama Everyman Challenge 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We still have the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class and the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. So we still have lots of cars to get down across the line right now. And right now we're riding along with Scott Farley, our physical 3rd car on course.
Yeah, so much action happening here on the track, and what a day of racing it's been. It's hard to believe that these cars left the line at 8 o'clock this morning, and still we have over 100 vehicles out on course.
Well,
But
Jim,
that's
I
why
think-
we come to Hammers.
Jim, I'm looking at some tracker pings here around Hammertown. I wouldn't say 100 on course. I might say 100 competitors. I'm going to say we've probably got about 80 on course based on how many pings I've got from vehicles who came in at the end of lap 1 and put it to bed. But all right now you are riding along. Here you go. You want to know what it's like to finish King of the Hammers? Jump on the hood of Scott Farley's car as he blasts through the desert here in Johnson Valley. He's coming back into town. He's on the top side of this desert loop. He still has a he's about 12 miles outside of town, so he's got a little bit of a distance to come before he gets back into town. but right now he is 53, 54 miles an hour through the desert. All right, so here we go. Scott Farley running through the desert.
So Scott Farley, we're riding on his bonnet, as you said, is literally like sitting on top of the hood of this car. Scott Farley put down an incredible race. Watching his pace as he came through those rocks, I can't wait to hear the stories when he comes back into Hammertown.
Yeah, and as you watch that, Jim, I'm going to jump out to the tracker here to see who's behind him. Well, Brad Lovell's behind him, and Brad Lovell has now made the loop on the top. So Brad Lovell's on his way back into town. He's about 20 miles out. Behind him, Amber Slauson. Amber Slauson, she is just about to turn up onto the big desert loop to head out that 30-mile loop out to get back where we used to have that remote pit. So right now, Scott Farley, next car into town. After him, we should have Brad Lovell into that 4600 stock class car. And then after that, we should see Amber Slauson back into town. All right, so you are riding along with Scott Farley right now, literally on the hood of his car as we blast back into town.
Yeah, I'm just looking here right now. It looks like he is still around about 10 miles outside of town.
Yeah, I see the same thing, Jim, on my tracker as well. So he's got 10 miles out. There's still a little bit of ways before he gets into that cross grain where we'll pick him up with that camera where we watched our current finishers. But as it is right now, we have 1 and 2 4800 car across the line. This is number 3 4800, and that is our Brannick Motorsports Legends class cars. But we do still need to have our modified class cars come in as well as our stock class cars come in. So still lots of racing to go. And remember, finish line closes tonight at 6 o'clock plus adjusted time. Here we go, riding with Scott Farley all through here. Yeah, Scott's still about 7 miles outside of town.
Yeah, just looking on the tracker as well. I can also see we've got Jeff Martin.
All right, so Scott Farley out there. Behind Scott Farley, Brad Lovell still out there pushing through. Brad has just made the turn at the tip of our desert loop out in the desert. He's making fast time. Right behind him, Amber Slauson. Right behind her, I should say, apologies. Right behind her is Jeff Martin. And then I'm just going to jump back to see what would be the next car after that. Jim, after we get Jeff Martin in here, we have a wait.
We do indeed. There is a very big gap between Jeff Martin and the next car. There are cars starting to make their way into Highway 19 and 20, and this is Brad Lovell we're on board with right now. Just looking at it, looks like Corey Allenson is the next car that will be making his way into the desert.
Yeah, Allenson, Dustin Eisenhower after that. And then we should see Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy made big moves with his stock class Bronco. He's now up in the mix as well. So Lauren Healy, he's just about to make the turn into Highway 1920. Then we should have Peter Doolin. So we should see probably in the next hour or so our first modified car back into town. So we're looking about an hour or so before we see our modified car winner. Right now on pace to take that title is Peter Doolin. But
Indeed.
Right now I hear Pam is down on stage with our unofficial first place finisher. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. Dylan Summers out here unofficially in the #1 spot. Your dad coming in right behind you, but right now it's all about you. You got out front, you stayed out front, and here you are on this finish line unofficially in that #1 spot. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I can't explain what we're feeling right now. It all goes out to Guy for doing all the progression and keep me calm, keep me cool, collected. I used to race the short course stuff, and so it was just as fast as you physically go for 6 laps, and that's what I was trying to do the whole time. And he's just long race, and I had to keep the long rock trails in my head, and came around the corners and picked one off and another, and got my dad pretty quickly. So it's amazing. There's a little thing we went going on. I told him if he beat me in qualifying, I'd buy him ice cream So now he's got to buy me an ice cream at the ice cream store. So we're feeling pretty good.
Well, I have to say, you said you had no flats at all today. That was definitely key for you, but you had a broken sway bar. You have a shock leaking right here. So the car's pretty beat up, but how are you feeling?
I was feeling hurt. The tires held up great all day long. They were sticking, grabbing everything that we wanted to. I could put the car everywhere. He's going to bump me.
Thank you for the warning, because he already did it once out there.
No worries. Tires were great. The shocks, they blew out probably 2 miles, 3 miles back. And so the gnarly over that road out there was bad, pretty good. The sway bar, I think we broke it 20 miles into lap 1. We were wondering what it was and what we were doing with it. And every time we went in the pits, I'm like, something's broken. And they're like, no, we can't find anything. And, well, I found it. Yeah, I did say it was in front. That's my bad. I'd love to thank Summers Racing Team. The whole crew comes out and spends a lot of time and money invested in this crew. Maximo Oils for taking all care of our motors and transmissions, everything with all that oil. Jeff Ginter Racing Engines. I was holding this thing on the rev limiter all day long, as fast as it would go, and it didn't blow up. Jeff Ginter Racing Engines, Gearworks. Their diffs are amazing. Transmissions are amazing. I was in high range third gear, just smoking the thing, trying to make it blow up. But cars here, cars together. Love to thank Mom and Dad. That's the biggest thing ever. I can't believe that I'm out here doing this right now. I was a kid over there, and Shannon Campbell handed me his jersey when I was probably 5 or 6, and now I'm up here doing this. It's amazing.
And that is awesome to hear that you had somebody you were looking up to, and now you're up here on the top. Your dad's back there saying, "Hurry up!" I think. But he also said that you left him in his you left him in your dust earlier.
Yeah, I think it was 6 miles out, so I caught him, went around him on the outside, and didn't look back.
Well, congratulations unofficially in the #1 spot. We're going to pull you forward here just a minute so we can get a picture of you and your dad up here on the stage together. But congratulations. Let's give it up for Dylan Summers in that #1 spot unofficially.
All right, congratulations, Dylan. That is your unofficial first place car in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. This is the race today, is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge, all part of the 2026 King of the Hammers. This is the Griffin King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Now, this is 1 and 2 in our 4800 class. We have 2 cars across the line. We still have 1 more car that we will to finish out this pile, this podium, I should say, on this race course, which we should see in probably next 10-15 minutes. Scott Farley is out there, and he is about 5 miles out right now as Dad nerfs son on stage. All right, so Pam's going to jump in there. Let's talk to our unofficial second place finisher here in Johnson Valley.
All right, Derek, here you are unofficially in the #2 spot. I love the conversation you were having with your son whenever you come in here. First thing you did was bump him, though. I'm sure, out on course when you saw him pass you were trying to chase him to do the same thing.
I was just, I was envisioning being able to catch him and hit him again. That's why I did it right here. But I mean, hats off to Dylan. He caught us, I don't know, he says mile 5, 6, somewhere in the very beginning. I was in some dust. I couldn't see. Jason, hats off to Jason. He's always keeping me calm. I'm yelling at him. I can't see. I was it was bad. I'm surprised he didn't just jump out of the car. But he got me back together, calmed me down, and we just kind of kept cruising and tried to be smooth the rest of the day. I didn't even realize until the last pit 2, that we were physically behind him. I don't know on corrected time where we're at, but being physically behind the boy, I mean, that's just amazing. Super happy.
Well, on corrected time right now, you're unofficially in that #2 spot. So right now it's a 1 and 2 Summers right here on the stage. So unofficially, of course, but how does it feel to be out there competing with your son and then here now on the stage with him?
I came and I don't even know words. It's absolutely amazing. Everyone's always asked me, what if you guys got down to the end? Would Dylan let you, or would you let, and absolutely not, right? We're gloves off on the course, and he proved it today. Super proud. Last year was his rookie year. He drove the car first time 2 months before last year, finished 10th last year, and now just dominated today. A couple people were out that I would have loved to seen him battle with, but still, I mean, he's up here and he's first. I want it to be his day for sure.
Well, it's both of your days right now, unofficially, but we're going to get you out of the car, let you guys get some photos. Oh, he says he can't get out of the car.
Real quick, can I give a shout out to Cody Addington? I started this with him back in 2015. I know he wishes he was here, and this was for him. Thank you, Cody.
And there we have it. Let's give it up for Derek Summers up here unofficially in the number 2 spot.
All right. Thank you very much, Pam. It's great to have this father-son finishers up here on the stage as we get, oh, and look at this. We're going to jump right into, this should be Scott Farley coming through this section of the desert. He is now going to come up through our qualifying. Oh, I apologize. That was a highlight. I should have read that on the screen. Yep. So, but we do expect to see Scott Farley in that section very, very soon. So I can understand why it fooled me. But yeah, Scott Farley should be coming through here right now as we watch the highlight reel from our 1 and 2 finisher right now. Summers Racing, father-son. Jim, I think you're right. I can't remember the last time this had happened, especially not in the Everyman Challenge.
It's never happened before in the Everyman Challenge. It's such a special thing. So proud to see these guys up on stage. What a fantastic day of racing it has been. But these rocks are a cruel mistress. You never know what's going to happen. Earlier on today, don't forget, we saw 3-time king and Randy Slauson running away with this race until he wasn't.
Yeah, you know, it is yesterday's race. We said it all morning. Yesterday's race with our UTVs could be a snapshot of today's race. And we saw exactly that. We saw our leader go into lap 2 and was potentially, quote, running away from this race. And then just one little mistake inside those rock trails and his day was done. So unfortunately for our pole position sitter, Randy Slauson, he was unable to bring home the win. But it is so good to see Summers Brother Racing, or Summers Family Racing up here, father and son, finishing this race course right now. All right, and while we do that, we are also waiting to see Scott Farley round out our podium in that 4,800 class. He should be back into Hammertown very, very soon. Right now, according to my tracker, he's just making the turn to get into that cross grain back into town. And then behind him, we should have, believe it or not, Brad Lovell. Yes. Really close. Brad Lovell is 12 miles out of Hammertown right now.
That's a fantastic. Just check out this shot. This is Summers Racing on stage here in Hammerstown. And look at all the people it takes. It takes an army to do this. How awesome is that? And they did it earlier, but we'll do it again. A big shout out to Cody Addington. So much of a part of this race over the years. We hope you're getting well. We hope to see you here soon. But right now, it's all about this man, Scott Farley, who's making his way towards Hammertown. He's having a fantastic race.
Yeah, so right now we have Scott Farley coming through. This is that section of cross grain right before he makes the turn there. And right there, there we go. That is Mr. Brad Lovell. That is currently fourth. I can't believe I'm saying this. That is currently fourth on track right there. Brad Lovell in the stock class Bronco. This is absolutely insane to think of what that Bronco's gone through today. And yes, I know Brad's at the wheel, absolutely amazing wheel man. We say it all the time, but just the fact that a stock class car, Jim, is going to be the fourth car across the line.
Yeah, that is absolutely remarkable, but there's everything is unremarkable, also remarkable about Brad Lovell. The man is an absolute machine behind the wheel. And this is when you realize how great he is. When you actually look at the other people racing in this class, whether it be Bailey Cole, whether it be Bailey Campbell, whether it be Lauren Healy, Vaughan Gittin Jr., you know, we're talking about real high quality, the best of the best, and Brad Lovell just stands above them.
Yeah, it's definitely, that stock class is definitely stacked with some amazing racers. And so for Brad to be able to just push this car all the way through this section, bring that Ford Bronco all the way back into Hammertown, punishing rock trails, back into the onto the desert floor, flying through the desert, fast-paced, and is going to be the fourth car across the line today. Absolutely stunning. Can't wait to get him back into Hammertown. Now, we should see Scott Farley very, very soon up into that cross-grain desert section before he heads into the before we head into this section of our qualifying course.
Yeah, I think this is Scott Farley that we're watching right now. He can't be very far away from Hammertown. He's been working so hard out there today. We saw him get past Derek Summers earlier on, but something happened out on course. We don't know what, but we'll be finding out very, very soon as he makes his way towards Hammertown. Here at the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. Just looking at these two cars belonging to Dylan and to Derek, these cars look like they could do it again.
Well, maybe not the first place car. It needs a shock and a sway bar at the very least. But yeah. And then the question is, do you want to do it again, or do you want to just take your 1 and 2 and relax?
I think I'll be wanting to take 1 and 2, finding some liquid refreshment and going to hang out with my friends, because that's what this racing is all about. And here we go. This is Scott Farley. What a fantastic view as he comes through the saddle, and he'll now be making it onto the cross grain.
Yeah, he's coming down through this section of race course right here. You can see if we were on car with his on-car camera again right now, what we'd see is Hammertown out over the hood, because there it is right there. It's going to come up over this rise, and he's going to see, basically, hopefully sees his camper. He's going to see his camper, and he's going to see where he's been living for the past week, but he's going to see Hammertown. He's got to come up over this rise. There it is. He's on his way home, checking up a little bit, just making sure the course is clear. It gets chewed up bad out there. So he is basically working his way through this section of cross grain. He's going to take a left and head on over to our qualifying course.
Yeah, you've got to have full focus right now. You've just been in this race car for, what am I looking at here? So we're going to be
6 hours and 20 minutes roughly.
Exactly that. 6 hours. You've got to be careful. Your concentration is lacking. You're possibly dehydrated. It's so easy to tag a tire in this area of the course. This little bit's not so bad. Now, he seems to be checking up a bit. I do wonder if he's limping this car. He's not at race pace here.
Yeah, you know, Jim, I think if you watch it just sort of eat up the rocks, it looks like maybe we can only speculate that maybe he's fighting something, but he is working his way across, which is good. He's going to come across this section of desert. You're kind of riding on the spine of a little wash through here. You can see it's very, very dug in, very easy to figure out where you're going to go. You just follow the 2-track right through here. But there's a perfect example. You can see it's not that easy of a terrain. It is dug out hard out there. But now he's going to come through here. He's going to hang a left and head up into our qualifying course shortly.
Yeah, he will indeed. He'll be joining us in town in probably about 3 minutes' time as he makes his way towards it. Look at this. He's on the outskirts of Hammertown right now, just picking his way. I think he's a little off pace here. I think he is running wounded, as they say.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's working that car coming back into town. We're definitely moving a little bit slower than our previous finishers, but also at the same time, he doesn't have to hurry, I don't think. I think he's got a good, solid spot in 3rd place. There's really nobody behind him until we go all the way back to Amber Slauson. And Amber she's still 20 miles outside of town. So Amber's still probably about 15, 20 miles behind him. And then behind Amber is Jeff Martin. So nobody to put any pressure on behind him. I'm sure at this point he just wants to get that car back into town and finish his day.
Yeah, I can tell you now that Corey Allenson has made his way out of the rocks and is also on that final large desert loop. But there's a stack of cars still sitting in the rocks as we wait for Scott Farley to make his way in. We spoke to his teammate Chip McLaughlin earlier today. Chip and Pip Justice will be racing for Rufus Racing tomorrow morning. But look at this, he's just checking up all the way through here. We'd normally expect him to be blowing through this area. So I think Scott Farley is nursing this car. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. Throw a bag of cable ties at him. Let's hope he can get it to the finish.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Jim. As we're watching him make his way through this section, he's definitely not pushing as hard as we've seen him push previously in the race. So he does still have a little ways to go. You haven't finished this race until you cross that Griffin start-finish arch. We have seen people before absolutely gutted 1 mile out of town, so hopefully he can keep the car together, come across through this section, get into our qualifying course, and get that bad boy back into Hammertown.
So here we go. This is Scott Farley making his way back into Hammertown at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And this is the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. It looks
Yeah,
like the
look at
rear
back
shocks.
end
It
of that
looks like the
car,
rear
Jim.
shocks are completely gone.
Yeah, if you look at the back end of that car bucking, yeah, I definitely think it might be a sway bar or maybe a rear shock issue, but he is definitely fighting to get that car across the cross grain. He doesn't have far to go now. You're almost home, Scott. You got to get up through this qualifying course section. He's got to come down through here, come on up, and he's got to hang a left up onto Way's Way, and then come all the way around, come down the drop off on the far side and back into Hammertown.
Yeah, here we go. This is Scott Farley. Now, this is the last big climb he needs to make. Come on, Scott, you can do this. Put your years of experience to use here. Pick a line, make it work.
I was about to say, Jim, are my eyes deceiving me? Does he only have rear drive? But it looks like the front's pulling, but he was certainly struggling coming up that climb. It's a loose, sandy climb, but it certainly seemed like he was having some difficulties coming up here, but he's almost home. Take a shot. Come on, Hammertown. Wish this guy home. And he's coming down this drop-off.
Now, with no rear shocks, this is going to be no fun at all. That's it. You can see him just taking his time, picking his lines. This is good stuff here from Scott. Just picking those nice, careful lines. They'll be telling him on the radio saying, don't worry about it. There's no one in your rearview mirror. You haven't got to race this. Just get it across the line. And that's what he's doing as he comes down onto the MBRP straight away, and he'll be making his way towards the Ford Racing Arch.
All right, he's headed up through the Ford Racing Arch right now. You can see he's made that right-hand turn. He will come up the top of this hill, drop down into our Monster Energy short course. Couple of turns, couple of jumps, and then he'll be home.
So Scott Farley started in 25th this morning. Coming out of Texas with the Rufus Racing team. He's making his way down onto the Monster Energy short course now. He'll be working around the first turn, then round onto the second, over the Yukon launches before taking a hard left and through the Griffin Radiator. Start finish. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. This is our third place finisher here at the Yokohama Ivoryman Challenge. This is none other than Scott Farley from Rufus Racing, and he will be crossing the line here at the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. And this is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge as Scott Farley crosses the line in unofficial third place.
That is our third place finisher in our Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We've got Miles down on the pit floor to basically check up on the car and bring him over to the stage. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Ian. It's been a great day thus far. This is the third finisher in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It is Scott Farley with Kevin riding shotgun, number 4824 out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing. In that Tribe 16 beautiful built machine with a Grom Racing 427 with 750 horsepower, EcoStaff, Maxxis tires, Vision wheels, Meridyne, and Mama Ange. He's been racing with us since 2022, and I know two people that'll be very excited. I'm sure Troy and Vic with the Fab School are pretty stoked right now because he worked his way through, went to the Fab School, came out here, started racing with us. So the future of our sport starts young, and they work their way up here. So another one that's going to be excited is Adam Shear, Mr. Tribe 16. One of his machines makes it to the finish line once again. And a big thumbs up from Scott Farley and Kevin. He's got a little fluid on the front of this car, but it's here. We did hear his shocks were a little tired, and yeah, he's got a little bit of fluid leaking everywhere, but the car still looks like it's in good shape. He looked tired. He was excited, but definitely looked wore out. But the car looks pretty good. Nothing major, no major damage, so he made it through the Yokohama Everyman Challenge pretty smooth. Obviously, he had to rock bounce his way through a couple spots we were looking like. But man, he's got to be stoked. And remember, he did this race for his sister Daisy, who's fighting cancer. And the entire Rufus Racing team will be super, super, super stoked. So 1, 2, and 3 in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class are here in town unofficially. Dylan Summers, Derek Summers, and in that third spot is Scott Farley. And now I'm hearing our 4th overall could be Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Brad Lovell in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class in that Ford Racing Bronco. How wild will that be? That means he had to pass roughly 100 people out here. Absolutely insane. Mama Ange is over here giving Scott a huge hug. And just the Rufus family is core to what Ultra 4 USA and King of the Hammers is all about. What a great, great day. I know he's going to dedicate this to Daisy and Zandy Willems up high in the sky. Emotions will be high with Rufus Racing, but they're going to be excited. What a great day it has been, and it's not over yet. Still lots of racers out on course. And we're still waiting for Brad Lovell to come in. We still have to fill the podium for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Man, it's been a great day. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are having fun. Jim and Ian, I'm going to send it back to you at the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always great to hear your insights, and fantastic to see Scott Farley crossing the line there. Wow, Ian, he looked absolutely beat up.
I can only imagine as we were watching that car make it through that section. But right now, here we are. We are jumping on board with Brad Lovell. He is almost back into town, Jim. He is about 1 mile out from where we turn. Well, he's actually 1.8 miles away from town. So he's 1.8 miles away. He's going to be coming through this section of the trail right here. And then he's going to be turning a left onto that cross grain section. And then we'll see him show up. We'll be able to see Hammertown out of the hood of his car. But this is 4th car on course, and it's a stock class Bronco.
I just can't get my head around that at all. How on earth has Brad Lovell managed to do this? I mean, I say how on earth. We know how he's done it. The man is incredible. He's such a hero of our sport.
Yeah, and yes, they do get some stock bypasses, but I'd have to triple check with Ben over in Race Ops. I'm pretty sure the only real stock bypass they get this year is trail-wise, is they get to avoid Jack and Sledge. There may be some slight RCP bypasses, but essentially this car has run almost, I would say, 85% of the same course that the rest of our courses ran today.
Well, I'm just getting a message from Justin Maricon from Race Ops, and the stock bypasses were on Sledge and Jack.
That was it. Yeah, that was the one. They were able to avoid that, but it was one bypass, and that was the bypass where we saw them earlier winching because they had to climb up. It's a real soft, sandy, loose hill climb, so it's not a very simple stock bypass, but they were able to avoid that traffic. But if that's the only bypass they got, then yeah, I'm going to stand by my statement. They put that Bronco through 85% or 90% of the exact same trails that we saw all of our 4800 and 4500 modified cars come through. And I say all when we've only had 3 across the line.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. And just look at the pace of this Bronco as he makes his way back towards Hammertown. We just saw Scott Farley coming through the same area here, and he was doing approximately half this speed, which just goes to show you what a difference having shock absorbers still working on your car is.
Yeah, absolutely. Technical clinic right now, desert racing through. You also need to remember, it is very different driving a full-bodied vehicle through this desert than it is an open-wheeled race car. You have so much more to see in these 4800 Legends class cars. So much easier to see the tires, so much easier to see placement, not to mention you're running a larger tire. You're running that 37 versus the 35 in the stock class.
I'd love to hear the conversation in this car right now. It's probably going something along the lines of, wow, can't wait to get back into Hammers. It'd be really nice to have a drink.
No, it's probably along the lines of, okay, tomorrow when you're driving through here, I want you to do this, and then you do this, and then you're going to do this. You're going to hit this bump. Because remember, tomorrow, Adam's driving the OG Amsoil Ford Ranger out here. It's absolutely amazing. All right, and as we watch Brad Lovell make his way through this desert section, I see Pam is down on stage with our unofficial third place finisher here in Hammertown.
Thank you so much, Ian. Scott Farley, unofficially in the number 3 spot right now. You look like you're ready to get out of the car, but all in all, 3rd place after qualifying in that number 25 spot. You picked off a lot of cars today to get yourself here.
I don't even know what to say right now. I'm whooped. We lost shocks after into lap 1, so we were just driving as much as we could take us. So we're both hurting a lot.
But you're here at the finish line. Your family, your friends, your sister's here with you, and it's going to be a great celebration, I know, after this year. So, Scott, what does it mean for you to be up here on the podium unofficially right now?
It means everything. We put everything into doing this, and it just means a ton to be up here at that late nights and all the people that help us, my family.
Well, you have a great team behind you. You have an amazing team behind you, an amazing crowd behind you as well. Scott Farley, I know the emotions are high, and here you are, though, at the finish line. Congratulations, unofficially in the number 3 spot.
Thanks, man.
All right, let's give it up for Scott Farley, part of Rufus Racing.
Perfect timing. Congratulations, Scott. Pam, that was great. We'll get Scott compose himself a little bit, because right now, this is it. This is our 4th car across the line, and it is our first stock class car. Jim, it's Brad Lovell.
Brad Lovell, he does it to us every single time. My word, he won here last year in 4600. He looks like he's going to win here again at the Current Enterprises 4600 stock class. He's making his way down the MBRP straight away. He's going to be making the turn and coming through that Ford Racing Arch in that Ford Racing Bronco. Look at this, Ian. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he's had a hell of a drive today. We're talking about pushing that stock class vehicle through these rock trails, passing hundreds of
racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopter solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this. We got hoodies for days. We've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
really things that I really started realizing when I started the business, and Brandon coming along with me, and then eventually my grandsons, and showing some interest in what we do in the racing end of it, showing interest in being here. They're still in high school and young, and want to let them do whatever they want to do, but it has given us a lot of opportunities to grow our business beyond us and to our family. I feel like the guys that work for me are part of our family too. I really, in today's world where it's really hard to find the labor and the skill that we need to perform, that when we do find somebody, we sure don't want to lose them, and want to make sure that I take care of them in a substantial way, that they can take pride in this place just like we can. That's evolved into selling product on all the continents except Antarctica, but we have sold quite a bit all over the world, and we still do that to this day. A big customer base in England, Germany, Indonesia, Australia, all of Europe, South America, and I believe nearly all 50 states. So we have grown to be a pretty substantial business in the world of off-road racing, off-road motorsports, and general recreational four-wheel drive type sports.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
So Adam did great. We kept it in control, and it's a testament to the Ford Bronco out there. I cannot believe little short wheelbase, and we're flying through the whoops. So I can't say enough. I've always been involved with Bronco and Raptor. It's amazing products.
Well, congratulations up here unofficially in the #1 spot. Adam, I have to ask you, co-driving once again for your dad, and you'll be out racing tomorrow. So good preview for the course tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's super neat to be able to be out there and then go and hop in the car and memorize all of it. But I mean, man, our winching game, Dad, that was just perfect. We were just ready to go. Every time we needed a winch, we were just set up, ready to go. That Warren winch, hopefully it's not broken in 3 pieces this year, but they even work when they're in 3 pieces, and it did great in 1 piece this year. So
you got your exercise cut out for you today.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, Brad, I know it takes the Army to get you guys out here. I want you to go through everybody that you would like to thank.
Well, first and foremost, we got a big Ford racing family out here. Mark Rushbrook, the whole team. Our team, the way we race Baja, the way we race King of the Hammers, it's a joint effort. Fire Guys Racing, Huseman, Darren Spreadbury from APG, which is a Ford test facility. It's just a great team, and I really think it takes that good dynamic to be successful. So, like I say, it's how we race Baja, and it's how it works out here for us. Can't forget about Amsoil, guys. Amsoil has been involved with us since we debuted this truck, or not this truck, our other truck we're racing tomorrow in 2008. So, and obviously I take great pride in having Amsoil involved with us for so long, but they're involved with the community. They understand the products we need. It's what we're running in this, and no failures the whole time. So BFGs, they did great out there. I did earn 2 flats, I think, Adam. One of them was pretty blatant. Adam wasn't too happy. Method race wheels, we're smashing on them. We went, I don't know, 10 miles, Adam, on a flat. Yeah, we didn't want to get out, so we went to the pit, and the wheel looks great, came off just fine. So, yeah, big thanks to our whole team. To my family, to my brother who came out here. This has been a family affair for us. We've been out here since the second King of the Hammers, and look forward to many more.
Well, and you're passing the torch on, teaching him the ways of the King of the Hammers. But once again, let's give it up for Brad Lovell, unofficially in that number 1 spot.
Okay, as we switch away from the stage, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. It is Amber Slauson coming into the Monster Energy short course. This young lady started in 30th position this morning in her bomber car. She so nearly won last year, and she's coming in up and over the Yukon launches right now. Looks like she will be unofficially 4th in class. This is absolutely unbelievable stuff. So Amber Slauson is crossing the line here at the 2026 Griffin King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And we're going to be chucking this down to Miles in any moment.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, what an amazing accomplishment it has been from Amber Slauson coming across.
That he really wanted to put a bounty on backdoor to anyone who could drive it. I told him I would take over that, so I made some phone calls. So far, we're at a minimum of $10,000 to the first person who drives backdoor unassisted during the race. Now, I know you've done it because we did it in October in the same car. So and the pot is still growing, because we've opened up basically a crowd fund and anyone can kick in more money. So minimum $10,000 first car that makes it up backdoor unassisted, and I know that you can do it. So I'll expect to see you do it tomorrow. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. Looking forward to that. Everyone loves a bounty hill. But Miles is with Amber Slauson down there. Miles, what do you got?
Oh, what a great showing she had once again. Last year she got 2nd place. This year it looks like she's going to be in that 4th place. So Amber Slauson and Tom Liu, number 70 out of Gardnerville, Nevada, with Two Stone Racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with that Bomber Fab chassis. LT1, almost 500 horsepower, Freight Factory, King, Bomber Fab, BFG, and Trail Ready. She's been volunteering with King of the Hammer since 2014, started racing in 2020 in that little Samurai, and now she's on a full-fledged bomber. And I got a big thumbs up from Tom Liu and Amber Slauson. They're loving the 20th anniversary finisher medals. This bomber looks almost as good as the Summers. I mean, the car just looks like it's in great shape. Brad Lovell's was a little bit beat up, but obviously it's a stock car. This bomber chassis looks like it's in great shape, ready to roll. Man, what a great feat by Amber Slauson, who started racing a Samurai about 5 years ago and now's in this bomber. I bet you she doesn't look back. Ian, Jim, back to you at the Griffin main stage.
Well, thank you very much, Miles. What a wonderful day of racing we are having here. We just saw Amber Slauson crossing the line, and this looks like this is going to be Jeff Martin is going to be joining us here in Hammer Time very soon, but we are going to be pulling Amber Slauson onto stage very shortly.
Yeah, and while we wait for Amber, I understand that Pam has one more piece of information for the crowd here in Hammertown.
Yes, so Brad Lovell has a little die-cast car, and over at the AMSOIL table, they're setting it up where Brad is going to be giving away the little AMSOIL Broncos. So you guys, if you want one of them, they're going to be right over here set up at an AMSOIL booth. And Brad Lovell, I hear you might be over there doing some signings for them. So good job to Brad Lovell, and don't forget to go get your little die-cast car.
Oh, if there was ever another reason to come to the King of the Hammers to watch this live, there it is right there. The amount of cool people you get to meet and the cool stuff that you can collect here in Johnson Valley. But right now, we are going to be getting Amber Slauson up on stage as we are watching our Jeff Martin make his way through that cross grain section, heading over to our qualifying course.
Yeah, Jeff Martin is showing some fantastic pace. And I'm just looking back down, and I can also see that Corey Allenson is well into the desert lap, as is, of course, Lauren Healy.
Yeah.
But right now, it's all about Jeff Martin, but we're going to be bringing Amber Slauson up on stage at any moment.
Yeah, as we are watching Jeff Martin make his way up through this section, we've been watching this qualifying course forever for the past few days. So we're coming in here. All right, he's made his turn up onto Ways Way. He's going to come up over the top of our qualifying course where he'll drop back down and come through the MBRP straight.
So here we go. This is Jeff Martin making his way down through. He's coming back down the Gates Gate. He's had an adventurous day out there on track. We saw him at one point with his co-driver out of the car, helmet off, trying to winch him up through Jack. But that will all seem like a distant memory right now as he makes his way down and onto our MBRP straight away and heading towards the Ford Racing Arch. Jeff Martin in a Miller Pro chassis. And these cars are so infamous here, as is the Bomber that we saw Amber Slauson driving across the line only a few moments ago. So here we go, Jeff Martin making his way down onto the Monster Energy short course. Only a few turns and the Yukon launches before he heads in and crosses the Griffin Radiator start-finish line. Car looking in great shape here, putting the power down still. Here he goes over the Yukon launches as he comes in to complete this, the 20th anniversary at the Yukon Everyman Challenge in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 class, crossing the line in unofficial 5th place in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It is Jeff Martin.
Well, actually, it's unofficial 4th place in 4,800, unofficial 5th place finisher.
Correct.
As we throw it down to Miles, who he would have said that in place of me. I just did it for him. So as we throw it down to Miles on the floor of the lake bed, Miles, take it away.
You guys are on it. Thank you so much. Jeff Martin, number 1470, with Brant Irwin riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing in that Brannick Motorsports Legends class with a Miller Motorsports chassis, LS7 750 horsepower, Mickey Thompson tires, Brannick Motorsports, Brant's Motorsports, K-Man shocks, and Method race wheels. He's been racing with us for 3 years. He's got 6 podiums, and he's representing the United States Navy Seabees. So Jeff Martin and Brant Irwin are super stoked. Yeah, Brant's trying to get some info. It's a solid run. But I want to give a big thumbs up from both of them. And this Miller Motorsports chassis, the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the 4800 class, all look like they're in great shape. And so far, so good. What an amazing accomplishment from Jeff Martin and Brant Irwin with Martin Racing, part of Team Indiana. Send it back to the Griffin Radiator main stage.
Here we go, Pam's hug. So we'll let Pam talk about Amber and see how her day in the desert went.
Thank you so much, Ian. Amber Slauson, here you are at the finish line once again for 2026. And a great day for you. You have always an amazing smile on your face. So give me a rundown of your day.
Oh, it was awesome. That was a great rock course. Justin and Dave put together a great rock course for us. I'm so stoked on it. We had such a good day. We got stuck and had to winch once. We winched up, checked me out, did great in the desert, bent the rear drive shaft somewhere in the rocks. So we were kind of taking it easy through the desert in the last half, but it was a really good day.
All right, so Tom has the winch line right there by him. So Tom must have had to get out and do a few winching, as everybody has done today.
Yeah, we had we had 2 spots. Check me out, like she said, and then we just got hung up in another spot and snapped the winch line, and I wasn't gonna wait and tie it up, so it came with me.
I mean, that's time, right? Time is money. So congratulations, though, on getting out here to the finish line. I know you have an army. Who all would you like to thank?
First and foremost, Freight Factory, and of course, like our whole pit team, everybody that comes out to support us. We've got a great group of people that comes out every year and donates their time and helps us out. And the pit stops today were on point. Also, King Shocks. This car is an absolute missile with those shocks on it and the shock tune that we have. BF Goodrich tires. There's been a lot of drama on these tires, but we made it here, and we had one flat today. But they did awesome.
Nice. Well, and also, I mean, you've beat your husband to the finish line. I have to bring it up. But Amber Slauson, congratulations on a great finish out here for the 2026 King of the Hammers.
Thank you, Pam.
All right, let's give it up for Amber Slauson.
You're not getting off that early. All right, come on now. Listen here. You'd come around the corner. You see Randy on his roof, stuck. You just drive on by, or did he at least wave you by?
He waved me by. At first I drove past, and then I looked back to him, and I was like, "You guys all right?" And he was like, "Yeah, keep going."
So
I think. I hope he's okay.
Well, I think he was okay, but we were speculating as to whether or not you were going to stop and possibly pull him over. I speculated hell no, because you told me at the 40 the other night that your goal was to beat him on corrected time.
Well, here we are. I wish it wasn't this way, but yeah, here we are.
That's right. It's all about racing. But hey, welcome back to town. Congratulations, Amber.
Okay, thank you very much. As we cut back to the action, and this is Brian Tremp. So Brian Trempy, of course, we saw him in the pits earlier today with the cracked chassis. And Tad Dowker, who'll be racing tomorrow, was welding it up. There's always so much going on here at this kind of racing. Everybody helping everybody else. There's some great imagery keeps coming on here. So just looking at our live scoring, and we have now had 6 cars cross the line, 5 of them in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and 1, of course, and it could only be Brad Lovell, couldn't it? Crossing the line into just absolutely incredible. But this is the bit that blows my mind. On adjusted time, Brad Lovell is actually coming in above Scott Farley.
Well, and Jim, I do owe you an apology because, yes, you were right. You did call that correctly. He was the 5th car across the line, not 4th. So that was my mistake. I kind of stepped on you there. I apologize for that. But right now, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 into town for our 4800. We have number 1 in for our stock class 4500. And I have jumped back on the tracker to see if we're going to see where our first 4500 car is.
Well, I'm just going to jump in there because we've actually already had 6 finishes.
Thank you, 6. Yeah, that's where I got it wrong. But yes, I jumped back out here to see where 4500 was. And it's Peter Doolin right now. Peter Doolin in the 4500 modified class vehicle. He has made it out of the rocks. He is on the lake bed. He's at race mile 44, 43, counting down from there. So he's about 40 miles from Hammertown. That is it. He's in that desert loop. In front of him is Lauren Healy. And then outside of that, that's really, well, oh, sorry, I apologize. In front of Lauren Healy is Corey Allison. So we do expect our next vehicle in to be Corey Allison, then Lauren Healy. And then after that, we should have our first 4500 stock class, or 4500 modified class. As we jump back out, this is Dustin Sexton. This is somebody that we've been watching all day long. Sexton Off-Road, Dustin Sexton's been racing out here forever with us. So it's good to see him out moving on course right now.
Yeah, Dustin Sexton driving on Trent Fab cars. Now, I'll tell you, we haven't seen somebody we haven't seen for a long time. Cameron Steele.
Okay, I'll find him on the tracker. Hold on. I got you.
I'm glad to hear it now. We just did see a little bit earlier on Josh Alger with a wheel off the back of his car, parked up. As we watch there, that is the 1728 of Kevin Bates.
Okay, Jim, I have Cameron Steele has now cleared Highway 1920, still moving. So he is now out of the rocks. So he is going to be dropping back down over Emerson Ridge and then heading out into the lake bed. He's probably about 5 miles from where he got that flat a while ago. So he's still moving. He's still on his way, and he's now out of the rocks.
Yeah, we've got quite a few cars making their way onto that desert loop. And there's a heap of vehicles working their way through Highway 19 and 20. So I think it's going to be lots of action as we come towards late afternoon here in Hammertown. And what a day of action it has been.
Yeah, we will keep the finish line open until 6 p.m. plus adjusted time. So we had, what was it today, Jim, 100 cars off the line?
Yes, it would have been 118 cars on the list. However, there were some non-starters. So we're going to be coming back a little bit from that.
Yeah, so about 50 minutes. So it'll be about 6:45, 6:50 when we close this actual start-finish line.
Yeah, although it almost guaranteed it will actually be closing.
Oh, yes. All right, so as Amber finishes up on stage, I hear Pam has somebody to talk to down on stage while we wait for our next finisher to come in. So Pam's going to jump on the mic there.
We do have Mr. Randy Slauson right here. We're not where he wants to see. And I have to say, I just told Amber, I said, Randy's in front of you. So what in the world happened out there?
I was inverted.
Did you say inverted?
Yeah, I was inverted. Yeah.
Well, I had to give her a little bit of funny stuff because, she's at the the finish line before you, but then you're up here in front. And she was totally shocked, but
we thought you were still coming in.
Car's all broken up.
But you know what? You're okay. That's all that matters. But you were our top qualifier. Here you are now getting to stand next to your wife while she's at the finish line. So congratulations to you on that one.
Yeah, we're proud of this girl.
Awesome. All right. There we have Randy Slauson. You guys go ahead and get a picture. Get a picture with your wife.
Randy. Awesome. All right. Thanks, Pam. That was great to catch Randy there. I'm so glad to see that he is back into town and doing okay. Not the day that he wanted for sure, but there's something playing out on our screen right now that we did not expect, right, Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. As we're watching this is Brian Trempy. Now, we saw Brian Trempy coming in after lap 1 and having his chassis welded up. And I was just looking down. Now, he's not showing on our tracker. He's actually showing us still being lap 1, but he's definitely come through as a lap 1. So this is going to be a finisher. This is Brian Trempy making his way in right now.
Yeah, so this is his working across this cross grain. As Jim said, he snuck up on us because of the fact that he wasn't showing up correctly on our tracker. But we do know that he completed lap 1 and then went out and did lap 2. So we are right now riding on board with Brian as he makes his way through this desert section. He's going to come across to our qualifying course here shortly. And then this should be our next car back into town.
Yeah, so I can only guess that what's happened is that he didn't cross the start-finish arch when he came into the pits and then managed to miss it when he went back out again. So that's something for race ops to sort out. But right now, it's Brian Trempy making his way back towards Hammertown. He'll be turning up onto Ways any moment.
All right, so he has now made the turn up onto Ways Way. He's going to go up over the top of this rocky section, and he's going to come down onto the MBRP straight. This is Brian Trempy. Brian is in our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He started early this morning, and as I said before, he just kind of snuck up on us because his tracker was fooling us here up on stage, but now we know that he is coming back into town.
Yeah, Brian Trempy started in 10th position this morning. So it's been a solid run from Brian. It always amazes me that these vehicles are so resilient. He was able to bring it back into town get it welded up, and head back out on course. And that rock course is no joke, as Brian Trempy makes his way onto the MBRP straightaway, heading down towards the Ford Racing Arch.
Yeah, absolutely brutal out there. He's he's going to make the turn right here. He's going to drop up and go through our Ford Racing Arch and then into our Monster Energy short course.
Yeah, so here he comes, Brian Trempy making his way down through, and he will be crossing the line unofficially in, I believe it's 8th position. No, it will be 7th position as he makes his way in. So here we go, Brian Tremp comes in, makes around the final couple of bends. He'll be coming over the Yukon launches, and he'll be crossing the line here at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 class here at the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiator, King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. He sets up for the last bend, and here he comes. He can see the checker flag, and Brian Tremp will be crossing the line, and we'll be throwing it down to Miles. Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Jim and Ian. You had a wonderful job. The never give up attitude from the 896 of Brian Trimp. When Ted Dowker driving shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing and Trimp Racing Services. He's in a Jeep Armory chassis. Billy Briggs Racing 408 with over 650 horsepower. Mickey Thompson Tires, Steinjager, Edmund Speed Shop, TRIY Lights, Dynamic Motorsports. He's been racing with us for 5 years. He's got 2 wins and 6 podiums. And this is the car that Tad Delker welded, and it's broke once again. When he was welding it, it got so hot it melted the serpentine belt, so they had to fix that. They had to switch the ram, but they made it here in town with a top 10, and Brian Tripp, Tad Dowker, super stoked. And we get to see Tad drive tomorrow. Man, what a great race they had. Again, the never give up attitude from our racers blows me away day in and day out. What a great run they had, and they made it top 10 here for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge during the 2026 20th annual Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. So much fun. We're going to send it back to you guys, straight up to the Griffin Radiator main stage. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. And we're going to throw it immediately down to Pam on the main stage, where she has another one of our finishers keyed up to find out about their day.
Yes, here with Jeff Martin. We are right now sitting up here at the stage. You have the Team Indiana right here beside you, but you are number 6 overall into Hammertown right now. About the day, you were sitting here telling me it was a nonstop day.
Absolutely. The track just, even if it was supposed to be green, it was brutal, non-forgiving. You had to be focused the whole time.
I mean, all in all, the rock course, I mean, you got here at the finish line at a great position, but you're sitting there also, you know, have to be on your A game. Going through the rocks, I mean, winching and everything else, the day had to be gnarly.
It was, yeah. Every muscle hurts. I'm feeling it. We pushed it just absolutely as hard as we could today.
Well, Jeff, it's awesome to see you here at the finish line. Give us a rundown of who all helps you get out here to the lake bed.
First and foremost, Mickey Thompson Tires. This year we were running K-Man shocks, and we ran harder to the end than I ever have. Miller Motorsports, Brannick Motorsports, Balducci Enterprises, and then my wife, my awesome co-driver, Brant Irwin, and of course, couldn't do it without Team Indiana. That there's just no way we pull together. Everybody helps everybody, and that's why we're here, because we hit the details to the very last minute and check the boxes.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish line. We're going to let your team take a photo, but let's give it up for Jeff Martin.
Congratulations, Jeff. Welcome back to Hammertown as we jump immediately into some amazing in-car footage out here on the lake bed. This is Peter Dooley, I believe.
Now, Peter Dooley he could potentially be the first across the line in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class.
Yeah, modified class. With according to my tracker, he is in that correct spot. So he should be coming across. He's basically dropped into that desert loop. So he's got to come across this section. He's going to turn right and head up towards where our old remote pit used to be in this desert section. And then he's going to make the big loop. He's still about 40 miles outside of town. And right now he's traveling at right around 35 miles. Well, I could probably just look at his dash and find out. I can't because it's not in focus enough. But according to the tracker, he's doing about 35, 40 miles an hour. It pings back and forth. So
is this where we've got to do that bit where we say, you know, big numbers on your roof, big numbers on your dashboard?
Yeah, it'd be great to have a big number on the dashboard. Absolutely. All right, so there we go. That is 628 coming across that desert section. So that is Corey Allison. So Corey Allison is coming back in. Oh, and look, Jim, we found him. There's the man, the myth, the legend, Cameron Steele himself.
Yeah, it is. It's the Desert Assassin. Now, he was in this bit of desert earlier on today that he had a flat tire, caused him all sorts of problems. He'll be wanting to put that behind him, and look at the pace he's putting on this Trent Fab car right now.
Him and I have similar nicknames. See, he's the Desert Assassin. I'm the Dessert Assassin. I take out every dessert I see.
Very easy to confuse those two things.
Absolutely. One's tasty and one's not. You know the difference between a Zippo and a Hippo?
Go.
One's a Hippo and the other one's a little lighter.
Oh, okay, right. That's good to know.
Oh,
my
dad
God,
joke.
how has this show deteriorated to this level?
All righty. So I guess Matt has stolen the microphone from Pam because he wants to do the interview down here. So we're going to hand it down to Matt on the main stage. Matt, take it away.
What is up, everybody? Brian. So we all saw you this morning on the live stream welding on this rig, and now you're on the finish line. Tell us about your day.
Well, we had a heck of geoed at probably 80 miles an hour. Totally Tad's fault, which was fine. He fixed it, but we tore it in half again, but kept going, and I don't know. I can't even explain how excited I am right now. We've had the worst week ever, but the best week ever. And these Mickey Thompson tires got us right here, and we're so happy to be here.
Awesome. Again, what actually did you break on the car? Because we saw you all in the pits, things going on. Again, obviously you hit something in there, figured out what exactly was wrong with the car.
Well, we bent the steering ram first, and then we actually ripped the chassis apart on this corner. And we were able to patch it up a little bit, which lasted for most of lap 2, but it did not last now.
Awesome. Again, having that kind of repair, still coming in the top 10, how does that feel?
I didn't know where we came in, so that's pretty awesome. No, I'm very proud of my team. These guys killed it. All our partners that help us out along the way, and my family. I'm just so happy to have everybody here to help us, and can't wait to get home, see the wife and son.
Heck yeah. Tad, already done some racing with your son the other night. You have some racing tomorrow. Did you have to get out and do a lot of winching?
We didn't do too much winching today. We obviously Jack was a parking lot. We got through there pretty quick. I was excited about that. We winched at the flags. Other than that, stayed in the car most of the day. Brian did a great job driving. Team got us back out there. So just really excited to be here. And I'm going to go put some ice on my neck and take about a bottle of ibuprofen, and we'll run it back tomorrow for another lap, too.
All right. Good job. Anybody else you want to give a shout-out or say hi to?
I'd really like to thank Tad Dowker for helping out with everything in North Shore Racework. And the car handled everything we could throw at it, minus that one little incident. But no, awesome trip. Thank you guys for putting this together. Team Yukon helped us out too, and we're happy to be here.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. We'll let you get a pull off stage. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much. Always good to hear from you, Matt, and always good to hear from our finishers as they come into Hammertown. But still, let's not forget there is a lot of action out there on course right now. 118 runners and riders were started this morning at 8 a.m. And we have, I think it's 7 crossed the line so far. And this is in car with Peter Dolan.
Yeah, this is our current first place car on course in our Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and I'm going to jump back through some of the bubbles to see if there's anybody else who's going to put a hurt on him. But I do not see. I see Cameron Steele in there. I don't see another 4,500 car for quite some time, Jim. So he's in good shape to get back into Hammertown in that car and basically pull off that finish.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking very strong there right now. I'm just going to go back into my tracker because I can do that and have a look and see who the movers and shakers are in these classes.
The next one in that class would be Dan Wyrick. He's in Check Me Out right now. That'd be the second place car, but I don't. He's got the little red ping and Beth on the bottom, but that doesn't mean anything. He could just be stopped and winching in Check Me Out, or it could have pinged when he was just resetting for a line. But that would be the next 4,500 car that's on course to come in and finish.
I'm actually looking here. I reckon it's Austin Pyatt. No, I'm looking at the wrong trail, so do ignore me. You often do, but there we are.
Yeah, so I've got Dan. I have Dan Wyrick, and I was right. He is moving again. So yeah, Dan Wyrick is moving again. That would be our next 4,500 car. I'm trying to go back through the list to see what the next 4,500 car is, and I don't see. Where did you see Austin?
No, it's Austin's actually further back in Sledge. I got mistaken on my trails when I was looking.
No, Diesel Krentz is currently third in place right now. Well, he's in remote pit too, so I don't know where he went.
Yeah, we saw he had problems out on course on lap as he was making his way into lap 2.
Yeah,
so I'd suggest he's got issues. I'm showing Billy McAllister, but he's also showing 0 miles an hour, just behind.
We're here at KOH 2025, and we're ready to throw some laps down and have some fun. Yeah, El Monte already came through, as always. It's a good setup. Having these little motorhomes and coaches is nice. You get a place to chill out, relax during the day, and get ready for race day morning, and you can't go wrong with it.
We take the long way and chase horizons. We open the throttle and crawl. We thread canyons and crest the ridge. We roll together and find solitude. We make memories and enjoy getting lost. We don't just share these lands, we defend them. And most of all, we belong here. Join us. limits. Dynapro, Hanguk tire.
Did you know that recently over 45 million fire extinguishers have been recalled because they might not work? That's why we made the Rousseau. When you need a fire extinguisher, you need it to work. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers. From ready-to-run vehicles to premium kits, Vanquish Products remote control vehicles push the boundaries and capabilities of RC design. With machined upgrades like licensed Curry axles to licensed wheels and tires, your possibilities of creating your dream off-road machine are endless. Vanquish Products, the official RC of King of the Hammers.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Treat the customer as your friend because he is your friend, and we want him to come back. I've done that all my life, and I pound that into every one of my son's heads, I think it's there.
Since 1959, Curry has built drivetrains for people who drive hard. Built right, built strong, trusted. From the trail to King of the Hammers. Curry Enterprises.
Place unofficial finisher in our stock class. So we saw Brad bring that other Bronco back into town just a little bit early. This particular vehicle was out with Vaughn Gittin Jr. for lap 1, and then Lauren Healy jumped in for lap 2. Obviously, we'll see Lauren out racing again tomorrow, but he's about to bring this stock class Bronco back into town.
Yeah, we've seen drama out there on the track with Lauren. We saw her on its side earlier today. He's got a few dents on that bonnet, or that hood, shall we say, that he won't be able to polish out, but he won't mind. He's coming back to Hammertown, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, he's coming across this section of track. You'll see that this is the area that we always talk about, this cross grain section. You can see how tore up it is. It's going to come through here. He's going to hang this left, and then he'll be headed over to part of our qualifying course.
Yeah, always amazes me. I'd love to see his trophy room. What is it? It's something absolutely crazy. Like he's got, I think it's something like 28 firsts in Ultra 4 and something like 40 plus podiums. Absolutely remarkable stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure he's itching to get another King of the Hammers scepter to add to the collection. 2-time king, looking for that third time.
Yeah, 2010 and 2014. So he's a long time in the waiting for that third one, and he's been so close on several occasions. Did
Yeah,
some
we've
damage to his Bronco earlier in the week while out testing, but these things happen. He's had time to rebuild it, he's put it back together, had a solid qualifying run, and I think that's the best way to put it. Normally we expect him to be pushing to take that pole position, but he seemed to be hanging back, and I wonder if that's just because he's trying to conserve spare parts for the race.
It could very well be. Yeah, they had to drag the car all the way back to Farmington, New Mexico, back to the Fun Haver off-road shop out there. Had to rip parts off of his other car, the demo car that they use, the Bandito Bronco, which is pretty rad. If you ever see it out there, it puts on a good show at a lot of events, and they just use it for fun. But they built that car specifically with all the same components as the race car for exactly this type of scenario. If anything happens to the race car, they have easy access to parts that they can peel off and use, and that's exactly what they did.
Yep. They think about this thing, they think about attrition. They have one of the best race programs out there. And Lauren Healy just picking his way through this cross-grain section, and he will be the second car to cross the line in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class.
Yeah, long day of racing. We have got the majority of our podium rounded out, or not the majority, the entire podium of our rounded out for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We don't have any of our Yukon Gear and Axle modified class cars across the line, and we have had one of our Curry Enterprises stock class cars across the line, which is what we're watching Lauren Healy race back into town right now in this stock class Bronco.
Yeah, he's pushing his way through here. Runs a 3-liter V6 turbo engine. And a Ford automatic gearbox as he makes his way in his Broncos to be coming up and through Way's Way. This was part of the qualifying course earlier this week.
Yeah, he makes that turn onto that loose sandy climb. It's going to come up over the top. He is almost back into town. This is less than a mile away. Basically has to come up through the top of this climb, drop down the opposite side, and then he'll head back down onto the sandy floor of the lake bed where he'll come across the MBRP straight. But before that, he's got to come down this steep downhill section where he drops down through a Gates Gate at the bottom.
So here we go. This is Lauren Healy, two-time king, making his way down the Gates Gate. So here comes Lauren Healy. He's making his way down off of the short onto the MBRP straightaway. And he'll be coming through the Ford Racing Arch, which is kind of appropriate as he is in a Ford Racing Bronco. So here we go. Two-time king Lauren Healy dropping down through that Ford Racing Arch. And these Broncos are so impressive.
Yes, absolutely amazing how they've come in here and basically created the ultimate stock class vehicle to come out here and race. We've seen lots of them out on the race course so far today, and they're doing a great job. We saw Brad bring his home with his son, Adam. We're now seeing Lauren bring his back into town. It's going to go over that Yukon launch, and then he'll be set up for that Griffin Radiators start-finish line.
Yeah, here he comes. So it's two-time king Lauren Healy, and he'll be crossing the line of the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge in the Curry Enterprises 4600 class. And he is our second place finisher in that class and eighth overall. Incredible stuff. And we're going to chuck this down to Miles, and Miles can talk us through the car. Miles, all yours.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, we are down here right now with Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex, number 67 out of Farmington, New Mexico, with RTR Off-Road Team. And that Ford Bronco called Bucky. Ford Racing, RTR Vehicles, Pennzoil, Shell, Borla, Fox, Seymour Paints, and No Roads. He's won King of the Hammers twice in the Unlimited class. He's got 28 first place and 46 podiums with Ultra 4 USA and King of the Hammers. So a great run by Lauren Healy. Vaughn Gittin Jr. started this car. Getting a big thumbs up from Lauren and from Jesse right now. There's a little bit of body damage on this Optima Battery Monster Energy machine, but it's here in Hammertown, unofficial second place. Again, just like Brad, definitely some body damage, but they took a stock Bronco through the same course as the EMC's -1 bypass. So impressive what these guys can do. Just what a great run they had. Love seeing our competitors out here doing it time and time again. I do see a Cody Addington sticker on the back of his supporting him while he's at home. So love that the off-road community is getting behind Kendall Glines, Cody Addington, and Anthony St. Clair, all at home, but all in our thoughts and prayers. This Ford Racing Ford Bronco still in great shape, and this is just a great testament to what he's going to see tomorrow in the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. Can Lauren Healy tomorrow be a 3-time king? Right now it looks like he's on the podium. We'll see how it plays out. So I'll send it back to Ian and Jim at the Griffin Radiators main stage. Take it away.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Lauren, you or Vaughn, you started off lap number 1. Lauren got in there. So Vaughn, how was the first lap for you?
It was actually really good. I got a little jammed up in aftershock, lost a little time there, and then there was some drama on the sandhill coming out in the back, but we ended up getting through that and then had a clean race and did my job of getting Lauren a clean truck. Not as fast as I would have liked to, and I think he was 25 minutes down when I gave him the truck. But I felt we still had, I felt he was, he's Lauren. I felt I felt we had a really good shot, and, huge congrats to Brad though. It's awesome to see him get the win. And Lauren was ripping though. I immediately got out. I jumped in a Bronco Raptor. I got the tracker up, and I went and saw Lauren, and then me and Ford were just chasing him around the rocks and stuff. It was so fun to chase the race. I do want to say though, I think we finally avoided the warranty on this truck.
I know the door wouldn't shut, so there's something with that.
I don't think we're going to be able to take it to our local Ford dealer and get it fixed right now.
All right. Well, Lauren, I know that you and Vaughn always have a strategy. You usually do the rocks, and Vaughn does the desert spot. So the rocks read today. Everybody keeps saying that the course this year is completely gnarly out there.
Yeah, how many times we went, Jesse? 5 times. One of them was completely my fault. We got a little tired and took about a 10-minute nap on our side. But that one was my fault. But there was like at least 4 more times we had to winch the truck. It was a lot of tough stuff. Justin didn't play around building this course, and I haven't heard what lap 3 is yet, but I know these guys probably have an idea, and tomorrow's just gonna be wild.
Well, I have to say, are you the one who did this, or was that Vaughn?
No, it showed up just like this from Vaughn. I didn't put a single scratch in it. I can't believe he did this to Bucky. That's crazy.
All right, so I know it takes a ton of people to get you guys out here to the finish line. So who all would we like to thank for getting you out here to the 2026 King of the Hammers?
Okay. Well, absolutely want to thank Ford Racing. There is so many team members out here studying, doing work. You know, the reason we're here is to make products better. The entire Raptor line, we've been just ripping the desert, having so much fun this week. And, what is this, the 5th year we raced this or 4th? 5 years, the same truck. Have we changed the motor in this? One time. Oh, and I flipped it in a race. Same transmission. It's just crazy what these handle. But, huge thanks to Ford, Nitto Tire. Did you get any flats? I did not get any flats. Good job. No. See, amazing. Pennzoil, our oil partner, Shell, amazing fuel, and friends of Monster Energy, Fox Shocks, making this crazy, insane, rough desert most of the time feel like driving on a cloud.
So one time when I was on my side and I've been winching for a few minutes while Jesse's got me strapped up trying to winch us back over, I was like, I hope I got enough battery to drag this thing back over. And luckily we were on Optima batteries, because it was the gnarliest pull. Like Jesse had to he had a whole rig up set up, dragging this thing back over uphill back to its side. And it was that was our biggest adventure for the day.
Well, it sounds like you guys had a lot of fun out there. You got your co-drivers over here as well. If it wasn't for your co-drivers navigating you through with the notes, I mean, really, how would that do?
I was getting there. They're pretty all right dudes. They're not just good for comedy. They're hustlers. I mean, the level these guys are on. I mean, Jesse, I watched Jesse hike through all of her problems. This dude ran up like a half-mile long sand hill today. When I finally got to him, he was like holding his thighs. I was just like, oh, they're burning. I know it. And, we do have to give a huge shout out to the entire RTR off-road team. For the first year, we've campaigned 2 4600 trucks with bringing Bailey on. We've got 2 4400s, and they've just been absolutely crushing it. And, we're having a blast. This partnership with Ford Racing and everyone just working together as one unit. It's a very special thing. And last but absolutely not least, all of you. I mean, this is amazing to see so many people out here on Friday. I mean, all of the trails, all the viewing areas were just stacked. People out there enjoying off-roading and enjoying racing. So I love to see. It's a dream.
Awesome. Well, you guys have one more race to go, but let's give it up for Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy.
Thank you very much, Pam. Congratulations, Lauren, on your unofficial second place finish in the stock class, the Curry Enterprise stock class, all part of the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
So a little short while ago, we actually saw Corey Allenson crossing the line and coming back into Hammertown. And right now he's down with Miles. So Miles, what do you got? Okay, I made a mistake there. It appears that Miles is not down there right at this moment, but we did see Corey Allenson crossing the line.
Yeah,
and Corey Allenson's crossed the line in 9th position and 7th in class.
Yeah, I think Pam is going to get him up on stage here shortly as we are waiting for, let me jump on this tracker again, Jim. We are waiting.
So here we go. We continue with our...
This is another one of our stock class competitors right here.
It is, and they come through the rocks and they're making their way out into the desert.
So I am going to
call this the Dirt Assassin's Corner.
Dessert Assassin's.
Dessert Assassin's Corner, yeah.
All right, so that is the 4695.
Yeah, that is the 4695.
That is Jesse Bennett. So 4695, Jesse Bennett coming across. I'm going to jump ahead and see if there's anybody else ahead of him. Stock class, there may be. Nope, Cameron Steele's ahead of him. We've got Joe Craig.
Yeah, so Jesse Bennett started behind Lauren Healy this morning in 93rd position.
Yeah, so that might be our third place stock class car out there right now. But the big question right now is we're waiting for Peter Doolin to come in. Now, Peter Doolin is that 353. Peter Doolin will be our first place finisher in our Yukon Gear and Axle modified class when he gets back into town. And then we have to see where the next, well, I think the next one after that is that Joe Thompson UFO Fab Tacoma, unless I'm mistaken. He should be right behind him. Well, not right behind him, but it'll be the next vehicle behind him in that 4500 stock class. And it looks like he is, yeah, that's Ken. No, sorry. Apologies. Look at the wrong tracker there. Hold on.
Well, I can see Cameron Steele's made the turn at the very top, and he's making his way back towards Hammertown. Then in front of him, we're looking at Joe Craig, who's also made the turn and is coming back in towards Hammertown. Oh, Alex Fleming there, just getting a little bit high-centered. He'll be working around that.
Yeah, Jim, this is bad news, Jim. I am still looking at Dan Wyrick in that 4500 modified class.
Oh, who's that?
Still in Check Me Out. That's Jose Grijalva. We saw him in there before. That's Jackhammer. He went on the right-hand side. Looks like he flopped it over trying to self-correct. But, Jim, we were watching earlier for the next modified class car, and it was Dan Wyrick. And when we checked a long time ago, he was in Check Me Out. He's still in Check Me Out. So he has not exited the rock trails yet. He's been in there for a while. But right now we have another finisher up on stage. Pam is up there to go ahead and get an interview for us. So Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much. Here with Corey Allison up at the finish line. Today was a hard day for a lot of the racers, but right now you're at the finish line, so that's all that matters.
And it's daylight.
And it's daylight, exactly. So all in all, the day for you?
It was actually a very solid day. 0 flats. I never got out of the car. We winched one time in Jackhammer, and that's it. Kept a slow pace or a steady pace.
Well, we did see a lot of cars getting bottled up there for a little while, and obviously you're here, so you didn't get involved with any of that.
I had to pick some lines through there and kind of create a creative way through it, but we got through it.
Awesome. Well, I know it feels really good to get here to the finish line. Who all would you like to thank for getting you here?
Co-driver, keeping him on track all day. Wife, family, all my pit crew for giving us fuel all day, and all our sponsors.
All right. Well, congratulations, you guys. Let's give it up for Corey Allison.
Yeah, that's Corey Allison, who came in 9th overall and 7th in the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So a fantastic finish there for him in 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, and as we jump back out onto the tracker, as we're watching one of our stock class vehicles make its way through the trails, the next vehicle that we should expect back in town would be Dustin Eisenhower. And then right behind him is Peter Doolin. So Peter Doolin is out there on that race course. That is our first 4500 class finisher.
Yeah, he's making his way back towards town right now.
And behind him is Cameron Steele. So Cameron will be glad to be getting back into town.
So it looks like we're actually going to have a full podium before we're actually going to see a full podium in 4500, which is quite unusual. But what does that tell us? It tells us how incredible our stock class is. See, Kent Foltz is now making his way round and into the start of the Desert Loop as well.
Yeah, Jesse Bennett on course right now to be third place finisher in that 4600 stock class. So that'll be Jesse Bennett. That it will be who we expect to get back into town and take that third place spot in our Curry Enterprises stock class. It's 4695. He's out of the rocks and into the desert.
And this is Peter Doolin. He is running at the front of the 4500 class right now. Ian said earlier, this is the old Jordan Pellegrino car. And I miss the Pellegrinos. I miss the Lamborghini. I miss Tony Pellegrino.
Tony was out here. I ran into him a little bit earlier this week. He was out here walking around. So Tony's on the lake bed. So he's out here just having fun in his Jeeps. But yeah, I asked if no racing this year, and he said, nope, not this year. So, but he is out here at least he was a few days ago. But yeah, we are on board right now with Peter Doolin. And this is our first 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class finisher.
Yeah, in front of him is Dustin Eisenhower, and he does look like Dustin Eisenhower, who's also in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, will be coming in before him. But we'll wait and see. The trackers are pinging backwards and forwards, and Cameron Steele's in the mix there as well.
Yeah, Cameron's in that mix of cars too, so we should see him in here shortly. But yeah, this will be our first finisher in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4,500 modified class. It's be great to get another finisher in place. But as Jim was saying, then the next sort of class roundout vehicle we expect to see is another stock class car. But it is still a ways out. It's about 42 miles out.
Oh, I've got some bad news. It's showing us stationary on the track right now.
And it shouldn't be stationary right there. That's not a rock trail. There's no reason.
Racers working with racers. Time is money. There's no easy way to build it, retrieve it, or transport it. Helicopters are the cost-effective solution. HP Helicopters solves complex problems with helicopter solutions. What usually takes weeks or days, we can accomplish in hours or minutes.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
So we're here for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Right behind me is Mega Merch. So we're gonna walk in there and show you everything she's got, see the chaos behind the scenes and how she makes it happen. The chaos is here. They're selling everything, and they're selling like hotcakes. Stickers, they got koozies, they got socks, hats, beanies. Come get them before they're gone. Roxy, thanks for all my stuff. I'd be naked without it. Who wants a hat? All right. And look at this, we got hoodies for days, we've got shirts. They're still printing stuff and bringing it back out here, but we got a great inventory, so make sure you come out and get some of the 20th annual King of the Hammer swag.
things that I really started realizing when I started the business, and Brandon coming along with me, and then eventually my grandsons, and showing some interest in what we do in the racing end of it, showing interest in being here. They're still in high school and young, and want to let them do whatever they want to do, but it has given us a lot of opportunities to grow our business beyond us and to our family. I feel like the guys that work for me are part of our family too. I really, in today's world where it's really hard to find the labor and the skill that we need to perform, that when we do find somebody, we sure don't want to lose them, and want to make sure that I take care of them in a substantial way, that they can take pride in this place just like we can. That's evolved into selling product on all the continents except Antarctica, but we have sold quite a bit all over the world, and we still do that to this day. A big customer base in England, Germany, Indonesia, Australia, all of Europe, South America, and I believe nearly all 50 states. So we have grown to be a pretty substantial business in the world of off-road racing, off-road motorsports, and general recreational four-wheel drive type sports.
Every winter, Johnson Valley becomes the ultimate test bed, where man and machine are pushed to their limits. And power has to deliver every time. Optima batteries are engineered to excel under pressure, providing durable, reliable performance when it matters most. Because in racing, reliability isn't optional. Optima batteries, the ultimate power source.
Pinging when he stopped. So I guess, and if I was to guess, John Williams out there, and then finally possibly Ryan Hawkins. But I think that might be the last group that could even make it back into town. Oh, I take that back. Austin Thompson moving, and he's over in Masters area. And so we might be able to get him in time.
So here comes Cameron. He's now making the S-turn that will take him onto the cross grain hills. He's got a strap hanging off the back of the car, but he won't mind that. He can smell Hammertown now. He can see it in the distance.
Veer right. Actually, stay straight. There is a VCP. All right, start going right towards those trails that were pretty much facing. Yeah, baby.
All right, so we're jumping back on course with Peter Doolin coming in. So he is still out. He's still, let me just jump on the track here. I can tell you exactly how far out of town he is. So according to the tracker, Peter Doolin is still.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll tell you a little bit about this. And this, of course, is Cameron Steele making his way back in through these cross-graying hills. The last time he drove these, he was coming across these in the T2 desert truck.
Yeah, I've got Peter Doolin. Peter Doolin is still about 4.5, 5 miles outside of town. Cameron has just passed the 1.5 mile mark as he makes his way through this section of cross-grain.
Cameron absolutely loves King of the Hammers. He's been racing here for many years, and he loves to race in all classes. In fact, I think the only class he's not racing in this year is the motos.
And the only reason he wasn't racing in motos is because the bike deal that he thought he was going to have apparently fell through at the last minute, so he was not able to get that bike. So he wanted to race it, but couldn't get a horse to sit on.
So here we go. This is Cameron Steele making his way around in this Trent Fab machine. What a fantastic view as we watch the dust approaching Hammertown, and that dust is none other than the desert assassin himself, Cameron Steele. And in the background, there's another dust trail. Now that is either going to be Dustin Eisenhower or it's going to be Peter Doolin.
If the tracker's honest with us, Jim, that is Dustin Eisenhower's, because Dustin Eisenhower is less than half a mile behind Cameron, and then another mile behind them is Peter Doolin.
So he'll be making his way onto the Ways Way Country Road round the back here. This, of course, the scene of so much incredible action earlier in the week during our qualifying sessions.
Yeah, Cameron has had a rough day. We saw him fixing a flat out in the desert, and then we saw him absolutely obliterate a tire trying to get back into town. He had to drive on a flat tire for 4 or 5 miles to get the vehicle back into town so that pit crew could change the tire and the wheel once they got back here because he had a dead flat in the rack. And I believe that's Dustin Eisenhower right there.
And I'll be very thankful we have Raceline wheels, the official wheel of King of the Hammers here. Can't believe that wheel held up to the abuse it did to get him back into town. But that's why we run the best products as Cameron Steele drops down. They'll be coming on to the MBRP straight away and heading towards the Ford Racing Arch.
All right, so there he is right now. Mr. Desert Assassin himself, Cameron Steele, makes the turn, heads up through the Ford Racing Arch. Then he'll drop down into our Monster Energy short course.
And he started in 8th position this morning on the 4th row of the grid. Been a long, tough day in the office for Cameron Steele, but he never surrenders, gives it 100% out on course. As he makes his way around, only 2 more bends to go. He'll be coming up and over the Yukon launch. And he'll be looking to finish in 10th overall and 8th in class. As the Desert Assassin himself comes in and will be crossing the line in the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class.
Congratulations, Cameron Steele. We'll throw it down to our good friend Miles, who will basically give us the standard once over on the car.
Okay, so here we go. Dustin Eisenhower making his way into town right now. Now just looking down through, see where Dustin Eisenhower started this morning. And Dustin Eisenhower started this morning in 35th position, and he'll be making his way over the Yukon launches. Oh, big puff of something from the back of the car there.
Yeah, a couple big puffs of smoke coming through there every time he lands that thing, but either way,
he won't mind.
It doesn't matter. He's back in town. He's coming across the finish line.
So Dustin Eisenhower crosses the line of the 2026 Yokohama Tires Everyman Challenge. He'll need to spin it around to get back to the start finish. Ah, there is Peter Doolan. I'm guessing he's about 4 to 5 minutes out. He's just making his way onto the cross grain hills.
All right, so what we got right now is Peter Doolan right now coming across the cross grain. He has just made the turn coming through the cross grain right now. He's still a little bit of ways out from Hammertown, probably 3.5 miles at this point. But right now we are following our first place finisher in that Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class.
Yeah, can't wait to get him back in town. Can't wait to hear all the stories. And this is a car with so much history here at King of the Hammers. And you can already start to see the shadows lengthening on this course.
Yeah, sun's going down. And as we said before, the race course will close at 6 p.m. plus adjusted time. But we also have to deal with when we're closing our rock lap. So we'll wait to hear from race ops as to what is happening, because they'll make the decision for us as to determine who can make it back into town and who can't, because there is still a big gap between this group of finishers and the next. But I see Pam down on stage with Mr. Desert Assassin himself, Cameron Steele. Pam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Cameron, jumping out of your race car. I mean, I'm surprised to see you do that because everybody else today said their legs are about done.
And I ran up jackhammer on my feet, trying to spot. I saw someone stuck up there. We were working on the car. It was a tough day. Thanks to Brian Wood. Thanks to God. Thanks to my family for putting up with me. We actually switched off driving during the race. Brian and I did. It's a lot of fun. Thank you to King of the Hammers for putting on such a terribly tough. That's the first time we've had to really stay down on every rock trail. I want to thank Derek Trent for a great car. Monster Energy, Yokohama, Baugh Designs, VP Racing Fuels, everybody that gets us here. Raceline Wheels. Today we drove, after I hit a rock, we drove on a wheel for 30 miles on a wheel. And the Raceline pulled it off, just laughing. It doesn't care. But yeah, I sucked today. Really, that's really what it boils down to.
Well, I mean, you can't say that because you're at the finish line. If you really sucked, you wouldn't be here right now. You got this car across the finish line, so congratulations on that. I mean, you're no stranger to King of the Hammers and racing out here in pretty much every single class, but right now getting to the finish. Thank you so much for being out here with us for so many years, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say I love you to my wife and kids. Thanks to all the fans, and I want to say thanks to B. Wood and the entire team, Baja Dynamics, Elvis for all his help. And yeah, you want to say something, B. Wood? He drove for like a third of the race, so.
I'm not sure who yells at who more.
Yeah, when I was navigating, I told him what was up the whole time. No slipping. And yeah, we had a great day. We sucked. It was terrible, but we're here. Thanks. And with the penalties, I'm just saying there's a lot of really hard RCPs to hit out there. So we could have lost by an hour and a half, and the RCPs could change the whole thing. We hit hopefully every single one, because we worked hard for it. We'll see if everybody else did.
All right, well, hard work definitely pays off. So let's give it up for Cameron Steele.
Okay, always great to hear from Cameron, but check this out, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. This is our first 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle class car. This is Peter Doolan making his way down through and into the short course. Just coming down that final hill, the last of the rocks. He's been in this car for over 7 hours. Started in 35th position, I believe.
Yes, we're watching Peter Doolan right now. He has now dropped down through that short course, or that qualifying course. He is down on the MBRP straight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our unofficial first place finish. Unofficial first place finish for our Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class.
Okay, here we go. Peter Doolan, he started in 43rd position this morning, and he's coming up and will be coming through the Ford Racing Arch. Check out this car. This is a car with history here at King of the Hammers. And that's why we keep coming back, because we love it so much. Peter Doolan picking his way down through, looking really good as he heads down towards the Monster Energy short course. 3 bends, 2 jumps, and Peter Doolan will be crossing the line. And he is our unofficial first in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. This is the first in our class. Here he comes at the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Peter Doolan will be coming round the corner and taking the checkered flag in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge in the Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Everybody, here we go. Peter Doolan crosses the line in that unofficial first place. What a run from Peter Doolan.
Yes, and as Jim was saying, that is our unofficial first place finisher. That is Peter Doolan. That is Jordan Pellegrino's old 4500 car. That is Peter Doolan and Jeff Perkins racing out of Dublin, Ireland. That's a Genrite Jimmy's 4x4 TJ, LS3 550 horsepower, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Bill Stein shocks, Warren Racing. Now, Peter is racing for cystic fibrosis. That's good on him. And his first Ultra 4 race was KOH23. So there he is, your unofficial first place vehicle in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class. Congratulations, Peter.
Yeah, fantastic stuff to see, and I'm sure we will get him on stage very shortly. They're just checking out the official things, removing the trackers from the vehicle, and most importantly, giving him their finishing medals. So while we're waiting for Peter to come up on stage, we're going to get another 4800 Brannick Motorsports class finisher on stage, and it is none other than Dustin Eisenhower. So Dustin Eisenhower is joining us on stage right now, and he'll be chatting to Pam. So Dustin Eisenhower is 10th overall and 8th in class. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Jim. Dustin, I have to say, how do you feel about what Jim just said about your placement?
We're tickled to death with it. We could have had a couple of more spots today. We made a couple of mistakes, and he's never co-drove before, and it's been an adventure today. But we had a good plan today. Just if we got hung up or bound up really bad, let's go ahead and get the Warren winch pulled out. Those guys killed it this week. Warren did. They swapped out and put a brand new XC series winch on the front, and we couldn't have done it without having the extra rope on there today. Milestar tires killed it all day. Threat wheels. We tried driving on the wheel and tire for, I don't know, a canyon, and we couldn't get up it, and it put us in a really bad position, and there was like a 10-foot drop off. So we ended up jacking the car up in a wash, and Lauren went by us, and we got it up, and the tire changed, and the drive shaft's bent so bad right now, you can't do over 50, 55 miles an hour, because we wanted to turn the wick up as soon as we got out of the rocks. But it is what it is. We're here. All the great sponsors that help us out. The Willwood brakes, Mike, thanks. The brakes work phenomenal all day. Obviously, Warren, Holly Performance, Texas Speed 427, crushed it all day. Spider Tracks axles, Yukon gear and axle, Pro Eagle jack. I don't even know who else.
Well, you're here at the finish line. That's all that matters. So congratulations. Let's give it up for Dustin Eisenhower.
Excellent job, Pam. Dustin, welcome back to town. Congratulations. As we jump back out onto course, we still see a lot of our stock class on our picture-in-picture. We are just seeing Bailey Cole still out there in his stock class Bronco, as we are seeing Chris Manili out here in his Toyota winching up this section. But right now, we should have up on stage Mr. Peter Doolin shortly.
Yeah, we gain Peter Doolin on stage very shortly indeed. But right now, out on course, this is Chris Menley. Now, Chris has been battling these trails all day in the Yota that can. And this takes me back, right the way back to sort of 2012 and 2013, when we used to see Cody Addington racing in one of these.
Now, Jim, we've been talking all day about adjusted time, but did you see that our trackers just flipped? And based on adjusted time, Dustin Eisenhower jumped in front of Cameron Steele.
He did indeed. He moves up to 10th overall and 8th in class.
Yes, and Peter Doolin, 11th overall, 1st in class, is who we expect to see up here next. Cameron Steele pushed down to 9th in class, 12th overall. Now we're in car right now with Bailey Cole still out there. You know, it's good to see this car still out there moving.
I want to mention this. I was just watching this car a minute ago, and it looked like one of the front wheels wasn't actually driving properly. Now, I don't know if he's got lockers in there or what kind of setup he has, but certainly one of those front wheels was not driving.
Hopefully it's just simply a matter of having that front locker turned off, because I believe they do have it. But right now, coming up on stage for Pam should be Mr. Peter Dooley.
Yeah, Peter Doolin.
Peter Doolin, sorry, yep.
Yep, and he is 11th overall and 1st in class.
Rock in this town, and he guided me so incredibly well. I want to say a huge thank you to the entire crew are right here, everyone back there with Hibernian Racing. Thank you very much. And Chaos Off-Road in Winchester, Virginia. We teamed up this year because we're East Coasters and there's a storm. We had to get back out here. It takes a lot to get out here, Pam, as you know, from the East Coast. And I just want to say that everybody who helped us, it was incredible. Thank you.
Well, a great day. I want you to give me a quick rundown of the course and what you thought of it.
The course is fantastic. I love these RCPs stuck in the canyons. That means that you got to go down into the rocks. If you're ever in sort of doubt whatsoever, just hit the rocks. It's real simple, okay? And so I think Chocolate Thunder was fantastic. I love that. I love that section. We got up Jack pretty good. We had a little bit of a winch on. But yeah, so we got up there, and then we just sort of kept cruising. We just kept going forward and forward, and then the desert was very fast. So we had a great, we had a couple of little moments. We're still on it, but you know what? This car is incredible, and couldn't say enough for the Genride team for everything they've done to build this car out over the years. And thanks to Jordan Pellegrino for letting me buy it and then race it. And it's our 4th year, and we're all going to be coming back again next year and the year after and the year after.
Awesome. Well, that's what we like to hear. We've been watching your in-car all day long, looking like you guys are having fun. But once again, congratulations. Let's give it up for Peter Doolin.
Thanks, Pam. And as we get Peter Doolin across the stage, 1st in class, unofficial 1st in class in that 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, we can see right here, this is the next car.
It is indeed. So this is Dan Wyrick, who's racing in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle class. But while we were watching Peter Doolin taking his well-earned praise on course, or on stage, we did actually see Joe Craig crossing the line as well, and we will be getting Joe on stage later to hearing about this. But fantastic scenes in Hammertown right now as Peter Doolin celebrates his 1st in class in 4500.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and it was great to see Dan Wyrick out there moving again. We have been speculating for some time with him. We saw him stopped on course for a long time. Right now, we are watching Chris Menley. He pulled off to the side of the course here. I saw him signal to this driver about, hopefully everything's okay. It looks like maybe he's checking up on him.
Yeah, not sure what he's doing there. Just taking it easy right now.
But in our shot prior to this, we did see Dan Wyrick in that 4,500 modified class. That's that Tacoma that was built by Joe Thompson years ago. Absolute stunner out there. I'm wondering if we're going to see a tow. Nope, maybe not.
No, Chris Menley is waiting for his co-driver. That's what that's all about.
There we go. Yeah, all right. So he's waiting for his co-driver to get up in here, get back in the car so they can get back on race course.
And it's not easy. It's worth giving a shout out to all of these co-drivers. When you're in full fire protection race suits, winching through this stuff and then having to get back in and out of these cars is not an easy task. And there's the man you were talking about. That is Dan Wyrick in the 218.
Yeah, there he is making quick work of that desert section. So I'm going to jump out on the tracker just to see where he is and see where, based on how much further we should see before he gets back into town. So Dan Wyrick, he's now made the turn. Yeah, he has made the turn where, here we go again. We've made the turn to the Cameron Steel flat section. All right, so Dan Wyrick is over there making his way through that desert section. Ken Foltz out of the rocks as well, heading up onto his desert loop.
Okay, I'm just looking at the screen right now, and this looks like this is Chris Hicks' car. Now, Chris Hicks' car is being driven by Eric Miller, and we thought that we had seen them retire earlier in the day. So this is fantastic news. It looks like that they managed to get the car fixed and get it back out on course again. So let's see what happens here. Just wait for confirmation, but I'm fairly confident that this is Chris Hicks' vehicle.
Well, and what's even more important, if the tracker is showing correct, he really only has to do check me out and Highway 1920.
I'm just checking this. That's Eric Miller's helmet in the top left there, for sure, with the Nitto splash down it. So this looks like these guys have managed to get this car back up and running again. Oh, great news for Chris Hicks and for Eric Miller. And coming up on stage right now, we've got Joe Craig. And as Joe Craig brings his vehicle up onto stage, it looks absolutely fantastic. And we'll be passing it down to Pam. And Joe Craig crosses the line, 13th overall and 10th in class.
All right, Joe Craig, 10th in class right now unofficially, but you just now said it was a long day. So I want you to give us a rundown and why you're saying that.
Well, we did a miniature cartwheel out in the desert first lap. And I want to thank 4874. I don't know who he is, but he pulled us over right quick. We had a strap ready. So we didn't lose more than about, 5 or 10 minutes. And so that was huge. I owe that guy a beer and probably some cash. But we had a blast. We were back and forth with Cameron Steele all day. He ran over me at one point, and then a couple trails later, I ran over him. And we told him he could run over us. I don't care. We had a blast. So I'm a rookie. So, yeah, I'm in the rookie program. And so Cameron Steele might need to step up his game.
Oh, that's what is that? That's called what is it? What do you call that? Like a throwdown? Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm a big fan of Cameron's, but we had a blast. I want to thank my wife for putting up with all this and joining in with me and my family, my boys, my youngest. We borrowed a car from Johnny Valadez, and he raced the Youth 170, and he got a medal, and so I had to get one.
Well, yeah, you can't let your kid beat you.
Otherwise, I'd have to hear about it for until I got one. So.
Well, awesome job, though. I mean, being a part of the rookie program, you're learning from some of the best whenever you're in that program. So all in all, I mean, what all do you think that you took away from that besides coming out here and running the trails?
Yeah, running the trails was huge. Unbeknownst to me, we ran a lot of the ones that were in the course in the right direction, but, we didn't know. But I'd like to thank Bailey Cole and Dave Cole for being, for their hospitality and their knowledge. And then we had a bunch of, experienced vendors and suppliers come out and just kind of educate us on everything for off-roading. I mean, I've been off-roading my whole life, and so has John. And but they gave us the insight for doing it fast, and because we're just rock crawlers. And my buddy John here, he busted his ass today. We passed, I don't know how many cars at one time in Jack, winching up, past 6 cars in Jack, winching up, and we winched, I think, 3 times in a row, and he busted his ass. When he got in, he's like, I gotta take a break. So I was like, I'll navigate myself for a little while. But
Well, here you are though at the finish line. That's all that matters. So welcome to King of the Hammers. I mean, we're obviously going to see you back next year.
oh yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Pam.
All right, and there we have it. Let's give it up for Joe Craig.
And he was just saying there about the car, and I can tell you now that 4874 is Gavin Ravioli Andrioni. So that's who you need to buy a beer later on. So Joe Craig is our 13th car over the line here in the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
That's right. And then the other car that we saw on screen that should be getting in shortly would be Mr. Dan Wyrick. So Dan Wyrick, we expect to get back into town fairly soon, and that'll be your second place finisher in that 4,500. But I do believe we may have a couple cars ahead of Dan. Is going to jump over to the tracker. Yeah, we still have Jesse Bennett out there in the 46.95. So Jesse Bennett is still pushing. So Jesse Bennett could be our 3rd place finisher in our 4,600 stock class. So he's out in that desert loop. He's still moving along.
And we did just see the 45.67 of Michael NG still running, but I think it's significantly back down the track. So he does need to work hard if he wants to get back into town before the cutoff.
Yeah, Ken Foltz is out there, and then Dan Wyrick. And then John Williams is in there as well. So we have a couple of stock class cars still out there playing the game that have left the rock section of the race course. But if I zoom in on it, I'm going to go on the tracker and pull it on this into Highway 19, Highway 20 to see who's still in it. Micah Greg Neff could probably still get out and make it back to town. Looks like Austin Thompson might also make it back into town, as well as possibly Chris Hicks. All right, so Jim's got a new guest with us here inside the booth, which is awesome to see. All right, so let's get a little update from how they're. He looks way too comfy in that seat over there.
He does. I mean, it's almost like he's been out. He's almost like he's been out there racing all day.
I just heard the loudest sigh.
So tell me who you are and what you're doing here.
Stuart Hanna from the 4701 Team Walnut Creek Racing car. We broke. It was a bad day for us. It is what it is. But another one of our competitors sounds like he's still having a good day. Rolled someone over, I just heard.
Oh, so, would that be Gavin Ravioli Andrioni?
Yes, that is one of my dear, good, best friends right there, and he's always out there helping, no matter what, apparently.
Fantastic, but that's what we love about this style of racing, isn't it? Everybody's friends on the track. You know, we all help him, we all muck in, we all want to win, but we're out there, we also all want to help, because the only thing we're racing is the rocks.
Yep, the rocks and the clock. We want to get in before the time runs out, and sometimes you just can't do it like us today, but we wish the best for all of our competitors. Awesome course today. I mean, it was fantastic. Took us out, so says something about it.
So we're going to see you returning here next year?
Absolutely. Every year. Been doing it for 12 years now and won't miss it for anything.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you we wish you better success next year in 2027. And I'm sure you'd like to go and get some liquid refreshment and catch up with your friends.
Yeah, go get a bite to eat too. I'm a little bit hungry, so.
Get some tacos.
Fantastic.
Get some tacos.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely going to go get some tacos. Actually, I think I've got some maybe coming up for me soon.
There we go.
So, yeah, I appreciate you guys, both of you working so hard up here. I know how it is. I mean, you're behind the booth all day long. I appreciate you. Dave Cole, appreciate the course. It was, like I said, awesome. Really good day of racing out there.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We'll let you get out of here and get back to your team. Thanks for stopping by.
Right on, guys. Thank you.
I think at this point, it's important to remember for everyone in Hammertown right now, we will be doing awards at the main stage, I'm being told, at 5 o'clock. So we'll be doing our UTV, and then we'll be going into the Everyman Challenge Awards. So that is at 5 o'clock at the main stage, and I don't know if we'll have a full podium for all of our classes by then, Jim. I'm quite certain we won't.
I'm fairly certain that we're not going to have a full podium for the 4,500, that's for sure. But we're looking back. I do think that I haven't looked at the tracker for a little while. How was Mr. Bennett getting on in our stock class?
So
last time I saw he was stationary.
Yeah, so right now, the next stock class car that we should see coming into town is our Jeep of Jesse Bennett. He's not showing stationary to me on a tracker ping. He's not going fast. He is sitting up at the top of the desert loop, up where we used to set that remote pit 2 up. And he's going to be coming around the top of that basically desert loop and come back down in. But we have Jesse Bennett up there. That should be our next stock class car coming back into town. But he is still over 25 miles from Hammertown, Jim, in that stock class Jeep.
Yeah, he is indeed. But right now we're watching Chris on board with Chris Hicks, with Eric Miller driving. I'm so pleased to see that they're back out on track. I was gutted to see that they were parked up earlier. Now, this car started, I think it was right the way back in 69th position, and Eric managed to get it right up into the top 10 in 1 lap. Then they had that problem.
Yeah, and Jim, based on the tracker, what I'm seeing right here is he only has to finish up Check Me Out, which he's doing right now, and then spin around and come back down Highway 1920. So there really should be no reason why, especially with Mr. Miller at the wheel, that vehicle can't make it back into town before we have a cutoff at 6 p.m. plus adjusted time. We do still have a few cars out in the rock section, and we will wait for race ops to make that final decision as to when they're basically going to close the rock sections. They usually close it when they try to leave remote pit 2, just based on whether or not they think they're going to get back into town.
Yeah, so we just saw Michael NG there, and he's just making his way around. Here's another one of our Broncos. That is the 4617.
Yeah, I don't think
And that is Jack Farrow.
I don't have him on my tracker, Jim. Let me just double check.
Well, I can.
Yeah, no, I don't.
He's making his way around the back edge of the course. I recognize this bit area. We've been watching him coming through all day. So Jack Farrow there pushing on through. Now the question is, did he start with 2 wheels or did he only start with 1?
Yeah, that I don't know, Jim. Let me just jump up here and see how our Jeep is doing on this desert loop. Yep, he's still moving, Jim. So he was able to ping, and he's moved about 4 miles down the track. So he is coming into town. He's now moving at 39.1 miles an hour through that desert section. So I think we will definitely see Jesse Bennett back into town. Whether he makes it back into town before we do awards, I don't know. That will be a tight one to fit. But that is our 3rd place in that stock class on course right now.
Yeah, and if you were here yesterday, you would have seen the 4900 Can-Am UTV Championships, and what a race it was. A stacked field with champions from all over. A multidiscipline event. It has been incredible. So many classes. And our team in race ops worked all through the night to work out the scoring, to apply the penalties, and to make sure that everybody was keeping honest on the track. And at 5 p.m. tonight, we will be having the awards ceremony and getting all of those heroes up here to receive their trophies. And of course, the champagne. It's the reason we do this.
Yes, the sparkly water.
Or the fizzy brake fluid, as we like to call it. So this is Jack Farrow making his way up the track. Another one of our 4600 Curry Enterprises cars.
Yes, we've been racing so far today in Johnson Valley for 8 hours and 30 minutes. It has been a long day out here on the course, but we now have our unofficial finishers for at least 2 classes up to, oh, and look, here's our 4608. This is our Yukon Gear and Axle Ultimate Rookie competitors. So these are 2 individuals who applied to be the ultimate rookie and won that vehicle basically to drive for King of the Hammers.
I love that. Very cool indeed to get that opportunity.
Yeah, so in that car right now should be Wendy Nickel. Danny Matthews ran the desert lap, even though it says Danny Matthews on your screen. They were going to trade drivers, and Wendy Nickel was going to take it out onto the rock lap. Wendy Nickel, no stranger, used to be a competitive rock crawler back in the day, but then she stopped basically competitive rock crawling, took some time off, and then decided that she wanted to come out and race King of the Hammers, and this is the best way to get back in the seat. Use someone else's car.
Absolutely. Nothing faster than a rental. And I'm just looking back on our tracker right now. And we've got quite a few cars that are on the desert loop making their way back, including Dan Warwick and also including Ken Folt's out there and Dan Warwick's out there. And a couple of others. I'm just looking at trying to pull up on those numbers.
Yeah,
got
Greg,
another 4600 class car out there, and that's John Williams.
Yeah, we saw John Williams in that stock class car, but ahead of him is the Jeep of Jesse Bennett, and Jesse Bennett's now made the turn out in the middle of the desert, so he's on his way back into town. He's no longer driving away from Hammertown, so I'll be happy about that.
Yeah, and Greg Neff looks like he's made his way out of the rocks, so he'll be working his way onto the desert loop.
And Austin Thompson's in there as well, and he's made a lot of headway through this rock section, so he's been doing really, really well.
Oh, you're going to like this. It looks like we've got Anthony Taylor has made his way out of the rocks, and he's in the 4500 class. So it does actually look like we could have a full podium, possibly before 5 o'clock, although it does look likely it will be just after.
I don't think they're going to get back in time from there. That's a long way back into town if they're just out of the rocks right now. That's race mile 50, and
yeah, you're right.
They'd have to do 100 miles an hour to get back here for awards, Jim. And
it's a 4500 class car. What do you mean it can do that?
I don't think it can do that, Jim. I'd love to say it could, but yes. But right now, Austin Thompson is now out of that rock section as well. He's headed over into basically the 2-track before he gets into the desert. But yes, I think we might get Dan Wyrick back in before awards, but even that might be cutting it close.
Yep.
But I think we should have, unless something happens drastically, we might get our Jet 4695 with Jesse Bennett. If not, he might be coming in right when we're handing out awards. So we'll see what happens there.
So there we go. There's our little Samurai making its way around. That's the 4629. And that is Joel Dulac and Brandon Heckathorn in the little Suzuki that can. I love the fact that it's still on leaf springs. It's got a leaf over axle conversion on there. Get a little bit of extra height.
Spring over axle, Jim. That's what we say here. We say spring over axle.
What did I say?
Leaf over axle. It's the same thing.
Oh, it's the same
thing. We like
thing.
to say spring. I don't know why. We like to say spring over. We just say spring over axle.
At the moment, I don't think he cares. Right, this is Graham Racing. Making their way up the track.
All right, so while we wait for these drivers to push through, I just wanted to hit one more thing just for fun. We are doing, Dave Cole mentioned, I mentioned it earlier when I was talking to Adam and Brad Lovell. Dave mentioned the other night he wanted to put a bounty on that back door tomorrow for the 4,400 cars. We are now up to $10,500 to see the first car that's going to make it up that course. So if you want to, everyone can basically, we're calling it Fund the Send. So if you head over to my social media account, you can go ahead and there's a link in my story to basically throw a little bit of cash down if you want. And you can help these guys make poor financial decisions. That's what I'm here to help them do. And so we're going to have these guys get out there and first 4,400 car to make it up back door is going to get all the money.
Now, this is the crazy thing, isn't it? Because a majority of our drivers here have actually driven backdoor at some point in their career. But it's one thing driving it when you're out trail wheeling. It's quite another when you've got a full tank of gas, you've got your spares on the back, and you're in full KOH trim.
Well, honestly, I think a lot of these, our top racers, they're not interested in this. I mean, this is just a kind of a fun little challenge, right? But I do think that we've got some guys out there who are going to be like, well, my day kind of went a little bit south. Maybe I'm going to go try and get a little extra payout before I get back to town. I think that's a perfect setup for it. So I think it's going to be add a little extra twist to the day, so it could be fun. But right now, it is all about our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We are waiting for a few more drivers to get back into town. We have a cutoff of 6 p.m. plus adjusted time.
And still our drivers are on track, making their way back towards Hammertown. Come and join us on the stage and tell us about their stories. So far today, we have had 13 finishes in 3 different classes. But the big story is all about Dylan Summers crossing the line in first place in 5 hours and 49 minutes, closely followed by Derek Summers, his dad, in 5 hours and 57 minutes. And then this is the bit that's absolutely crazy. Coming across the line third, but first in class is Brad Lovell in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class in a 6 hours and 12 minutes. I mean, really, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
Then
that was absolutely amazing to watch with his son as the co-driver, which made it even better considering, as you said before, Jim, we had a father-son team finish 1-2. What a great day of stories in the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of our 4600 class heroes still making their way around this course. And you can see how big these rocks are as they try and put these 35-inch tires through them. 4800 and 4500, of course, using the 37-inch DOT tire. The 4600s, the 35-inch DOT tires. We're just watching Joe Dulac here. In fact, I don't know what Joel Dulac is actually doing, but he's not doing anything right now, so hopefully he hasn't got a problem. And our clock keeps on ticking. We're at 8 hours and 36 minutes. And this race will finish officially at 6 p.m. plus adjusted time.
Okay, I'm getting an update from race director Ben Napier. They have cut entry into the rocks from remote pit 2. And they're going to stop them shortly from going into aftershock when they leave that pit. So it looks like they're trying to get those rock trails closed out. So right now, if that's the case, oh, I zoomed in way too far. If that's the case, if I come down here onto my tracker, so if I jump down in here onto my tracker, the area that we're talking about is right down in here. So the only cars that would be ahead of that cutoff is the 4854 of Luke Campman. We have Daniel Gutenberg in front of him. Billy McAllister in front of that. Rob Graham still moving. Corey Day still moving as well. Chris Hicks, and that would be Eric Miller actually. And Ryan Hawkins still in the rocks. And if we come down here to the bottom, this car is, but it's at 0 miles an hour. I don't know why. Greg Neff, I don't think he was moving before. So, and then over here we have Austin Thompson. So this may be the last group of cars that we would expect to get back into town before we basically close that course. So still lots of action out there on the lake bed. But as I said before, Race Ops is closing sections of this course. So they're shutting down who can come out of remote pit 2, and they're going to be putting the stop to anyone who goes into aftershock.
Yeah, that's Johnny Valdez making his way up onto the course right now. Now, there are a few people we've got on the desert loop, including Austin Thompson. I say Greg Neff is actually showing 0 mile an hour, so let's hope that's just a flat tire.
Yeah, he was moving just a second ago, Jim, so we're going to assume that. But here we go on screen right there. There's your third
Jesse
place
Bennett.
of Jesse Bennett. So that is your unofficial third place finisher in that Curry Enterprises stock class. So he's made his way out through the desert loop, and now he's back into range of our cameras, so we can keep an eye on him as he makes his way back into Hammertown.
Yeah, fantastic to see.
Yeah, at this point right here, he is just about maybe 12 miles out of town.
Yes, he will be somewhere around there.
Yeah, he's at race mile 1314 right now based on my tracker. So he's made the turn. He's going to come back into town here shortly. probably puts him at about 20, 25 minutes out for a stock class car from that distance. There's Johnny Valadez out there. It looks like is that front tire? No.
No, that's fine.
Just dust. I thought it might have been flat based on the shadow that it had on it, but it looks fine.
It does indeed. Jesse Bennett started in 93rd position this morning, just behind Lauren Healy.
Yes, he'll be happy if when he gets that car back into town. Unofficial third place stock class finisher. And it's important to remember that this coverage of the 20th annual King of the Hammers is presented by Yokohama, and it's brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Curry Enterprises, Yukon Gear and Axle, Seymour Paint, and by Onyx Off-Road.
It's been a long day, Ian.
Yeah, I just mixed up two little words there. It could have just been Curry Motorsports and Brannick Enterprises. I mean, that's fine.
You've just created an entirely new industry.
All right. So as we're riding along with you can see, just imagine that 8.5 hours of this in the car is a long day for sure. We're watching Johnny work his way through the rocks.
Yeah, so still plenty of action here on our course. And do not forget, at 5 p.m. we will be going live with the 4900 Can-Am UTV Championship Awards ceremony.
And then I believe, Jim, we're going to slide right into Everyman Challenge Awards after that. So
correct.
Awards here at the main stage for both our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship as well as our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. We have, how many cars we got in so far, Jim?
I think it's 13, I want to say. Just having a look right now.
That's a perfect guess, Jim. I just pulled it up. Yes, 13 finished so far. We should have probably expect maybe another 5 or 6.
Yeah, just looking down, we've got Jesse Bennett is going to be on his way fairly soon. John Williams, Kent Foltz, Dan Wyrick, certainly moving and shaking right now. And then just a little bit behind them, we've got Oscar Medina, and then we've got Anthony Taylor as well, who are still moving strong. And let's not forget, we've also got Chris Hicks we saw out there, which is Eric Miller, and Taryn Halowich. Now, I haven't seen much of him recently, so we need to keep an eye on him because he is also in that 4,500 class.
Yeah, Chris Hicks was working really, really hard, or sorry, Eric Miller, I should say, working really hard through those rock trails and made up a lot of time. So it was good to see them get their vehicle fixed and back out on course.
Yeah, we've seen. Now, Eric Miller's got one of those histories, which is quite remarkable. I think it's only one Hammers that he's failed to finish.
Yeah, so I'm sure he'll be happy to get that car fixed and back in town.
I believe he's been a winner on the 4,600 Curry Enterprises stock class in the past as well.
So our next expected finisher back into town is going to be Jesse Bennett. But as I said, he's probably still a good 10, 15 minutes out based on where he was on course.
And that is the 326 there
That
of
is
Corey Day.
Yep.
And Jonathan Terhern. Jonathan, no stranger to King of the Hammers. Normally races himself. And let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of the Race of Kings. We are here, and it is the Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. And we love this race. Nothing comes better than the 4,400 Race of Kings. And we're going live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So do make sure you are here to see the big hitters. Paul Wolf will be leading after his insane qualifying run. But then there's a little bit of a stir up on the grid, isn't there? We had the Desert Challenge last week, and some of the top qualifiers from that were able to gain qualifying spots. Finishers, sorry, were able to gain qualifying spots in the main 4,400 Race of Kings. We expect to see Brian Reed on the second row of the grid, I believe. Then we're going to see Cameron Steele on the second row of the grid, Brian Reed on the third row of the grid, and Paul Herschel on the fourth row of the grid.
Yeah, that was a very, very smart move for them when you think about it. They go out, enter that Desert Challenge with the 4,400 car, finish it, and where they finished in the 4,400 class would be where they would earn their spot on the qualifiers. So it was a very smart move for them to get that out of the way and then be able to save that spot.
Right, this is Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor is potentially going to be our next finisher, or sorry, our third place finisher in 4,500. Dan Warwick is a good few miles ahead of him, but Anthony Taylor, he could be rounding out our podium in the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle class.
There we go. Excellent. Good to see. Now, he's still a fair distance from getting back into Hammertown.
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of miles to burn yet.
Yeah, they have that long desert loop that they have to go. 50 miles is the total run for that desert loop. And I'm just trying to see where he is in the tracker.
He's just coming up past the Cameron's corner.
Okay, so yeah, so he's literally just starting that section.
And see, if we were looking down there, I was just trying to work out if those were race cars or if that was actually just trail rigs making their way through. And this looks like Austin Thompson.
Yeah, we should see Austin Thompson coming through here right now. I was about to say on the tracker, I just grabbed him. So he's coming through that section as well. That he has also just made the turn past Cameron's corner.
Now, this is going to be quite amusing because in all the years that Brendan Thompson raced this car, he never actually got it to the finish line. So if Bam Bam, Austin Thompson can get it to the finish line, will be very happy indeed.
Yeah, I think that they will. He put an absolute stellar performance on in our qualifying run.
Yeah, he was holding our pole sitting position for quite a long time. And this is Chris Menley. Come on, Chris, get that old girl going.
Oh, it's so unfortunate to see him just co-driver out, trying to fight their way through these rock trails.
When you actually look at it from this angle, it does actually look banana-shaped.
Well, it's a good old Toyota in the Hammers trails. They always look like a beer can.
Do you know what really scares me? Is I expect the doors still shut better than the Defender.
They probably do. Yeah, they probably work just fine.
So Chris Menley here, it looks like he's trying to find something to winch to.
Yep, he's fighting his way through these trails right now.
And we are back in car. Take it. I love that. Have you seen the sticker above his steering wheel?
I did. Yes, I saw it earlier today when they were out in trying to winch their way through Jackhammer.
See, I have a slight.
Oh no. Oh, they must be hung up pretty good right there if they can't get.
Yeah. Weight versus gain is what you need here. Yeah, you see, my crew don't put stickers like believe or anything. The sticker they put on my steering wheel says "Don't be a dick."
All right, co-driver helmet now off. Get a little bit more space and a little bit more air. He looks like he's going to basically reset some stuff. Maybe figure out what they're hung up on first. Maybe they can back up and stack some rocks underneath that tire to help them winch out.
Or alternatively, break out the jack up the corner. So maybe they can just then winch off the jack and over the obstacle.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to throw a rock underneath there and help out.
Go full Fred Flintstone on the issue. But what I'd ask Chris is if you could just roll backwards a bit so you can roll that rock underneath. Anybody who's stacked rocks before knows that this is a nightmare scenario.
Yep, getting some rocks underneath both tires.
And here comes another car, but I'm guessing this is going to be probably a 4,800 class vehicle.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a 4,800 coming around him. And then we'll see if he can now get a little bit of assistance and possibly pull it up. And he does. There we go. Excellent job. So now he's up and moving again.
That co-driver has just earned yet another beer.
Yep.
That was good thinking there. I really like that. Good work from these guys. As we watch the 4820 coming towards us, and that is Randall Holmes with Adam Ellington.
Jesse Bennett has now gotten within the 7-mile range of here in Hammertown. So that stock class car is getting very, very close to getting back into town. I don't think he's going to make it into town by the time we do awards, Jim. He may be making it in right when we do his award. He can just roll on through and grab it.
Yeah, he's literally going to drive on stage, say, thanks, guys, and roll off again.
Yep, and he said, I'll take third place. Thank you very much. I'll take it. Get me some tacos.
You know he's going to turn up here. He's going to see all this fuss, and he's going to think, is this for me?
Yeah, exactly. You're probably right. 100% right.
And you can see the shadows really are starting to lengthen here in Johnson Valley. It's been a fantastic day of racing. The sun has been shining right from the off. It's been blue skies. and we've had wind all day just to take away that dust. In fact, what a week of racing it has been. I mean, it has been one of the best hammers from a weather perspective I've ever seen.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to put it out there and say it's been one of the best hammers ever.
This has possibly been one of the best we've ever had. This has been a great time. We have had a great group of people. We have proven that adding these RCPs.
Oh, look at that. It's one of those maple flag things that you like.
Yeah, that's probably the True North Racing guys. They're up there. That's Buzz Bachman in the 4600, another one of our stock class competitors. Big old Jeep Grand Cherokee.
I love the double racked tires in there like he's going off to race Dakar. I think that's brilliant. So Buzz Bachman there picking his way through the track.
Yep, Buzz Bachman out of Ontario, Canada.
We've had a few races from there this week.
Yep, K5 Racing, Jeep, TMR Custom, Metalcraft Customs, everything Jeep. Orangeville Tire, Clayton Off-Road. First race was King of the Hammers 2024.
Almost sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Everything Jeep.
Out of Centerton, Ontario, Canada. All right, so here we have a competitor making their way through that long stretch of dry lake bed. Jim, is that's
Jesse Bennett.
I was about to say, is that?
That's definitely Jesse Bennett. You can see it as a full body vehicle. And look at the pace he's laying down here. There's nobody told him he's in the 4600 class. Clearly not.
Doing very well. So that's that straight section coming across Melville Dry Lake. And now he's getting back into the 2-track where he'll come across the cross grain and start heading over to our qualifying course.
Yeah, so Jesse Bennett doing a great job there. He's already got the headlights on.
I think that truck, it's a stock class vehicle, so it's got that automatic headlight when the sun goes
Oh,
down.
is that what it is?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay,
it's still basically a factory
I wonder if he's still got
vehicle.
the auto wipers fitted.
Okay, so there we have right there on screen. That is our next vehicle we expect to get back into Hammertown. He's still a ways away. He's got about 5-6 miles out, to be honest with you. Still has to travel through all the cross grain, which is very difficult to do, and then get up and down our qualifying course.
Yeah, then after him, it will be Kent Foltz, then it will be John Williams and Dan Warwick, not necessarily in that order. And this is Buzz Bachman, still continuing on our course.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find where he is on course. Let's see here. Yeah, unfortunately, Jim, I don't think he is in the part of the course that is going to get him back into town before they close the course.
Yeah, I can't even see him on my map.
No, I think he may be over in the rock trails prior to. So unfortunately for him, I think he is not going to get over. I think they'll probably pull him off course when he gets close to remote pit 2, or they'll radio him and say, go back to camp. Okay, what do we have here, Jim? That is not a full-size Jeep Cherokee body right there.
No, that is not. That is Kent Folsom, is my guess.
Oh, Kent's got a big crowd down here cheering for him down by the main stage. And if you're in Hammertown, remember, at the main stage in about 8 minutes' time, we are going to be doing awards for yesterday's Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And then we'll also be jumping right into our initial set of awards for our Everyman Challenge. So that's going to be happening at the main stage in about 8 minutes, around 5 p.m. As Jim Bronco, that 4600 Bronco, and then behind John Williams is Dan Wyrick. So Dan Wyrick will be moving up right behind Ken as they make their way through this section of the race course.
Kip Fogg's got a nice steady pace here.
But right now, we should be getting close to seeing our Jeep Grand Cherokee 4695 of Jesse Bennett. He should be making the turn pretty soon over into that cross grain, Jim, if the tracker is keeping me honest here, because he's going to be cutting across over by race mile 3.
Yeah, so we've got, we were just watching Kent Foltz there, but here we go. See, you asked for a 4600 car, and
Boom.
one is delivered to you by the gods of racing.
There we go. So yeah, so that is our 4695. That is our third place, unofficial third place podium finish of Jesse Bennett in that 4600 stock class Jeep. All right, so here is Jesse Bennett making his way through this cross grain section just outside of town. As we said before, this is our unofficial third place finisher in the Curry Enterprises stock class vehicles here in Johnson Valley. He's got to come through this section here and then head over towards our qualifying course. All right, so he is making his way across this section of desert. He just has a couple turns to make before we'll get a spot of rock that you can obviously recognize because it's the qualifying course that we've been looking at a whole lot the past couple of days. All right, so he is coming through this rough section just outside of town. You saw Hammertown just at the top of his screen, or the top of your screen. And then he'll be coming through here and taking a left very soon as he heads over to the qualifying course. Jesse Bennett in a 1994 Jeep Grand Cherokee. 4.6-liter Russ Portinger Golden Stroker, 300 horsepower. Oh, Jesse Haynes fabrication portals front and rear.
Now I'm liking that. Now we see the portals being used on the Broncos, so it's fantastic seeing portals being used on a Cherokee.
Yeah, solid axle Cherokee too. Mickey Thompson, Hutchison Wheels, Silver State Off-Road, NATC. First Ultra 4 race was KOH 2022. That is Jesse Bennett and Eric Hornvet out of Reno, Nevada, JBM Racing.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. Oh, what a wonderful view of Hammertown as he makes his way around the cross grain. And you can see the difference in pace between these vehicles. But he's doing a great job here, and he qualified really well. Only just behind two-time king Lauren Healy. That's pretty special.
Yeah, very, very good job as he's going to make his way through here. We're going to bring him back in. What we're going to be doing, just so everyone knows what's going on, is we're going to bring in this stock class car before we go and do our awards, because this could be rounding out our podium for our 4600 stock class. That is the Curry Enterprises stock class. So we'll bring Jesse back into town, and then we'll be doing our awards here at the main stage. So you can see the sun setting in the distance here in Hammertown.
Yeah, and once we've done the awards, we'll be bringing in any drivers who have completed course while we're doing those awards. So lots of action, and you can see the shadows are really lengthening. The sun is just about to dip behind those famous hills here in Hammertown. It's a view that I never get tired of seeing. As Jesse Bennett makes his way towards us, and he's just about to drop down and join what was our qualifying course earlier this week.
Yeah, he'll have to cut across this section of desert and then up and over the hill, then up through the Ford Racing Arch. This is here he is. He's about to drop into the qualifying course and make that left-hand turn onto Ways Way.
So here we go. Jesse Bennett making his way round, and he will be the third car in our podium for the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class.
And as of right now, we have rounded out our podium for our 4800 class. This will round out the podium for our 4600 class, but we have only knocked off one of our 4500s, Jim?
We have, but we got two heading towards town right now.
Okay.
We have the cars heading towards town right now that will be able to fill out those spots are Dan Warwick and Anthony Taylor, who are both on the desert loop and making their way towards us.
Good to know, because we are going to be, they are closing the course out in the rock laps, basically pulling cars, not allowing cars to move forward any further. So they've already closed remote pit 2. Anyone's leaving remote pit 2 and trying to exit onto the rock course. And last update I got from Ben Napier, race director, was that they were also going to stop letting cars into Aftershock to let everyone basically pull around and head back to town. But here he is. There we go.
So this is Jesse Bennett as he's making his way down the MBRP straightaway and heading towards the Ford Racing Arch. I can tell you that John Williams, who's also in another stock class vehicle, is heading into town as well. But John Williams started ahead of Jesse Bennett. So if Jesse Bennett takes the line, he will be our third in the Curry Enterprises stock class here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge at King of the Hammers 2026.
Yeah, as he drops down through that Ford Racing Arch, he's going to come back into town. He's going to be heading into our Monster Energy short course, going over a couple of our Yukon launch jumps, and then he'll come through our start-finish line.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Jesse Bennett making his way around the Monster Energy short course. 2 more bends, 2 more jumps. Comes around that turn, and they'll be lining up now for the Yukon launches as he makes his way in on the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. He'll come around the final bend and round and into the Griffin Radiators finish arch here at the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, Jesse Bennett crosses the line in unofficial 3rd place.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Jesse. Awesome to get that Grand Cherokee back into town. We're going to pull it over to Race Ops, where Ben Napier and race director Ben Napier will be there to strip the trackers off. They'll start checking the course, his course, make sure everything is good. And this could round out our podiums for our 4600 stock class.
Absolutely. But I want to run this by you. How incredible is this? We've got 3 stock class finishers in the top 14.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. You know, this course, we said yesterday that if the UTV race was a snapshot of our race today, we knew it was going to be a tough race, a serious race of attrition. And here we go. We have, just like you said, stock class cars have made it, but only how many finishers so far, Jim?
14 finishes in total.
We might not even crack that 20 mark, to be honest with you, by the time we shut this race course down.
Absolutely. But we didn't come here for the 20th anniversary of the Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers to have an easy course. We said make it tough, and that's exactly what Dave Cole and Justin Marquand have done as we watch Bailey Cole in the number 13 Bronco making his way around the rocks.
Yeah, it's good to see Bailey out in that car. He had some bad luck earlier in the week with an issue with it, shock tuning and pre-running. They basically had to tear the car completely apart. He posted a picture of social media I think it was yesterday, with no engine in the car and him standing in the engine bay. So it was good to see they got that car back together and they are out on course.
Did you hear what he was saying earlier? That Ford Ford Racing have given him a stock Bronco and said, take what you need. We know you need these parts. Take what you need. Take them off. So they've literally, in his pits, they've got a stock Bronco sitting alongside. They've taken the engine out of it and the other bits they need, bolted them in this car so that he could go racing today.
I wonder how much Ford wants for that Bronco without the engine in it. I wonder if I could just have him ship that to Tennessee and I'll just throw a Coyote in it or something. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Yeah, maybe I should talk to someone. Hey, someone at Ford, why don't you come on up and visit your good friend Ian up here? Maybe we can make a TV show out of it or something. All right, but there we go. So now we have our third place finisher in. All right, so I think with for a sound of an engine firing up, I think we're going to bring up our unofficial third place finisher here in the Curry Enterprises stock class. 14th across the line, right, Jim?
Yeah, 14th across the line and unofficially third in the Curry Enterprises stock class.
All right, Matt, take it away.
What is up, Jesse? We'll let you get unbuckled and undone and unstrapped. Try to get halfway out of this rig. You're probably ready to be out of this car.
Yeah, I am very ready to be out.
Very ready to be out of it. Okay, so 4,600 car, unofficially third. So you're on that 4,600 podium here at the 2026 King Hammers. How does that feel?
It's great. I've been working for this for years. We finished. This is our 4th year in a row finishing top 5, and now we finally did what we came to do, get on the podium. So I'm very excited about that.
That is awesome. And again, I see this awesome rig behind me. You're rocking a Jeep. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we just did a lot of work to this thing, and Jesse Haynes Fabrication, we put a set of his portal axles under this, and it is so fun in the rock, so capable. So big shout out to Jesse and helping me out with getting this thing set up on portals. It really made our day a lot easier. That trail was not easy at all. There's a lot of hard rocks, but no. And then also the tires, Mickey Thompson, you know, we had killer traction all day. We only had to winch a couple times. All Radflow shocks, you know, we were fast all day. Didn't have to slow down for anything. Hutchinson wheels, Liberty Mountain Fab, all those guys, you know, Yukon gear and axle, they're on these axles as well. And it all works so well. And we had 0 issues, couple winching, you know, times, but yeah, we had a good day.
And again, having that bigger clearance with those Jesse Haynes portals, it gives you a little more clearance in that rock section. Limited to a 35-inch DOTE tire. I sent you guys run the Mickey Thompson's 35-inch. You do have to get out and winch. So what was kind of the winching plan going into today?
I mean, the plan was simple. Let the portals do their job. But the rocks are hard, so we had everything staged, ready to go. Really good recovery gear, have the system set up, know how to use a winch, and pull cable fast, make a decision before you thrash the car, and it worked out well.
Awesome. All right. Before we get you off stage, we're going to grab some pictures, but is there anybody else you want to give a shout out to?
Just this guy right here. He crushed it today, kept me calm, kept us moving, you know, pulled cable when we needed to, and helping out other drivers on the course as well. So, no, that's about it.
Heck yeah.
The crew, yeah. Sorry, I almost missed the crew. Those guys, they had flawless pits. We had good fueling, you know, tire change if we needed it, so forth. They crushed it.
Awesome. Congratulations again. We'll let you get some pictures. Guys, back to you in the booth.
And thank you very much, Matt. Absolutely brilliant to see. The action continues here, and this is the 2026 Yokohama Everyman Challenge. It's all about those 3 classes today. It is the 4800 Yukon Gear and Axle Legends class. Oh, no, it's not. I got that one wrong, didn't I? Yeah. It's the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axles modified class. There's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then, of course, we've just seen Jesse Bennett in 3rd place in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. And this is Bailey Cole we can see on track right now. And he's pulling cable.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. I think what's going to happen here shortly, as soon as we're done celebrating on stage with our 4600 finisher, I believe we're going to be going straight to awards after this. And then what we'll do is, once awards are done, we will bring in any cars that finish while we're doing that awards celebration. So, Jim, I think you and I might be done for the night.
I think it's time for us to step away and go and do some gargling or whatever it is we do to get ourselves ready for the race tomorrow. And let's not forget, it is the 4400 Race of Kings here at the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. Super excited. But I'm also super excited to see the end of this race, and that's what I'm going to do after the awards.
Yeah, so after the awards, as I said before, we're going to go to our awards for both our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship as well as our Everyman Challenge winners, and then we will bring up any vehicles that cross the finish line while the awards ceremony is going on. So I'm Ian Johnson. I'm going to sign off for the night. Jim as well. It's been a great day working with you here in the desert, and we'll see you, Jim. I'll see you tomorrow, but don't go anywhere at home because we have awards and more finishers coming at you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Likewise, I'll see everybody in the morning, and look forward to seeing the awards. See you soon.
Driving through desert on a horse with no name.
Okay. Do the same thing tomorrow. Same start time and everything? Yeah, because we might go live slightly early, but I'm not sure about the color card. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We're gonna have to strike the desk and everything, but we'll go ahead and turn the lights off. Yeah. So we'll bring that. So let them kind of clear out. Are they done with the comms? I think so, but let's leave that in place. Let's just turn the lights off because we can easily bring those back if we need to.
I think so.
I told him we should come old school and do outside the kingdom. Used to sing it here once. Used to have to do.
I'm about to do it myself.
Yeah, we did. It's very complicated. God's like a free king.
No idea. No idea. King is always crowning on see other countries use it. Yeah, you're right on it. Okay, perfect.
I specifically got it. Like, you fuck this stuff. Like, fuck this stuff.
Hey, Matt.
No.
You want to be on the desert? Good evening, everybody. Welcome again here to the main stage here for our awards ceremony. We're going to do our awards from our 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship from yesterday. So we're going to get moving on that, and then we'll go on to our other awards at 6 p.m. is our plan for our EMC class. So what we're going to start with tonight is our 4900 Sportsman Stock UTV class. And in that number 1 spot, Hubert Rowland, come on over. All right, Hubert, you got number 1 in your class. I believe you might have been the only finisher as well, but it does take perseverance to get to that finish line.
It was a long day. It was a very frustrating day at times. My co-driver, Michael, here, not only did SF Raceworks that he is part of built the car, he decided to ride with me, which is kind of an iffy thing because I'm not very patient when things get stuck, but he pulled the winch numerous times, got us through the thing. The only really issue we had was a flat tire. Stopped and seen some fellow Can-Am people as they were changing a tire. So it went very well. You have anything to say?
No, it was good. It was a good day. It was easy. We were just clicking along. So yeah, Hubert's easy.
Well, and I have to say this, I mean, being part of the owner, the builder of the vehicle, for you riding in it and seeing how it actually works and articulates in those rocks has got to feel good when you know you get to this finish line.
Yeah, it's a great experience. Something that you don't get to do every day.
All right. Well, Hubert, I know it takes a ton of people to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
It's a big shout out to Can-Am. They make an amazing machine. That's a basically stock machine with a few stronger parts. Of course, Nitro Circus, Channel 199. Check out Channel 199 on YouTube. We do some pretty wild things. CA Tech, Super ATV, Gary at G-Force made our stock shocks work actually very well. AGM jacks, we actually use that. Numerous people that help us out. And I want all the Can-Am people to come up here for this group picture. And don't say no. You're part of the deal. But thank everyone for being here. And my biggest advice for this race, if you want to come do it, be patient. Be patient is what it is, and it'll all work out.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to Hubert Rowland in that number 1 spot. All right, congratulations to Hubert.
I don't drink.
Good for you. I could have given you apple cider.
No, it's okay.
We do have apple cider for people that don't drink or are underage, but congratulations, though, once again to Hubert Rowland. All right, in the 4900 Pro Stock NA class, in the number 2 spot, Caden McCachran. In that number 1 spot, Jeremy McGrath. Rosie is going to come except for Jeremy. He had some family stuff to do today. And Caden McCachran, are you here? Nope. All right, Rosie, I'm going to have you come over here and really quickly, because you, Maxis, have been a huge supporter of Jeremy's program pretty much his whole entire career. So for him to get up here and win in the Pro Stock class on Maxis tires and everything else, how does that make you feel as one of the people that you support?
Well, it's been a roller coaster of emotions, as you know me. It's a dream come true for me to be part of the Maxis family, and just very proud of Jeremy and every single member of the Maxis family. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do you have anything that you think Jeremy would want to say?
Jeremy,
I don't know if you texted him or not when I said you're accepting it for him.
Yeah, he actually texted me and he gave me a speech. They say Ross is the best. No, he's like Maxis, Kawasaki, Rugged Radios, Baja Designs, BP Fuels, and Method wheels. So.
All right. Well, also Jeremy's getting a check for $5,000 from King of the Hammers. I don't think he was expecting the $5,000 check, but let's give it up for Jeremy McGrath and Rosie accepting his award. I have to say, Rory wants in this picture because one of his favorite things is Jeremy McGrath knows his name now. All right. Thank you so much, Rosie, for coming up and accepting that. And then we're moving on to our 4900 Pro Stock UTV class. In the number 3 spot, Aiden Gilbert. In the number 2 spot, Brian Deegan. Terry's going to come accept that for us. And in that number 1 spot, Kurt Mackey. I forgot which. All right, Aiden Gilbert up here in this number 3 spot with a $2,000 check from King of the Hammers. That's pretty darn cool right there. But Aiden Gilbert out there riding with your dad as your co-driver, learning the ropes of the racing and the rocks and everything. But Aiden, I mean, all in all, how do you feel right now?
I feel awesome. I'm so glad that we powered through and made it all the way through yesterday.
I know you guys didn't always have the upright position in the race yesterday, but you got to the finish line. You're getting this $2,000. You got that 3rd place trophy. Congratulations. Who all would you like to thank?
Hold on. I got to get my list.
You knew I was going to ask you this.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank my dad, just teaching me everything that he's known, helping me out through everything. I want to thank my mom, all the pit guys that came out here, my uncle, John, Nick, everybody who helped in the pits yesterday, Critique Incorporated, Nitto Tire, K-Man Suspension, Infinite Off-Road, Philip Casper, Brannick Motorsports, Big B, Dynamic, ZRP, All Things UTV, and FK Rod Ends.
All right, I'm going to actually have you hand that to your dad because you are not of age, but I'll have you a sparkling cider. All right, so Aiden, hold on to that and you'll get your sparkling cider in here in just a minute, but congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, moving on over here to the number 2 spot, Terry Madden accepting the award for Brian Deegan. You've rode with Brian a few times. You come out here and he trusts you to get him through those rocks, and you guys did exactly what you wanted to do. Not top spot, but you got 2nd. So congratulations. But who all would you guys like to thank for getting you out here?
I mean, mainly Can-Am. Can-Am's been behind me for a long, long time, and behind Brian, obviously. And they put us together years ago. And then the last several years, I've raced my car. This year, they pushed it again, trying to see what we could do. And we have no business here. We had a horrible day, and it must have been even harder course than I realized, because that means our bales must have had a worse day. So just thanks to everybody that helps us. Vision Wheel. We ran on a flat from Jack all the way to remote pit because we were out of spares, and literally ran on the wheel and it held together. So that was a real impressive one. So just thanks to everybody for being out here and making it all what it is.
All right, and you are also going to get a check for $3,000 for the Pro Stock Turbo 2nd place. So congratulations, Terry Madden and Brian Deegan. All right, on to number 1 spot, Kurt Mackey. You were in it with Tyler yesterday. Tyler has a smile on his face. He's back at Hammers. But Kurt, all in all, what a great race for you guys. And how do you feel about being in that number 1 spot?
It's just awesome to be here. You guys put on such a good place. We had a pretty clean racing day, except for a few mistakes that I had. I'm sure everybody saw me upside down in Chocolate Thunder. Tyler saved the day. The car held together, and we brought it home. So thank you.
That's exactly what you want to do, is bring it home. And I know it takes a whole army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
I want to thank my friends and family. A lot of my family came out. Tyler helped me put the car back together at home, or put the car together. We started on it about 6 weeks ago, so it held together amazingly. I want to thank Jason Watt here for all the help me put it together. My shop mechanic back at home, my wife, my kids, Can-Am for a great machine, CT Raceworks. Alex helped us a bunch in the last month getting parts on that thing. Anybody you want to thank, Tyler?
I know Tyler getting back in that driver's seat, bringing her home yesterday. Give us your thoughts.
It was unlike anything I've ever drove. I kind of raced for Can-Am for a couple years in an X3, short course, little desert, and the Maverick R just blew my mind. It was actually incredible what it's capable of in the desert. I think I scared Kurt a little bit, but no, it was flawless. We didn't have any mechanical failures all day. We had no punctures. Overboard tires held up all day. Steve with tire spine, you know, that's always a good backup. RCV axles, those things are strong as hell. Jason Watt and all his guys, Jared, wherever you're at, Matt, and I think Joe, all the guys in the pit, they worked their ass off all week. You know, they all been out here for 10, 11 days in the dust, got the hammer long. Everyone's just ready to take a long shower and get a good night's sleep. But I want to thank my wife for flying out from Nebraska to come out and support me. She's my biggest supporter. And and then Kurt for letting me be a part of this journey. It's just a big family sport. George from Double E, that thing, again, the shocks were amazing. All the guys from Can-Am, Simon, Steve, and Julian, I got to meet those guys. They're pretty cool. You don't meet everybody from Canada. You know, I'm just from Nebraska. So it was super fun, super thankful, and just, thankful to be standing up here on the number one spot. It feels good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Ben Napier is bringing over a check from King of the Hammers for the amount of $5,000. So let's give it up for our Pro Stock Turbo class. Kurt Mackey in that number 1 spot, Brian Deegan second, and Aiden Gilbert in that number 3 spot. When you guys are ready, shake up that champagne and apple cider. All right, congratulations to our Pro Stock Turbo class. We're going to move on into our Pro Modified class. In the number 3 spot, Ryan Dunn, come on up. In the number 2 spot, Tommy Thompson. And in that number 1 spot, Scott Lesage. I already have the co-driver over here talking smack about you. So Ryan, what was he saying about you don't know your left and rights?
I don't know my left and right. I gets confused, and I said, to you, to me, to you, to me. He does that wrong, though, so.
He does it all. Well, I mean, you guys that came in last night, you guys were super pumped to be here, super stoked to see you guys up here. But getting that number 3 spot, all in all, what a great weekend for you guys out here at King of the Hammers. How do you feel?
I'm still confused. I still can't believe it. This first time racing X3 in the rocks was this week. So, yeah, I'm well happy.
Well, you showed what you could do, so.
Yeah, hopefully we do better next year.
Awesome. Well, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Warren's helped us out a lot. Warren and Factory 55, Rugged Radios. They've been helping us again this week. Dave Cole, I got a big thanks to Dave Cole. We wouldn't have been able to be here. And Paul Wolf, like I said, Paul is just—he's such a fantastic person. He's done such a good car for us. Yeah, I can't say enough about him.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot. Let's give it up for Ryan Dunn. All right, Tommy Thompson in this number 2 spot. Awesome weekend for you. You guys are up here getting this award now, and it's got to be a really good feeling.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's been we've wanted to come do this for a while. Last year we had our struggles, and then it was like we're coming back this year and still had our struggles, but to make it all happen was was pretty crazy.
Yep. I mean, you guys persevered. You got through it. Got to the race, and now up on a podium. Who all do you want to thank for getting you here?
First of all, my dad. Wouldn't get to do any of it without him. King Kong, UTV, they did all the fab work on our car for us. Shock therapy, suspension, and Fox, those dudes, one of the main reasons we even got to race was.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
I can't even talk. A whole army to get you out here. So who else would you like to thank?
I got a list.
You guys know I'm going to ask this. You need to have it out.
I got a list. Look, that's some of the hero cards from the Ultra 14. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, John Goodby had those made for you guys. Super cool.
So after finishing second in the national championship, winning the Western Series championship, we came with a car that we were confident in, and we knew that we just needed to fix the basic stuff and make it look pretty, and we're here. So obviously Maxxis tires, same set that I started on, no problems. They're brand new, man. I can go run 3 more laps with those things, man. They're great. Fox, obviously, great group of guys over there. Car handle is pretty good. I could probably be a bit better in the desert, but I mostly tune it myself. Those guys are great. RCV axles, you can just keep the wood in it, and they don't care. Tire spine gives me the confidence to push. Like, I was going pretty fast all the time when I didn't, in between rock sections. I was pushing pretty hard. Warren winches, they gave me a brand new one because I broke one. Thank you to Warren. The car's up there right now if you want to see it. Maxima oils, the thing doesn't have any hiccups at all. Craftwork superchargers, running 10 psi, 12 psi all day. It doesn't have any issues. And first and foremost, of course, Sage Alternatives. The car is a development vehicle. I'm working on getting a chassis and everything for sale. I'm starting to build my own A-arms, my own billet uprights, hubs, camber links. Like, everything is coming together, so I'll be able to sell like a full roller. Like, if you want to go win this race, like, put your own powertrain in it and go do it. I want to do a competitor shout out. A lot of the top 10 are series guys. I raced against them today. I've seen them around, and I want to give a good shout out to the people that go and chase this series all over the country. I mean, you're finding those issues early. You're developing a car to be more bulletproof than someone that just wants to show up and race. So a big shout out to the Ultra 4 series and those people that do that.
Another shout out to the course. I thought that was awesome. I mean, going into the rocks, the RCPs, like that is absolutely what I came for. That's what a lot of people come for. I drove down a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have done if I pre-ran, but I was chasing RCPs down into the bottom of canyons and making it hard. And of course, my car is very good in the rocks. That's what I built it for. And it did awesome. And I can just drop off of 8-foot ledges and really enjoy it. The last thing I want to say is thank you to the staff, everyone who helps put this event on. We can't do it without you. And the dreams could not be chased without everyone who puts in the time, the tech guys, people at the gates, everything. I just want to say thank you for all the people that make this thing happen. It's a dream come true for so many of us.
Thank you so much for coming out here and racing and this, talking about the staff. Our event director, Mr. Ben Napier, handing you over a $5,000 check from King of the Hammers. Congratulations to Scott Lesage, Tommy Thompson, and Ryan Dunn. All right, open that champagne. Let's do some celebrations. All right, great job by all of our racers. We're now going to move into our 4,900 open class. All right, once again, we're going to move into our 4,900 open UTV class. In the number 3 spot, Brock Hager. Are you here, Brock? In the number 2 spot, Cole Clark. And in that number 1 spot, Jeff Martin. Scott Lesage, your hat's up here if you want your Sage hat back. I'm good, how are you? All right, right here in the number 2 spot, Cole Clark. You're another one that's out there in a single seat race vehicle. So navigating, driving, doing all of the things yourself. I mean, again, I know it's a hard work out there, but those rocks are gnarly. How is it for you out there?
Are you sure it's official yet? Are we sure? I don't want to say anything because we had a bunch of mix-ups, but no, Jeff drove a great race. We had some problems right out of the gate, just kind of doctored the car around. In the rocks, it was good, but I just lost it in the desert. I made a few bonehead moves and super tough course. Happy to even be up here, but by the time the car was smoked. So yeah, just pretty stoked.
Awesome. Well, it's a great job, great effort by you in the number 2 spot. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
My family, my brother Will, my dad, my girlfriend Heather, taking care of me, my mom, basically everybody, MRT, Bill Stein, Razor, ZRP Wheels, Cardo, my whole pit crew, Mark, George, Ed, Jake, all these people. I won't be as long as Scott Lesage was, so we're done.
All right. Well, congratulations, Cole Clark, into the number 2 spot. Ben Napier also handing you a check from King of the Hammers for $3,000. All right. You have lots of hardware in your hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you super stoked about this, Mr. Martin?
Yeah, it's been a very stressful 24 hours. So waiting for this to happen, and I'm getting a lot of my phone's blowing up, just so much stuff going on. So it's finally, surreal. It's here. When we've heard this morning, we're pitting. All my coworkers are racing a 4600. They're still out right now. Oscar Medina, 4612. Hopefully he makes it in tonight. But we're out there on the race course, and we're all listening to him like, oh my gosh, is this for real? And so everybody started calling me. So yeah, this is pretty wild. This is crazy. It's been a long road to get here.
Well, it's awesome to see you up here in this number 1 spot. Who all would you like to thank?
There's so many people. I actually made a list before I got here. Number one, my wife and my kids. This took about 5 years of effort to get to this point. My co-driver, Dave DeZita, I really put him through hell, literally, and drag him through a lot of stuff. I verbally abused him quite a few times. So big thanks to Dave. Like, he took a lot of crap. He took a lot of hard hits, ran up a lot of hills. Like, this race, it couldn't have been won without him. I really got to hand it to Cole. I mean, he's running a single seat, a car he built. Like, he's the man right there, Cole Clark.
He saved me too. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We had gotten into a situation. I said, Dave, get your ass out there and get Cole out of my way. And so we all thank Dave. Maybe you should give him your champagne bottle. I don't know. Just kidding. You're going to get it all right. Blaze Racing Services, Chris Blaze. We couldn't have got here without you. We had a vision. It was a late night call, and Chris was like up for the challenge. And huge thanks to Chris. Huge thanks to Caden and Kean Blount. Those kids, they worked 7 days a week since November. We started running 7 days a week to get us here, and a lot of prep. The whole Blaze family, Trail Ready, Tyac Tires in Bakersfield, Track Race Cars. They were a huge help today, helped us get us to the podium. Tom Morris, thank you. CA Tech, Sandcraft, Proformance Differentials, and Allsup Racing Development.
Well, congratulations up here in the top spot. We have a check for you also from King of the Hammers for $5,000. And at this time, don't open your champagne yet. I'm going to bring Val up from Can-Am.
So as Can-Am is the official sponsor of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race, we are proud to present a bonus check to the 3 top finishers, regardless of the manufacturer. So we're going to go ahead and present that now. So Cole Clark, here's $8,000 from Can-Am. So you're going to go buy a Can-Am now? And Jeff Martin, $18,000. Congratulations.
All right, that is awesome. Getting to take home some hardware and some cash. Congratulations once again to our top 3 in our 4,900 open class. Jeff Martin in that number 1 spot, Cole Clark second, and Brock Hager in number 3. All right, now you guys can do the champagne. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Cole, you did great. All right, you guys want to duck out of the way. All right, you guys, we still have some live racing going on. We have some drivers that have been patiently waiting over here to come up over the stage. So once you guys take another photo, we will get our next finishers for our EMC class up over the hill.
All right. What is up, everybody? Welcome back. I am Matthew Holt, hopping in the booth here. Miles and Jim have stepped away. Pam just wrapped up awards from UTV from yesterday. Thanks, Pam. Did an awesome job there. We have a few more finishers from our EMC class that sneaked in while we were wrapping up our UTV awards. It'll be coming on here in a second. You know, Pam has to clear the stage from all the shenanigans that are going on. As you can see on screen here, we have a few of our EMC guys out there still battling. Local time here, double check, is 5:45, so we're approaching that 6 o'clock hour plus start time. Again, I know we have a few guys that looks like are going to be able to squeak in there. Plus, we have a few that I'm going to throw to Pam here shortly. See if we can't figure out who wrapped up for the day. All right, Pam has... All right, John Williams and Ken Foltz. Looks like they're getting them all brought up to stage now. Can we appreciate Can-Am doing all those awards? We're done with checks for all the UTV. Pam doing a great job down there, getting everybody lined up there. One of our Ford Broncos pulling on stage. All right, let them get all situated. And Pam, whenever you're ready, you just take it away.
John Williams, would you like to get out? Because you've probably been sitting all day. But John Williams up here on the stage at the finish line. I know you had quite the day out there, didn't you?
Oh, man, it was one heck of a day. So grateful to be in a Ford Racing Bronco Raptor ruling the desert. It was an amazing race, lots of fun and lots of challenges.
Okay, so you're saying lots of challenges. A lot of drivers have been saying that. So I want to ask you, the challenges you went through, what was the area that was the most difficult?
I hope someone's listening. We need 37s in the stock class. 37s in the stock class. I don't know. The whole thing was challenging. In pre-running, we ran through everything and thought, man, this is going to be tough to be able to get here in time if we have any issues. Great. Thankful for the Warren winch today. We needed to use that, the BF Goodrich tires. Again, Ford Performance, Priority 6 really helped us get here and take care of us to make sure we were able to make it. And but the BF Goodrich tires worked great for us.
All in all, though, I mean, you're here at the finish line. That's all that matters. You got here before the closing time and everything. So congratulations on that. Who all would you like to thank?
Got to give a big thank you to the shop, Crossfire Off-Road, for everybody here supporting us, doing all they can to make sure we're able to make it here. Big thanks to Kaysen for doing a great job spotting us today and getting us back here. You know, broken winch line, got to have a good spot to make sure you don't need that again. So all in all, it was a super great day. Ford Racing, amazing.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish, you guys. Let's give it up for John Williams.
All right, thank you so much, Pam. While we get that Ford Bronco pulled off stage, I know we had a handful of those guys out there racing today, battling, trying to get it done, pushing to that. And that 4600 class, as you can hear him petitioning to go to a 37-inch tire. That 35-inch DOT tire just, I mean, is a very, very limited tire size. As, again, we saw several drivers today. Jesse Bennett was on stage earlier with his 35-inch. Now he's running portals, which does get that center axle a little bit higher, so it gives him a little more ground clearance in the rocks. And he was definitely praising Jesse Haynes as well for those portal axles that are portal ends to the axle, so that way it got him a little higher. Definitely doing a little better there. Again, John Williams on stage in that Ford Bronco. Sounds like we have Ken Foltz sitting right behind him. We'll get him up on stage here shortly. While we're going to run through our 2026 King of the Hammers sponsor list, brought to you by Optima Battery, Ford Racing, Can-Am, Monster Energy, Toyo Tires, El Monte RV, King Shock, Savannah Lights, Warren Industries Winches, Yokohama Tires, Ames Oil, Yukon Axle and Gear, Griffin Radiators, iBox Springs, Seymour Paint, FRB Factory, Onyx, MBRP, PCI Radios, Curry Axle and Gear, Laser Nut. Again, shout out to Cody with Laser Nut for taking over the trophies. VP Racing Fuels, we've seen them out there having set up. Gates Corporation, other guys running those Gates belts. Slow Ride Garage, PRP seats. I know a lot of guys are the seats we sit on stage are PRP. Brannick Motorsports coming out of that Team Indiana crew. Vanquish Motorsports, Laser Nut, Hanook, and Raceline Wheels. All right. Pulling to the stage is a rowdy Ken Foltz, who is super excited to be here. Looks like they have a flat tire on the back that's chewed up, strapped down. So huge shout out to them. And Pim, take it away.
I mean, I would really love it if you would do a burnout for us up here on the stage, but these big old tires, I might not have a stage tomorrow.
We thought it'd be neat if we did a burnout on the stage.
Well, you tried. You were trying to get me to let you to do that. But let's talk about your day. Here you are at the finish line. Gnarly course out there.
Extremely gnarly. Yeah, it was brutal. Yeah, especially for an old man.
I was like, those big boulders out there, I mean, they're all over the place.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We had a lot of fun, though. We had a lot of fun.
Well, that's all that matters is that you had fun and you're here at the finish line.
That's right. That's right. We came out saying that we just wanted to finish, and we did it.
Sometimes when you go into a race with the mindset of coming out with a finish and you're just trying to drive a smooth race and just get to the checkered flag, it really pays off. And if that's what you went out there doing today, obviously it did.
Yeah. Yeah, my mindset in the past has always been I want to win. And so I changed a little bit this time. We qualified really well. And then and it was super smooth, so which was good. But then we had issues, and qualifying good didn't help us any. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I will say I like desert racing way more than I like the rocks.
I think the rock racers are pretty much saying that too, but because that course was so bad.
It was rough. Dave outdid himself this year, no doubt about it. Yeah, it was tough.
Awesome. All right. Well, I know you have a huge list of people to thank for getting you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
So first and foremost, Jimmy, you killed it. Tom Cruise, you freaking killed it. If it weren't for them two, I mean, it's been, well, this is our, I guess 2016 was the first year that I raced this. And we started second to dead last, finished third in our class and fifth overall that year. And I have fought every year since to get back up here. And our prep has never been right. And Jimmy killed it, without a doubt. Nice. If it wasn't for Jimmy, we wouldn't be here. Yep. So thank my wife for putting up with all this. All the people that come out and support us. My aunt and uncle are here, which is awesome. My son, Trevor. All the TTP guys. AJ Strapman used to be my co-driver. Kevin is now taking that over and did a frickin' fantastic job today. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Well, I'm happy to see you here at the finish line. Again, I would let you do a burnout, but I don't think that I'd have a stage tomorrow. But congratulations on finishing the 2026 Yokohama King of the Hammers.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a great night. We'll see you guys next year. Let's give it up for Ken Foltz.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. And it's great to see another finisher. It looks like we have a few more that squeaked in. We have one more on screen right now trying to get it done. I think we might end up with, I think right now it's showing we have, again, unofficially, we have 18 finishers. And it looks like we have at least one more that's going to squeak in there. It looks like Anthony Taylor might be coming in there. in that 4,500 modified class. I know for a while, that 4,500 class, it took so long to get our first finisher. I wasn't even sure if we were going to have a podium enough drivers. So, again, from the chat, a friend of mine, Carrie, said in 2018, we had 135 registered driver and 12 finishers, which, again, it's just incredible to see how difficult this rock race is, just battling through all of that. But very, very cool to see us get some finishers. Like I said, on screen here, it looks like we're going to have one more. We have a few more out there. It looks like the trackers are still moving. Again, on adjusted time, they have until 6 p.m. plus adjusted time, and it's currently 5:55. Got one ripping through that Bronco arch. Getting very cool to see that awesome nighttime shot as they scream in through that Monster Energy short course. I think that is the 1018 of Anthony Taylor. There we go. Wow, he bumped up. Bumped him down Austin Thompson. Very, very cool. They're literally pushing a car off stage right now to try to get it off stage. The good news is it's downhill, so even if it is really, really broken, we can still get it off the stage at least. There's been a few times where we've had to push them off the stage. I think we've all seen the Gomez brother who finished with literally almost a front end hanging off, the front right corner hanging off a few years ago. Very, very cool to see. So I was looking on the tracker here to see how many finishers we have coming in. So it looks like we have one more possibly. I know Pam still has a few to interview. All right, Pam, take it away.
Dan Wyrick out here at the finish line. You were sitting over there. I don't know what was being talked about, but I know Stacy, boss lady right there, was like, you want me to get him for you? But right now, you're here at the finish line right now.
Oh, man, I feel lucky to be here today. We struggled all day long, and but we made it. We're here, and I got to dedicate this finish to Cody Addington.
Yes, we've been talking about Cody Addington and Kendall Glines and all of them. I know you're close to Cody. You lived up in the same area as him. We hopefully that we get to see them back out here next year. But right now, you're at the finish line and dedicating it to him. But I want you to slightly talk about, you know, the rocks and everything, because you're no stranger to King of the Hammers.
No, this was a rough course today. There was a lot of loose stuff that we haven't seen before. And, you know, when we pre-ran it, it didn't seem as loose as it was today after the UTVs went through it and, you know, 100 other cars. So the car stumbled all day. I think we had some bad fuel and, you know, must have been stuck at the fuel rail or something like that. And I think we lost injectors. So I think we were total maybe 50, 60 miles an hour out in the desert. But that was even sketchy coming after those rocks. That's the first time we've came out of there and, you know, we felt like a couple bowling balls in a tin can. being towed behind a truck in this thing. It was sloppy all over the place.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish line. Who all would you like to thank?
Oh, man. I got to thank right now Frontline Optics for the night vision. Raceline Wheels, they've been with me since the beginning. Milestar Tires, they took care of us today, and they've been awesome to deal with. We did deserve our own couple flats today, and I think everybody else out there probably did as well. FK Rod Ends, they held the car together today. UFO Motorsports built one heck of a car, and King Shocks kept us bouncing through the desert all day. ATO transmission, the transmission held up today, so we're stoked on that. He's been awesome. He's been part of our program since the beginning as well. Our Warren winch pulled us out of several situations today. We got bellied up in some rocks where it was really slippery today. Liberty Mountain Fab, he kind of got me taken care of at a last minute, got the shocks all redone and put on the car and got me out tuned. The car was running phenomenal this morning, and by the end of the day, they were just done. Brannick Motorsports, a lot of the parts on the car, straight from Stan and Brandon. Love those guys. Frontline Optics, obviously, wearing their shades today. And Off-Road Patriot for bringing veterans out here to the desert. In my core group, this is my longest friend. We started together, and today we finished together, and I'm so proud that he was in the car today. I had Jason jump in lap 2, and he ran through lap 2 to get us some experience out here. He drove awesome. So, and this guy couldn't stop talking about how good he drove. Anyway, so my wife, obviously, she came out here. She's been supporting me since the beginning, and I love you, Stacy. And Nate and Shar, Jason and Heidi. We got Scotty, Kevin, Bryce, Steve, Ian, Bobby, and my father-in-law for the first time came out here to experience this, and we call him Piece of Cake. Everyone's probably seen him in VIP. He looks like Santa Claus, but he's got tie-dye all over him. There he is. That's my father-in-law right here. One of the best men I know. So yeah, Royan and Avery came out. Finish Line IV, she's took care of me. Julie's an awesome. If anybody's ever had an IV before they've gone racing, they know what I'm talking about. And your race day has definitely changed for the better. Man, who else do we got out here? John and Heather made it out here. John finished third probably 7 years ago in my old car. And he came out here to help us out in the pits. And John's a really good mechanic. So anytime we can get his help, we appreciate it. My whole crew out here, you guys have helped me out so many times. Milestar Tires, taking care of me. I appreciate you guys. We got Colin and all the McCulloughs stepped in this time. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, there we have it. Mr. Dan Wyrick out here at the finish line with his crowd around him. Time to celebrate. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And again, we have lots of celebrating to do. So we have a few cars. Looks like we're still trying to get in. It looks like there's 3 more, maybe 4. Again, Corey Day out there battling. I know we have a few of them, Corey Day, part of that Team Indiana crew, running the 4600 class. Looks like he's trying to squeak in. We got Billy McAllister, Daniel Guttenberg, Talon Howich, and Greg Nuff. Greg Nuff still shows on my schedule, but I don't know if he has finished or not. It says he is. I'll have to find it, confirm, make sure we do have him as an official finisher there. Again, appreciate the awesome coverage still out there. You can see the short course camera, it looks like. You can see Hammertown in the background. Got one of our drones still mapping some guys out for us. I can hear the band getting ready and firing up on the monster tent behind us. Again, just seeing that brutal course on camera. You can, ooh, definitely hitting some G outs there. As you can see, that in-car footage is that vehicle's just bounced up and down again. I don't know whose camera that is. As we clear our stage here. Get our last few finishers here in Hammertown. As Pam Hall is up there guiding traffic. All right. Pam Hall, take it away.
Thank you so much, Matt. Austin, I have to say congratulations on getting to the finish. I just talked to your Uncle Joe, and he was telling me that this car was built when you were 5 years old, and nobody has ever finished in this car between your dad, your other two uncles, and you are the only one to ever finish in it. And how does it feel to be the first person to finish out here at King of the Hammers?
That feels pretty good to be the only one to finish it out here. I know when I was 5, my dad brought it out here, had transmission issues, and drove back to the pits backwards. And yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to do that today.
But all in all, in your day today, I mean, it was definitely tough. We saw you on the cameras a lot, going through some of the traffic, going through the rocks. All in all, give us a rundown.
It was a pretty good day. It started off a little rough when I center punched a rock in the dust, and then broke a winch. Didn't find that out until I got into spooners and outer limits. So coming back on lap 2. Yeah, and I needed it, didn't have it, and I had to figure out how to drive through those rocks. Got to the pits, and my crew took a sledgehammer and fixed the front of the car and made the winch work again.
Perfect. Sometimes you need to do that to it. Good thing it wasn't a rock you had to hit to get it working again. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
First off, my dad, my uncle Colton, my uncle Joe, my mom, Roy, Ryan, Chris. Now for the sponsors. Maxis, SMT, Performance Wheels, Kendall and Cody, both of them. They're both really close to me. I've grown a great relationship with Kendall the last year. Cody, he's been around me since I was 5, grown up knowing Cody. Warren Winches, FK Rod Ends, WFO Concepts, ATO Transmissions, RCV Performance, Brannick Motorsports, Willwood Brakes, UFO Fabrication, Motive Gear, Rugged Radios, M&M Machine, Trail Gear, ADS Shocks, X-Craft, and Starbat. Oh, and Tony Barillo for building the engine. This thing still runs awesome.
Well,
oh, and FTA, Josh at FTA. He's there whenever I call him, and he helps me out. He helps me out with the tuning.
all right. Well, congratulations, you guys. Let's give it up for Austin Thompson getting to the finish line out here for the EMC race.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. We got a few guys that have squeaked into Hammertown there, and it looks like we have a few more that are going to be really, really close. Looks like Daniel Gutenberg is there and Billy McAllister. Both of them are really close. I know Corey Day in that 4600 car is going to definitely try. I was trying to look on the tracker to see how far out he is and if he's going to make it back. I know he is. Looks like on live timing, it looks like he's doing 65.9 mile an hour in that Cherokee of his. Again, he runs that at Badlands Off-Road Park quite often, so I know he's pushing hard to try to get that thing back. They had some drive shaft issues. He broke a drive shaft in qualifying, so he started way back there. I'm sure he was in that Hammer traffic jam earlier out there on Jackhammer. Again, I was trying to track and see exactly how far out he is. I know he's got a little bit of a drive to get back. It looks like, again, according to the map, it doesn't look like he's too far out. Running about 50 right now. according to our racingtracks.com tracker. Brandon Goodwin also behind him. Looks like he's running 55 mile an hour. All right. Looks like Pam Hall is going to get our next unofficial finisher on the course or on the stage. All right, Pam Hall, take it away.
Thank you so much, Matt. Greg Neff out here at the finish line. You've been out there pretty much all day long. So, but you're at the finish line. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here. It was a battle today. We had lots of little issues, nothing major, but at the end we did break an axle shaft up in the last rock trails, and we had to rely on some competitors to pull us the rest of the way and winch up a whole bunch of stuff. So we're pumped to be here because when you're in that situation, you just aren't sure if you're going to make it or not. And we kept our heads down, we kept grinding, and we're so thankful to be here. We're so thankful for all the people that support us and all the fans that come out to Johnson Valley to enjoy this race. And yeah, we're just excited.
Well, I mean, you just said it too. You just kept your head down and kept going and moving on, and that's what sometimes it takes to get here. But I know you have a lot of people behind your team and you. So who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, we have a ton of people to thank. It takes a whole team to do this. First and foremost, the guy next to me right here, who probably pulled 600 yards of winch continuously over and over and over to get us up stuff in 3-wheel drive at the end of the rocks there. We worked our butts off today, so thank you to him. My family, parents, kids, wife, everybody that supports me to be able to work on this car, come out here and race this car. It's my passion, and I love to be out here sharing with everybody. Sponsors, Sherpa Equipment, fastest roof rack on the lake bed right here, I think. So Sherpa Motorsports didn't finish today, but they back me with a huge team of people that are so passionate about off-road and overlanding and vehicles, and they're just great people. So, thank you to those guys for coming out. Raceline Wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Warren Winch, Factor 55. We put those to the test today, no doubt, and they held up. So thanks to them. Yukon Gear and Axle, Kenda Tires. We in 3-wheel drive, we had to throw down and just roast these tires, and they still held air. I think there's some cords showing on a few of them, but they got us to the finish line. So thank you to them for all that they do for us. Coyote Enterprises, Artec Industries, Perry Parts, Topo Cut, RM Engineering. We put a whole bunch of work into these shocks the last year with RM Engineering, and it's a totally different animal. We wouldn't be up here finishing this race or wouldn't have qualified where we were without his help. So check out RM Engineering and Redline Oil. So I think that's everybody. Appreciate everyone's support.
All right, let's give it up for Greg Neff.
Awesome job. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that again. We had Greg showing there. It looks like on just had Daniel Gutenberg come across that finish line, and he did bump up just a tad in front of Greg. So it looks like we have had 22 unofficial finishers. I know there's literally 2 more right at that last checkpoint. They've cleared that last checkpoint. So we may see 2 more come in Hammertown before we get out. I know it's 6:14 here. We have 6 o'clock plus start time. So I'll see if I can't do some monkey math real quick and look at those start times. 19 and 13, it looks like. And then Corey Day is 26. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate everything you do and all the production crew behind the scenes helping make sure everything go. Just double checking some driver names while we're up here. Again, it looks like we have a few drivers that might be able to squeak in on our time. I'm sure race ops will get over here a little bit. And again, we have to assess penalties. I say we, them, and make sure everybody hit their marks while they were out there driving. So they'll go over trackers. I think they're working on all of that currently. Got the 1018 of Anthony Taylor pulling up on stage.
Anthony Taylor
All right,
out
Pam,
here at the
take it away.
finish line. How you feeling right now?
Exhausted, really exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it was a long day for a lot of people, but being exhausted has been like one of the, words of the day. But all in all, the course out there definitely looked rough. I mean, but you're here at the finish line. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it was a very rough course, and but we just kept fighting, and here we are. We made it. Yeah.
It's good to see you guys here at the finish line. I mean, you got here a little bit at dark time, but that's all good.
Yeah. It's better to be here than not.
You were so right on that. Congratulations on that. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
First, I want to thank my wife and daughter for supporting me, and my entire team. My co-driver he worked hard today. Milestar tires. We didn't have one flat. Help me out here. All of our friends and family back home. Kimball's hands-on auto detailing. All-terrain painting and repairs. I'm drawing a blank. Lots of people, but Ramrod, Tacoma Hydraulics, certified hydraulics, Harbor Freight. Yeah, I mean, it's drawing a blank.
It's all good. I mean, you just endured this hard course out there, and it takes everything out of you and the emotions, as we just saw. So it definitely is something that once you get to this finish line, it just kind of all pours out. But congratulations on getting to the finish.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Anthony Taylor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Again, that is a very sweet-looking Jeep they got down there. We're able to power to an official finisher. Again, complete that course. Again, today was super brutal with the rocks. We heard a lot of that. Again, we've seen a lot of early breakages, which kind of surprised us. Again, just a lot of weird fatalities we had seen. Parts have broken, things we didn't expect. Kind of like yesterday with UTVs, again, kind of the same thing. We saw a lot of early failures early on from things we did not see we think we'd have. It looks like we have a few more minutes left. Looks like Billy McAllister had a 8:18 start. I know Corey Day looks like an 8:26. I know he had a late start. He ended up starting I think like 86th or something. He was way back. He broke a drive shaft in qualifying, so I know he was quite a way back. 93, I believe, is what he started off this morning. So again, he was quite a ways back. So in that case, Corey would have about 10 more minutes to get in here. Again, you can see two drivers on screen, both trying to scream those cars into Hammertown. Looks like we got one about to do the job, coming into that Monster Energy short course section. Racing through that Bronco Arch. Pam Hall getting our next unofficial finisher pulled onto there. Getting that awesome looking Toyota wrap. All right, Pam, take it away.
All right, here at Taryn, I'm asking how you exactly pronounce your last name, and Hallerich?
Hallerich.
Okay, I'm just going to call you Taryn. It's been a long day, but you guys, let's talk about a long day.
Yeah, very, very long day. We lost the belt like 10 minutes into the race, so then we ate dust forever. Picked off a lot, and then, I don't know, halfway.
Mile marker 33.
33, we were going 60-something miles an hour, and another racer in the dust smoked our passenger rear tire, and we flipped 5-6 times. Yeah. Look at it.
Wow. Okay. So I did not realize this, that you guys flipped. That's insane.
Like end over end over end over end. The Marines came over, helped us. The volunteers out there rolled us over. We lost our Starlink, our radio, whole bunch of stuff, but
At least your snacks stayed.
our snacks stayed. We needed those. But yeah.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. That sounds like a heck of a day for you guys. But who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Friends and family all in the front here. We're from Canada, so it's like a 30-hour drive here. It sucks not to win, but to finish is a win. This is a really hard race. So all our friends and family that come and help out with all the races. Fred's.
I'd like to thank my wife and kids at home, Kate, Henry, and Emily. Thank you very much for letting me chase this.
And then we have a few sponsors, Trail Ready Wheels. They've helped us out for years. Mickey Thompson Tires, Warren, Factor 55. We did have to do a bit of winching. It worked every time. Lordco back at home, they help us out with lots of parts. It was a beautiful paint job. TriStar helped us out. Jordan at home helped out with that. Yeah, Woody Rose helped us with a flat tire out there, and yeah, it's a great race.
That's what I love is other.
Yukon gear and axle. Sorry.
That's what I love is, the other competitors that are able to help you out on course. Woody was out, I think, with a transmission or something. So congrats to him for helping you guys out. But the most important, congrats on getting to the finish.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up for Taryn.
Awesome. Again, very cool. See our competitors north of us out there racing them down. Shout out to all of our international racers. Very cool to see guys from Canada coming down doing it. That's an early Bronco hood. I immediately recognize that hood, the louvers on the side there. Definitely ripping through that desert. Again, you can see those LED lights doing work there. Got the picture-in-picture. We have looks like a dash cam and an in-car. Again, very cool to see that Ford Bronco. I'm a huge early Bronco fan. Again, great to see all the teams on stage as well celebrating. Again, that is a long trek from the old Canada. Very cool to see. We did have a few finishers while Pam was doing awards there or doing presentation on stage. We had a few guys squeak in, and I think we still might have one or two. I know Corey Day was out there just screaming. It looks like he might be really, really close. I think his official start time was 8:26, which would give him about 4 or 5 minutes to be able to claim as an official finisher. I know we got a few more awards to do. Hopefully we can squeak him in here. I don't know if he's going to make it on the official time, but we'll definitely, if we're still here, get him up on the stage, give a shout out. I know he's part of that Team Indiana crew that does so much for the sport. Brannick Motorsports helping those guys out a bunch. I know they do a lot with Badlands Off-Road Park and their Trek series. Pam getting them brought on stage. All right, Pam, take it away.
All right, here with Daniel Gutenberg at the finish line. Your car, your truck looks really, really good. How was your day?
It was great until we got to Jack.
So you got to Jack?
Yeah. Tried to make a pass and took a wrong line, got hung up. We were there for probably an hour.
Oh, wow. Okay, so winching yourself off of it?
Well, yeah, I tried stacking rocks, jacking the car up, throwing rocks under the tire. Finally got pulled back. One of the other competitors got us a bigger jack to get us up off the rock that we were hung up on and got back, and then got in the main line and winched through there. Got one other spot we had to winch, but other than that, it was a good day.
But it's a really good day when you get that checkered flag.
Yeah, I was right there on adjusted time. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see.
We'll find out for sure the final of everything. But here you are, though, at the finish line. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I'd like to thank my family, friends, My pit crew. Maxxis for sure. These are the tires we started with. No flats. Integrated facility services. He helped me with the motor last year, and this thing, this thing runs flawless. Tracker auto recovery, BP Productions, ADS shocks. This thing rides pretty smooth out there. Dave Hada helped me with the rear end. Yeah, family that couldn't be here. My wife talking in the background, yelling at me. So this is our third finish in 4 years, so feels good.
Well, it definitely feels good. And like one of our other drivers said, and something I usually always say, to finish out here sometimes is a win in itself.
Yeah, for sure. I got to thank my co-driver here, future son-in-law.
Well, I mean, for him co-driving for you and you guys being in the car together, still being a future son-in-law, that's a good thing.
Yeah, we'll see if he still likes me after this.
Awesome. Well, good job out there. Congratulations on getting to the finish.
Yep, thank you very much for putting the race on. Yeah, no, we had some GPS issues, and we had some sponsors help us out, and mother-in-law helped us out considerably with the new GPS to get us on track for the race.
All right. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Daniel Gutenberg for getting out here to the finish line.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Appreciate that. Again, we love having our finishers come up on stage, and it's so awesome to see all the crew get up there and have these pictures with them. And very, very cool. And such an honorable moment. These guys battle so hard through this race, but they really do a lot of work prepping throughout the year. Getting the car ready, dealing with sponsors. They work on sometimes very limited budgets, very tight budgets throughout the season, getting these cars ready. And it's so great to see manufacturers come in and step up and help them out. And again, that's an awesome, awesome thing to see. And we appreciate all the off-road companies that help our racers come out here and do so much. And we really appreciate that. And obviously, you can tell by the interview that Pam just did was, how awesome of it and how special this is for all those guys to come out here. We do have another finisher on screen here. Again, I know we have a few minutes. Race Ops was on the phone with a little bit ago. We have a few minutes left of official time. I don't know how many guys we're going to get in there. That definitely is not a stock class car. That's the 1522, I believe. Or the 1422. John, I'm not sure who his co-driver is. The 1422, it looks like they're going to get in. I think we have Corey Day and Dustin Sexton. It looks like are on the last stage of this race. I don't know if they're going to be official finishers or not. I know it looks like they're both very, very close. I was trying to track on the live tracking. Again, we appreciate all the live tracking out. I was trying to look on there and see if we're going to have any more official finishers. And I got awards coming up later. So we have a rowdy group pulling to the stage now. Again, this is the 4874 of Gavin Anderson.
Gavin Anderson, you have quite the crowd out here.
All right,
Super
Pam.
excited for you. You have a little bit of dust on you. Were you playing in the dirt today?
Yeah, it was a long day. We were off to a really good start, actually, but then we ended up running into issues with fuel pump, vapor locking, and blown out shock coming into the main pit. Man, I don't know. We had issues all day. Oh, yeah, radiator cracked. We rolled a car over. The COR guys, I think they were mentioning us and shouting us out. Just trying to have a good day. Listening to music all day, enjoying the whole thing. Even when it looked like we weren't going to make it, we just tried and tried and tried.
Just kept on going. Now, you just said you were playing music all day. Do you have a music of choice?
All of it. All of it. I don't care as long as there's something playing. House music, country music, rock music, could be anything. I don't care. It's a good time with music.
Even some jazz?
Huh?
Even some jazz?
No jazz. None of that. None. But, yeah, no, it was a good day.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels. 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. this guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Millie hopping out of the car here, throwing out some swag stuff to some people here. That's pretty awesome. Oh, is that beef jerky?
Yep, yeah. My sponsor, childhood friend for the fan.
Awesome. Okay, so good day out there. Do you want me to go over and talk to your co-driver while you're doing this? No, let's do this. I like it. I like it that you're throwing some swag out there.
Yeah, the brutal race. Rolled over once. Probably took me out of a top 3, but we're here. This car's finished. Every Hammers, except for the first year I drove it and got stuck in a bottleneck. Not today. This car's finished 10 King of the Hammers.
I like it. I like it. That it has finished. As you know what? I think all these people out here, they're ready for some snacks. They've been out here all day watching you guys on the big screen. So I want to ask you, what was the part about the course that you least liked today? Did you,
What's that?
What part of the course did you least like today?
Going down sledge. Going down sledgehammer. I rolled it.
You rolled it?
The least like. Jackhammer was tough, but I passed a lot of cars in there. Cody worked his butt off, winched right through 3 times and got us quickly through there. So awesome day. Look at my pit crew. Best pit crew a guy could have. Yeah.
All right, who else would you like to thank?
Thank my wife. Thank Old Glory Beef Jerky, Jason Bunch, Steve Hastings. The guy built this car himself. Prepped it all.
How do you have so much energy still?
Oh, I don't.
Well, it must be all adrenaline right now then.
It is. He calls me on the radio and says, you're going to time out in about 2 minutes. So we got on the gas.
Well, there you go. Well, welcome to the finish line. Congratulations for finishing another King of the Hammers.
Thank you guys all for coming out. Awesome.
And we have to go back and check the time. I know with Corey Day, it's going to be super, super close and come down to just that last minute. We also have a great shot there of Hammertown as We have another guy crossing that finish line there down at the bottom for our EMC or Everyman Challenge. That takes over 3 different separate classes today. We have the 4600, which is the stock class. There's quite a bit of limitations on that. We have the 4500, which is like a modified. And then we have the 4800, which is kind of like a pro modified class. It's called Legends. It's a retired 4400 car. They have to go down to a single shock and run a 37-inch tire. The 35-inch tires ran by the 4600 class. So very, very limited tire size. Those are also DOT tires. So the cool part is all the race cars racing today, you can go to your local tire shop and buy those tires, which is very, very cool. We've seen a handful of different manufacturers come through today. And very exciting to see those guys out and doing a lot of cool things. I know we have several sponsors out here, and we appreciate that. A whole plethora of tires out on the race course today. It's very, very neat to see different tires manufacturers, different rim manufacturers, different shock packages on different types of cars. It's very neat to see what guys are using and how they're battling it out. I know we have a few more guys to get up here on stage before we do awards, and the race ops is back there. I know Ben Napier is overseeing that, and they're working as quick as they can to get our official list for us. Double checking waypoints and making sure everybody hit their virtual checkpoints and actual checkpoints. I know Ian was talking a little about those rock checkpoints. They have lots of them. They've added last year, and they've stuck with that very fine line of rock checkpoints, and to make sure the drivers are all hitting those. Looks like Pam Hall's getting our next finisher pulled onto stage. This is the Fort 22 of John Calavie. All right, Pam, take it away.
The car's not getting turned off, so I guess there's a reason. My goodness. Did you leave any dirt out in the desert?
Yeah. What was that?
I said, did you leave any dirt out in the desert?
I don't think so.
You guys, you have a great crowd out here excited for you. Is there a reason why you're still running?
We just finished this car on Monday. This is the first time we raced out here. It was awesome to come and finish this race.
Just finished it Monday?
Yes.
So what'd you get, like 1 lap of pre-running in or what?
Zero. Nope, no qualifying, nothing.
Have a great team right there for you, but that's pretty darn cool that you just finished this on Monday and you're out here at the finish line for King of the Hammers.
That was awesome. I've done the Can-Am a few years. My first year in this. It's awesome.
Well, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Well, first I got to thank my wife for supporting me in this, and Johnny Lightning who helped build the car, and my entire pit crew who made this happen for me, because otherwise it would never have happened. So,
well, congratulations on getting. Are these your kids or your co-drivers?
Grandkids.
Grandkids. Well, they're super excited. All right. Well, I'll let your team come up here, take a photo. Congratulations on getting to the finish.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pam. Again, appreciate seeing all the race teams out here. I love seeing these big group photos of the whole race team coming out there, all the guys that work on the car, help out, guys that are running the pit, just giving all they can all weekend long, coming out, helping to shock tuning, engine tuning, making sure they're learning the course by pre-running. It's just such an amazing experience to see, and we love seeing this camaraderie around there, and this is the reason we love this sport. Very, very cool photo. That is awesome. And again, very, very cool to see. We're very thankful for this, and it's just such an awesome experience to be here and be a part of this. And I'm assuming they were letting that car cool down, or they weren't sure it was going to start back up and didn't want to have to push it across the stage, because they for sure did not shut that car off. Again, great shot there, Hammertown. Again, tomorrow morning, our Race of Kings for the 4400 class will be kicking off early. Make sure you guys tune in and watch that. Again, I believe we'll have a booth full of people tomorrow morning as they kick that off early. Very exciting to see. That'll be wrapping up tomorrow morning, our last race. They'll be wrapping up our 2026 King of Hammers extravaganza. Coming to the stage now, Mr. Corey Day and Jonathan Terhune in the passenger seat there. Those guys have had a very, very long day. Tam, take it away.
Corey Day, you look like you're ready to just not get out of the seat. You look exhausted.
My butt's sore. What a day. We
we had a bunch of little things that happened. We pulled over a couple of times, took some breaks, struggled on a sand hill because a Bronco slowed us down. Oh man, lost the rear leaf spring bolts, lost the rear calipers off the axle, or one of them, lost the rear brakes altogether. That last little 40 miles, we knew the time was going to be close, so I don't know how we're still in here.
All right, so Corey Day, all day long having Jonathan Terhune over there in that passenger seat. I mean, did you make him work for it today?
Oh yeah, I offered several times to get out and trade him spots, and he insisted to get back in over there, so I can't thank him enough. My wife, Nate, Jesse, all of Team Indiana, Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline Wheels, Ironman 4x4 FAB, Warren Racing. We used the shit out of that Warren Racing winch today. Factor 55, ACNC, Jody Ford. Man, I know I'm forgetting somebody, but can't thank them all enough.
Well, thank you so much for coming out for another King of the Hammers out here. I know the whole Team Indiana is ready for you. Congratulations on getting to the finish.
Yeah, thanks again.
All right, let's give it up for Corey Day.
Awesome. Such an awesome job. Again, great seeing all those guys come on stage. Part of that Team Indiana crew coming up there. Very, very cool to see. We appreciate those guys and all they do. And again, you can see them all crowding around the car, piling on top. Very, very cool to see. Again, huge, massive Team Indiana crew. We're very, very thankful for them. Jonathan Troon clawing on top of the car. Again, Team Indiana, massive group, literally covering the entire stage with people. Again, very, very awesome to see you. Tomorrow, you're going to see basically all those same people out on course or in the pits. Team Indiana is a huge supporter with Brannick Motorsports and a handful of guys. They do a lot with the race with King of Hammers and the Badlands Off-Road Park. So shout out to all those guys and very, very cool. Again, Corey Day, I think is going to be our last official finisher. Again, we have to go on time. I know it's going to be cutting super, super close. I think they're going to try to squeak it in. I think he'll be our last official finisher. I know we have a few guys sitting in the wings that I think are didn't quite make it, but we'll see if we can't get them a few minutes here. Very, very cool. Love those pictures. Again, very awesome group picture. A shout out to all the Team Indiana guys that come out and help support all the racers and crews that, whether it be cooking food or working in the pits, doing such an awesome job. Oh, yeah, great shot there, Corey, on that 4600 car. Right there, again, such an awesome shot of him shooting around there. This is a highlight from this afternoon. They were literally welding Brian Temp's frame back together in the pits, trying to get everything put back together. They had to take some hard shots, was able to keep it back together. Again, Brian Temp had a crazy day, but able to get the finish out of it. Very, very cool. Scott Farley there on screen, just absolutely thrashing through that rig today. Was blasting through those rocks, making up a ton of time. At one point was in second place. Unfortunately, able to squeak in third, I think. Awesome job. Again, Corey Day on stage trying to get that XJ to fire up. It looks like they're going to just push it off the stage.
Matt, I have to say that shows the attrition of all the vehicles, right? I mean, yesterday we were pushing vehicles off. Today
Yes.
we're pushing vehicles off.
It does. Again, Pam's down there pushing vehicles off stage with it.
My workout.
All right, hopping in booth with me, Mr. Rory. What is up, buddy?
Just checking in, keeping you company.
Yeah, no,
Closing out the
we
night
see
here.
you. We see you behind the scenes a lot, and we'll talk to you in a minute. Right after Pam Hall does another interview for us.
Here with Dustin Sexton here at the finish line. How you feeling?
Good. We're happy to be here finally.
Looks like you were in some dust today.
Yeah, we had a really long day. We had a car cut us off and rolled over in front of us and bent our steering ram, so we had to replace that in pit 2. That took a couple hours, so it really made a long day for us. But we were able to battle through it and all the challenges and got here.
It's got to feel good just to roll across the stage.
Yep, we're really happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
I want to thank my team, my wife, Laura. I forgot her last time. So I want to thank all of my guys on my team. They did a really good job in the pit, changing out that steering ram. They had to pull one off another car and put it on this car. And I'm amazed they got it done. I thought we were done for the day, but we got her done. I'm really happy about that. I want to thank Team Yukon. They support us and get us here to the podium. So really good.
Well, congratulations on getting here. And next time, hopefully see you back out here.
Thanks, Pam.
All right, there we have it. Let's give it up for Dustin Sexton.
All right, thanks, Pam. Very awesome to watch all those crew guys hop on the screen there. Appreciate that. Get some cool pictures in. Rory, what is up? You get to see how the sauce is made behind the scenes. You're like the magician pulling the strings. What has your week been like so far?
It's been busy. It's been busy but fun. Started with motos a couple weeks ago. Then we went to the desert, and now we're here. A long week on the lake bed. But
I like that you said it started a couple weeks ago.
Well, for me,
it did. Like your week literally started 3 weeks ago in the desert.
Yeah, we started coming up and pulling stuff. For those everyone that doesn't know, we've got a lot of equipment stored within the vicinity, and we store it in Connex shipping containers. And when all this stuff comes down, we take it off in a rush. And we always say, "Hey, we're going to clean it before we put it away," but we don't, because we've got to share the space with the military and the Marines, and they come in a couple weeks after us. So we stuff it away, and then mid-October we start pulling it out, pulling the stuff down that has dates on it. Yesterday we gave away a bunch of old banners, so we always get the old banners away, and then reusing what we can, recycling what we can, and then start printing what we need for the new year. And so everything starts moving full steam for us early November. We take off Thanksgiving. We did PRI this year, which was
very
fun.
cool.
Yeah, it was fun to be there, and then we get Christmas off, and then it's just full steam ahead January 1st. So.
And it was, speaking of the PRI show, it was really neat to see that like King of Hammers Ultra 4 off-road corner there. Very cool. You guys had the sim racing and everything.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen that sim, that full motion sim, and you're on the lake bed, stop in the general store tomorrow. That thing is incredible. I'm not a video gamer or a sim racer, but it was fun to see that in the PRI environment, right? PRI has a bunch of nerds. I can't say it any other way. There's a whole sim hall with nerds, and Dave Cole, if you know him, he's a visionary, and he's a nerd deep down, and he always says, "Check out this new thing I got." I'm like, "That's awesome, Dave."
Yes.
But he's been talking about this simulator, and we showed up with it, and Dave broke down on the way there. Dave literally towed this thing out there, and he broke down on the way. Oh, we got another car. Who do we got here?
This is the 4854 of Luke Kapman. I'm sure Pam Hall's down there. Looks like she's hanging out there. Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Matt. Luke Campman right here at the finish line. And I keep saying right here because everybody's right here with me. But all in all, your day, give us a rundown.
It was a rough one, but I killed a few tires. My fault. Co-driver, he had a winch bunch for me. Thank God for James, because we wouldn't be here if he wasn't winching for us. Thank Max's tires, ADS, Vision, Brannick, Jam Fab, Cushman Customs, all of the SRC guys for pitting for us today. My wife, daughter, everybody that showed up to help out, and everybody at home watching us, we appreciate you.
Well, we always say it takes an army to get you out here, no matter what size of the army, but congratulations on getting to the finish.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, let's give it up for Luke Campman.
All right, thanks, Pam. Let's get those guys out of the car, get some cool group pictures, again, with all the crew coming up the stage.
So go back to the simulator at PRI.
Yes.
Dave breaks down, drives 24 hours straight, gets to Indianapolis. We unload this thing with hours before the show starts. He doesn't show up until noon. And we're in this booth, and I don't know anything about it. And he's, he slept in. And all these guys come by, and they're looking at it, and they're like, it's got servos instead of linear actuators. I'm like, okay. And that simulator, as it sits, the way it moves and the motion in it, it uses a servo instead of a linear actuator. And it is revolutionary, I guess. And it was fun to see the respect that the sim got just on its own.
Yeah.
And then you think, wow, I work for a guy that's bringing that to off-road racing. And it's just those kinds of things, and the tracking, the DirtHub.tech, all the stuff we see, all the stuff that I'm like, oh man, another one of his crazy ideas, but it all comes to fruition eventually.
Yeah.
And it really does push us forward. So that was a lot of fun to see that at PRI. And then see people walk up, these typical roundy round guys, your typical USAC member, right? Outside of everyone here. And them just to look at the car like Philip McClinton's, Can-Am UFO thing.
Yes.
The level of engineering, and everyone's like, wow, what is this? And it was fun.
Yeah,
Except for the snow.
I agree. Like I said, I'm in Central Illinois, so Indianapolis is only like 2.5 hours drive for me. It's literally just straight across, all interstate, awesome drive. So we go to the PRI show every year. So it's always neat to see what's new and what's different and what's exciting. It was super, super cool to see that off-road space this year, and very cool to see the sim racing you guys set up and just kind of let people experience the off-road without actually coming out to the lake bed. Looks like we got Pam pulling another finisher up for us. All right, Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Matt. Here with Brandon Goodwin at the finish line. What a day today.
It was brutal for sure.
Brutal, rough, hard, technical, difficult. I mean, all of those words have been described.
Correct, all of it, yes.
All the things.
Yes, all the things.
But you are here at the finish. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Definitely my wife, Certified Hydraulics, Tacoma Hydraulics, ORI, Milestar, Corey Holmes at Holmes, Fabrication, for helping me out today on making my car keep running out there. Kitsap Customs. I'm at a loss right now for everybody, but thank you to everybody.
Well, you have been out there for a long time. Your brain's a little rattled, and you're probably exhausted.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, well, congratulations. Hopefully we see you back next year.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and there we have it from Brandon Goodwin.
Awesome. Thank you, Pam. Again, love watching these highlights where these guys are getting their awesome pictures. You can see all the Hoopty X guys back there around. We have beat up Class 11 cars. We got minivans. We got big trucks. We got chase bars, and we got flashlights strapped to the hood of vehicles. It's a very interesting mix. They're going to go out there and have some fun. Again, why we get some cool group photos on stage. It's very awesome to see all these crew guys pile in. Again, very cool. Thanks to Pam. See Brian Goodby down there. John Goodby, sorry. There we go. Man, that is awesome. Again, it's so cool to see crews on the stage. Again, that shot there of this afternoon where we have people piling in. I know they're looking at race results now. Very cool to see all the crew out there supporting the race fans. And I think we have all of our finishes in here. I know we have a few more cars. I can see yellow and amber lights pointing up the stage. So I know we have a few more guys out there that are going to try to get up on stage and have a little chat with them. And there's some awesome footage on screen. And highlights of guys taking off today. Very cool. I can hear the band getting fired up behind us on the Monster Energy stage. We do still have EMC awards I see in front of me to give away. We did do the UTV awards a little bit ago. So a few of those guys have already headed out. See what we got coming to the stage next. I love that shot of Brian Timmy's car down there. They're welding on it as he's trying to get the, I don't remember what he said, the frame, some of the frame of his steering box or something. Oh, it's our early Bronco of Rob Graham pulling to the stage. He was our early Bronco we were powering it earlier. All right, Pam down there, take it away.
Thanks, Matt. Rob Graham, you're the last person to come across this stage tonight.
That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, we didn't think we were going to make it actually. So we were out finishing Emerson and motor was overheating. We jumped out, lost 2 spark plug wires. Luckily we had some and we made it back through, but I think we're officially out by about 20 minutes, but we were this close.
I have no times on anything. I'm just talking to you guys as you come through.
Oh, cool. No, but we had a heck of a day. I mean, it's the most fun that we've had at Hammers, I think. Yeah, we got through the rocks pretty well. Lost 2 tires, or cut 2 tires. Yeah, but just, you know, the standard stuff. It's a long course.
Long course, hard course. Those rocks are sharp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we cut one unexpectedly on outer limits. It just, you know, exploded on us. But yeah, I'd like to thank my son Ty, who got us into this originally, daughters Maya and AJ, and of course the sponsors, Yokohama, Baja Designs, Warren Industries, Spider Tracks, and AccuAir.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on getting up here to the finish. We don't know. It's an unofficial finish time, but congratulations.
Thanks, Pam.
All right. Have a good night. Go have some fun, celebrate, and we'll see you next year.
All right, thank you, Pam. I think I heard you say this is our last guy coming across the stage. Oh, we got one more. Nope, we got one more. I see a crowd. They said, if you build it, they will come. I'm getting thumbs up. I love it.
I just don't know where those hoopty cars just went, so I just going by what I have. Thank you guys for all sticking around out here by the fire. Hopefully that gets going here in just a little bit. But Matt?
Yes, definitely. Shout out to all our fans out there still representing out there near the fire pit. We appreciate all you guys. Again, we will stay here and represent all the cars we can until we do awards. If we have a few we're squeaking out, we will definitely represent them. These guys have battled so hard. They started at 8 o'clock this morning, but they spent a whole year building this car, tweaking the car, spending time and money that sometimes is a little stretch. Eat a little more ramen noodles to get some new parts on the car. So we will definitely stay here as long as we can. Again, we were looking at the in-car of this early Bronco for a while. I wasn't exactly sure who it was, but it's very, very cool to see them get the finish. Give them the 4877 car. We weren't sure what it would look, kind of like a narrowed front end, but I wasn't sure. The early Bronco narrow, the front end's a little bit narrow by factory design, so I wasn't sure if it was narrowed by fiberglass fenders or it was an actual early Bronco front end. Very cool to see these chassis out here. And again, I think our crowd is actually growing down here by the fire pit. Very, very cool. We have some fans down there saying we got a car that's coming. Sounds like it's squeaking in to the finish line. as I hear people cheering. So sounds like we got one more that may be coming in. Again, these are unofficial finishers. They did get to come across the finish line, but I think they've all, the last several have not been in the time required, unfortunately. But unofficial. Again, we also have some.
Everything's unofficial until it's signed official.
Yes. Again, our official stop time, they said, was 6 o'clock plus the start. And it looks like we're close to 7 now. But we have some time, so we will gladly give them their dues. And again, shout out to all our competitors today that weren't able to make it to stage and had a break early. And we're super bummed for those guys. But I know we're going to see a handful of guys tomorrow do the same exact thing, rinse and repeat. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they are going to leave the line and battle hard.
All right, coming to the stage, I think will be possibly our last driver coming across for the evening is the number 17 of Johnny Valdez. Johnny, did you pull it up a notch to get through this finish line tonight?
Yeah, that was a chore. I mean, we definitely worked our butt off, and we fell a little short there, but we worked hard. I made a couple driving errors, but otherwise, this guy did a great job navigating, and the crew just did an awesome job. So.
I mean, I know you come out here and you drive these rocks a lot. You're basically local to here, so you get a lot of practice in the rocks, but it's completely different when it comes down to race day. You're trying to make things on time, trying to hit those RCPs, and then also, getting in, here by a certain time, but here you are.
Yeah, and I think probably the biggest mistake is I've hit in the left line on Chocolate Thunder probably 50 times in my life, and I flopped on it, and we broke some parts, and we wasted probably a half an hour, 45 minutes because of a mistake there. So that's a bummer, because that one kind of got us just in a negative funk on it. But otherwise, we had a great time, and we worked hard. We definitely worked hard. So many people did. So
It's been a long day for a lot of drivers. I mean, I honestly think you might be the last one in at this point. Miles, is there any more cars out there? No more cars, so you are.
I think I saw Chris Manili back there, so he might be about a minute behind me. But
Well, here you are, though. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
I'd like to thank PCI, Sunoco Fuels, Yukon Gear and Axle, Technical Manufacturing West. Man, I'm sorry. I am so tired. Of course, Mickey Thompson. I mean, we had a great job with these tires today. Rad Flow Suspension, they helped us out so much. And again, I'm sorry for the people I missed. We are just exhausted.
Yep, your brain gets a little tired and you're just done and want to shut it off. But congratulations on getting out here and at this finish line here tonight and across the stage.
Yeah, thank you. And I can't forget Poly Performance either. They've helped us out a lot too. So thank you all.
All right, let's give it up for Johnny Valdez.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great job, Pam. And I believe you said that is our last card? Question mark? Okay. I see was that a 6-7 situation there?
I'm not a 6'7" person.
6'7".
That's Miles' daughter's favorite thing. So.
You had, trust me, I'm sure your son is representing it a little
No,
bit.
he's not. He's actually not. So
No?
he's 17.
That's
He's
true.
old
That's
for
true.
it.
He's a little bit older, I guess. All right. I know we have some checks and some trophies to give away tonight. Maybe we can get as we get some group photos, we'll do some checking and see if what's our ETA on giving those away.
Check, check. All right, so we're getting close to rewards, but I just got a phone call from Dave Cole, and Eric Miller came up with the idea. Tomorrow after the race, we're going to do an auction, and we're starting off with this body panel. We're going to try to add to it. Hopefully we get some of our sponsors to bring some stuff up, but we're going to auction off some stuff tomorrow after the race and donate it to Cody Addington and Kendall Gline. So if you guys have some ideas out in the crowd, some team swag, some of our sponsors, and then hopefully we can get some more body panels off some of our finishers tomorrow and try to do something special for Cody Addington and Kendall Gline. So